Chapter 1521 Melee. Tens of thousands of barbarian cavalrymen quietly looked up at the fighting on the bloody arena, motionless, while on the other side, the shadow of the only god-level barbarian finally solidified, and his 10-foot-tall body quietly floated in the air. His eyes were also firmly locked on the bloody arena. These barbarians are actually slaves. I don't know how many years ago the bloody arena was prepared for them. The blood on the arena is the blood of the barbarians. But I don't know when. The bloody arena became a way for outsiders to obtain opportunities. And killing barbarians can obtain the blood field light ball. For a time, the bloody arena became a hot spot that everyone expected. And everyone wanted to come in and share a piece of the pie. The barbarian god looked at Song Jian fighting against several aliens on the bloody arena. At first, he showed a mocking expression. But soon, his eyes became complicated and fell into deep memories. Once upon a time, I was like them, fighting for life and death on this small arena. But at that time, the objects I fought with were all kinds of ferocious beasts. Fierce beasts and my own people. The barbarian god whispered to himself and sighed softly. At this time, Song Jian's blood value was less than half, although his strength was comparable to the peak of the legendary realm, and the time domain was unfolded. He could also resist the enemy's domain erosion. But the opponent had 8 people after all. Under the combined force, Song Jian could not resist alone. I don't know when the battle started. Song Jian has gradually fallen into a disadvantage. We can't hold out against them for too long. Otherwise, once the last 20 minutes come and the blood boils again, I'm afraid that will be the time when I die. Song Jian frowned slightly, and the wounds on his body continued to ooze blood. But he could no longer care about these things, and only had the 8 alien gods and saints in his eyes. 10,000 swords art, Song Jian shouted softly, wielded the sky-breaking sword, and swung it forward fiercely. Densely packed spiritual swords flew towards the enemy, and the alien gods and saints' offensive momentum collapsed, and they retreated repeatedly, forced to enter defense. At this moment, a huge dark red lotus rose on the bloody arena, and the strong suction rushed towards the few people, trying to suck the enemy into the sword formation. Don't be sucked in by it. Otherwise, you will be doomed. A son of God roared with a ferocious face. Stand still like a mountain. Who can break my golden body? Another son of God shone a little golden light from his forehead. And then the golden light quickly spread, covering his whole body, and the whole person seemed to be cast in gold. With his legs deeply stepped into the ring. For a while, the sons of gods and saints used their magical powers to resist the suction of the sword formation. The sons of gods and saints who could survive to the end were different from ordinary legendary masters. They were all powerful, and had many life-saving trump cards. These people persisted for a whole stick of incense under the suction of the sword formation. In the end, only 3 sons of gods were sucked into the sword formation, and they desperately resisted the endless sword energy in the sword formation. 8 minutes have passed. Even if I kill them, I still need to leave enough time to escape. I wonder if the 5 elements escape technique can escape the perception and tracking of the gods. Song Jian thought to himself. The reason why the barbarian god didn't find him before was because the other party's perception target was the life and death grass, not him. But now, the barbarian god's divine consciousness has locked him. No matter how he goes up and down, he may not be able to get rid of the other party's tracking. In addition, when the blood boiled, Song Jian was completely like dead and lost consciousness. 10 seconds was enough for the other party to hunt him thousands of times. Even with the bug skill of the death god's enemy, he couldn't save his life. Looking at the remaining few god's sons and saints, who were fully unleashing their domain power and resisting the suction of the sword formation, Song Jian gritted his teeth and directly performed the first move of the Chaos Sword Cannon. Red Dust Tribulation. In an instant, endless calamity surged, and Song Jian's figure disappeared, turning into endless gray sword light, suddenly appearing in the bloody arena. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The few people who could resist the red lotus sword formation, facing the gray sword light that kept appearing in the void, all showed a look of fear in their eyes. They had seen the power of the red dust tribulation before, and they thought they could not resist it. Damn it. Enter the sword formation. A saint shouted, gave up resistance directly, and was sucked into the sword formation. How can he be so strong? He is only a 3rd-level fighter. Another son of God said unwillingly. Entering the sword formation is also a life or death struggle. There are wolves in front and tigers behind. No matter what choice you make, your chances of survival are slim. At this moment, a gray sword light flashed across his neck, and a head flew into the air. The head in the air had a confused look in his eyes. You know, he is already a high-end legend, and he is only one step away from the peak. How could he be killed in one move? I can still be reborn with a drop of blood. How could I be killed in one move? The Son of God whose head was chopped off did not seem to give up, and wanted to use the ability hidden in his blood. But after trying several times, he found that there was a mysterious force that actually sealed his blood power, and the blood rebirth skill could not be used. Chaos. The power of chaos. The Son of God showed a bitter smile on his face, fell into despair, and finally his eyes went black, and his consciousness fell into darkness. After killing this Son of God, the other sons of God who were still struggling to resist looked at the gray sword light getting closer and closer. Their faces changed drastically, and after hesitating for a moment, they gritted their teeth and took the initiative to throw themselves into the red lotus sword formation. Song Jian's figure slowly emerged from the void, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The backlash of the Chaos Sword Code became stronger and stronger. It was too difficult to use the Chaos Sword Code without reaching the legendary realm. 7 legendary masters entered the sword formation and fought against the endless sword energy in the sword formation. At the same time, they were constantly attacking the sword formation. Once the sword formation was broken, they could escape. After a while, cracks appeared on the surface of the red lotus sword formation. Just like porcelain, maybe in the next second, the sword formation would collapse. Song Jian's eyes were cold. It was too much for him to kill 8 legendary masters at once. But if he couldn't do it, he would die here. Outside the bloody arena, there was a more powerful enemy who was staring at him covetously. Song Jian took a deep breath and took out a pill from the parcel column and swallowed it. This was a unique pill for the Yujian sect to restore sword energy. Huang Sheng Sheng Lion Binding Demon Seal. Song Jian roared, and countless spirit swords gushed out, constantly merging in the air. And finally a wisp of chaotic sword energy merged into it. After a while, a golden lion jumped out of the light ball, roared, and pounced towards the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword Formation, directly passing through the sword formation and merging into the sword formation. Chapter 1522 Reward. The moment the Golden Saint Lion entered the Red Lotus Sword Formation, Song Jian's face turned pale, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and his breath suddenly became weak. Song Jian had previously constructed the Golden Saint Lion Devil Binding Seal, which could maintain the existence of 3 Golden Saint Lions at the same time. Originally, it could maintain 3 Golden Saint Lions at the same time. But now, the moment the Golden Saint Lion jumped into the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword Formation, Song Jian suddenly felt a great pressure. Not only the Golden Saint Lion Devil Binding Seal, but even the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword Formation also gave a feeling of imminent collapse. At this time, Song Jian could no longer continue to construct the Golden Saint Lion Devil Binding Seal. All his energy had to be focused on the fusion of the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword Formation and the Golden Saint Lion Devil Binding Seal. In the sword formation, the Golden Holy Lion roared loudly and pounced on a Son of God. Countless sword chi passed through the body of the Golden Holy Lion, as if its body was illusory and unharmed. However, when stabbing the enemy, the power of these sword chi was no less than those divine weapons. The Golden Holy Lion with legendary attack power was invincible in the sword formation. These sons of God and saints had no choice but to devote some of their energy to resist the attack of the Golden Holy Lion. Gutu, Hakis, Sotuya, you go to resist the lion, and the others break the formation, a saint said with a face full of anger. At this time, the 7 people must join forces, otherwise they will be defeated one by one. This Golden Lion has extremely strong defense, extremely high damage, and can suppress wound recovery. It's too difficult to deal with. The 3 of us may not be able to resist. A Son of God with animal ears shouted loudly, surrounded by countless sword energy, as if countless skilled swordsmen were attacking him at the same time. Moreover, these sword energies can even perform different sword techniques on their own. These sword techniques vary in power, but there are so many of them that it's a headache. Coupled with this extremely fast Golden Holy Lion, everyone panicked for a while. Outside the formation, Song Jian looked at the time. 10 minutes had passed. If he delayed any further, there would really be no time to escape. Even if he killed all these foreign sons of God and saints, he would not be able to escape death in the end. Song Jian frowned and directly controlled the sword formation, evolving to the final stage. In the sword formation, countless spirit swords emerged, and a sword energy stone tower fell down, suppressing the 7 sons and daughters of God. At this time, the sword energy stone tower has reached 9 floors, and each son and daughter of God is suppressed on 1 floor. At the same time, the golden holy lion soared into the air, and its 4 sharp claws tightly grasped the top of the tower, raising its head and roaring loudly. With the addition of the golden holy lion's demon-suppressing seal, the binding force of the sword energy stone tower has greatly increased. With the power of these sons and daughters of God, they can't break through the suppression of the stone tower. Destroy! Song Jian roared and sprayed a mouthful of blood towards the stone tower. His blood and chi, which had been almost restored, suddenly plummeted to less than 1/3. Song Jian stuffed a lot of potions and pills to restore blood and chi into his mouth. Now was a race against time, and he didn't care about the cooling time of some potions and pills. Even if he took the potions that entered the cooling period, they would not have any effect, which was a pure waste. After the blood and chi sprayed onto the sword energy stone tower, it immediately formed a talisman. On the talisman, there was a seal script with the word destroy. This was a blow that Song Jian condensed his blood and chi, which was equivalent to an explosion. It also caused great damage to himself. It was a move that hurt the enemy 1,000 times and hurt himself 800 times. Most people would not use this move unless they were forced into a desperate situation. For a moment, the sword energy in the stone tower was everywhere, and golden chains spread out from the walls of the stone tower, entwining these sons of gods and saints. The suppressed sons of gods and saints could only exert less than 70% of their strength. Under the dozens of golden chains, they could not dodge at all. In the end, they were entangled tightly and could only make helpless roars. The overall situation has been decided. Song Jian smiled. After devouring these 7 legendary masters, the level of the Red Lotus sword formation could be raised by at least 1 level. Most importantly, it gave Song Jian a full 10 minutes to escape. He looked up at the sky, and the barbarian god-level master stared at him coldly, as if he was looking at a corpse. Song Jian had a bitter smile on his face. Even if he was strong enough to suppress and kill 8 legendary masters at the same time, he would still be crushed and killed by a god-level master. At this moment, a colorful cloud appeared above the bloody arena. In the cloud, countless treasures were looming, including skills, equipment, and many secret treasures that Song Jian could not recognize at all. Even though he was surrounded by tens of thousands of barbarian cavalry and chased by a barbarian god-level master, Song Jian was still looking forward to the rewards of the bloody arena. This is a melee. 1 against 8. I wonder what reward the winner will get, Song Jian said in his heart. Song Jian crossed his legs and took this opportunity to restore his condition to the best. Otherwise, he would not have a chance to escape. The auspicious clouds in the sky were constantly brewing, as if they were also judging what kind of reward to give. After waiting for 30 seconds, a stream of light fell from the sky. In the stream of light, a scarlet blood-red light ball shone with dazzling light. Seeing this light ball, the barbarian god, who had been expressionless, suddenly burst into a heart-wrenching roar. No! The voice was like thunder, resounding through the sky. Song Jian looked up in surprise, and saw that the barbarian god's eyes were actually filled with 2 lines of blood and tears, with a sad and angry expression. And the condensed 10-foot-high Dharma body also trembled slightly. Human, give me this reward, and I promise not to hunt you down again. The barbarian god stared at Song Jian with his eyes, and roared loudly. Song Jian stared at the stream of light. The light ball inside seemed to be the chi and blood-field light ball that could be obtained by killing a barbarian. It could condense the power of the second field without sequelae. However, why would an ordinary chi and blood-field light ball make this barbarian god-level strongman react so strongly? Song Jian ignored the barbarian god and waited quietly for the stream of light to fall into his palm. After taking it in his hand, he saw that this light ball looked almost exactly the same as the chi and blood-field light ball he had seen before, except that the color was much darker. But when he looked at the attribute description carefully, Song Jian found the difference. The law of power light ball? Song Jian was stunned. This light ball was not a domain light ball, but a law light ball. Looking up at the barbarian god with eyes full of desire and anger, Song Jian smiled. This is probably the reward that I heard before coming in. And the gods all hope to get. Chapter 1523 Escape. The Law Light Ball. This is a treasure that can directly promote to the god level. The peak powerhouses of the legendary realm will probably give up everything to exchange for such a treasure. Even the demigod level and god level powerhouses, who have already mastered the power of the law, do not mind obtaining one more power of the law. And this power of the law does not need to be comprehended, does not need to spend time and energy, and can be obtained in an instant. Such a treasure will be coveted even by god-level powerhouses, unless they have already comprehended the same law. Song Jian looked at the ball in his hand and wanted to use it immediately. But looking at this light ball, he had a faint worry in his heart. He had not even broken through the legendary realm. Once he used this light ball, whether his body could withstand the infusion of the law of force, it might directly burst himself. After hesitating for a moment, Song Jian put the law light ball into the parcel column, waiting for the legendary realm to use it again. After putting the light ball into the parcel column, the auspicious clouds in the sky began to slowly dissipate, and countless golden light points rushed into Song Jian's body. Song Jian, who was originally seriously injured, began to recover quickly. "Give it to me!" The barbarian god roared and stretched out his hand to grab the bloody arena. Boom! A huge palm grabbed the bloody arena. The moment the palm touched the bloody arena, a series of red thunder seemed to be triggered and bloomed from the bloody arena to the surroundings. Red thunderbolts bombarded the palm of the barbarian god. Subconsciously, the barbarian god retracted his palm, and drops of god blood flowed out of his palm. The barbarian god looked at his palm in horror. At this time, a cross-shaped scar appeared on his palm, and the scar was deep enough to see the bone. Ordinary wounds would heal instantly with the physical fitness of the barbarian god, but the cross-shaped scar was surrounded by a faint smell of blood, preventing the god's body from healing automatically. How could this happen? The barbarian god's palm flashed with light, as if he was performing some skills, but no matter what skills he performed, he could not heal the wound. Blood kept oozing out of the wounds. Even if the barbarian god clenched his fist, he couldn't stop the blood from flowing out. After receiving all the rewards, the bloody arena began to slowly collapse. Song Jian couldn't wait for it to collapse, so he jumped off the arena, stepped on the flying sword, and fled far away. "Catch him! Tear him apart!" the barbarian god roared, and tens of thousands of barbarian iron cavalry roared and chased Song Jian. The barbarian god also turned into a scarlet tornado and quickly chased Song Jian. Song Jian only flew a few kilometers in the air, and then he directly performed the earth escape technique and drilled into the ground. Even if he was locked by the barbarian god's consciousness, hiding underground, at least he could avoid tens of thousands of barbarian iron cavalry. After flying underground for dozens of kilometers, Song Jian suddenly felt that the surrounding soil began to slowly solidify and harden, as if there was a mysterious force squeezing the earth. Song Jian's heart sank. Obviously, the barbarian gods began to seal the surrounding land, and began to use their divine power to cut off the sealed area from other areas. "It's still a bit too difficult for me to fight against the god-level strongmen now." Song Jian sighed and looked at the numbers in his mind. At this time, the original number of more than 90 has been reduced to more than 30. It seems that the last 9 people should be decided today, and then they can leave the bloody arena area. There are 3 minutes left, and the last blood boiling will begin. Song Jian thought to himself, "What should I do now?" At this moment, Song Jian suddenly had an idea in his mind, and his figure disappeared without a trace. Boom! The earth cracked, and the area of several kilometers in radius was completely sealed by the barbarian gods, caught and floated in the air. At this time, cracks emerged from the surface of the sealed area, and at the same time, a brute force squeezed from all sides to the inside. The original area of several kilometers of the earth was directly compressed by half. If Song Jian was still inside, he would probably have been squeezed into a meat pie. How could this happen? Why did he disappear? He hasn't even reached the legendary realm, but he was able to get rid of my divine sense lock. How did he do it? The barbarian god showed an unbelievable look in his eyes, and roared loudly. At this time, Song Jian hid in the broken kingdom of God, his whole body trembling slightly. He was almost caught by the barbarian god. Even the barbarian god had never owned a kingdom of God. He could never have imagined that a human boy with a 3rd-level combat power would actually own a kingdom of God. Song Jian hid in the kingdom of God, quietly looking at the numbers in his mind. Every once in a while, this number would decrease by a few. Song Jian didn't know whether the barbarian god would wait there. Now the safest thing was to stay in the kingdom of God and not go out. Time passed quickly, and the last blood boiling began. Song Jian lay on the ground, quietly feeling the blood boiling in his body. After a while, Song Jian's eyes went dark, and he fell into darkness. At this time, the barbarian god vaguely felt Song Jian's location. But this location was too far away, almost beyond its perception range. This seems to be in the star field. How is it possible? How can he, a young man with a third-level combat power, move to the star field instantly? Unless he has his own kingdom of God. The barbarian god showed an unbelievable look in his eyes, floating blankly in the air. Even if he could sense Song Jian's location, the barbarian god would not be able to leave the bloody arena area and go to the star field to look for Song Jian. Not to mention whether he could leave this area. Even if he entered the star field, he could not find Song Jian in the boundless star field and in the countless gods' kingdoms. No! The barbarian god let out a heart-wrenching roar, full of despair. 21, 18, 15, 13. The number of people was getting smaller and smaller, and Song Jian waited patiently. It was unknown how long it had been. At the moment, when the remaining number of people changed from 10 to 9, Song Jian left the kingdom of God and appeared in the bloody arena area. At this moment, a creepy feeling emerged from his heart, and a dazzling divine light bloomed from the void and shot towards Song Jian. Sword Shadow Clone. In an instant, two identical figures of Song Jian emerged, one of whom rushed towards the divine light, and the other flew in the opposite direction. Boom! With a loud bang, the divine light hit Song Jian's clone and directly broke it into pieces. Song Jian desperately fled to the distance, but he didn't expect that the barbarian god actually stayed there. You can't escape! The barbarian god roared fiercely, and directly used his divine power to freeze the area within a radius of several kilometers around Song Jian. At this time, Song Jian was like a bug in amber, frozen in the air and motionless, with a look of fear still on his face. Chapter 1524 Return. Didn't it say that when there were only 9 people left, they would be automatically expelled from the bloody arena area? Why is this happening? For a moment, Song Jian was completely desperate. He was now wrapped in the power of the barbarian god. Even the broken kingdom of God was cut off from him, and he could not enter. Song Jian could only watch the barbarian god with a ferocious look on his face, stretching out a huge hand towards him. It seemed that the barbarian god did not want to kill Song Jian immediately, but wanted to capture Song Jian alive and force him to hand over the Law of Power Light Ball. Hand over the Law of Power Light Ball, and I will spare your life. The roar of the barbarian god was as deafening as thunder. Song Jian, who looked like a bug in amber, showed a look of disdain on his face. Such words could only fool children. He knew that even if he handed over the light ball of the Law of Power, the barbarian gods would not let him go. At this moment, a golden light suddenly appeared in the sky. Seeing this golden light, the barbarian gods' faces changed drastically, and the divine power gathered again, pressing towards Song Jian. Song Jian suddenly felt the pressure doubled, and his bones made a crackling sound, and blood oozed out of his mouth and nose. Boom! The golden light in the sky instantly turned into 9, and each golden light was like a golden sword, shooting towards different areas on the bloody arena. The direction of one of the golden lightsabers was exactly where Song Jian was. Crack! The golden light flew towards Song Jian, directly breaking through the divine power of the barbarian gods around him. The golden light was like a hot knife cutting into butter, effortlessly breaking through the divine power that enveloped Song Jian. No! The barbarian god roared, and his giant hand turned into a fist and smashed towards Song Jian. The golden lightsaber shot into the top of Song Jian's head, and suddenly, a dazzling golden light shield wrapped Song Jian up. The next moment, the fist of the barbarian god smashed over like a cannonball. Boom! Golden light splashed everywhere, and Song Jian looked at the fist in front of him, and his heart seemed to stop beating. Although he did not suffer any damage, the full force of a god was enough to make people feel terrified. In an instant, Song Jian's pupils dilated to the limit, and the whole person was motionless, and it seemed that even breathing stopped. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 9 beams of light rose from the ground and flew into the air. The barbarian god looked at the 9 golden beams of light, and could only roar in anger. After a long time, Song Jian's heartbeat slowly returned to normal. Even though the golden light shield protected Song Jian, the might of the barbarian god's punch was deeply imprinted in his mind, almost destroying his consciousness. In other words, Song Jian was almost scared to death. I succeeded? Song Jian touched his chest. Somewhat unbelievable. You know, he had prepared for death before, but he didn't expect to be saved at the last moment. 9 golden beams of light were flying side by side in the air. Song Jian looked around and found that among the 9 survivors, there was only one human besides him. And this human was only a high-level legendary being. The human prodigy looked at Song Jian, and his eyes revealed amazement and disbelief. You know, so many demigod-level human prodigies did not survive to the end. But a human boy with a 3rd-level combat power actually survived to the end. The golden light curtain blocked the communication, and the other party gave Song Jian a thumbs up. And Song Jian gave him a shy smile. At the moment when the light column broke through the atmosphere, it disappeared directly. 9 large holes appeared in the sky, and a layer of shielding light that seemed to be there and not there appeared in the eyes of all the barbarians. Looking at this layer of isolation light shield, the barbarian god showed a trace of sadness on his face. The 9 large holes slowly closed, and the entire shielding light shield disappeared, as if it had never existed. The bloody arena was calm again. Song Jian felt a flash in front of his eyes, and his body was in a state of weightlessness. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he had returned to the human race station in the Starry Sky battlefield. At this time, a cheer broke out among the alien races in the Starry Sky battlefield. Most of the 9 survivors were alien races, which greatly boosted the morale of the alien races. When they saw that there were only 2 people in the human race and all the demigods had fallen, almost all the human races showed a sad look on their faces. You know, the human race geniuses who entered the bloody arena are almost all elites from major sects. And this time they were all wiped out. Hey, why is Xian Ling not here? Chen Yang, Guishao, and the others are also gone. Song Jian looked around in confusion and found that all the disciples of the Yujian sect were not in the Starry Sky battlefield. Could it be that they have left the secret realm after I entered the bloody arena? Song Jian thought to himself. At this moment, a golden light fell from the sky and shone on Song Jian. The 4 big characters, holy son of the human race. Each of them was like a star, shining brightly in the void. A great spirit emanated from Song Jian's body. In the title column, a title shining with purple gold light appeared at the top of all the titles. Human, holy son of the human race. Almost all the god-level strongmen of the human race stared at the 4 big words in the sky with their eyes full of disbelief. Holy Son. For thousands of years, no one has been able to obtain this title. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it. A god-level strongman was speechless. He looked at Song Jian with a loving look. People who didn't know him would think he was Song Jian's biological father, who he hadn't seen for many years. After leaving the bloody arena area, Song Jian's Son of God mission was completed, and he was awarded the title of Son of God of the human race. Unexpectedly, this title was so popular in ancient times. Just then, a system prompt suddenly appeared in front of Song Jian. System. The Starry Sky Myriad Race's secret realm is about to close. You have 10 minutes to stay. Please be ready to leave. Is the secret realm going to close? Song Jian was shocked. You know, there are still many items obtained from the bloody arena in his parcel column. These items cannot be taken out of the secret realm, and can only be exchanged for merits. Moreover, the exchanged merits must be spent quickly. Otherwise, after leaving the secret realm, these merits will also be invalidated. Holy Son, are you willing to? Holy Son, please stay. I have something to say to you. Holy Son, I am the elder of Xiantian sect. Are you willing to? A group of god-level masters began to gather towards Song Jian. But at this time, Song Jian only had 10 minutes left. If he didn't go to the Star Palace, it would be too late. Seniors, wait a moment. Wait a moment. Let me go to the Star Palace and then talk about other things. Okay. Song Jian bowed and rushed towards the Star Palace. Chapter 1525 Legendary Realm. In front of the main hall of the Yujian sect, almost all the peak masters and elders looked towards the square. At this time, a red light gate appeared in the center of the square, and one by one, the Yujian sect disciples were pushed out from the light gate. Left. Finally left. We are back. A Yujian sect disciple cried with joy. knelt down on the square, and roared to the sky. "Ha! I'm back! I'm back! Finally, I don't have to fight with aliens and be cannon fodder. Yujian sect. I'm back alive!" One by one, the Yujian sect disciples appeared from the light gate. Seeing them, all the peak masters and elders showed joy on their faces and watched them quietly. Even if they were unruly in front of the main hall, they did not stop them and let them vent. After a long time, no more disciples appeared in the light gate, and the sect master Duan Xingliu frowned. "Sect master, it seems that one of the disciples favored by the gods has not come out," an elder beside him whispered. Duan Xingliu did not speak, but just looked at the light gate. Only 1/3 of the disciples came back this time, and the rest will probably need more than half a year to recover their minds. An elder shook his head. At this time, among the disciples who came back, one of them suddenly had a surge of aura and broke through to the legendary realm directly. Advanced? Everyone was stunned and looked at the disciple. They saw that the disciple was holding 3 beads in his hand, swallowing them one by one, and instantly broke through from the peak of the 3rd level combat power to the legendary realm. At the same time, a hot air wave emanated from him. Flame Domain. This disciple has mastered the Flame Domain and has become a legendary realm expert. Guolintian, a disciple of Zhangjian Peak, has entered the legendary realm today. Another disciple roared, holding 2 beads, and his figure rose into the air, with a strong aura emanating from his body. Boom. Legendary realm. Another disciple has broken through to the legendary realm. Ascension bead, a peak master said with a smile. The reason why so many disciples below the legendary realm were allowed to enter the bloody arena was, on the one hand, to increase their actual combat capabilities, and on the other hand, to be able to gain merits in the early stages of the Starry Sky battlefield, exchange for ascension beads, and then leave before danger comes. Unexpectedly, this trip to the secret realm seemed to have some anomalies, and the timeline was in chaos, which actually led them to the middle and late stages of the Starry Sky battlefield, the period of the myriad races sneak attack. Fortunately, these disciples came out before the sneak attack. Otherwise, they would have been wiped out. This time, it would have been a big loss to open the Starry Sky myriad races secret realm. One disciple after another was promoted to the legendary realm, and almost all the disciples who were able to come back alive were promoted to the legendary realm. Guishao, didn't you exchange the promotion beads? An elder of Feilai Peak stared at Guishao and frowned. Almost all the disciples exchanged several promotion beads and raised their strength to the legendary realm. Only Guishao and a few others did not reach the legendary realm, which made the elder of Feilai Peak feel strange. You know, Guishao is the eldest brother of Feilai Peak. With his strength, how could he get nothing after entering the secret realm? Elder, my disciples' merits are not enough, and I didn't exchange for the upgrade beads. Guishao performed a salute and said, breaking through the legendary realm is not a difficult task for disciples, and there is no need to use external objects to upgrade. Guishao, so you exchanged for other items? The elder's heart moved and hurriedly asked. Yes, the disciple exchanged for a sword technique, Guishao said. The elder laughed and said, good. It's good to have a harvest. Some other peak masters and elders all looked at Guishao. The sword technique that Guishao could see must be of high quality. Some people wanted to ask Guishao what sword technique he exchanged, but after hesitating for a moment, they shook their heads and gave up. This was Guishao's own opportunity and his privacy. This sword technique might be Guishao's bottom skill. Even if asked, Guishao probably wouldn't reveal it. Xian Ling, why didn't your senior brother come out? Duan Xingliu couldn't help asking. The disciples who died in the secret realm before had come out a long time ago. This time, the time was up and the disciples returned. But Song Jian didn't come back, which made Duan Xingliu a little nervous and worried. Senior brother Song seemed to have received a task and obtained the qualification to enter the bloody arena area. After that, he entered the bloody arena. We were kicked out of the secret realm before he came back. Now, he should still be in the bloody arena. Xian Ling said carefully. What? Bloody arena? How could he enter the bloody arena? That will only appear in the middle and late stages of the Starry Sky battlefield. You? A peak master said in surprise. Master, we almost got wiped out this time. There was a problem with the timeline in the secret realm. When we entered the Starry Sky battlefield, it was clearly the early stage, but a few months later, It inexplicably developed to the middle and late stages. It was only a few months before the alien race launched the Earth system and destroyed the human race station in the starry sky battlefield. We were almost involved. A returning disciple couldn't help but say, with a look of fear on his face. What? A surprise attack on the human race station. How is this possible? That was more than 100,000 years after the early stage of the starry sky battlefield. How could the timeline span so long? It's not impossible. Theoretically, it's possible. The secret realm captures the entire starry sky battlefield period, which naturally includes the sneak attack on the human race station and the final destruction of the starry sky all races by the human race. It's just that the resources we open the secret realm can't last until that period. The Peak Master and the Elders began to discuss. The confusion of the timeline made them feel a sense of crisis. Song Jian's entry into the bloody arena was beyond their expectations. Master, what is the bloody arena? A disciple secretly asked his master. The bloody arena is a great opportunity, but also a great crisis. A demigod-level strongman is also at risk of falling in it. The elders of the Yujian sect seemed to be very familiar with the bloody arena. When they heard that Song Jian had entered the bloody arena, they all frowned and shook their heads. Did Song Jian break through to the legendary realm in the secret realm? A Peak Master couldn't help asking. You know, it is impossible to break through to the legendary realm in the secret realm, which is why so many disciples, after obtaining the beads of advancement, choose to leave the secret realm before making an advancement. However, nothing is absolute in the world. In history, there were disciples who broke through to the legendary realm in the secret realm. But this breakthrough was a false breakthrough. Although there was no difference between the secret realm and the real legendary realm after the breakthrough. After leaving the secret realm and returning to the real world, the disciple's mind was shocked, and it took more than a year of cultivation to recover. Moreover, the breakthrough in the secret realm also formed a demon barrier, like a chasm, preventing this disciple from becoming a legendary strongman. Until his death, this disciple was still only a disciple with the peak strength of the third-level combat power. After this incident, the Yujian sect strictly prohibited disciples from breaking through in the secret realm, even if there was an opportunity to break through. Chapter 1526 Promotion. Duan Xingliu was worried when he heard Song Jian enter the bloody arena. He was afraid that Song Jian would break through the legendary realm in the starry sky myriad race's secret realm in order to enter the bloody arena to find opportunities. By then, even if Song Jian could come out of the bloody arena alive, he would probably face a great disaster when he returned to the real world. Master, brother entered the bloody battlefield with a third-level combat power. He killed 3 legendary realms in a row to get the qualification to enter. And among these 3, 2 of them were at the peak of the legendary realm. Xian Ling said excitedly. What? With a third-level combat power, he killed a legendary realm. And it was a peak of the legendary realm. A Peak Master was surprised. Could it be that Song Jian had already comprehended the power of the domain when he was at the third-level combat power? Otherwise, he would not be able to compete with the legendary realm at all. I don't know. I can't tell. Xian Ling shook her head. Everyone in the Yujian sect was quietly waiting in the square. When all the disciples came out, the red teleportation light gate should disappear. But now it still stood in the center of the square, with no sign of dissipating. This phenomenon also gave everyone confidence. If Song Jian died in the secret realm, he should have come out now. But all his gains were cleared and his consciousness was damaged. He hasn't come out yet. Obviously, Song Jian is still alive. Since he is alive, it means there is hope for him to come out alive. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The teleportation light gate in the center of the square has been standing. The other disciples have already dispersed. Only Duan Xingliu, Duan Jian, Xian Ling, and several other disciples remain in the square. On this day, the teleportation light gate suddenly glowed red, and a figure staggered out of the light gate. Senior brother, Xian Ling said excitedly. The only one who will come out now is Song Jian, and the others have already come out. Song Jian staggered forward 2 steps, and was slightly relieved when he saw that he was back in the square of the Sword Control sect. After entering the secret realm, he had been fighting against opponents of higher levels. In the bloody arena, he was even hunted down by a god-level strongman. His nerves were like steel wires, and they were very tight. Now that he is back in the game world, he can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing that Song Jian was still at the 3rd level, Duanqing Liu nodded slightly. A smile appeared on his face. And he finally felt relieved. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Duanqing Liu nodded. Brother. You can advance to the legendary realm now. Xian Ling shouted. Song Jian had exchanged 6 promotion beads before. And Xian Ling knew that as long as he used these 6 promotion beads, Song Jian could break through to the legendary realm. Song Jian, have you comprehended the power of the domain? Duanqing Liu asked. You know, there is a huge difference between comprehending the power of the domain at the 3rd level of combat power and comprehending the power of the domain passively when breaking through the legendary realm. When a 3rd level combat power comprehends the power of the domain, it is a child of destiny. When a legendary realm breaks through, it is ordinary to comprehend the power of the domain passively, although the power of the domain comprehended during this breakthrough is more suitable for oneself. The grade will not be too high. On the contrary, when the level is low, the power of the domain comprehended will generally be of high grade, or even super high grade. Yes, Master, I have comprehended the power of the domain, Song Jian said with a cupped hand. Good. Duanqing Liu smiled with a gratified expression on his face. You have enough foundation. Now even if you use external forces to upgrade to the legendary realm, it's nothing. You can use the upgrade bead. Song Jian nodded and took out a handful of upgrade beads from the parcel column. There were actually 40 or 50 of them. So many upgrade beads. Senior brother, did you rob the Star Palace? Xian Ling was stunned. So many upgrade beads require more than 100,000 merits to enter the bloody arena. Did senior brother get so much? The upgrade beads slowly floated up and surrounded Song Jian's body. Then, one by one, the upgrade beads disappeared. And Song Jian's level, like blowing a balloon, quickly increased. 116. 117. 118. Soon, Song Jian's level was upgraded to 120. For other ordinary players, it would take at least 1 or 2 years to gain combat experience. But Song Jian only spent a few beads of improvement to get it. If other people knew about this, they would probably be jealous. A surge of breath spread out from Song Jian's body, and Song Jian began to float into the air without wind. In the legendary realm, he already had the ability to fly. Now, even if Song Jian did not use the flying sword or the Shintian wings, he could still fly by himself. Song Jian was very excited. Doesn't this mean that even if he returns to the real world, he can still fly? The improvement did not end. After reaching the legendary realm, the time mark on his chest began to shine, and a mysterious aura emanated from Song Jian. The time domain, like a bud about to bloom, slowly stretched out. The time domain, which originally had a limit of only 10 meters, began to slowly expand outward. 15 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, 40 meters. This time, the time domain expanded outward to a full 100 meters before slowly stopping. Song Jian felt that the time domain did not seem to have reached its limit and had the potential to continue to expand outward. But he now needed to adapt to the sudden increase in power to prevent the power from getting out of control. What kind of domain power is this? It feels a bit strange. Duanqing Liu was shrouded in the time domain, and suddenly found that his domain power could not be deployed. And his face changed drastically. This shows that the domain power that Song Jian comprehended has begun to suppress his domain power in terms of grade. This is a very dangerous thing in battle, which means that Duanqing Liu needs to spend more energy to resist Song Jian's domain power. The most terrifying thing is that this domain power erodes silently. Duanqing Liu found that all his skills have a lead time when he wants to release them. In other words, every skill has changed from an instant skill to a reading skill, and the cooling time of all skills has doubled. What's going on? Duanqing Liu was stunned and looked up at Song Jian. Time domain? It's the time domain, right? A peak master asked tremblingly. Yes, only the time domain can have such a high grade. And only the time domain can have such a situation. Another elder laughed. Although they were all shrouded in Song Jian's domain, if Song Jian was unfavorable to them now, they would immediately be in a very passive state. Song Jian smiled slightly and nodded. At this time, there were still dozens of upgrade beads around him. He was ready to upgrade his level to the peak of the legendary realm in one breath, to a level that would make other players despair. Chapter 1527 Legendary Peak. Level 120. Level 130. Level 140. Song Jian's level is rising rapidly. After reaching Legendary, the quality of each Ascension Pearl will be upgraded by 1 level, and the price will be doubled accordingly. The price of Ascension Pearls below Legendary is 3,000 merits, and the price of Ascension Pearls above Legendary is 6,000 merits. Even demigods can use Ascension Pearls to upgrade their levels, but the price has increased to 10,000 merits. As for the Ascension Pearls that can be used in the God level, Song Jian has not seen them in the Star Hall. There is a special exchange room for God level strongmen, and Song Jian has no way to enter it with his strength. Legendary Peak. Does that mean that senior brother Song is going to be promoted to the Legendary Peak? Xian Ling looked at Song Jian in the air with a surprised look on her face. Legendary Peak. This is already the strength of most peak masters and elders. Any disciple who is promoted to the Legendary Realm is eligible to apply for the position of elder. Even an outer disciple. Today, more than 1,000 disciples have been promoted to the Legendary Realm, which is equivalent to more than 1,000 elders in the Yujian sect. You know, with so many elders, the Yujian sect has to provide a huge amount of resources. But looking at Duanxing Liu and other peak masters and elders, they are not worried at all, but look very happy. How does it feel to have your own disciple catch up with you? An elder from the main peak looked at Song Jian with a smile and sent a voice message to Duanxing Liu. Duanxing Liu's expression froze, but he quickly glanced at the elder and showed a disdainful expression, as if he didn't care at all. But in his heart, Duanxing Liu was also a little nervous. When he teaches his disciples in the future, should he pay attention to the methods and ways? After advancing to the Legendary Realm, the Chaos Sword Classic can also be practiced. But I see that he seems to have a chaotic aura. Could it be that he has already practiced the Chaos Sword Classic when he was at the 3rd level of combat power? Can his body withstand the erosion of the chaotic sword energy? Duanxing Liu thought to himself. Boom! A huge breath burst out from Song Jian's body, and waves of air vented in all directions. All the beads of improvement besides Song Jian disappeared, and his level was stuck at level 150. Level 150 is the peak level of the Legendary Realm. Above it is the demigod level. But the demigod level can only be upgraded unless the power of the law is comprehended. Otherwise, Song Jian's combat experience will be stuck in this realm and will never be able to be improved. Compared with breaking through the Legendary Realm, you can automatically obtain a random domain power. The treatment of players is much better than that of the natives in the game world. Not only can they upgrade by killing monsters, but also upgrade through treasures such as beads of improvement. Moreover, there is no threshold for the Legendary Realm. Other natives in the game not only have difficulty in practicing and upgrading their levels, but also must comprehend the domain law by themselves after reaching the peak of the 3rd level combat power. Otherwise, they will be stuck at the peak of the 3rd level combat power for life. This is why the Yujian sect opens the Starry Sky Myriad Race's secret realm every 100 years. In the secret realm, ordinary disciples can gain a lot of combat experience. Most importantly, there are more powerful people in the secret realm, and it is easier to comprehend the power of the domain. Every time the secret realm is opened, a large number of legendary powerful people will be quickly bred. This is why the Yujian sect can suppress the wild beasts and gain a dominant position on the half-plane planet Tianjin Star. Song Jian felt full of strength, and even felt that he could explode Tianjin Star with one punch. He knew that this was the sequelae of suddenly gaining powerful power, and not being able to adapt to and master this power. Song Jian glanced at the light ball of the law of power in the parcel column, and after hesitating for a moment, he decided not to continue to break through and become a demigod. First adapt to the power of the Legendary Realm, and then upgrade to the demigod level. Otherwise, it may cause an unstable foundation and fail to fully control his own power. Song Jian thought to himself. Moreover, in the Legendary Realm, he mastered the power of the time domain. To break through the demigod level, it is best to use the time domain to break through to the time law for advancement, so that it can be passed down from one lineage. Otherwise, after being promoted to the demigod level, it will take more time and energy to break through the time domain to the time law. The light ball of the law of power can be used at any time, and can be mastered at any time. After reaching the demigod level, after mastering the time domain, mastering the power of the second law will double his strength. At that time, even among the demigods, he will be the top existence. Slowly falling from the air, Song Jian landed on the square. Crack! A shattering sound was heard, and looking down, he actually crushed the hard stone slabs on the square. but he didn't notice it at all. It seems that the powerful force has exceeded his control. This situation may continue for a few days. Seeing this scene, the few people who originally wanted to gather around to celebrate also stopped and congratulated Song Jian from a distance. A casual blow from the legendary strength could seriously injure a disciple with a third-level combat power. Song Jian had no control over this kind of power. Song Jian, go to Feilai Peak for a few days of meditation. The combat training room there can help you. Duan Qingliu looked at Song Jian and nodded. Thank you, Master. Song Jian saluted. From now on, you will be the registered elder of my main peak lineage. When you have complete control of the power and have made some progress in the Chaos Sword Cannon, you can set up a peak on your own and recruit disciples who are favored by the gods. Duan Qingliu said with a smile. The reason why the Yujian sect recruited Song Jian and Xian Ling was for this purpose. In the future, the Gu Jianqing Yujian sect will have a mountain that specializes in recruiting player disciples. This lineage is still a branch of the main peak, which makes Duan Qingliu feel very satisfied. Previously, I thought that Song Jian and Xian Ling were too weak to become the master of a peak rashly. Now that Song Jian has reached the peak of the legendary realm, he is no weaker than other peak masters, so he is naturally qualified to be in charge of a peak. Brother Song, come! I'll take you to Feilai Peak. Guishao smiled and waved to Song Jian from a distance. Then I'll trouble you, Brother Gua. Song Jian smiled, looking at Guishao's strength. Although he still remains at the peak of the third-level combat power, his aura is much stronger than what I saw before. The hot aura of the sun's flames, even if the other party tried his best to restrain it, still leaked out a little bit. It seems that Brother Gua has also exchanged the Great Sun Tathagata Fiery Sun Sword Sutra, Song Jian said in his heart. Soon, the two flew on their swords and arrived at a mountain floating in the void. A large area of the peak was flattened. And what was strange was that in the center of the peak, there was actually another peak about 10 meters high. The peak was pitch black, as if it was made of a whole piece of pig iron. Brother Song, this is the treasure of our Feilai Peak lineage. Feilai Peak? Guishao pointed at the small peak and laughed. Chapter 1528 Training Room. Feilai Peak is named after the small magic peak in the center of the mountain. Song Jian looked at the mountain that was more than 10 meters high and couldn't help but be amazed. Compared with the whole mountain, this small mountain seemed small. But in the eyes of an ordinary person, it was also a very high mountain. This mountain was originally a divine weapon, a magic weapon of a god-level strongman of the Yujian sect. But in a previous battle, the god-level strongman fell, and the peak spirit of Feilai Peak was damaged. It is now in recuperation, Guishao introduced, however. Although the peak spirit was damaged and downgraded from the divine weapon level to the legendary level, it can actually exert the power of a semi-divine weapon. Song Jian looked at the dark mountain and felt a very secret aura fluctuating, as if it was sleeping. Feilai magic weapon is the pride of all Feilai disciples. Almost every foreign guest who comes to Feilai will be introduced to them by Feilai disciples. After seeing Feilai, Guishao led Song Jian to the combat training room. This is... Song Jian looked at the huge magic plate with a diameter of more than 30 meters in front of him, and couldn't help feeling dizzy. This magic plate looks like a bagua plate used by Feng Shui Taoist priests to find dragons and caves, but it is magnified hundreds of times. On the surface of the magic plate, the palm-sized squares shine with a faint fluorescent light. Some squares were shining, while others were gray and without light. Song Jian felt familiar with it. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that this was the array used by the legendary alien Son of God in the Starry Sky Myriad Race's secret realm. It was almost the same except that it was magnified countless times. Each square of that array contains a formation. Could it be that each square in this array is a combat training room? Song Jian guessed in his heart. Senior Brother Song, this is the combat training room of our Feilai Peak. Guishao pointed at the array and said, Does it feel familiar? This array was built by the predecessors of Feilai Peak, imitating the array in the hands of the alien Son of God. Sure enough, Song Jian thought to himself, those gray squares are the unused training rooms. The outer 1,800 yellow squares are used by ordinary disciples. The middle 360 black squares are used by inner disciples. The inner 108 earth squares are used by the elders of Feilai Peak. And the core 9 sky squares are always closed, and no one uses them. Guishao pointed at the magic plate and said, Brother, you have reached the legendary realm, and can use the Earth-shaped combat training room. Just keep an eye on the unused training room, and you will be able to go in after a while. I have already opened your permission to use it, Guishao said. Song Jian nodded, staring at a square with the word D on it. Soon, an idea came to his mind. Should I use this training room? After Song Jian chose yes in his mind, his eyes flashed, and he turned into a white light and entered the square. At the same time, the square occupied by Song Jian began to emit a faint fluorescent light. The combat training room requires mental power. The mental power of a legendary strongman can last for 6 to 7 hours. I wonder how long Brother Song can last. Guishao glanced at the training room and thought to himself. Song Jian entered the combat training room. It was a vast square. It was dark all around. He could only see an area of more than 100 square meters. It was as if there was a special spotlight shining on his head. But in fact, it was also dark above his head, and he could not see anything. If you stay in such an environment for a long time, you will feel psychologically depressed. Song Jian was the only one in the training room. After a while, there was a noise in the darkness. Rows of monsters that looked like mechanical puppets slowly gathered towards Song Jian from the darkness. These mechanical puppets were all ordinary monsters of level 120. For Song Jian, no matter how many of these monsters came, it would not cause any trouble. When the gap in strength was too big, the number could no longer create an advantage. Without using any skills, Song Jian rushed towards these monsters with his sword. Shwa shwa shwa. One sword, one or even one sweep, can kill 7 or 8 level 120 monsters. Such horrific damage is hard for ordinary people to believe even if they see it with their own eyes. After fighting for an hour, Song Jian could clearly feel that his mental power was fading and could not be replenished. Moreover, the level 120 monsters had already made him feel a little bored, and there was no pressure at all. I need a stronger training target, Song Jian said in his heart. At this moment, the ordinary monsters that came out of the darkness suddenly stopped. As if Song Jian had pressed the pause button, a line of flashing words appeared in front of Song Jian. Do you want to increase the difficulty of training? Yes/no. Song Jian was stunned, his eyes fixed on yes. After a moment, all the combat puppets disappeared. After a while, more powerful mechanical puppet monsters came out of the darkness. These monsters are all level 120 elite boss, densely packed with hundreds of them. And there are endless monsters appearing in the darkness. Such difficulty can already cause damage to ordinary and legendary masters. But for Song Jian, it is still not enough. After all, these mechanical puppet monsters have no skills and are not proficient in fighting. They look like a moving iron target. Even if they attack, they will only swing their iron fists to hit Song Jian. As long as they are not surrounded, Song Jian can easily dodge. And even if they are surrounded, their attacks cannot cause damage to Song Jian and cannot break his defense at all. That's enough. Song Jian smiled and rushed towards the group of monsters with his sword. He came here to release the power in his body. As the battle continued, he began to slowly adapt to the sudden increase in power in his body. Obviously, this is a long process. But the combat training room has greatly shortened this process. The pressure is not enough. Continue to increase the difficulty of the battle, Song Jian shouted loudly. Soon, a bright dark red lotus slowly bloomed in the darkness. Song Jian finally began to use his skills. At this time, the level of the combat puppet had become a 120 level Lord level boss. The moment the skill was released, the space within a radius of more than 100 meters was directly cleared. The frequency of the combat puppets appeared, but it couldn't keep up with the frequency of Song Jian's killing. This is the power of the skill. Guishao knew that Song Jian was very strong. Ordinary legendary masters could stay in the training room for 7 hours. But Song Jian could stay there for at least 10 hours. Therefore, he did not wait outside foolishly, but chose to enter another training room and began to practice the Sun Sword Sutra that he had just obtained. In the game world, all players are working hard to improve their strength. More and more players are appearing in this world. In the real world, there are even special mobile phones for entering the game world. In the black market, such a mobile phone costs at least 100,000 yuan. But it is still in short supply. Once the news is released, it will be snapped up in an instant. Just when everyone was going crazy about the game world, a shocking sound suddenly erupted from the calm surface of the East China Sea. as if something had cracked on the bottom of the sea. However, after a long time, no other strange phenomena occurred, but wisps of invisible breath slowly spread out from the depths of the ocean, spreading in all directions. Chapter 1529 The Only Mission. In the real world, in the depths of the ocean, countless deep-sea creatures are still gathering towards a certain place. This is the place where Song Jian planted the Tree of Life. At this time, in this sea area, endless spiritual energy slowly overflowed and slowly merged into the sea water. The nearby marine creatures were the first to notice the changes. They rushed to this sea area first and kept swallowing and spitting out the sea water containing spiritual energy. The changes happened slowly in a subtle way, and the spread of spiritual energy was also slowly progressing, from the original few kilometers to dozens of kilometers, hundreds of kilometers, and even spread to the land. Song Jian didn't know what happened in the real world, but he could actually sense the existence of the Tree of Life in the game world. What's going on here? Could it be that the Tree of Life has already entered its maturity stage? Song Jian was a little surprised. You know, the growth of the Tree of Life is very slow, even if it grows for hundreds or thousands of years. It's not strange to enter its maturity stage. Now, only a few months have passed. How could it grow so fast? This should be the Tree of Life in the real world. The Tree of Life in the fragment universe is still in its latent stage and cannot be sensed now. Song Jian thought to himself. System, because of %, your physical attribute is increased by 1 point. System, because of %, your chi and blood value recovery speed is increased by 1%. Song Jian's system prompt interface has several system prompts that are all about improving Song Jian's physical quality and attributes. But for some reason, all the system prompts are garbled, and it seems difficult to understand. Song Jian knows that it should be the feedback given to him by the Tree of Life after it grows up. As the Tree of Life continues to grow, he will get more benefits from it. The practice in the combat training room is still going on. Sensing the Tree of Life is just a small episode. Now the sensation is still vague. As time goes by, the connection between Song Jian and the Tree of Life will become stronger and stronger. At that time, he can rely on the Tree of Life to return directly to the real world, which can be regarded as a trump card to save his life. 10 hours later, Song Jian left the combat training room. His face was full of fatigue, but his eyes were bright, like stars. He was level 150, and the peak strength of the legendary realm. After 10 hours of combat adaptation, he killed countless mechanical puppets. He finally mastered the sudden increase in power. After leaving Feilai Peak, Song Jian came to the main peak and returned to his room. Song Jian fell into bed and slept for 12 hours before he opened his eyes. It was already the evening of the next day. Song Jian, come to the main hall to see me when you wake up. Duan Xingliu's voice was heard in his ears. Song Jian stood up quickly, washed up, and put on the sword fairy suit. Song Jian's attributes were greatly improved. With his current strength, even if there were 7 or 8 legendary peak strongmen besieging him, he had the confidence to kill them all. When he came to the main peak hall, Duan Xingliu stood in front of a mural. The content on it seemed to be some battle scenes. A group of people were flying with swords, surrounded by countless long swords. They were fighting a group of god-level strongmen who were obviously Westerners. Each of them was blooming with divine light halo, and behind them appeared a group of phantoms of kingdoms of gods and giant beasts. This was a battle between the Yujian sect and the Western gods 10,000 years ago. At that time, dozens of Western gods died, and the Yujian sect was also seriously injured and forced to retreat to the ancient Sword Star, fighting for territory with wild beasts every year. Ha ha. Duan Xingliu seemed to know that Song Jian was coming, and said softly while looking at the mural, the Yujian sect inherited from the ancient sword sect. In addition to the Chaos Sword Classic, there are several other legendary swordsmanship. Every peak master and elder has a legendary level of cultivation and is powerful. Even when facing a demigod level powerhouse who has mastered the power of the law, they are not at a disadvantage. Duan Xingliu seemed to be talking to himself, and whispered, however, in the entire Yujian sect, for thousands of years, there has not been a demigod level powerhouse, and the highest can only reach the peak of the legendary level. Do you know why? Duan Xingliu turned around, looked at Song Jian and said softly, I thought that any sect inherited from the ancient sword sect would be cursed by the gods. They have sealed the cultivation limit of the disciples of these sects, and they can only reach the peak of the legendary realm. Even if they comprehend the power of the law, they cannot break through the semi-god level. Unless, Duan Qingliu stared at Song Jian and said, unless you have the power beyond the gods, you can break this curse. Master, what do you mean? Song Jian frowned and whispered, do you want to use the power of the gods to break this curse? Yes. This is one of the reasons why the Yujian sect is open to recruiting disciples favored by God. The favored by God has magical powers. You can ignore the difficulty of cultivation. As long as you have the secret book, you can learn directly. Hunting monsters can improve your strength and level. After reaching a certain level, any skill can be cultivated to a high level without any bottleneck. Duan Qingliu said. From his words, it can be heard that he seems to know a lot about the favored by God. But he also has limitations. He only observed some surface phenomena and seemed confused. You have now reached the peak of the legendary realm. I hope that I can break this curse from you and advance to the demigod level, Duan Qingliu said. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Jian immediately received a system prompt. System, you have triggered the sect's hidden task break the sealed curse. This task is extremely dangerous. Please consider carefully before accepting it. This task is unique. Once abandoned or failed, you will never be able to accept it again. The only task. If you give up or fail, you will never be able to accept it again? Song Jian was stunned. He had never seen a task of this nature. He thought to himself, once you give up, does it mean that this sealed curse will never be lifted in the future? Song Jian hesitated. It was conceivable that if he wanted to break the sealed curse made by the gods, he would definitely fight with the gods and become enemies with the gods. Even if Song Jian had reached the peak strength of the legendary realm, he could not compete with a real god. Not to mention that he might be enemies with several or dozens of gods. Seeing Song Jian not speaking, Duan Qingliu just looked at him quietly until the task acceptance time appeared, and Song Jian gritted his teeth and accepted the task. Perhaps knowing that Song Jian had accepted the task, Duan Qingliu showed a gratified smile on his face, nodded at him and said, you are already a peak legendary realm strongman, and you can practice the Chaos Sword Cannon. Let me explain to you the key points of practicing the Chaos Sword Cannon. Chapter 1530 Set. Song Jian sat cross-legged on a cushion in the main hall of the main peak, while Duan Qingliu sat opposite him, explaining to him the practice methods and key points of the Chaos Sword Cannon. System, you have received Duan Qingliu's guidance, and have gained some experience in practicing the Chaos Sword Cannon. Your experience points have been increased. You have a deep understanding of practicing the Chaos Sword Cannon. Your experience points have been increased. You have gained some experience in practicing the Chaos Sword Cannon. The level of the Chaos Sword Cannon has been increased by 1 level. Duan Qingliu explained the Chaos Sword Cannon for more than an hour, and directly raised Song Jian's Chaos Sword Cannon to level 4. This was an improvement without using skill points, and he fully understood and mastered it, and could immediately exert the power of the level 4 Chaos Sword Cannon. Okay, that's all for today. You digest it first. After a while, I will explain the follow-up of the Chaos Sword Classic to you. Duan Qingliu nodded and said, Master, Chaos Sword Classic. I have already upgraded to level 4. Why haven't I comprehended the corresponding sword skills? Song Jian was a little puzzled. When the Chaos Sword Classic was upgraded to level 1, he had already comprehended the killer move Red Dust Tribulation. Now that it has been upgraded to level 4, why hasn't he comprehended the second killer move? Duan Qingliu smiled and said, Song Jian, do you know how many people in the Yujian sect have mastered the Chaos Sword Classic? Without waiting for Song Jian to answer, Duan Qingliu continued, there are a total of 38 people. Among these people, except for the first move, Red Dust Tribulation, which is almost the same, the other sword moves are all different. Different? Song Jian was shocked. Are they still practicing the Chaos Sword Cannon? Of course. Why not? Duan Qingliu smiled and said, do you know what the ultimate power of the Chaos Sword Cannon is? It is the Chaos Law. If you practice it to the limit, you can master the Chaos Law and become a god-level strongman. Unfortunately, because of the existence of the Seal Curse, no one has practiced to this level so far. Chaos Law. Song Jian showed an unbelievable look in his eyes. The power of the law and the skills are completely two realms. The Chaos Sword Cannon can actually cultivate the power of the law. It is simply unimaginable. The Chaos Law is a law that transcends all other laws. It is more profound than the Space Law and the Time Law. It is one of the supreme laws of the universe. Duan Qingliu said with a smile. One of the supreme laws? Song Jian felt that he seemed to have come into contact with something amazing. Well, with your strength. It's too early to say these things now. As long as you practice the Chaos Sword Classic well and integrate your understanding and perception into it, you will soon be able to master the second sword move. Duan Xingliu glanced at Song Jian and smiled. Song Jian nodded and did not continue to ask. Not to mention the Supreme Law. He did not even fully master the current time law. Talking about other things now is just empty talk. I still have the law of power. And I also control the Pajou fruit tree in the fragment universe. When the time comes, there will be many laws of power for me to choose from. Song Jian thought to himself, is the Pajou fruit tree that can produce law fragments also a supreme law? If so, maybe in the future, I can master 2 supreme laws. Haha. No. The tree of life. The tree of life connects many universes. Such an existence must also contain supreme laws. If so, in the future I may be able to master 3 supreme laws. By the way, you have collected 6 pieces of the Sword Immortal set, which is amazing. The remaining 2 pieces, I will give them to you as a gift. Duan Xingliu smiled, took out 2 pieces of equipment from his arms, and handed them to Song Jian. Give it to me? Song Jian was stunned. He was about to leave the sword control sect. The next thing he had to do was to collect all the Sword Immortal sets. Although he was already level 150 and reached the peak of the legendary realm, the level 120 Sword Immortal set was still the best equipment for him. Looking at the 2 pieces of equipment in Duan Xingliu's hand, Song Jian knew that this was a benefit after he accepted the task. If he had chosen to refuse before, Duan Xingliu would not have been able to explain the Chaos Sword Classic to him. Moreover, he would never be able to find these 2 pieces of equipment, and he would never be able to collect all the Sword Immortal sets. Thank you, Master. Song Jian respectfully performed the salute, then took the 2 pieces of equipment with both hands. After wearing them, a dazzling purple gold light burst out from him, and all 8 pieces of equipment on his body emitted light. This light was almost connected as one, shining for 10 seconds before slowly calming down. Under Song Jian's settings, it returned to its plain and simple appearance. The 8-piece Sword Immortal set has greatly improved Song Jian's strength. The damage of his sword skills has increased by 500%. Now, with a casual sword strike, he can exert the power of other people's special moves. Such an existence is simply a real enemy of 10,000 people, or 1,000,000 people. With my current strength, I may be able to destroy a city by myself. Of course, I can only destroy small cities of the 2nd or 3rd level. It is still difficult for me to destroy a 5th level city. Song Jian looked at his hands, felt the surging power flowing in his body, and showed a confident smile on his face. City of Hope. City Lord's Mansion. Conference Hall. A dozen high-level officials of the City of Hope sat at the conference table, all with solemn expressions on their faces. Deputy City Lord. Can't we contact the City Lord now? A strong man in armor frowned and tapped the conference table with his fingers, and asked loudly, We can't contact him for the time being. He should still be in the dungeon or in a secret realm. Wang Qi also frowned and shook his head. Is there no special way to contact him? Luo Tianyu next to him couldn't help asking, We can't make the decision on such a big matter. We must have the City Lord come back. You want to make the decision, but without the City Lord's seal. Can you make the decision? A thin middle-aged man next to him pinched his beard and sneered. Damn it. Those cities have been developed for hundreds of years, and some have even been developed for thousands of years. How can we, a newly promoted city, fight against them without any foundation? An administrator showed a look of resentment on his face, and pounded the conference table fiercely and shouted, The day after tomorrow is the final deadline. Otherwise, they will attack us. What should we do? A young man sitting in the corner kept looking at the faces of others and whispered, Otherwise, we will agree first, and wait for the City Lord to come back. Anyway, without the City Lord's seal, it doesn't matter if we verbally agree. It's just a delay. No. Once we agree, they will ask us to open our garrison and sign an unequal trade treaty. Then, they will exploit us completely. Even if the City Lord comes back, what can we do? Everyone was talking about it. Wang Qi's forehead was full of sweat. He was good at handling internal affairs, but he didn't dare to make the final decision on such a major decision. At worst, we will fight to the death. Even if they kill us, they will be splashed with blood. Luo Tianyu stood up, slammed his fist on the table. and shouted loudly. Chapter 1531 Under the City. Compared with other cities, the City of Hope was established very recently, and its foundation and sense of belonging are much weaker. Hearing that Luo Tianyu wanted to fight to the death, some people agreed, some were disdainful, and some even sneered at the side. Wang Qi sighed, waved his hand and said, "Let's wait until the city lord comes back before making a decision. If it doesn't work, then temporarily join this so-called city alliance. But we can slowly discuss the specific terms." Song Jian was not there, and Wang Qi, as the deputy city lord, had the final decision-making power. Hearing him say this, Luo Qianyu's eyes showed obvious disappointment. Delay as long as possible. Wang Qi sighed. Soon, 3 days were up. On this day, more than 10 legendary realm masters were rushing towards the City of Hope. They were all representatives of the City Alliance, including the City of Anthem, the City of Sin, and nearby large cities. Before these city representatives arrived, many NPC masters had already appeared in the City of Hope. Looking at these people, the people in the City of Hope standing on a tall building all looked very unhappy. Humph! I really didn't know that the City of Hope was so attractive. Luo Tianyu snorted coldly. They are just a group of hyenas. They came here naturally when they smelled blood. Humph! Do you really think that Hope City is weak? Do you all want to get a piece of the pie? Also, look over there. A group of players with level 3 combat power have also come here. This group of people is simply Hope City is the first player to build a level 5 city. Are they here to take advantage of us? Humph! If they came to help us, they would have contacted us long ago. Now they are standing so far away, obviously wanting to take advantage. This group of people is more hateful than those hyenas. Have all the people in the city been evacuated? Wang Qi asked softly. He was in a heavy mood at this time. When Song Jian was still there, he didn't have such great pressure. In the past few months, Song Jian seemed to have disappeared. The City Alliance was forcing them everywhere and blocking their business. If they didn't make a decision, Hope City's economy would soon go bankrupt. Joining the Alliance was just a helpless move. Haven't we decided to join the City Alliance? Why do we need to evacuate the people in the city? Someone asked curiously. It's just a gesture. If their demands are too harsh, we will fight to the death. Hey, Legendary Realm. It would be great if someone of ours could reach the Legendary Realm. Which of their big cities doesn't have a Legendary Realm in charge? Some of them even have demigod level masters. Background: Legendary Realm is the foundation of a city. The City of Hope was established too late, and it didn't give us any chance to develop. If we were given a few hundred years, let alone a few hundred years, in another 10 years, there would definitely be Legendary Realm Masters in the City of Hope. Many players in the City of Hope have now entered the 3rd level combat power. But they have only just entered it. In the 3rd level combat power, they are just average and cannot fight across levels. In fact, there are players who have entered the 3rd level combat power, but the highest level is only around level 100. After level 100, each level requires a huge amount of combat experience. Even if you use purple crystals to upgrade, you need hundreds of purple crystals, which is not something that players can afford at this stage. At this time, a commotion was heard, and a golden arc was drawn in the sky. A middle-aged man in golden armor directly broke through the protective black fog around the City of Hope and landed in the square in the center of the city. The Legendary Realm warriors were extremely fast, and the light shield defense was like a layer of paper to them, and it had no defensive effect at all. This is the guardian of Etion City, the Golden Knight Monty. Etion City is more than 3,000 kilometers away from the City of Hope, and there is no trade with the City of Hope at all. How did he come so quickly? Humph! I'm afraid he wants to get a piece of the pie. Who says that only trade can bring benefits? Now the City of Hope is a piece of fat meat, and everyone who comes wants to cut a big piece. Monty stood in the square holding a 2-meter-long knight's gun, his eyes sweeping across the people around him. Soon, more strong men appeared one by one, shining with light, and legendary strongmen gathered from all directions. The deputy city lord of the City of Sin is here too, the high priest of Sunshine City, and the saint. Hey, that saint is really beautiful, just like the people in the painting. The high priest of Crack Bear City. What's going on? Even the orcs have appeared. Are they also members of the City Alliance? The druids of the Dark Tide. The resources in the Dark Forest are not enough for them to take. The City of Hope is just an ant compared to the entire Dark Forest. How can they take it seriously? Every legendary realm expert was shining with light, and his aura was surging. Like an abyss. The people around him retreated one after another. The oppression was too strong. The bodies of ordinary players could not bear it at all. Some people even began to lose blood. These big cities are too much. Players have finally built a city. And they want to rob it. It's simply the behavior of robbers and bullies. Some players were dissatisfied with the oppression of these big cities, and couldn't help saying, "There is no way." The City of Hope is the only level 5 city among the players. The first bird to stick out will be shot. Look at the second and third level cities around. Do these big cities pay attention? I heard that the mayor of the City of Hope is also very powerful. Why don't you resist? Are you talking about Song Jian? He is indeed strong. But he is only strong among players. Compared with those NPCs, who have practiced for decades or hundreds of years, he is still a little inferior. But if he is given a few more years, he may be able to reach their level. After all, the speed of players upgrading is still very fast. Song Jian is no longer ranked on the level honor list. I wonder if he is dead. Even if he is not dead, his level cannot be too high. After level 100, each level requires hundreds of millions of combat experience. I feel desperate when I see it. I have no motivation to upgrade now. A group of spectators were all amazed. It was the first time they saw so many legendary masters. You know, legendary masters are equivalent to king-level masters among bosses. Many players have never even seen what a king-level boss looks like. Boom! A holy beam of light descended from the sky, illuminating the entire central square. The Church of Light is here. It is the Church of Light in the City of Holy Light. I heard that the God of Light is real and often shows miracles. Countless people stood up and looked at the beam of light. Even the legendary masters, who had already arrived, turned their heads to look at the beam of light. Chapter 1532, Snatch. The Church of Light. The God of Light. Isn't that the same as the church in the real world? Do you think there are angels? Hey, there are angels in the Church of Light in the Holy Light City. Some people have come into contact with them while doing missions. Really? Then do you think the angels are male or female? Are they pretty? A group of spectators suddenly became excited and looked towards the beam of light. At this time, the light around the beam of light was almost solid, and the milky white halos spread out, so it was impossible to see who was inside. After a long time, the light gradually dimmed, revealing the person inside. Angels? They are really angels. Luo Tianyu exclaimed. You know, there were angels in the City of Hope before, but they were angels in a floating sky city, which was very different from the angels of the Church of Light. Not only Luo Tianyu, but many other people also exclaimed. After all, many players have never seen an angel. This is a real angel. The ones we saw before seemed too miserable. Someone in the City of Hope whispered. The angel in front of him was emitting divine light, and the white wings behind him seemed to be carved from jade. His face was also much more handsome. He was wearing a silver shining close-fitting armor, and holding a long sword burning with flames. As soon as he appeared, he shocked everyone. My name is Yana, and I am the saint of the Church of Light, the angel said, using the language of God, which sounded like a hymn. Although most people did not understand the language of God, once the angel spoke, the meaning it expressed naturally made everyone understand the meaning. Saint. Is the saint of the Church of Light here too? Who does it represent? The Church of Light or the City of Holy Light? Someone whispered. Isn't there a church in the City of Hope? Why can't I see any? Hey, they are all birds of a feather. Do you really think that the churches in the City of Hope will help the City of Hope? You are so naive. Humph. That's right. Anyway, they will get the benefits when the time comes. They just need to stand aside and watch the show. Why not? Wang Qi's face became more and more ugly. In fact, after receiving the ultimatum from the City Alliance, he immediately contacted several churches in the city. But none of them were willing to help the City of Hope. When the City Lord comes back, all of you churches will be wiped out one by one. Wang Qi looked at the church area that occupied a large area in the distance, and said fiercely in his heart, the City of Hope is built on the ancient city of Madogo City. It should be under the jurisdiction of the City Alliance. All resources in the city belong to the City Alliance. Wow! The players around were in an uproar. This was no longer a forced request to join the Alliance, but a naked robbery. The people of the City of Hope were even more livid, and their last glimmer of hope was shattered. Damn it. What should we do? Someone gritted his teeth. The original plan to temporarily join the alliance, and then delay for a while, was directly shattered. Just as they guessed. The other party did not want to invite them to join the city alliance, but wanted to rob this level 5 city. Impossible. Luo Tianyu jumped out directly, his red armor shining, and the Fang Tian Huoji in his hand was shining with cold light. Seeing Luo Tianyu, the players on the side cheered. As a player of the warrior profession, Luo Tianyu has many fans, and some have even joined Luo Tianyu's team to fight together. Saint Yana looked at Luo Tianyu with a frown. As soon as she opened her mouth, someone objected, obviously trying to embarrass her. Boom! Yana raised the flaming long sword in her hand and slashed at Luo Tianyu fiercely. A hot sword energy left a charred mark on the ground and rushed towards Luo Tianyu. Huh? With her wings spread, Yana soared into the sky, raised the flaming long sword in her hand, and slashed in the direction of Luo Tianyu. Suddenly, a white sword beam of more than 10 feet long descended from the sky, covering Luo Tianyu and the surrounding high-level officials of the City of Hope, as if he wanted to chop them all to death with one sword. Kill! Luo Tianyu did not flinch, and with a low shout, he stomped his feet hard and flew into the air. His red armor shone brightly in the sun, like a phoenix. The white sword beam in the sky quickly condensed into a cross-shaped lightsaber, which was like a divine weapon and could split a mountain in half. Its power was so great that only Luo Tianyu, who was at the 3rd level of combat power, could resist it, facing the sword that could cut through the sky and destroy the earth. The high-level officials of the City of Hope changed their faces and dodged to the side, looking very embarrassed. Only Luo Tianyu, waving his halberd, rushed towards the cross lightsaber. Boom! A thunderous roar sounded over the City of Hope, and countless lightning flashed on Luo Tianyu's halberd, colliding fiercely with the cross lightsaber. Countless energy and lightning swept the entire square, destroying all the buildings on the square, cracking the floor, smashing the trees, and cutting off 3 inches of the entire ground. Some houses and buildings around were even more affected and collapsed. Smoke and dust were released, and sand and rocks flew everywhere for a while, as if a 12-level typhoon had blown, and people couldn't open their eyes. Puff! Luo Tianyu spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was as pale as snow. She lay on the ground, trying to struggle to stand up, but she couldn't move at all. This blow actually directly hit her to a low health and entered a near-death state. Life resurrection. A little girl's voice sounded, and the emerald green light enveloped Luo Tianyu, directly raising her already bottomed-out blood value, and at the same time removing all injuries. Luo Tianyu struggled to stand up, picked up the war halberd and looked back. Sure enough, it was Liqueur as he guessed. At this time, Liqueur was wearing a cloth armor, shining with dark golden light, and several pieces of equipment shining with purple-red light. She held a small crossbow in her hand, and a translucent shadow of a fierce bird hovered above her head, looking like it was about to pounce at any time. Thank you. Kur. Luo Tianyu nodded and turned to look at Yana. The angel was unharmed, and even the dust he raised could not get close to her. He was blocked 3 feet away. Legendary strongmen all have the power of the domain. We are not their opponents at all. Wang Qi looked ugly and whispered, "Fight to the death." Huh? We don't even have the qualifications to fight them to the death. Tianyu, give up. Luo Tianyu showed a humiliated look on his face, bit his silver teeth secretly, and a trace of blood slowly seeped from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 1533 Return. The gap is too big. Although Luo Tianyu is a general, good at using sword formations, and leading thousands of NPC warriors on the battlefield, Luo Tianyu's own strength is also very strong. After all, a general is the courage of the soldiers. If Luo Tianyu himself is not strong, he will not be able to lead so many NPC soldiers. The 3rd level combat power is considered to be a relatively strong existence among players, but in front of the legendary realm, it is not even qualified to be an opponent. The opponent did not even use the power of the domain to defeat Luo Tianyu. If the power of the domain is used, Luo Tianyu may not be able to get within 10 meters of the opponent. The legendary realm is too strong. He has not yet used the power of the domain. Once he uses the power of the domain, he can even fight against thousands of troops alone. Only the legendary realm can deal with the legendary realm. A player who was watching the fun couldn't help but sigh. Even if the city lord comes back, there is no way to deal with so many legendary realms. Several years of hard work will be destroyed in an instant. If I were the city lord, I would fight to the death and destroy the City of Hope directly. And I would not hand it over to the so-called City Alliance. Humph. The City Alliance only values the city's resources. As long as you surrender, you can at least retain your position as the lord of a city. Everyone was talking about it. The faces of the top leaders of the City of Hope were livid. And Wang Qi was sweating. He didn't want Song Jian to see that the City of Hope had changed hands after he came back. But he had no choice now. Hand over the City Lord's seal, and I will let you go. Saint Yana took a step forward and shouted loudly, otherwise, even if you are favored by God, you will die on the spot today. Boom. As soon as Saint Yana finished speaking, all the legendary realm masters released their domain power at the same time. And the pressure in the area of several thousand meters in radius increased several times, almost covering 1/3 of the area of the City of Hope. Puff. Many players were careless and spit out blood directly, with fear in their eyes. The high-level people in the City of Hope all looked at Wang Qi. Wang Qi frowned. His eyes were a little erratic, and after hesitating for a moment, he stepped forward and shouted loudly, "The City Lord is out." And the City Lord's seal was taken away by him. "Then you are useless. Die!" Saint Yana showed a trace of contempt in her eyes, and waved her sword towards the sky. This time, bursts of him sounded in the void, and half of the sky shone with milky white light. A phantom of the statue of the Saint Goddess appeared in the sky, with a compassionate look on her face, looking towards the City of Hope. The phantom of the statue of the Saint Goddess slowly opened her palm and pressed down towards the City of Hope. Suddenly, the area within a radius of hundreds of meters was covered by shadows, covering all the high-level officials of the City of Hope. For a time, the City of Hope fell into a desperate situation. They are going to destroy the City of Hope. Why is this happening? What is the value of the City of Hope? Why are so many powerful people coming here? What do they want to get? The City of Hope is just a newly emerged level 5 city, and all the legendary realm powerhouses present not only represent many cities, but also many religions and major forces. Previously, Wang Qi and others thought that the City Alliance was only interested in the commercial value of the City of Hope. But now it seems that there is something they don't know that has been discovered by these people. What do you want to get? Wang Qi shouted desperately in the shadows. Ants don't deserve to know. Saint Yana snorted. Saint, we agreed before that we would try to keep the City of Hope intact. A legendary realm expert suddenly spoke. Yes, Saint, we can kill these people, but the city cannot be destroyed. This is the content of our previous agreement. Another legendary realm expert also spoke. Several other legendary realm experts also nodded. They were all representatives of the City Alliance and hoped to receive an intact city. After all, a level 5 city would require a large amount of Doomsday coins for infrastructure construction alone. A mocking look appeared on Yana's lips, but she still slightly restrained her divine power. The goddess's palm, which originally covered a range of hundreds of meters, immediately shrank to a range of more than 10 meters. At this moment, suddenly a gray sword light, like a long rainbow, pierced from a distance, instantly splitting the shadow of the goddess's palm. And at the same time, the sword energy directly pierced into the saint's chest and penetrated directly. Many legendary realm powerhouses were shocked and looked up, looking for the source of the sword light. Only the legendary realm can hurt the legendary realm. This attack was extremely far away, extremely fast, and powerful. With just one sword, the saint of the Church of Light was seriously injured. In the void, the shadow of the goddess statue also disintegrated directly because of the loss of divine power, turning into milky white light fragments all over the sky, falling towards the ground. In the sky, a black-haired boy, wearing a black clothes-fitting battle armor, stepped on a flying sword, waved his right hand, and the sky-breaking sword flew into his palm. Standing in the void, Song Jian, the City Lord. The City Lord is back. Seeing this young man, Wang Qi and others shouted excitedly, and the surrounding players also recognized this person and suddenly became noisy. As the City Lord of the City of Hope, Song Jian is well known in the City of Hope. Many legendary masters also frowned and stared, feeling the breath emanating from Song Jian, and were shocked in their hearts. Legendary peak. How is this possible? A year ago, he had just entered the 3rd level of combat power. In just 1 year, he was able to reach the peak of the 3rd level of combat power, which was already very fast. not to mention the peak of the legendary realm. It was impossible for him to even enter the legendary realm. How did he do it? Damn. This is troublesome. With the power of his previous sword, I'm afraid that without 5 or 6 legendary masters, it would be impossible to fight him. If we want to kill him, we must be prepared to lose at least 2 or 3 people. It depends on the saint. If it can't defeat the opponent, we can only give up. It's too troublesome to be an enemy of a legendary peak master. Song Jian walked towards the saint step by step under the horrified eyes of the crowd. Even without using the flying sword, he could fly in the air now. Are you the one who wants to destroy my city of hope? Song Jian asked with a blank expression, staring at Saint Yana. At this time, a milky white light bloomed from Saint Yana's chest, trying to heal the wound. But no matter how strong the holy light was, it was swallowed by the gray sword energy lingering around the wound, and the wound could not heal at all. Song Jian. The saint frowned and glared. She dared to invade the city of hope, so she was naturally prepared in advance. She knew that the man in front of her was Song Jian, the lord of the city of hope. Song Jian, even if you reach the peak of the legendary realm, you can't save the city of hope. Our holy church is God's. Saint Yana shouted angrily. Chapter 1534 God's Fall. Song Jian, aren't you afraid that the God of Light will come and kill you? Saint Yana covered her chest, fearful and angry. Song Jian smiled and walked towards Saint Yana step by step. The other legendary realm masters did not step forward, but tacitly stepped back and made room. It seemed that they did not want to intervene in the conflict between Song Jian and Yana. We just want the City of Hope to join the City Alliance, not to destroy the city, a legendary realm master said. He was a deputy city lord, and his strength was only in the middle stage of the legendary realm. Looking at Song Jian, his eyes were full of fear. Monty, the guardian of Intian City, also restrained his breath and retreated. He could feel the strong aura emanating from Song Jian. If it was a one-on-one fight, he might not be Song Jian's opponent. If you want to destroy the City of Hope, step over my body. Song Jian showed a sneer on his face and swung his sword towards Saint Yana. Light field. Open! Saint Yana roared. And suddenly a milky white halo bloomed from her body, spreading in all directions, instantly covering an area of hundreds of meters. All those who were covered by the light field felt as if they had entered a swamp, and their movement speed was greatly reduced. The movement speed of some players was even reduced by 80%. This terrifying weakening made everyone tremble with fear. Not only did the movement speed decrease, but the light resistance was also weakened by 50%. And the light attribute damage was increased by 30%. Such a powerful domain made the other masters frown. Almost all the legendary masters of the Church of Light have comprehended the field of light. But the power of the field is divided into strong and weak. The weakening attribute of the field is too strong, and it has divine power bonus. It is difficult for ordinary field power to compete with it. A legendary master said. It's good to take shelter under the big tree. The difficulty of them comprehending the power of the field is much lower than that of ordinary people. It is said that there are hundreds of legendary masters in the Church of Light, and there are more than a dozen peak masters. Some have even begun to comprehend the law of light. The power of the domain is easy to master, but the power of the law is different. As long as the God of Light exists, these priests and saints may never be able to comprehend the power of the law in their lifetime. If they want to exert the power of demigods, they can only pray for the blessing of the God of Light. Such strong people, no matter how many there are useless. Hey, look! Song Jian is in the domain of light, and he seems to be unaffected at all. What domain did he comprehend that makes him so powerful? Someone's eyes lit up and whispered to the front. He should have released the power of the domain. Otherwise, it would not be so easy. But we can't see what domain power he exerted. Someone shook his head and said. At this time, Song Jian had already used the time domain. The transparent domain power slowly eroded Saint Yana's light domain. The speed was not fast, but very determined. Soon, the time domain had eroded most of the light domain power. Saint Yana could only maintain a light domain range of more than 20 meters. It would not be long before Song Jian's domain power would completely cover her. You? What domain power do you control? Yana's face changed drastically, and she had already thought of retreating. You invaded my city and hurt my people. You deserve to die. Song Jian stared at Yana and shouted in a low voice. The sky-breaking sword swung forward, and a sharp sword energy broke through Yana's domain power. Like a white silk, flying towards her, Yana wielded the flaming sword across her chest, and the holy power of light surged into the sword. The flames burning on the surface suddenly rose to a height of more than 1 foot. Clang! A crisp collision sound was heard, and Yana felt a strong force coming from the sword. Her wrist ached, and the flaming sword was swung away. She almost dropped the sword. Is it possible? Why is his power so strong? Yana showed an incredible look in her eyes. Even if the opponent was at the peak of the legendary realm, it was impossible for him to have such a strong power. Could it be that the opponent's domain power had a power-added effect? At this moment, Song Jian's time domain had completely eroded Yana's light domain, covering Yana. God of light, I pray to you devoutly. Saint Yana began to pray silently in her heart, preparing to cast a divine spell, but found that the skill that originally required 15 seconds to chant was delayed to 3 minutes, and the cooling time was more than doubled. How is it possible? Could it be that the other party controls the time domain? Yana was shocked and immediately gave up praying, turned around and flew into the air, ready to escape. Song Jian showed a look of disappointment in his eyes, snorted coldly, tapped his feet lightly, and his figure flew into the air. Red dust tribulation. Kill! With a light shout, Song Jian's figure disappeared, and countless gray sword beams flashed in the void. These sword beams were like stars, and instantly appeared around Saint Yana's body. Swish, swish, swish. Yana felt that she had been locked, and the surrounding space seemed to have been closed. No, not closed, but cut. If I continue to escape, I will be cut by the gap in space. Yana thought to herself, and immediately stopped and fell to the ground. Swish, swish. A gray shoulder flashed across Yana's shoulder. Blood splattered, and the deep scars that could be seen to the bone gushed out blood, which made Yana tremble in her heart. My holy power defense is actually useless, Yana said in shock. Song Jian, don't kill me. I surrender. The City of Hope hides a big secret. As long as you let me go, I will tell you. Yana screamed. She felt the sickle of the god of death touching her neck. Maybe the next moment, she will be embraced by death. Puff. An arrow pierced through Yana's head from behind, and passed through the front of her forehead effortlessly. This attack actually triggered the effect of the innate skill Holy Sword. A crack also appeared on Yana's neck. The crack became larger and larger. Finally, Yana's head separated from her body and rolled into the dust. A moment later, a headless corpse fell from the air and fell heavily into the dust. Song Jian's figure emerged and slowly fell to the ground. At this time, he was already at the peak of the legendary realm. He would no longer be backlashed when he used the Chaos Sword Classic, and could use it like an ordinary sword move. At this moment, Song Jian unexpectedly received a system prompt. System, you killed the Saint of the Church of Light. Your Chaos Sword code has reached level 4, meeting the requirements, and you have comprehended the second move of the Chaos Sword code. Godfall. Song Jian was delighted. He didn't expect that he would comprehend a sword skill of the Chaos Sword code just by killing a saint. And the name showed that this move was extremely powerful. I really want to try the power of this move. Song Jian turned around and looked at other legendary realm masters without even looking at the body of Saint Yana. Chapter 1535 Killing. Killing the Saint of the Church of Light. He comprehended the second move of the Chaos Sword Cannon, which was a pleasant surprise for Song Jian. However, naturally, the relationship between Song Jian and the Church of Light also declined a lot, and it has declined to indifference, and it is only half a step away from hostility. Song Jian, do you know what you did? A legendary realm powerhouse said angrily. She is the Saint of the Church of Light. Do you want to provoke a holy war? Aren't you afraid that the God of Light will come and punish you personally? What a joke. You are going to raze my city to the ground, and I can't fight back? Song Jian looked at a group of legendary realm powerhouses with contempt, and several of them avoided his eyes immediately. These people all had business dealings with the City of Hope, and had met Song Jian once. Who else? Song Jian looked at the dozen legendary realm masters with a cold face. Not afraid at all? Lord Song, we are here just to discuss the matter of Hope City joining the City Alliance. Please don't misunderstand. Etion City Guardian Mani smiled, and waved his hands to explain. Do we need to send out a dozen legendary realm masters to join the City Alliance? Song Jian sneered. Since you are here, don't even think about going back. Joining the City Alliance is just a business behavior. It is impossible to let the guardian of a city come to negotiate. Every legendary realm master is the foundation of the city, and they will never leave the city at will. After hearing Song Jian's words, the faces of more than a dozen legendary realm masters suddenly changed. Humph. Arrogant! A legendary realm high-level master snorted coldly, and clenched the long sword in his hand. Lord Song, although you are at the peak of the legendary realm, we now have more than a dozen legendary realm masters. When we join forces, no matter how high the grade of your domain power is, you can't suppress us. Why don't both sides take a step back and have a good discussion? What do you think? A white-haired old man smiled. Song Jian snorted coldly and rushed towards these people. Before he got close, Song Jian's figure disappeared, and countless gray sword beams flashed in the void. The calamity of the mortal world. The calamity and killing come together, and everything ends. Before seeing the Saint girl face this move, she had almost no power to fight back. And these legendary realm masters didn't take it seriously. When they experienced the calamity of the mortal world in person, they felt the heavy pressure. Heavy attack field. Open. Speed field. Open. Killing field. Open. This lunatic. All the legendary realm masters cursed fiercely in their hearts, and then exerted all the power of their own fields. In an instant, all the fields merged into one, resisting Song Jian's forward steps. However, facing the red dust tribulation, everything they did was in vain, and they could not stop the gray sword light at all. Kill! In the sword light, Song Jian's figure suddenly appeared, wielding the sky-breaking sword and slashing at Monty, the guardian of Intian City. Dang! Monty's knight's lance and the sky-breaking sword collided fiercely, and with just one blow, Monty's weapon was cut off. The dazzling sword light exploded inch by inch, and Monty's armor shattered directly. A wound more than a foot long appeared on his shoulder, and blood continued to spurt out. Just as Monty was about to counterattack, Song Jian's figure disappeared again, and countless gray sword lights flashed around Monty. Swish, swish, swish. Sword beams slashed at Monty, and 7 or 8 defensive beams flashed on Monty. But they were useless. Monty felt the threat of death, screamed, and jumped up, trying to escape. Just after flying a few meters, he was slashed on the head by a gray sword beam, slashing a sword mark from the center of his eyebrows, along the center of his eyebrows, across the bridge of his nose, and directly split his head in two. Help! Monty's consciousness fell into darkness in an instant. His body stagnated in midair, and then fell down. In just a few seconds, he killed a legendary strongman. Song Jian's strength made everyone tremble. Go all out. Otherwise, we'll all die here, growled the orc high priest of Crack Bear City. At this moment, his heart was filled with regret. Crack Bear City was more than 3,000 kilometers away from the City of Hope, so there would be no conflict of interest at all. However, for the sake of the legendary ruins, the orc high priest could not resist the temptation and came from afar. He never thought that he would be in danger of falling here. Its opening seemed to attract Song Jian's attention. With a flash of his figure, Song Jian appeared in front of it. Roar. With a low roar, the orc high priest looked ferocious, and a black aura emanated from his body, which was so thick that it was about to condense into substance. His body began to tremble violently, slowly expanding, and thick hair kept coming out of the pores of his skin. In an instant, the orc high priest turned into a huge black bear over 3 meters tall. Under the thick hair, muscles bulged, full of destructive power. Boom! With a loud bang, the orc high priest stepped down and directly crushed the floor under his feet into pieces. The staff in his hand also turned into a pair of gloves, wrapped around his 2 huge front paws. Seeing Song Jian rushing towards him, the orc high priest roared, opened his mouth wide, and pounced on Song Jian. The saliva in his mouth flew with the wind. Looking extremely fierce, wild rage, the orc high priest roared, and the power of the domain was fully unfolded. The scarlet light tightly wrapped his whole body together. Kill! Song Jian didn't waste any words, and swung his sword towards it. The gray sword light flashed, and he slashed dozens of swords in an instant, leaving a deep mark on the orc high priest's gloves. Clang! The orc high priest's left hand glove flashed with golden light, and it broke into 2 pieces and fell down. A deep sword mark appeared on the wrist, and blood gushed out continuously. The injured orc priest did not retreat but advanced, and actually landed on all fours and rushed towards Song Jian. Song Jian's figure disappeared again. This time, the orc priest ran into more than 10 gray sword lights. Suddenly, there were more than 10 wounds on his body. Blood gushed out, and the orc priest seemed to fall into madness under the severe pain. His body grew bigger, and he suddenly flew into the air, and then fell heavily to the ground. Boom! A strong energy gushed out from his limbs, and the ground also shook like waves. The floor crashed and shattered, revealing the mud underneath. Ravines spread in all directions, and the energy and the chaotic sword light collided with each other, and the energy continued to cancel each other out. For a while, within a radius of dozens of meters, the rumbling sound was endless, and the power was amazing. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly appeared behind the orc priest, and with a light wave of the sky-breaking sword in his hand, he quickly slashed across its neck. A golden light flashed, and the orc priest's body trembled. A huge head rolled to the ground, and his body collapsed. The energy disappeared, and the dust fell to the ground. A huge bear corpse lay on the ground, 5 or 6 meters away from the corpse. A ferocious bear head fell diagonally on the ground, and a pair of bloodshot eyes were full of confusion. Chapter 1536 God's Descent. Looking at the corpse of the orc priest, everyone was terrified. The death of a legendary master completely overturned everyone's imagination. It's not that the legendary masters will not die, but it's really rare for them to die so quickly like this. Unless there is a war like the ancient war. The legendary masters are already the top existences in the game world, and it's difficult for them to die under normal circumstances. But now, 2 legendary masters have died in succession, which makes others feel the threat of death and understand that they, who are usually high and mighty, can also fall. Song Jian, we can. A legendary realm expert shouted loudly. But the gray sword light flashed, and was approaching him quickly. He couldn't say a word, and could only try his best to resist and dodge. Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of gray sword lights enveloped all the legendary realm experts. The domain power of these legendary realm experts had no effect on the gray sword light, and could easily break through their domain power. Moreover, the damage caused by the gray sword light seemed to be real damage. Defense in front of them was useless. The most important thing was that Song Jian's attributes also had a strong bonus effect on the gray sword light. Each strike could burst out a critical hit and serious injury effect. In addition, the Chaos Sword Classic was a unique attribute of the legendary level technique. So these legendary realm experts had no ability to resist the red dust tribulation. Kill! 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 Song Jian seemed very crazy. If he didn't kill them all this time, this kind of thing would happen again for the second time, the third time, and so on. Although the red dust tribulation was powerful, it also had a duration. After 30 seconds, the gray chaotic sword light slowly dissipated, and Song Jian's figure emerged. Standing proudly in the void, Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords Art. Chanting softly, countless spirit swords appeared densely around Song Jian's body. These spirit swords flew towards those legendary masters like swimming fish. This scene not only shocked the onlookers, but also the legendary masters who were the enemy targets, and felt a little shocked. He is going to catch us all in one fell swoop. Does he want to leave us all here? How arrogant! A legendary realm expert laughed in anger. Even if Song Jian is a legendary realm peak expert, there are so many of them, and 2 of them are also legendary realm peak experts, with the same strength as Song Jian. How could Song Jian kill them all? Kill! Surround and kill him! As long as he is killed, the City of Hope and the ruins below it will all be ours. A legendary realm expert roared and rushed towards Song Jian first. However, he rushed the fastest and retreated the fastest. When he moved, it seemed to affect something. All the spirit swords rushed towards him like sharks that smelled blood. In an instant, hundreds of spirit swords surrounded him. Although they were not as irresistible as the chaotic sword energy, the spirit swords also had extremely high damage. A series of extremely high damage emerged from his head, which frightened him. Save me! With a cry of surprise, the legendary master retreated again and again. But the spirit swords pressed forward step by step, and soon all the legendary masters were covered. One by one, the spirit swords turned into red lotus leaves, wrapping everyone up. Countless sword energies emerged. Song Jian sneered, and with a thought, a part of the spirit sword separated and merged into one. A low lion roar sounded, And Song Jian raised his hand and pointed at the light ball. And a chaotic sword energy merged into it. After a while, a golden holy lion emitting dark golden light jumped out of the light ball and pounced towards the red lotus sword formation. Soon, the golden holy lion merged into the red lotus sword formation. Song Jian's face turned pale. His body trembled slightly, and a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. Although the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword formation was powerful, it was still a bit too much to kill 7 or 8 legendary realm powerhouses. However, with the addition of the Golden Holy Lion's Demon Binding Seal, none of these legendary realm powerhouses would be able to break out of the formation. A crazy roar sounded from the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword formation. It can be seen that a series of damage numbers floated up from the sword formation. Song Jian could see that the chi and blood values of those legendary realm powerhouses inside were falling rapidly at a crazy speed. After being promoted to the legendary realm and wearing the sword immortal suit, Song Jian's sword damage reached a terrifying level. There was no need to evolve the subsequent formation at all. Just a Red Lotus Sword formation could kill all these legendary realm powerhouses. However, Song Jian didn't want to waste it. With a thought, the Red Lotus Sword formation quickly evolved into a Sword Chi Stone Tower. The 9-layer stone tower opened layer by layer, sucking all the legendary realm powerhouses into it, and slowly began to devour them. Roar! The Golden Holy Lion stood on the top of the Sword Chi Stone Tower, suppressing the legendary realm powerhouses imprisoned in the stone tower. After a while, the auras of the legendary realm powerhouses were rapidly weakened, and finally became almost invisible. And the proficiency of the Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords Art also suddenly increased by a lot. All the onlookers were stunned. Some people who wanted to take advantage of the chaos even began to sneak away. Only the players of the City of Hope showed shocked and surprised expressions on their faces. City Lord Wang Qi and others were pleasantly surprised. At the last moment, Song Jian had indeed withstood all the pressure and killed all the intruders. However, at this moment, a milky white halo suddenly bloomed in the sky, which looked like a bright sun. A phantom of a statue with a height of 100 feet appeared in the sky. This phantom looked like a god. The 12 pairs of white wings behind him were shining like flowing light. A milky white holy halo behind his head hurt everyone's eyes. This is exactly the same as the statue of the God of Light in the temple. This is the God of Light descending to the mortal world. An NPC professional trembled all over, knelt down on the ground, and began to pray. The Temple of Light in the City of Hope also began to sing hymns, and circles of halos bloomed from the temple, reflecting the statue in the void. In an instant, a figure appeared at the feet of the statue, wearing a bright red robe and holding a scepter in his hand. After a while, the shadow of the statue began to shrink slowly and merged into the body of the figure in the bright red robe. God descended. Inexplicably, a word emerged in Song Jian's mind. The man standing in the void was Versailles, a red-robed high priest of the Church of Light. His body has now temporarily become a container for the consciousness of the God of Light. God said that sinners must be punished. Versailles, the red-robed high priest, chanted in a deep voice. As soon as the words fell, a huge cross-shaped lightsaber appeared in the sky and slashed towards Song Jian fiercely. Chapter 1537 Suppression. Looking at the huge cross lightsaber in the sky, Song Jian smiled. Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords Technique. With a thought, countless spirit swords soared into the air, condensed into a dazzling long sword in the air, and rushed towards the cross lightsaber. Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword. Song. A crisp metal collision sounded in the air, and the cross lightsaber broke from it. And the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword also turned into fragments and shattered in all directions. Gather! Song Jian shouted softly, and the fragments turned into spirit swords again, and condensed into a brand new Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword again, falling from the air and slashing towards the red-robed high priest standing in the void. How could it be so fast? A look of surprise appeared on the face of the red-robed high priest Versailles. Although he was only at the peak of the legendary realm at this time, he already possessed divine power because of the god's descent spell, which was completely comparable to the demigod-level strongmen. Such an existence could be said to be invincible in the current game world, and it was difficult to find an opponent. Great Disintegration Spell. Great Collapse Spell. Holy Judgment Spell. Versailles released 5 or 6 divine spells in one breath, because of the existence of the god's descent state. The release of these divine spells by Versailles was all instantaneous. and the power was increased by at least 30%. In the distance, in the Temple of Light in the City of Hope, a bishop looked at the battle in the distance with a gloomy face, as if a big stone was pressed on his heart. The reason why the Church of Light could spread in the City of Hope was all because of Song Jian. Without Song Jian's permission, there would be no church in the City of Hope. Moreover, the Church of Light has developed many believers over the years. Now the Church of Light has actually clashed with the City of Hope. Once the matter is over, no matter whether Song Jian wins or loses, the future of the church in the City of Hope will probably become difficult. It's a troubled time. The bishop sighed slightly. Seeing Versailles release several high-level divine arts in a row, the bishop's face also changed slightly. These divine arts are said to be inherited from the ancient church and improved by the current God of Light. They are so powerful that only high-level God of Light staff can perform them. The Great Disintegration can decompose any hard object into particles. And the Great Disintegration is the same, no matter how hard the object is. Even if it is legendary equipment, it will be directly shattered under the Great Disintegration. As for the Holy Judgment, it is an instant death spell. No matter how thick the blood value is, how high the defense is, it will die immediately if the judgment effect is triggered. The remaining few divine arts are also powerful. Any priest who masters one of them will immediately increase his strength. Now, Versailles has released 5 or 6 divine arts in one breath. With such power, even a demigod-level strongman will be at risk of falling. Song Jian did not dodge or evade. The scope of the time domain suddenly expanded to its maximum. Circles of invisible energy continued to ripple out. As soon as these magic arts touched the edge of Song Jian's time domain, they began to trigger one by one. Dazzling light bloomed with colorful divine light. After a moment, a huge black hole appeared hundreds of meters away from Song Jian. Even light could not escape. The time domain directly advanced the release time of all magic arts. And all magic arts exploded together, causing the space to collapse and forming a huge black hole. In an instant, all objects within a radius of dozens of meters were swallowed by the black hole. And even the soil underground quickly disappeared. After a moment, the black hole disappeared. And Song Jian had already swung his sword towards Versailles. How is it possible? Versailles was stunned. He had used 5 or 6 powerful magics in a row. But he didn't hurt Song Jian at all. Such an outcome was a bit unacceptable to Versailles. What domain power did you comprehend? Versailles couldn't help asking. Go ask your master after you die. Song Jian's mouth was cold, and his eyes were full of disdain. God descends, Versailles roared, and behind him, 12 pairs of white wings suddenly spread out, like flowing light, emitting dazzling brilliance. The second move of the Chaos Sword Cannon. God fall, Song Jian shouted softly, and the sky-breaking sword in his hand suddenly burst into dazzling brilliance. The sword light swept through the void, causing the space to tremble slightly. Cracks as fine as spider webs appeared in the void. The dazzling sword light seemed that even the space could not bear it. Versailles originally wanted to cast a divine spell again, but he felt a hint of the threat of death. He frowned slightly and paused the scepter in his hand towards the void. Soon, 12 pairs of white wings began to close up layer by layer, wrapping Versailles in the innermost part. Finally, these 12 pairs of wings condensed into a huge ball of light, floating in the void. Bang, 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 bang. Song Jian's sky-breaking sword flashed with sword light, slashing at the light ball one after another, and each sword aroused light dust all over the sky. Real damage. All real damage. A player with a 3rd level combat power was surprised and couldn't help shouting. You know, in the game world, the damage numbers of various attributes have their own colors. Physical damage, spell damage, curse damage, continuous damage, critical damage, etc. Each type of damage has a different color. So experienced players can judge the opponent's attributes based on the jumping damage numbers. At this time, the damage number jumping from the light ball was the color of real damage. Obviously, Song Jian's move of God Meteorite actually converted all the attack damage into real damage. The first, the second, the third. Sword beams appeared one after another. Soon, layers of wings shattered, and broken feathers floated all over the sky. After dozens of consecutive sword strikes, the light ball was finally split open, revealing Versailles with a shocked face inside. Impossible. Versailles had just finished speaking when the next sword beam directly split his bright red sacrificial robe and chopped him off. Swish, swish, swish. Versailles' body was covered with hideous scars. one of which even chopped off his right hand holding the scepter. Versailles felt severe pain all over his body, and wanted to cast a healing spell. The light healing spell of the Church of Light was always powerful. As long as there was a breath, the great healing spell could completely heal a person. Even the heaven-defying resurrection spell existed in the magic of the Church of Light. Great healing spell. Versailles gritted his teeth and cast a great healing spell on himself. Milky white light particles poured down from his head like a waterfall. However, what shocked him was that after the great healing spell, he did not recover any blood value. The moment the healing power touched the wound, it was swallowed up by a mysterious force and dissipated without a trace. No, it's impossible. Versailles was shocked. He felt like his faith was shattered. He was still in the state of divine descent at this time. The great healing technique he performed was not the divine technique performed by ordinary priests. The divine technique he performed was the same as that of the God of Light. If his great healing technique was ineffective in causing damage to Song Jian, then even if the God of Light came in person, the great healing technique he performed would most likely be ineffective. How could this be? Versailles' body was like a broken bag, being chopped by countless sword beams and flew backwards. When the sword beams dissipated and Versailles fell to the ground, he had become a corpse. With one move, even the red-robed high priest who performed the divine descent technique fell on the spot. In the square of the City of Hope, all the onlookers, whether they were NPC professionals or players, were stunned, feeling like they were in a dream. How could it be? In the distance, at the gate of the Church of the God of Light, the bishop in a white robe felt dizzy and could not help but take 2 steps back and grabbed a priest next to him. Every bishop of the Church of the God of Light has the same status as the red-robed high priest. If there is a new place that needs a bishop, a red-robed high priest will be selected from the Temple of Light to be sent down. However, the red-robed high priest, who could perform the art of divine descent, was obviously different from other high priests, and his status was half a level higher than that of ordinary red-robed high priests. But such a red-robed high priest was killed by Song Jian's move, which made the bishop of the Church of the God of Light in the City of Hope feel cold all over. Looking at Song Jian standing in the void with a sword, almost all the priests and priests of the Church of Gods were silent and felt heavy pressure. Dead? All dead? All the legendary masters. All dead. A white-haired NPC professional looked up at Song Jian with a confused look in his eyes. Song Jian looked too young, only in his 20s. At this age, most NPC professionals were practicing at the 1st and 2nd levels, and could not reach the level of killing legendary masters. This time, these NPC professionals deeply realized what it meant to be a God-favored person, a human race prodigy, and a human race saint. Today's battle not only shocked the City Alliance, but also allowed the various divine religions with real gods to see Song Jian's true strength and huge potential. All the legendary masters were dead, and a high priest who performed the art of divine descent, whose strength was comparable to that of a demigod, lay quietly in the square. However, this is not over yet. Song Jian turned his head and looked towards the northeast of the City of Hope, where there were magnificent churches dedicated to various gods. In each church, there were holy knights. During the previous invasion of the Abyss, these holy knights also joined the battle to besiege the City of Hope. Song Jian always regarded them as part of the City of Hope. But today's scene made him understand that these gods were just a group of leeches sucking blood from the City of Hope. Soaring into the sky, Song Jian came to the god cult area, floating on the top of the Church of the Light God, and shouted loudly, "From today, within 3 days, all gods will leave the City of Hope, and all previous agreements will be invalidated. After 3 days, all clergy members who still stay in the City of Hope will be killed without mercy." Song Jian's voice was deafening, and all the clergy changed their faces. The clergy of the Church of Light remained silent. The moment the saint of the Church of Light appeared, the moment the saint was killed by Song Jian, and the moment Versailles, who performed the divine descent technique, took action, all the clergy in the Church of Light understood that their fate was firmly linked to Versailles. If Versailles wins, they will also share the final victory. If Versailles loses, then their efforts in the City of Hope for several years will be destroyed. They cannot make their own choice in this matter, nor are they qualified to make their own choice. They can only passively accept it. Now that Versailles is lost, and the God of Light cannot really come to the mortal world, then being expelled is already a doomed thing. Everyone looked at the bishop. The bishop in a white robe bowed slightly to Song Jian, said nothing, and turned to walk into the hall. Within 3 days, the entire light cult evacuated the City of Hope. This was the only level 5 city among the players. Giving it up like this was even more serious for the light cult than sacrificing a high priest who could perform the art of divine descent. However, except for the light cult, the bishops of other cults were very dissatisfied. The cult of the goddess of life, the cult of the god of fire, and even the cult of the goddess of dawn, which had a good relationship with Song Jian before, all began to protest. Lord Song, we didn't participate in this fight. Why do you want to expel us? The bishop of the Life God Church soared into the air and said with dissatisfaction. Song Jian stared at the bishop up and down, and the coldness on his face became more and more intense. Unexpectedly, this bishop was also a legendary strongman. In the past, I'm afraid, he could have wiped out all the high-level officials of the City of Hope. In addition, these people obviously have the strength of the legendary realm. But when those strong men threatened the City of Hope, they all stood by and watched. This behavior, in Song Jian's eyes, was completely helping the evil. When those strong men threatened the City of Hope, you did not move at all. You obviously have strong strength, but you want to stand by and watch, hoping to reap the benefits. This has violated the mutual assistance agreement we signed before. Expelling you is just a punishment for you, Song Jian said coldly. Song Jian, do you know who the red-robed priest you just killed is? He is the spokesperson of the god of light in the mortal world, walking on behalf of the gods in the mortal world. You killed him, and you have committed a great sin. When the age of gods begins, the god of light will definitely come here. You will fall into hell forever, and your soul will be tormented forever. The City of Hope will also be reduced to ruins in the wrath of the god of light. The bishop of the Mother Earth took off into the air, pointed at Song Jian angrily and shouted, in this case, you still dare to expel us? Are you really not afraid of God's punishment? Song Jian listened to the Earth Mother Bishop quietly, raised the sky-breaking sword in his hand expressionlessly, pointed at him, and whispered, if you don't leave, then die now. The cold killing intent made the bishop tremble all over, and he woke up instantly, looking at Song Jian, whose killing intent was almost condensed into substance. He kept all the words in his heart. The Earth Mother Bishop couldn't help complaining about the people of the City Alliance in his heart. He didn't dare to say a word, and turned to fly towards the Earth Mother Church. Song Jian stood in the void with a sword, suppressing more than 10 temples. At this time, no one dared to object, and he began to prepare to evacuate the City of Hope in a dejected manner. Chapter 1538 Deprivation. Song Jian has returned. The City Alliance has returned in defeat. The Holy Maiden of the Church of Light has been killed, and the red-robed high priest who performed the divine descent was beheaded. This news is like a torrent, impacting the nerves of everyone in the game world. Not only the players are surprised, but even the NPC professionals in the game world are all shocked. They originally thought that the City of Hope would be incorporated into the City Alliance, but they didn't expect the ending to be reversed, which hurt many people's faces. Oh my god! I originally thought that the first level 5 city built by the player would be destroyed, but I didn't expect that there would be a shocking reversal in the end. What level is Song Jian? He can kill even a king level boss alone, and he killed 7 or 8 of them in a row. Not only a king level. I heard that the red-robed high priest who performed the god's descent at the end was as powerful as a demigod, but he was still killed by Song Jian. He is simply a monster. All the taverns in the city and all the players in game forums were almost flooded with the news that Song Jian killed the legendary realm masters and drove away the various temples in the city. In everyone's mind, the legendary realm masters are like gods. Unexpectedly, a god killer appeared among the players. In the City of Hope, it was as lively as a festival. Everyone was celebrating and shouting Song Jian's name. Song Jian's prestige reached its peak. City Lord, your name has disappeared from the level honor list for several days. We thought you. Luo Tianyu's eyes were red. Many people in the management of the City of Hope wanted to compromise. In fact, a big reason was that Song Jian, who was originally the first on the level honor list, had disappeared from the level honor list at some point. In general, if a name disappears from the level honor list, it means that the person is dead and has disappeared from the game world. Song Jian was stunned. He hadn't opened the level honor list for a long time. Long ago, he stopped competing with other players and fought against the old monsters and bosses in the game world who had practiced for decades, or even hundreds of years. When others were still teaming up to fight elite bosses, Song Jian could already fight against the command level and king level bosses alone. So he had never paid attention to the level honor list. After opening the level honor list, in addition to the normal ranking, there was a line of small red words under the honor list, which stated why Song Jian's name disappeared from the honor list. Any strong person who advances to the legendary realm will have his name disappear from the level honor list. Song Jian suddenly realized that his name disappeared a few days ago when he broke through to the legendary realm in the Yujian sect. When the level breaks through to the legendary realm, it will automatically be removed from the list. Song Jian said with a smile. City Lord, what level are you now? Can you tell us? Wang Qi couldn't help asking, no matter how high the level of the people at the scene was. Looking at Song Jian's level, they were all skeleton level, which meant that Song Jian's level was more than 10 levels higher than the highest level person present. Level 150 is the peak of the legendary realm. Going up to the demigod realm is a hurdle for players, and it is very difficult to break through. Song Jian shook his head and said, as for the legendary realm, as long as the level reaches 120, you can break through. It will be very easy for players. All players in the later stage can become legendary realm masters. There is no threshold for players to reach the legendary realm. But for NPC professionals, they have to comprehend the power of the domain by themselves. God-favored. I finally understand why those NPCs call us players God-favored. This is simply cheating. But I like it. Ha ha ha. A group of people laughed crazily. On that day, those legendary masters descended on the square of the City of Hope like gods, and pressured hundreds of thousands of players present. Almost all players, whether they belonged to the City of Hope or not, were holding their breath. Now, hearing that as long as they reached the level, they could directly break through the legendary realm, all the players suddenly felt proud. When the time comes, we will also form a group to go to other cities. Hundreds of legendary masters will suppress them and scare them to death. A manager of the City of Hope said with reluctance. Haha. Xifeng. Let's talk about it when you reach level 120. If you upgrade like this, it will take at least 3 years to reach level 120. By then, we may have broken through to the demigod level. Wang Qi joked. Brother Wang, don't look down on me. I recently received a hidden serial task, and now I have completed the 3rd ring. The task reward is a purple crystal. Do you know that purple crystal can directly increase the level after use? Xiaofeng looked proud. Hey, Xifeng, you have started to come into contact with purple crystals. It seems that you are really powerful. Ha ha ha. Why? Do you all know what purple crystals are? Ha ha ha. As long as the level and strength reach a certain level, the system will give a task, and the reward is purple crystals. We naturally knew it a long time ago. Hearing a group of people joking, Song Jian suddenly had an idea. He had seen a purple crystal mine before, but unfortunately, that place was too far away from the City of Hope. Otherwise, they could mine purple crystals like they did in the Valley of the Dead. At that time, the level of the people in the City of Hope would make a huge leap in a short period of time. By the way, City Lord, I think it's a bit strange that they invaded our City of Hope this time. It seems that there is a big secret hidden in the City of Hope, as if there is a huge treasure of wealth. Otherwise, why would so many people come? Even the saint of the God Church and the high priest came. Wang Qi suddenly said in a low voice. Song Jian was stunned. And then he remembered that the red-robed high priest seemed to have said that there seemed to be a relic under the City of Hope. What kind of treasure is buried in the relic that even the Church of Light values? Song Jian thought to himself. Wang Qi, mobilize everyone to search for it in the next few days. There may be some relic buried under our city. See if you can find the entrance. When the time comes, we will develop it together. Song Jian ordered. Understood. City Lord. Wang Qi nodded. At this moment, a waterfall-like prompt sound suddenly rang in Song Jian's system information bar. System, the Lord of the City of Sin has deprived you of your title of Earl, and your Earl's mansion has been taken back. System, the City of Sin has listed the City of Hope as an unfriendly city, and the trade between the two cities will be seriously affected. Your reputation in the City of Sin has dropped to cold. System, the City of Anthem has listed the City of Hope as an unfriendly city, and the trade between the two cities will be seriously affected. Your reputation in the City of Anthem has dropped to cold. Chapter 1539 Detention. While the City of Hope was celebrating, Song Jian received more than a dozen system prompts in a row, all of which were prompts that the reputation between him and the various cities had declined. Even the Earl title he had obtained in the City of Sin was directly stripped away, although this title had become dispensable after Song Jian became the City Lord. Being stripped away at this time always gave people a very uncomfortable feeling. City Lord? What's wrong? Wang Qi noticed that Song Jian's face changed slightly, and asked hurriedly. Nothing. Song Jian shook his head. This kind of thing does not need to be shared with others. Just know it yourself. Don't worry, City Lord. I will arrange people to search the sewers in the next few days to see if there are any undiscovered relics. Wang Qi promised. This kind of relics should appear in the form of dungeons. So be careful, brothers who are searching, Song Jian ordered. The monsters in the dungeons are much stronger than those in the wild. If you are not careful, even the searching players may not realize that they have entered a dungeon. If they are besieged by monsters, they may be in danger of their lives. The relics targeted by so many legendary masters cannot be a small or medium-sized dungeon. It must be a large or even super large dungeon. Song Jian thought to himself. Understood, City Lord. Don't worry. Wang Qi nodded repeatedly, and was about to say something, but his face suddenly changed, as if he had received some news. After a while, Wang Qi's face showed a trace of anger. City Lord, our caravan was detained by the Holy Light City. Not only did they detain all the goods of the caravan, they also asked us to pay a fine of 10 million Doomsday coins, and asked you to apologize in person. Wang Qi whispered. What? How dare the Holy Light City do this? It's simply shameless. Why did they detain our caravan? Lawless. Are the NPCs in the game world so arrogant? Our caravan didn't transport any contraband. How could they detain it at will? For a time, the managers of the City of Hope denounced the behavior of the City of Light. You know, even if all cities list the City of Hope as an unfriendly city and prohibit future business activities, they have no right to detain the caravan of the City of Hope. Not to mention the need to fine and ask the city owner to apologize in person, which is simply a naked provocation. What's the situation with this caravan? Song Jian asked in a deep voice. The caravan to the City of Light is just a small caravan, with 3 players and 12 NPC professionals in charge. They only transport some ores, wood and herbs, and a small amount of gems. After transporting them to the City of Light for sale, they will also buy some specialties of the City of Light and sell them back. Each time, there is a profit of more than 1 million Doomsday coins, Wang Qi said softly. Since the mining of the Valley of the Dead, the City of Hope has established more than a dozen caravans. Each caravan has a fixed route, providing a steady stream of wealth for the construction of the City of Hope. On the other side, in the City of Holy Light, Wang Yuyao was very angry. Facing the groups of city guards, she shouted loudly, Why do you detain our goods, and why don't you let us leave the city? A soldier wearing full body armor said in a deep voice with an expressionless face, The City of Hope has been listed as an unfriendly city by the City of Holy Light. Your caravan is not allowed to approach the City of Holy Light in the future. At the same time, we suspect that your living things are hiding contraband and need to be inspected. You must wait until we have finished the inspection before leaving the city. What right do you have to detain our goods? What right do you have to check? Another player, Sunan, tightly grasped the staff in his hand, blocking the city guards from approaching the goods of the caravan. Yuyao, Sunan, let them check. A middle-aged man frowned. He was the captain of the caravan, named Jianghua. He could clearly feel that the city guard NPC team in front of him was different from the ones they usually encountered. They were obviously elite. The armor and weapons on them were all fine, and the strength of each person was at the 3rd level of combat power. The leader had even reached the peak of the 3rd level of combat power. Once a conflict broke out, their team would be suppressed instantly. Captain, they are too much, Wang Yuyao said angrily. Okay, the City Lord is back. They are targeting the City Lord. We just need to do what they say. Don't worry. The City Lord will make the decision for us, Jianghua comforted. Song Jian's return and the suppression of more than 10 legendary masters have already spread to every city through the built-in forum in the game, and Jianghua and his team are no exception. It was precisely because of this that the caravan, which was originally going to stay in the Holy Light City for a few days to purchase goods, decided to leave here immediately. Unexpectedly, The Holy Light City reacted so quickly that when they were about to reach the city gate, the elite city defense army was dispatched to stop them. The goods of the caravan were detained, and the 3 players of Jiang State and all the NCP professionals were also detained in the city's prison. In the city lord's mansion of the Holy Light City, an old man in gorgeous clothes was standing respectfully behind 2 priests in white robes, listening to the teachings of one of them. Song Jian killed the Holy Lady of Light and the High Priest of Versailles. This is a provocation to the God of Light, a handsome middle-aged priest said, holding a short staff more than 1 foot long and waving it gently. On the top of the short staff, there was a fist-sized diamond, which burst into dazzling divine light as he waved it. Yes, what Priest Ceres said is absolutely right. Song Jian's behavior is a provocation to the Church of God. The white-haired Lord Toss nervously echoed, I have followed the orders of the 2 priests and detained a caravan from the City of Hope. I believe that this will definitely cause dissatisfaction in the City of Hope, and Song Jian is likely to come to rescue them. Humph. The City of Hope is just a new city. Except for the Lord Song Jian, there is no legendary realm strongman. As long as he comes, we will make him die in the City of Holy Light. Ceres gently wiped the diamond on the top of the staff with his left hand, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. My 2 priests, I have a small request. If a battle occurs, can it not happen in the Holy Light City? Lord Toss said hesitantly with sweat on his forehead. Ceres had no expression on his face. He turned his head and looked at Lord Toss, which made him feel heavy pressure and almost fell to his knees. If the legendary war breaks out in the Holy Light City, it may cause great damage to the city and cause irreparable losses. This is also a loss for the God Church, and this loss is completely avoidable. Lord Toss explained nervously. Don't worry, Lord Toss. We have thought of this a long time ago. Another priest who stood beside Ceres and had not spoken a word whispered to comfort him. We will stop Song Jian outside the Holy Light City and will not cause any damage to the Holy Light City. Lord Toss finally felt relieved after hearing this. He nodded slightly and showed a flattering smile on his face. Chapter 1540 Punishment Squad. Song Jian soared into the sky, flew on his sword, and turned into a stunning rainbow, flying towards the direction of the Holy Light City. Hundreds of thousands of people in the entire City of Hope looked up at the same time, watching the brilliant rainbow light appearing in the sky. Some people's expressions changed drastically, and they used various magical spells to transmit messages. For a time, several cities around the City of Hope all looked like they were facing a great enemy and were on guard. Song Jian did not hide his whereabouts at all. The rainbow light that penetrated the sky and the earth tore through the sky and passed through the sky arrogantly, leaving a long flame. Countless people looked up and could see this stunning rainbow. Some people even thought it was a treasure that had appeared. After flying for a distance, they were completely left behind by the rainbow light. Song Jian was so fast that he had broken through the sound barrier and flew towards the Holy Light City at twice or even 3 times the speed of sound. Ordinary legendary realm experts would not be able to break through the speed of sound if they only relied on their physical fitness to fly in the air. Holy Light City. City Lord's Mansion. Ding ding ding. A piercing alarm suddenly sounded. City Lord's face changed, and he turned his head in horror. A translucent light curtain appeared on the open space in the hall of the City Lord's Mansion. At this time, a scarlet cross cursor on the light curtain was locked on a fast-flying person. This person was Song Jian, who was constantly approaching the Holy Light City. Why so fast? A look of shock appeared on his face. It took only half a day from the time he received the news that Song Jian had left the City of Hope to the time he issued the alarm. You should know that the City of Holy Light is at least more than 1,000 kilometers away from the City of Hope. Under normal circumstances, it takes at least a week to get there. Song Jian? It's Song Jian. He's here for revenge. Lord Tos pointed at Song Jian on the light screen and shouted loudly, retreating in fear. What are you afraid of? Priest Ceres glanced at Lord Tos with a look of disgust on his face, and said, send out the punishment team. Stop Song Jian in the Blood Canyon, and kill him on the spot. Another priest stared at the light screen intently, as if he was measuring Song Jian's strength. After a moment, he frowned and whispered, Torres, the only captain of the punishment team is a mid-level legend, and the rest are only at the peak of the 3rd level. They may not be able to stop him. What? Carias? Are you sure? Priest Torres looked at the light screen in surprise and said, although there is only one mid-level legend in the punishment team, There are 36 people in the whole team, with their combined strength. Even you and I can't get any benefits. Even if Song Jian's strength reaches the peak of the legend, it is impossible for him to survive in the hands of the punishment team. Right, Torres? Song Jian's domain power is of a very high grade, and it may involve time and space. It may not be safe to rely on the punishment team alone. I think I should go there too. Kalia shook his head and said in a low voice. Okay, Kalias. If you go, it will be safer. Your strength is not weaker than those sons and daughters of gods in the Holy Church. You are qualified to compete for the next red-robed priest. Torres smiled. Kalia shook his head and did not speak. With a thought. 3 pairs of white wings spread out behind him. These wings were completely condensed by holy light and looked a little illusory. With a leap, Carias soared into the air and flew towards the bloody canyon. With the help of priest Carias, Song Jian will definitely die this time, Lord Tos said excitedly. Even without priest Carias, the punishment squad can kill Song Jian. Priest Torres said somewhat dissatisfiedly. Everyone in the punishment squad has undergone rigorous training in the Church of Light, and their strength is much higher than other professionals of the same level, with the peak strength of the 3rd level combat power. If the legendary realm powerhouse does not use the power of the domain, it is likely that they will not be able to beat anyone in the punishment squad. Blood Canyon. This is a red canyon, about 300 kilometers long, rich in cinnabar, which is why the canyon is red. In the canyon, many miner players are using pickaxes to hit the rock walls on both sides. They are mining cinnabar, which is a 3rd level alchemy material and is expensive. 1 kilogram of cinnabar is worth about 10,000 Doomsday coins. Cinnabar can be mined with intermediate mining skills. A professional miner player can mine about 3 to 4 kilograms of cinnabar here a day, which is equivalent to earning 30,000 to 40,000 Doomsday coins a day. Converted into Chinese currency in the real world, it is worth about 300,000 to 400,000 Chinese currency. A miner who only needs to upgrade his mining skills to the intermediate level can earn 300,000 or 400,000 Chinese yuan for a day. With such a high salary, almost all players born in the City of Holy Light choose the miner profession when practicing a secondary profession. However, mining cinnabar here requires paying a high mining fee to the City of Holy Light, and the final income is only about 100,000 Chinese yuan. Even so, it has attracted a large number of players. Just when everyone was mining cinnabar, suddenly a strange NPC professional entered the bloody canyon. They were wearing armor covering their whole body, revealing only 2 eyes, and hanging 3 or 4 weapons such as long spears and knight swords on their bodies. The weight of this set of armor and weapons alone is more than 100 kilograms. But these people seemed to be unaffected when they moved. Seeing them, the miners subconsciously gave way. This group of people exuded a strong smell of blood. Only executioners, who had killed many people, would exude such a smell. The most important thing was their eyes, which were very cold. They looked at everyone as if they were looking at a corpse. Who are these people? Is there a chance to get tasks from them? A player whispered. You are crazy. Do you know who they are? A player who knew this team secretly pointed at the badge on the armor of the punishment team and cursed in a low voice. This is the punishment team of the Church of Light. Each of them has thousands of lives. Stay away from them, or they will chop you down directly. The punishment squad? The killers from the court? Why are they here? Someone asked. Who knows? But someone is definitely going to be in trouble. And it's a big shot. Ordinary people can't alarm these killers. In the punishment squad, a middle-aged man suddenly raised his right fist, signaling everyone to stop. Then opened the mask on his helmet and looked up at the sky in the distance. The target is approaching. Everyone get ready. The target has the peak strength of the legendary realm, and can perform holy light explosion to self-destruct when necessary. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Yes, Captain. Everyone answered without hesitation. The punishment squad disregards life. Not only the lives of others, but also their own lives, which can be discarded at any time for the mission. Chapter 1541 Total Annihilation. Song Jian was flying in the sky with his sword at a very fast speed. A layer of light curtain appeared on the surface of his body. This was the sword light that was naturally generated when the flying sword skill was used. It could resist the strong wind generated during the flight. At this time, Song Jian saw a narrow and long red canyon in front of him, and he knew that he was not far away from the City of Light. Since the City of Light dared to detain the caravan of the City of Hope, it would naturally have to bear the revenge of the City of Hope. Song Jian didn't know what trump card the other party had to dare to ignore the strength of a peak legendary strongman. Just as Song Jian approached the Blood Canyon, he suddenly felt uneasy, as if something dangerous was about to happen. The next moment, more than 30 milky white lights, like arrows of light, shot towards him. Song Jian's flying sword turned sharply, drew an arc in the air, and avoided the sudden attack of these arrows of light. Soon, more than 30 warriors wearing heavy armor took off into the air, and a pair of white wings of light appeared behind each of them. The Church of Light. Song Jian narrowed his eyes and recognized the other party, although he didn't know that these people were Punishers. The wings of light behind them exposed their identities. These were all people from the Church of Light. Song Jian, blasphemer. Kill! The leading warrior shouted, and the power of the light domain instantly unfolded, covering the 35 companions behind him. Only the power of the domain can resist the power of the domain. Without the power of his domain, the other 35 people would not be able to attack Song Jian at all. The Judgment of Light! Everyone shouted, and a milky white halo appeared under everyone's feet. These halos were linked together by the power of the light domain of the leader, and instantly formed a large formation. In front of Song Jian, a goddess with a height of more than 100 feet appeared. The goddess had a compassionate face, holding a bottle in one hand and a cross-shaped lightsaber in the other, and looked towards Song Jian. It's the same trick again. Song Jian narrowed his eyes. The people of the Church of Light seemed to be very good at summoning this kind of phantom statue. Just the height of 100 feet could scare many people. The phantom of the goddess statue slowly tilted left and right, and the bottle in her hand was aimed at Song Jian. After a moment, large streams of holy water poured out of the holy bottle, like a river falling from the sky. The holy water rushed towards Song Jian, and Song Jian subconsciously hid backwards. This holy water gave people a very warm feeling, just like the amniotic fluid in the mother's womb, making people feel like they can't help but blend into it. But Song Jian had a strong willpower, and could clearly feel that there was a burning feeling coming from the holy water. This feeling was not an ordinary high temperature, but a powerful force that could burn and destroy the soul. God falls. Song Jian did not hesitate and directly performed the second move of the Chaos Sword Cannon that he had just comprehended. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst out from the sky-breaking sword and chopped towards the rushing holy water. Crash! The sky-breaking sword, shining with dazzling light, was like a hard reef, directly splitting the holy water in the middle, splitting it into two and tilting down to both sides. Song Jian rushed up to meet the holy water, and the sky-breaking sword chopped on the holy bottle of the goddess statue. A crisp cracking sound rang out, and the holy bottle constructed by the power of light was shattered by the sky-breaking sword, and even the arm holding the holy bottle was crushed by the chaos sword energy. Ding! At the critical moment, the phantom of the statue, holding a crossed lightsaber, slashed fiercely at the sky-breaking sword, making a deafening sound. However, this sword did not even break the sword energy on the surface of the sky-breaking sword. Song Jian's eyes flashed with a trace of contempt, and sneered, only for show. The phantom of the statue composed of more than 30 people could not even break Song Jian's defense. Such a phantom of the statue was probably just a phantom in Song Jian's eyes. Crack, crack. The sound of shattering continued, and cracks continued to appear on the surface of the arm holding the holy bottle. The cracks spread along the arm to the shoulder, chest, and neck. After a while, the surface of the entire phantom of the statue was covered with cracks. Crash! Like a toppled building block, the entire statue suddenly collapsed and disintegrated, turning into a sky full of light fragments in midair and shattering. The 36 Punishers were hit back, and all spit out blood. Their bodies emerged from the phantom of the statue and fell to the ground. Song Jian's mouth showed a hint of coldness. With a thought, his figure suddenly disappeared in the void, replaced by a series of jumping sword beams. Red Dust Tribulation. The first style of the Chaos Sword Cannon. Red Dust Tribulation. Countless shining and jumping sword beams appeared around the Punisher's body. The Punisher, who was in a state of backlash at this time, was completely defenseless. Each chaotic sword beam caused them a lot of damage. One by one, the critical hit numbers floated up from their heads. In a short while, the blood values of all the Punishers plummeted and fell to the lowest. Too strong. No match at all. The captain of the legendary punishment team had a look of despair on his face. At this time, his armor had shattered, and his body was covered with scars, and blood was constantly pouring out. In the realm of light, the holy light kept healing him, but the torn wounds could never heal. Holy light burst. A Punisher whose blood value had fallen to the lowest line let out a desperate roar. He could not detect Song Jian's existence at all, and did not know where Song Jian was at this time. But if he did not perform, the holy light burst and self-destruct. He would be killed. Boom! With a loud bang, a group of brilliant red fireworks bloomed in the sky, in the area of dozens of meters in radius. The space was shaking, and space cracks appeared in the void. This self-explosion seemed to be a signal. One after another, the Punishers performed holy light explosions, and groups of blood-red fireworks appeared in the void. Cracks appeared in the space within a radius of hundreds of meters. In some places, space collapsed. If someone was nearby, it would be impossible to escape the range of space collapse unless they had the power of a god. This is why the Priest series firmly believed that he could kill Song Jian with the help of the punishment team. Watching his team members perform holy light burst one after another, the captain of the punishment squad showed a trace of sadness in his eyes. This is the mission and fate of the Punisher. Almost every Punisher will eventually sacrifice himself under the self-destruction spell of holy light burst. Even a demigod can't save himself in the face of the space collapse caused by so many holy light bursts. Song Jian, you can't survive at all. The captain of the punishment squad fell to the ground, holding his breath and looking up at the sky. After a while, all the Punishers self-destructed and sacrificed themselves. Only the captain survived. However, the captain with legendary strength is now in a dying state. The reason why he held on until now is to confirm whether Song Jian is dead. However, what made him despair was that the space collapse slowly healed, and the space cracks disappeared over time. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the original void. It was Song Jian holding the sky-breaking sword. How could this happen? The captain of the punishment team showed an unbelievable look on his face, muttered to himself, and took his last breath. Chapter 1542 Absolute Defense. Song Jian looked behind him with some fear. Although the space cracks had disappeared, the aftermath of the space shattering still existed. These aftermaths alone could crush some professionals with level 3 combat power. It's terrible. Just some level 3 professionals can actually exert the strength of a demigod. Song Jian was a little nervous. There must be more than one team like this in the Church of Light. Level 3 combat power is considered a relatively high level among players. But in the game world, it is nothing at all. Even a professional in the legendary realm is nothing. After all, this is a world with gods. But it was this group of players with 3rd level combat power who almost killed Song Jian. If Song Jian had not broken the kingdom of God, if he had not sensed the danger of space fragmentation at the last moment, Song Jian would probably have been killed this time, even if he had the enemy of death. After all, the scope of the space collapse was too large, and the duration was enough for Song Jian to be killed by the space collapse again after he used the enemy of death. The priest Carias, who was flying towards the blood canyon in the distance, suddenly felt that he had lost the sense of the punishment team. His face suddenly changed and his speed suddenly increased. Like a light arrow from a string. Song Jian. An angry shout came from a distance. Song Jian looked up and saw a light spot. It was very small at first, but in a few blinks, it turned into a fist-sized ball of light. Then, a figure flew towards him from a distance, with a pair of light wings shining behind him. As he flew, light fragments continued to fall. The Church of Light. Song Jian narrowed his eyes, and could clearly feel that the person in front of him was a priest of the Church of Light, with the peak strength of the legendary realm. A sneer appeared on Song Jian's mouth. Are you guys rushing to die like the Calabash boys saving your grandfather? With a thought, Song Jian soared into the air, and chopped at Carias with the sky-breaking sword in his hand. In an instant, countless spirit swords appeared, surrounded Carias and chopped him continuously. The white wings behind Carias, with holy light condensed on the surface, seemed to have self-awareness, flying up and down quickly, resisting the attack of the spirit sword, while Carias waved the cross lightsaber in his hand and slashed at Song Jian. Song Jian was stunned. Carias looked like a brave general who broke into the army. He ignored the obstruction of the surrounding soldiers and only aimed at the generals in the enemy camp. The Church of Light should not be underestimated. It's just a white-robed priest, but he is so fierce. and his strength is no worse than the red-robed priest he met before. Song Jian secretly admired in his heart, and waved his sword to fight with Kalyas. What Song Jian didn't know was that Kalyas' strength had already reached the level of a red-robed priest. But he hadn't held the promotion ceremony yet. After the promotion ceremony, Kalyas would receive the blessing of the God of Light, and become a true red-robed priest. Red dust tribulation. Song Jian's mind moved, and his figure suddenly disappeared in front of Kalyas, replaced by a series of brilliant chaotic sword beams. Kalyas also felt the horror of the chaotic sword beams, and without hesitation used his best life-saving skills. Absolute defense. A brilliant golden light bloomed from the surface of Kalyas' body, like an oval golden giant egg, covering the surface of his body. Ding ding ding. The chaos sword light kept slashing at the golden light shield, only stirring up a bunch of golden light dust. But no damage numbers, floating from the top of Kalyas' head. Obviously, the chaos sword light could not break through Kalyas' absolute defense. This was the first time that Song Jian encountered a defense that even the chaos sword light could not break after mastering the red dust tribulation. He was immediately shocked. You know, the chaos sword light has extremely high damage, and its sharpness is much higher than that of legendary quality weapons. No matter what kind of defense, it can be cut like tofu. But today it encountered a natural enemy. Absolute defense. This seems a bit like the invincible skill in some games. Song Jian thought to himself. With a thought, the chaos sword light disappeared, and Song Jian's figure slowly emerged in the void. Looking at Karyas, Song Jian smiled. Sure enough, unlike what Song Jian expected, once Karyas used the absolute defense skill, he could only be in a passive defense state and could not attack. Thinking of this, Song Jian's time domain immediately eroded Karyas' light domain with all his strength. Because of the absolute defense skill, Karyas' light domain was soon eroded by the time domain over a large area, wrapping up Karyas completely. The power of the domain is useless. Absolute defense involves the application range of divine power. Even the power of the law can resist it. Not to mention the power of the domain. Karyas looked at Song Jian with a look of disdain on his face, thinking that the other party was doing useless work. But soon, Kalyas' face changed drastically. He found that the duration of the absolute domain, which could last for 10 minutes, was jumping at an alarming speed. It jumped from the original 10 minutes to 8 minutes, and then to 5 minutes. Moreover, this jump was still going on. Every jump made Kalyas feel frightened. How is it possible? What on earth is involved in his domain power that can even affect absolute defense? Kalyas was shocked. Although Song Jian's time domain could not break Kalyas' defense, it could disrupt his duration. Time domain? You actually control the time domain. Kalyas seemed to understand, and looked at Song Jian with a look of deep fear. Bang! With a slight sound, the golden light shield of Kalyas' absolute domain suddenly broke. It was not Song Jian's attack that broke its defense, but the duration of the absolute defense ended, from the original 10 minutes to less than a minute in the end. The power of Song Jian's time domain frightened Kalyas, and he felt like a naked baby exposed in the ice and snow. He controls the time domain and has a deep understanding. I'm afraid he will soon break through to the law of time. Once he controls the law of time and exerts his full strength, I'm afraid even the gods will be affected. Kalyas thought in horror. For a moment, Kalyas' fighting spirit receded, and he could not help but take 2 steps back, wanting to turn around and leave. But how could Song Jian miss this opportunity? At the moment when the absolute domain time ended, Song Jian had already performed the Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords technique. Countless red spirit swords formed a huge Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation, and the strong suction made it difficult for Kalyas to move. The power of the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation performed by the legendary realm powerhouse was greatly enhanced. Not to mention a peak legendary realm powerhouse. Even a demigod level powerhouse could not escape the powerful suction of the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation. Chapter 1543 Sword Chi Grinding Wheel. In the void, a bright dark red lotus slowly swirls, looking from afar, like a huge alchemy furnace. A series of wails came from the sword formation, and Karyas felt as if he was suffering from the pain of being burned by fire. Countless sword chi crisscrossed around him, constantly reducing his blood value. Originally, if you want to kill a peak legendary strongman, the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation must at least evolve to the Sword Chi Palm seal. or even the sword chi stone tower to kill him. But now, just the Red Lotus sword formation has consumed most of Carius' blood value. Die! Song Jian's mind moved, and countless lotus leaves on the surface of the Red Lotus sword formation broke away and rushed towards the sky. After a while, a 3-meter-long Red Lotus sword of karma fire appeared above the sword formation. At the moment when the long sword condensed into shape, like a flash of lightning, the Red Lotus sword fell from the air and split the Red Lotus sword formation into two. Walala! Countless lotus leaves turned into spiritual swords burning with dark red flames, revealing Kalias wrapped inside. At this time, Kalias' body was full of sword marks, and there were even 2 deep marks on his cheeks that could see the bones. The light wings behind him had long been broken and were softly attached to his back. Kalias stood in the void with lifeless eyes, and his body swayed slightly. After a while, a bright light burst out from the center of Kalias' eyebrows. This light spread down along Kalias' body. In the blink of an eye, a bright sword light burst out from the center of Kalias' body, as if it was ejected from his body. Crash! Kalias' body broke into pieces, turning into milky white fragments of different sizes, floating towards the ground, and a transparent soul floated out of his body. Kalias, who was in a state of soul at this time, glared at Song Jian fiercely and jumped into the air. As a priest of the Church of Light, Kalias was naturally different from the punishment team. His status was also extremely high. Even if he was killed, his soul would be guided by the Church of Light and return to the Kingdom of Light, where he would be reborn. Blasphemer! You will be punished by the God of Light. When the gods restore their ancient glory, your soul will fall into hell and be roasted by fire for 10,000 years. Kalias' loud voice resounded through the sky like a huge bell. Even in the sky, a goddess appeared, stretching out her hands and smiling to welcome the return of Kalias' soul. Song Jian felt very unhappy with the scene in front of him. He felt that he had killed Kalias, but the final winner was the latter. You want to leave? How can you fall completely? Song Jian snorted coldly, wielded the sky-breaking sword, and flew towards the soul of Carius. Carius looked at Song Jian, who was rushing over, and a contemptuous smile appeared on his face. At this time, his soul was already protected by the power of light, and ordinary attacks could not hurt it at all. Ordinary soul attacks were also ineffective against him, unless the layer of protection formed by the power of light could be broken. The sword energy was wanton, and the chaotic sword energy chopped on the soul of Carius, but they were all blocked by the golden power shield outside. Ha ha ha! Song Jian, don't waste your energy. It's impossible for you to break this layer of light power, unless you have the power to match the God of Light. Otherwise, you can only watch me leave. Carius sneered, wait for me. The next time I appear in front of you, it won't be like this now. At that time, I will definitely return today's humiliation to you 100 times. 1,000 times. Song Jian knew that he was able to defeat Carius so quickly this time, because Carius did not know that he was in control of the time domain. When he used absolute defense, he made a mistake and let Song Jian's time domain erode his light domain. Otherwise, Song Jian would not have been able to defeat him so quickly. As a white-robed priest of the God of Light, Carius had many tricks that he had not used yet, and he was killed directly by Song Jian. When he returns to the kingdom of the God of Light, Carius will get a new body. At that time, he will also successfully advance to the red-robed priest and receive the blessing of the God of Light. At that time, his strength will be even stronger. Suppress! Song Jian narrowed his eyes and used the sky-breaking sword move again. This time, countless spirit swords condensed into a giant palm and grabbed Carius. However, the giant sword palm grabbed nothing, as if Carius was empty air, without any entity at all. The next moment, the sword palm print immediately collapsed and evolved into a sword stone tower again, sucking Carius into the first floor of the stone tower. The 9-story sword stone tower looks ancient and vicissitudes, exuding endless power. Even if a demigod-level strongman is seriously injured and sucked into the stone tower, he will be swallowed by the stone tower in a short time and become proficient in the 10,000 swords technique. But this time, after the stone tower sucked Kalias into the first layer of the stone tower, the stone tower shook violently. The light shield constructed by the divine power of light was extremely hard, and the stone tower could not swallow or absorb even a little bit. Boom! The first layer of the stone tower was shattered, and Kalias appeared in the second layer of the stone tower. For a moment, the second layer of light bloomed, and the first layer was completely broken. Boom! The duration of the second layer was shorter than that of the first layer, and it broke directly, and then transmitted Kalias' soul body to the third layer. In this way, the sword energy stone tower was transmitted layer by layer, and it broke layer by layer. Song Jian looked ugly. He did not expect that Kalias' soul body would be so difficult to deal with. No, it's not his soul that's difficult to deal with. It's the light power on the surface of his soul, Song Jian thought to himself. Finally, Kalias' soul was teleported to the 9th floor of the stone tower, which is the highest and last floor. This time, Kalias seemed to be suppressed. Soul chains appeared on the surface of the 9th floor of the stone tower, tightly binding the stone tower. Kalias laughed wildly in the stone tower. With the protection of the light power, he didn't believe that this stone tower could trap him or devour him. Give up, Song Jian. You can't erase me. The God of Light is great. Praise you. Although you walk in the sky, your eyes have always been on your believers. Kalias prayed directly on the 9th floor of the Sword Chi stone tower. His prayer became louder and louder. In the end, the whole void echoed his prayer. As the prayers became louder and louder, the last layer of the Sword Chi stone tower could no longer hold on. The soul chain broke, and the Sword Chi stone tower collapsed. Kalias stood in the void with a proud face and laughed loudly. He looked at Song Jian with contempt, as if he was looking at a mantis that wanted to stretch its legs to block the train. Song Jian's face was extremely ugly. Just when he felt helpless, the sword energy in the sky suddenly started to run automatically, as if it was evolving to the next stage. Song Jian's eyes lit up, and a smile appeared in his eyes when he looked at Kalias. Rumble! A huge sword energy millstone appeared in the void, and the chaotic aura was wanton, sweeping Kalias into the millstone. In an instant, the millstone automatically turned slowly, and it could be vaguely seen that a bright light golden light bloomed from the millstone, which was the layer of light power on the surface of Kalias' body. Chapter 1544 Obliteration. Is this a millstone? Song Jian looked up at the void. There were two huge gray stones overlapping in the sky. The upper stone was slowly turning. Strands of golden light seeped out from between the two stones and slowly flowed down along the edge of the lower stone. No! A desperate cry came from the millstone. Kalias suddenly found that the originally solid divine power of light was being eroded bit by bit. At first, it was just some tiny golden light particles. In the end, the divine power of light that originally covered the surface of Kalias' soul body began to flow down slowly like water, becoming less and less. At this moment, Kalias was immediately anxious. The power of light was obviously being consumed and annihilated. Once the power of light was exhausted, he would be just an ordinary soul body, and he would definitely be annihilated by Song Jian. Song Jian had previously launched many attacks that could harm the soul body, not to mention anything else. The Red Lotus fire alone could burn his soul to pieces. Song Jian, you killed the punishment team. But that's nothing. If you really annihilate my soul body, the God of Light will definitely send the real Son of God to kill you. That is a semi-God level existence. You can't escape. You can't escape. Kalias roared in despair. Song Jian had a cold smile on his face. He was still threatening him at this time. He was simply asking for his own death. Time speeds up. Start! Song Jian shouted, and the time domain suddenly spread out, wrapping up the sword energy millstone in the void. For a moment, the millstone, which was originally grinding slowly, suddenly increased its speed by more than double, and the golden slurry slowly flowed down the edge of the millstone, and then disappeared into the void again. Song Jian could feel that his proficiency in the Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords art began to grow rapidly, and in the Broken Kingdom of God, the divine power value also began to slowly increase. The sword energy millstone seemed to have the effect of transforming the divine power of light into divine power without attributes, which surprised Song Jian. You must know that if you don't step into the God level, you will never be able to obtain divine power yourself. You can use soul power to repair the broken kingdom of God. But if you want to continue to expand the kingdom of God, you must use divine power. Song Jian had killed a demigod before, and he gained some divine power and built the Hall of Heroes. Now, he has gained some more divine power, and Song Jian has more choices. First, you can upgrade the Hall of Heroes. If you increase the level of the Hall of Heroes, you can increase the number and strength of the heroes created, and then form an army of heroes. In addition, you can also build other buildings in the kingdom of God, such as the prayer temple, the reception temple, the soul transformation pool, etc. Each building has its own function. Finally, divine power can also expand the area of the kingdom of God. Although Song Jian's broken kingdom of God has mountains, rivers, lakes and a small plain, the area is actually not large, only equivalent to an island. After all, it is just a broken kingdom of God. However, using divine power can expand the area of the kingdom of God and make it grow into a real kingdom of God. After hesitating for a moment, Song Jian looked at it. Carius provided him with more than 200 points of divine power. With the remaining power before, Song Jian's current divine power has reached 360 points. If the area of the kingdom of God is expanded, 1 point of divine power can be expanded by square meters. 360 points is equivalent to expanding 360 square meters, Song Jian said in his heart. After taking a look at the Hall of Heroes and other buildings that can be built, Song Jian finally chose to expand the area of the kingdom of God. Because whether it is to upgrade the level of the Hall of Heroes or to build other buildings in the kingdom of God, there must be a requirement for the area of the kingdom of God. Although some low-level kingdom of God buildings can be built now, if the area of the kingdom of God is not expanded, these low-level kingdom of God buildings are of little help to Song Jian now. Even the Holy Spirit Hall, Song Jian now has fewer and fewer opportunities to use them. After all, in the battle between the legendary realms, the strength of these heroes is still too weak. At least the Hall of Heroes must be upgraded to level 3 to create a hero with the strength of the legendary realm. But by that time, my enemy may have been upgraded to the demigod level or even the god level. Song Jian smiled bitterly. The soul of Carius was finally rubbed off by the sword energy millstone and turned into the proficiency of the 10,000 swords technique. The 10,000 swords technique, which had just been upgraded, was upgraded again, reaching the 19th level, and the number and power of the spirit swords were improved. In the void, Song Jian stood proudly and looked around. Some miners in the Blood Canyon looked at Song Jian with horror. In their eyes, the legendary realm powerhouse was like a god. Unexpectedly, he was actually killed by a player. In the Lord's mansion of Holy Light City, the face of the priest Torres suddenly changed. He lost the sense of the priest of Carius. This sense was completely gone, as if the soul of Carius was also destroyed. No, it's impossible. How could this happen? Priest Torres' face changed drastically. Their souls are immortal in the game world and will be protected by the God of Light. Once they are defeated and die, they will only sacrifice a body. After returning to the kingdom of God, they only need to recuperate for a period of time. And then, they can condense a new body with the holy power of light. But now, the soul of Carius has also lost contact with him. As if he is really dead. Torres' heart sank, and he quickly contacted the kingdom of light. A moment later, Torres received the news that Carius had completely fallen and his soul body had disappeared. And he suddenly became panicked. What should I do now? Kalia's strength is much higher than mine. The punishment team was completely wiped out. Now even Kalia's is dead. And even his soul body is. Priest Torres couldn't help but shudder, not daring to think about it anymore. Priest, what happened? Lord Toss couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Priest Torres' face was terribly gloomy, which gave him a bad premonition. Torres looked back at Lord Toss, his eyes full of disgust and hatred. If it weren't for this Lord Toss causing trouble, how could Priest Kalias die in this place? Priest Torres thought to himself. He forgot that just an hour ago, he praised Lord Toss for his beautiful work and successfully lured Song Jian to the city of Holy Light. The punishment team was completely wiped out, and Priest Kalias also died. Torres said calmly, I am going back to the kingdom of God to report the situation now. You will be fully responsible for the follow-up matters. Dang. The face of Lord Tos changed drastically, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. He couldn't even hold the silver wine glass in his hand. How could this happen? Then, what should I do? Priest Torres, you can't just ignore me. If you leave, the entire Holy Light City will probably be destroyed. Lord Tos knelt down at the feet of Priest Torres with a crying voice, holding the corner of his clothes tightly, and burst into tears. Chapter 1545 The Right Choice. You brought this upon yourself. You will bear all the consequences yourself. Humph. Priest Torres snorted coldly. I don't believe that Song Jian dared to kill millions of people in the entire Holy Light City. After saying that, Priest Torres felt a strong breath flying towards this side from the direction of the bloody canyon. His face changed, and he kicked Lord Tos away. He jumped up, and his wings of light spread out behind him, flying into the air. After a moment, his figure turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Run! Run! Lord Tos was stunned, with a dull expression on his face. Boom! Outside the Holy Light City, a pale golden light curtain has risen. Song Jian chopped down with a sword, directly chopping the light curtain and causing it to tremble violently. Godfall! Song Jian's mind moved, and the chaos sword chi was wanton, condensing into a sword beam several meters long, and slashed fiercely at the golden light curtain. In the Chaos Sword Classic, Song Jian has mastered 2 sword styles in total. One is the Red Dust Tribulation, and the other is the Godfall. The Red Dust Tribulation is a group attack skill, and the Godfall is a single damage skill, both of which are extremely powerful. Boom boom boom. The sky-breaking sword bloomed with countless sword beams, slashing at the golden light curtain. A series of sword beams, condensed into a lightsaber, slashed fiercely on the golden light curtain. In an instant, the energy consumed by the golden light curtain increased significantly. The chaotic sword beams chopped at the defensive light curtain. If it was the light curtain built by the City of Hope, it would have been smashed by Song Jian long ago. But the defensive light curtain of the City of Holy Light was still shaking violently, and did not break. However, this earth-shaking roar has attracted the attention of everyone in the City of Holy Light. The city guards have already stood on the city wall, and are ready to fight. Looking at the dazzling chaotic sword beams in the sky, everyone's face showed a look of fear. Lord Song, the City of Holy Songs is protected by the Church of Light. You attacked the City of Holy Light. Aren't you afraid of angering the Church of Light? A middle-aged man in armor and a big beard shouted loudly, holding a halberd. Kong Shoching. Song Jian has killed an entire punishment team of the City of Hope. And a white-robed priest, a soldier beside him, whispered. Song Jian's battle in the Blood Canyon had long been reported to the City of Holy Songs. Upon hearing that Song Jian was so fierce, Kong Qing, who was at the peak of the 3rd level combat power, suddenly changed his face, and dared not shout loudly anymore. I'm just a captain guarding the city. Shouldn't these things be handled by those big guys? Why should I rush forward so much? Besides, hasn't he broken through the city's defense yet? Kong Shoching said in his heart. At the same time, his eyes looked back and locked onto the building with the largest area and the highest height in the center of the city. Boom! The golden light curtain was ultimately unable to withstand Song Jian's attack, and it shattered and collapsed. In the building in the center of the city, a towering tower that reached the sky also collapsed. The defense of the city's light curtain was actually completely controlled by the Church of Light in the Holy Light City, and that tower was the control tower that controlled the light curtain defense. Song Jian's attack caused damage that exceeded the upper limit of the light curtain defense, and the light curtain defense that could not withstand the damage was completely shattered and destroyed, which also led to the direct destruction of the control tower in the City of Hope. Blasphemer! You dare to attack the ranch of the God of Light! An angry voice sounded from the Church of Light, and an old man in a golden robe, holding a staff, soared into the air. Obviously, this is also a legendary strongman. Song Jian glanced at him, with a hint of coldness on his lips. This old man was obviously the bishop of the Church of the God of Light in the City of Holy Light. Behind him, 7 or 8 strongmen rose at the same time, one of whom was the bishop of the Church of the God of Light in the City of Hope. Bishop Moss, I didn't expect that we would meet again. Song Jian smiled and greeted the bishop of the Church of the City of Hope. Bishop Moss showed an embarrassed look on his face. In the City of Hope, the City Lord's mansion did not suppress the various religions. They could preach freely. However, except for the natives in the game world, players rarely join these religions. They only receive some tasks from these religions and obtain task rewards. In the eyes of these believers, players are the followers of the Creator God, and it is impossible to develop them into the core members of their respective cults. Lord Song, the Church of Light has tens of millions of followers and thousands of legendary masters. You alone cannot contend with it. Once you really anger His Excellency the God of Light, it may order a holy war. At that time, let alone a mere level 5 city, even those who are as powerful as you may be completely wiped out from this continent. Bishop Moss said earnestly. Ha ha ha. Bishop Moss. Don't you know that I just killed a punishment team of the Church of Light? And also killed a white-robed priest. Even his soul was wiped out by me, and completely fell. Song Jian laughed and said, I have long been irreconcilable with the Church of Light. If the God of Light really wants to kill me, let him come. I'll wait for him in the City of Hope. After hearing Song Jian's blasphemous words, all the followers of the Church of Light cast disgusted eyes at Song Jian. And at the same time, loud hymns rang out in the church. The Church of Light has a large number of followers. These followers are not very powerful, but that does not mean that they cannot pose a threat to Song Jian. As more and more people chanted hymns, Song Jian could feel that an inexplicable divine power had been entangled in his body, making him feel that his body was gradually getting heavier. Hearing that Song Jian killed a white-robed priest and completely wiped out the other party's soul, the bishop of the Church of Light, the Knight of Light behind him, and some priests all changed their faces, looked at each other, and saw solemnity in each other's eyes. And at the same time, there was a trace of fear. You know, according to their status, they can be protected by the God of Light after death, and their souls will be taken to the Kingdom of Light, where they can either enjoy happiness in the Kingdom of Light or be reshaped by divine power and become angel-like beings, continuing to serve the Church of Light. But if Song Jian can really erase the soul, then their only way out will be gone, and their combat effectiveness will at least drop by more than 30%. Lord Song, are you really planning to destroy the entire Holy Light City and kill millions of people in the Holy Light City this time? Bishop Moss couldn't help asking. At this time, there were only 9 people in the Church of the Holy Light City of the Church of Light, including the legendary masters he brought with him. These people were not enough for Song Jian to fill his teeth. Bishop Moss saw with his own eyes that Song Jian killed more than 10 legendary masters. But he himself was not hurt at all. The City of Holy Light has detained the caravan of the City of Hope. It must ensure the safety of the caravan members, return the goods of the caravan, and make compensation. Song Jian shouted loudly. Hearing what Song Jian said, Bishop Moss and the Bishop of the Church of the Holy Light of the City of Holy Light looked at each other, and they felt relieved and said quickly, Lord Song, all this was decided by the Lord of the City of Holy Light without authorization, and it has nothing to do with the Church of the Holy Light. But don't worry. I believe that the City of Holy Light will definitely take responsibility for this matter and make the right choice. Chapter 1546 released them immediately. The caravan from the City of Hope was taken to a small courtyard near the City Lord's mansion by the guards of the City of Holy Light. After several guards were arranged to guard it, they all evacuated. Captain, how are they going to treat us? Are they going to kill us? An NPC hired worker asked with some concern. Jianguo's face was gloomy, and he shook his head slightly and said, if they kill us, it will definitely cause panic among the caravans from other cities, and it will have a bad effect on the business of the City of Holy Light. I guess they will put us under house arrest for a while. Damn it. It's obviously bullying. Our goods are the most ordinary and simple goods. How could there be contraband? Wang Yuyao said hatefully. Humph. Yuyao, don't you understand yet? It's easy to find a pretext to accuse someone. They are just looking for trouble with us. Sunan shook his head. The other NPC hired workers in the caravan were talking in a low voice. Jianguo and his men were players. They were all contacting the City of Hope through the communicator to explain the situation. What? The City Lord came to rescue us personally? Wang Yuyao suddenly exclaimed. The City Lord? The City Lord has been promoted to a legendary strongman, and has killed more than a dozen legendary strongmen. This is too powerful. The City of Holy Light is a dependent city of the Church of Light. There are many legendary strongmen in the city. If the City Lord comes to rescue alone, won't his strength be a little weak? Sunan said in a low voice. You should be sure. Otherwise, how could the City Lord come here alone? Jianguo shook his head. He could kill more than a dozen people of the same level. Obviously, the City Lord has been able to be invincible at the same level. I hope the City Lord can rescue us. Sunan sighed with a guilty conscience. The City Lord will definitely rescue us. Don't worry. Jianguo nodded and said. The group was imprisoned in a small courtyard. The guards around them looked at them expressionlessly. Once these people made any abnormal moves, they immediately tightened their weapons in their hands. I advise you to be honest. The 2 priests of the Church of Light are waiting for your City Lord in the Holy Light City. Once the 2 priests kill your City Lord, your best fate is to stay in prison for life. A soldier wearing silver full-body armor looked at everyone in a cold tone. What? This is a trap? Jianhua stood up in surprise, his face full of anger. Humph. What do you think? The City of Hope rejected the invitation of the City Alliance and killed the Saint of the Church of Light, not to mention killing the Guardian of the City of Light. Muse. Humph. The people of the City of Hope all deserve to die, a guard said viciously. That's you. Wang Yao couldn't help but want to argue, but was pulled by Jianhua and shook his head at her. There is no point in arguing about this now. So say less, Jianhua whispered. A group of people sighed, and a sad mood filled the courtyard. Some of the NPC employees even began to sob softly. After an unknown amount of time, the defensive light curtain of the Holy Light City suddenly burst into light, and a deafening roar sounded from afar. Someone is attacking the city, a guard exclaimed, clutching his weapon tightly. How could it be? The light curtain defense of the Holy Light City was built by the Temple of Hope. It has the holy power of light. Even if a legendary realm expert attacks, it is impossible to break through. Look, there is only one person attacking the city defense. Is he crazy? Several people from Jiang State also stood up and looked into the distance. City Lord? It's the City Lord. He's here to save us. Wang Yao was sharp-eyed. Even though she was thousands of meters away, she recognized Song Jian at a glance and couldn't help getting excited. City Lord? The City Lord came alone? Su Nan muttered to himself in disbelief. Just now, he contacted the players in the City of Hope, and they said that the City Lord came alone to rescue them. Su Nan still couldn't believe it. Now seeing the figure outside the light curtain, Su Nan even felt like he was hallucinating. Your City Lord is too crazy. He dared to come to the Holy Light City alone to cause trouble. It's simply... A guard couldn't help shaking his head. It's impossible for him to break the defense of the Holy Light City, even if he is a legendary strongman, another person said coldly. However, at this moment, dazzling sword beams bloomed in the sky, and the defensive light curtain of the Holy Light City was shattered in these dazzling sword beams, turning into crystal fragments all over the sky, and the control tower in the center of the city, the Church of Light, also collapsed. For a moment, the guards who were watching over the Jianhua people were silent, and their eyes looking at the Jianhua people suddenly became weird. It's impossible to break it. Am I dazzled? Wang Yao laughed. Humph. Even if the defense is broken, what can he do alone? There are many legendary masters in the Holy Light City. The guard who said it was impossible to break the Holy Light City's defense snorted coldly. Soon, a group of legendary masters took off and confronted Song Jian. The guard's mouth suddenly showed a smile. Just as he was about to taunt him, he suddenly saw that the legendary masters of the Holy Light City were flying towards the City Lord's mansion together. The faces of these guards suddenly changed, and they immediately had a bad premonition. Sure enough, a group of legendary masters actually broke into the City Lord's mansion, dragged the City Lord out, and threw him at Song Jian's feet. City Lord Song. All this is his. The City Lord of the Holy Light City, who made the decision without authorization. Now, we hand him over to you and let you deal with him. Song Jian looked at the trembling Toss, who was limp at his feet, and suddenly felt bored and lost interest. Forget it. Hand over the people and goods of the City of Hope, and compensate 3 legendary quality equipment, and this matter will be over. Song Jian shook his head and said, he knew that the Church of Light was behind this matter, but he alone, no matter how strong he was, could not be the opponent of the entire Church of Light, and the Church of Light could not send a god-level master to kill him. They were now in a delicate balance. Lord Toss' body froze. He looked up at Song Jian, his face full of disbelief. He knew that he was just a scapegoat thrown out, and he had long been prepared to be killed by Song Jian to vent his anger. But he didn't expect that Song Jian would actually let him go, just asking for some compensation. Why? Don't you want to? Song Jian looked at Lord Toss. No. I do. Lord Toss nodded quickly and said, it's in the Lord's mansion. I'll get it right away. Release my people first. Song Jian narrowed his eyes and said. Lord Toss shuddered. Song Jian's eyes were sharp, like a sharp blade stabbing into his heart. Right away. Release the people immediately. Chapter 1547 The Land of God's Fall. More than a month has passed since the incident in the City of Holy Light. Song Jian, with his sword, broke into the City of Holy Light and rescued a caravan from the City of Hope. This news has spread to every city within 3,000 kilometers. At that moment, almost everyone's cognition was overturned. The news that the God-favored one could defeat a city alone was like an undercurrent, spreading among NPC professionals. In the minds of NPC professionals, although the God-favored one's strength improved quickly, it was impossible for him to be promoted to the legendary realm in such a short time, or even become a legendary realm peak powerhouse. You know, many NPC professionals spent their entire lives without comprehending the power of the domain and advancing to the legendary realm, while a God-favored person only took a few years to grow from an ordinary person to a top-level legendary person, and even killed dozens of beings of the same level. This kind of thing seemed completely a fantasy to them, but it really happened. After this incident, the attitudes of NPC professionals towards God-favored people began to change quietly. Some resisted, while others approached them. Some NPC professionals, who often issue tasks to God-favored people, began to refuse to issue tasks to players, while other big figures, who were difficult to meet at ordinary times, began to frequently contact players. Among the players, Song Jian's reputation was once again pushed to the top. Now Song Jian is an idol in the minds of the players, which has also led to a large influx of players in the City of Hope. Previously, the coercion of the City Alliance caused many NPCs to leave the City of Hope. But now, the influx of players has caused the population of the City of Hope to surge again. City Lord, in the past few days, the number of players who have applied to settle in the City of Hope has exceeded 500,000. According to this trend, the total population of the City of Hope will exceed 1 million in at most half a month. Wang Qi reported to Song Jian excitedly. A level 5 city with a total population of only 300,000 or 400,000 is a shame to say. Most players prefer to be in a strong city with a deep foundation, strong military force, and security. This is why players don't like the City of Hope. However, after the news that Song Jian defeated a city with one sword, a large number of players felt that the City of Hope was much safer than other cities. As long as Song Jian survived, the City of Hope would be as stable as Mount Tai. With more people, there will be more messy things. The number of city guards and patrol troops must also be increased, and relevant laws and regulations must be improved. Song Jian said casually. Don't worry. We have been doing this all the time. Wang Qi nodded and said, how is the exploration of the underground city going? Have you found any ruins? Song Jian asked. Song Jian rarely asked about the construction and development of the city, leaving it to professionals like Wang Qi. However, so many cities and cults invaded the City of Hope with great fanfare. Their target was not the city, but the ruins under the entire city. This was much more attractive to Song Jian than developing the city. City Lord, we have sent many people into the sewers to explore, and we have also issued a bounty to recruit some NPC professionals and players to explore. But after such a long time, we have not found any ruins. Wang Qi showed a hesitant look on his face, and hesitated. Are those people lying and just wanting an excuse to invade the City of Hope? Impossible. If they really just want to occupy the city, they wouldn't mobilize such a large force. A city alliance is not something we can resist. Luo Tianyu shook his head and said, the cult that appeared that day was not just the cult of light. Those were priests, and some city guardians represented more than just their own cities. Tianyu is right. If it was just for a level 5 city, the commotion would be too big. Song Jian shook his head and said, the City of Hope must be hiding secrets we don't know. Go to the library and check the history of the City of Hope. No. The City of Doomsday. Maybe there will be some discoveries. Song Jian said. The City of Hope was built on the foundation of the City of Doom. An abandoned city actually had a large array of protection. Song Jian had not paid much attention to it before, but now that he thought about it, it was a little strange. Check what this city was called before, why it was destroyed, and who destroyed it. Song Jian ordered. Understood. I'll send someone to check it right away. Even if I have to turn the library upside down, I have to find something. Wang Qi said fiercely. Wang Qi sent hundreds of people to the library in the center of the city to read books about history. This library was a copy-like existence before the City of Hope was built. After the City of Hope was built, the library also grew with the development of the city. Now the library has at least tens of millions of books, and there are nearly 1,000 staff members in the library alone. 3 days later, Wang Qi came to the city lord's mansion with a thick book in his hand. City lord, I found it. Wang Qi placed the book in front of Song Jian. The city of Doom is mentioned in this book called Chronicles of Ragnarok. Wang Qi pointed at the book with a black cover and whispered, Chronicles of Ragnarok? Song Jian glanced at the cover of the book, and the golden characters on it exuded a faint glow. This is not a common language, but an ancient elven language. Fortunately, Song Jian's level of ancient elven language is not low, so it is not difficult to read. This book is very thick, just like a dictionary. Song Jian opened the book, and a strong smell of decay came out of the book. Obviously, this book is not noticeable in the library. Someone had already marked the book. Song Jian turned to the middle of the book and looked at the underlined part. The goddess of harvest, Demer, walked tiredly on the desolate land. In the distance, there was a deserted city full of dead silence. The corrosive black fog enveloped the city. Tall undead skeletons walked in the center of the city. The power of death filled every place in the city. Dimmer took out a great branch and inserted it into the black soil. After a while, a tender great branch took root and sprouted in the soil. In just a few minutes, a large vineyard was formed, bearing abundant fruits. Dimmer looked at the vibrant vineyard, showed a beautiful smile, and then slowly fell down. The city of hope is actually a place where gods fell, and the last resting place of the goddess of harvest. Dimmer? Song Jian was shocked. But soon, the shock turned into ecstasy. He finally understood why so many people began to pay so much attention to the City of Hope. Chapter 1548 Demigod Level. Is what is written in this book true? Song Jian took a deep breath and asked, why has no one ever explored it before? After so many years, if this place is really like what is written in the book, it would have been discovered by others long ago. Right? I don't know. Wang Qi shook his head and said, the only things described in the book are the black fog, the city of the dead, and the city of Doomsday. For the rest, we have not yet found any place that matches the description in the book. For example, the vineyard. Song Jian nodded. It was impossible to know how long the city of Doomsday had been abandoned. There was no way to verify the specific location of the fall of the goddess of harvest from the book. It was only known that it was a vineyard. But there were no vineyards within 100 kilometers around the City of Hope, and no buildings related to the goddess of harvest were found. Let's continue to explore. Maybe they found clues from other places. Song Jian shook his head. The black fog was pervasive, and the aura of the dead was strong. Such places were not only in the Doomsday City. Song Jian had encountered a small town before. That town was also pervasive with black fog, but it was not filled with the aura of the dead. But the Abyss, the owner of the town, the red-haired girl, was said to be a descendant of the gods. But in Song Jian's opinion, the other party was just a peak legend, and had not entered the demigod realm. The other party is a descendant of the Abyss god, and has nothing to do with the goddess of harvest, Song Jian said in his heart. Just when Song Jian and Wang Qi both felt that it was difficult to determine the place where the goddess of harvest fell, there was a sudden explosion in the sky above the City of Hope. Like a bolt from the blue. Boom. Song Jian's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, Song Jian had already arrived in the sky. This was not the magician's flash skill, but the earth escape in the 5 elements escape technique. He could move quickly to any place with earth elements, causing a damaging effect. In the sky, a man with flames burning all over his body, holding a scepter similar to a spear in his hand, wearing red armor and a big red cloak, fluttering in the wind. My name is Basford, the son of fire. Are you the lord of the City of Hope? Song Jian? The middle-aged man stared at Song Jian and asked in a loud voice. Song Jian looked up and down at the man in front of him. The flames on his body had already involved the law of fire. The area where he was located was particularly active in the fire element, and even began to repel other elements, and was rapidly forming an area similar to the flame barrier. The power of the law. A demigod. Song Jian's heart sank. He originally thought that there should be no demigods in the game world at this stage. But he didn't expect. I am? What can I do for you? Song Jian asked. He could feel that the other party didn't seem to have any malicious intent. I hope to settle down in your city. Is it possible? Basford said with a smile. Settle down? Song Jian was stunned and said with a smile, with your strength as a demigod, you will be welcomed in any city. Why did you choose a newly built city like mine? Don't say that you come here to settle down because you admire me. Right? The players chose the City of Hope because Song Jian is strong and they want to feel safe. But Basford is a demigod. No matter what his real strength is, his strength is enough to make Song Jian fall 10 blocks behind. Basford glanced at the City of Hope. With his demigod-level perception, he could sense the entire city instantly. Basford smiled and said, "It seems that you already know that there is a big secret hidden in your city. All religions with god-level strongmen have issued divine orders to go to the City of Hope to find possible secrets." Possible secrets? Song Jian frowned and couldn't help but said, "Can you be more specific?" "Sorry, I don't know much. But I know that this city has been destroyed 5 times. Every time it was destroyed, it would be rebuilt inexplicably after a few decades, including the City of Hope you built. This city has been rebuilt 6 times. Basford smiled. "So, are you here to find the secret hidden in my city?" Song Jian asked. "Yes. This is an item that all the god-level strongmen desire to get. My strength has reached the peak of the demigod level, and I am only 1 step away from the god level. This step is like a natural moat for me. In 500 years, my strength has not improved at all, and I have no clue at all," Basford said with a look of resentment on his face. "How is it possible? Isn't it a natural thing for the demigod level to be promoted to the god level? Is it harder than the peak of the legendary level to be promoted to the demigod level?" Song Jian couldn't help asking. You know, in his opinion, the legendary level needs to evolve the power of the domain into the power of the law. Although these 2 powers have the same origin, the core of the power has changed, and it is difficult to comprehend. But the difference between the demigod level and the god level is not that big. The demigod level comprehends the power of the law, while the god level masters the power of the law. One is comprehending, the other is mastering. But the goal is the power of the law, and there is no change. Such an advancement can be achieved by hard work. How is it possible that there has been no advancement in 500 years? You don't understand. Basford glanced at Song Jian and explained, "The power of the law is illusory. It takes opportunity to comprehend it. If you want to master it more deeply, you need more opportunities. At the very least, you need to obtain enough law items. If you just imagine it, there is no way to make any progress." Basford shook his head and said, "You know, most of the god-level strongmen started to create religions in the world when they were still demigods. Why did they create religions? It was to obtain the power of faith contributed by the believers. Burn the power of faith, comprehend the laws, and further control the laws to advance to the god level. Now, these god-level strongmen have formed an alliance and do not allow newly promoted demigod-level strongmen to create their own religions and compete with them for believers. Once a demigod-level strongman creates a religion, he will be called an evil god and be attacked, since the power of faith is needed to comprehend the laws. Then after they become god-level strongmen, they can completely give up religion. Why do they continue to develop religions? Why don't they allow new demigod-level strongmen to create religions? Faith is poisonous," Basford said with a mocking smile on his face, burning the power of faith to advance to the god level. From then on, his god power and the power of faith will blend with each other and become indistinguishable. Once no one believes in him and cannot provide him with the power of faith, then such a god-level strongman, the power of law will decline rapidly, and at the least, he will fall to a lower level, or even fall directly. He must constantly develop believers and let the believers provide a steady stream of faith power. Chapter 1549 Contract. Faith is poisonous. Song Jian fell silent. In his opinion, gods need to have godhood, priesthood and kingdom. In his hands, there is a kingdom of a fallen god. Although it is less than 1/5 of the area, it is indeed a kingdom of God. Those demigods who burn the power of faith, they condense the godhood, ignite the divine fire, and create the kingdom of God. Their purpose is to guide the souls of believers after death, so that they can continue to believe in the kingdom of God and continue to provide the power of faith. Basford sneered. Such god-level strongmen, in my opinion, are false gods. Their strength and their lives are all tied to the believers. Once the number of believers decreases, their strength will be greatly reduced. Once the believers disappear, they can't even keep their lives. But they are too powerful, and they have united together to block the path to the demigod level. This time, I hope to get the method to the god level from you, Basford said to Song Jian. The method to the god level? Song Jian smiled and did not refuse, but did not agree to it. Although Basford told Song Jian everything he knew without reservation, no one knew whether he would become a different person if he really got the method to the god level. Although you are now at the peak of the legendary realm, I don't know how many years it will take to take this step. However, if you can help me get the method to the god level, then I can tell you the experience of upgrading the power of the domain to the power of the law, Basford said. Not enough. Song Jian shook his head and refused. Basford's face changed slightly, and the flames around his body suddenly rose several feet high. The air around him also became hot, and the temperature rose by more than 100 degrees. The area within a radius of tens of meters immediately turned into a flame field, and the air became distorted. The power of the law permeated, covering the area of hundreds of meters around, and the flame element in the area of tens of meters around Basford's body was almost condensed into substance, like a wall, blocking Basford in front of him. Mortals, don't be greedy. Basford's voice was deafening. Song Jian was within the range of Basford's law power, but he felt no pressure at all. The time domain had quietly unfolded. Although it could not spread an inch outward under the suppression of the law power, it could still protect Song Jian from the erosion of the fire law power. Song Jian could feel that the power of the time domain was consuming rapidly, almost 10 times the usual speed. If it continued like this, he would not be able to hold on for long. Do you want to be an enemy of the City of Hope? Song Jian raised his right hand and summoned the sky-breaking sword, and a brilliant chaotic sword energy bloomed. You can actually resist the power of the fire law? Basford's eyes showed a touch of surprise. The power of the domain was like the gap between snow and ice in front of the power of the law, which was even greater than the gap between the peak of the third-level combat power and the legendary realm. Basford's face showed a cautious look, and the power of the law of fire also quietly converged a little. The surrounding flames were all gathered into his body, and the originally dark red armor suddenly emitted a faint bright color. Lord Song, as long as you find the legendary ruins, I only need the method to advance to the god level, and the rest can all belong to you, Basford said with a serious face. And if I really advance to the god level, if there is a god level strongman who is your enemy in the future, I promise to help you once. Boom. A thunderous sound sounded in the sky, and at the same time, a prompt appeared in Song Jian's system information. At the same time, countless air currents appeared in the void, condensing into a slightly worn parchment scroll, floating between Song Jian and Basford. System. Son of Fire, Basford promised you that if you help it find the secrets hidden in the City of Hope and find a way to advance to the god level, everything else will belong to you during the exploration process. After Basford is promoted to the god level, you have the right to force it to fight for you once. Basford's face changed slightly. He didn't expect that his words would become a sacred contract. Although the content of the contract was exactly the same as he promised, it was still a little uncomfortable for Basford. Does it mean what you say? Are all demigod-level strongmen so strong? Song Jian was a little confused. But soon, the game system gave an explanation. It turned out that the demigod-level strongmen were too powerful. After making promises to the players did not have the strength to guarantee the fulfillment of the promises. Therefore, in order to protect the interests of the players, the game system will automatically appear as sacred contract after the demigod-level players make promises to guarantee the final rights and interests of the players. This is equivalent to Basford issuing a task to Song Jian, and the system needs to ensure that the task rewards can be distributed to the players. This is a benefit for the players, but there is no such guarantee for the NPC professionals in the game. Seeing this scene, Basford suddenly realized that he was facing a person favored by God, protected by the God of creation. The sacred contract floated in front of Song Jian. The text on it was a very strange text, a bit like Latin. Song Jian didn't recognize it, but he understood its meaning instantly. Song Jian nodded, stretched out his hand, and gently pressed the place where he needed to sign. Suddenly, a red handprint appeared on the contract. Then, the contract floated in front of Basford again, waiting for it to be signed. Basford looked at the contract and confirmed that the text on the contract was the text of creation. He fell silent. After a moment, Basford sighed in his heart and stretched out his hand to press his own fingerprint on the contract. This contract is supervised by the God of creation. Even if Basford becomes a god-level strongman in the future, he will not be able to violate the content of this contract. Boom! After both of them signed the sacred contract, the contract turned into a ball of flame and disappeared. The task of assisting the Son of Flame appeared in Song Jian's task bar. And Basford also had an extra contract in his mind. After reading the task description in the task bar, Song Jian smiled and asked, "Respected Son of Flame, Mr. Basford, I don't know how I can help you find the ruins you mentioned?" Basford looked at Song Jian quietly without speaking. After a long time, he smiled and nodded. "I need you to allow me to move freely in the City of Hope and sense the entrance to the ruins. I believe that it won't take long for me to find it." Chapter 1550 Clues. After being allowed to enter the City of Hope, Basford's perception instantly swept the entire City of Hope, and then began to explore inch by inch. It took Basford a whole morning to explore the entire City of Hope, but he found nothing. How could this happen? This shouldn't be the case. Basford looked grim. In his opinion, if you want to find the entrance to the ruins, you must use divine power to detect it. Otherwise, even if you turn the entire City of Hope upside down, you can't find the entrance to the ruins. Song Jian was originally full of confidence that Basford would find the Land of Gods full. But after half a day, Basford found nothing, which made Song Jian a little disappointed. Still not working? Song Jian couldn't help asking. "I need more time to look," Basford said expressionlessly. "Like I said before, I plan to settle down in this city and live for a while." Song Jian shrugged his shoulders and said, "Okay. Whatever you want. If you find anything, you can always find me." A strong man like Basford is like the sun in the dark. It is possible to hide it from others, but it is impossible to hide it from Song Jian, who has the City Lord's seal. Time passed, and soon half a month passed. Because many cities controlled by NPCs have severed relations with Song Jian and banned the caravans of the City of Hope from entering. The income of the City of Hope has dropped sharply during this period, and it can only trade with some cities built by players. However, it is not a big problem for the City of Hope. With a decrease in income, the corresponding urban construction will also slow down. However, the City of Hope is already a level 5 city, and all the buildings that need to be built have been built. Some special buildings require special drawings, which are not something that can be done overnight. In the City Lord's mansion, Song Jian looked out the window with some boredom, looking at the cloudy sky, and once again sensed that Basford was wandering around some remote places in the City of Hope. I feel that Basford doesn't know as much as I do. At least, I know that what I am looking for is the place where the gods fell, not the entrance to the ruins, Song Jian said in his heart. However, for players, it may be a large-scale dungeon. However, if it is really the place where the goddess of harvest fell, then the level of this dungeon must be very high, and the opening time is definitely far away, Song Jian thought to himself. But soon, he changed his mind and thought, no, it shouldn't be far away. Otherwise, the news would not be known by so many forces at the same time. Although the news they got was only a little bit, all the news pointed to the City of Hope. In other words, even if I do nothing, it won't be long before the place where the goddess of harvest fell will appear as a large-scale dungeon. Maybe in the next update? Song Jian's guess is not unreasonable. If the game world is developed according to the process, when players enter the National Legend realm, they will naturally begin to come into contact with the demigod and god-level realms. The game will open more dungeons, more secret realms, and more tasks. My level is already too much higher than that of ordinary players. Could it be that this dungeon of the fallen land of the harvest goddess is specially open for me? Song Jian couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, Song Jian's mind suddenly boomed and shook violently. Song Jian, who was originally standing by the window looking out, fell directly to the ground, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and his body twitched continuously. After a quarter of an hour, the twitching of the body gradually subsided, and Song Jian regained consciousness. At this time, his cheeks were covered with dried bloodstains. Song Jian turned over and sat up, sitting on the cold floor, recalling what had just happened. What's going on? Am I attacked? Song Jian wiped the bloodstains on his cheeks, his face very ugly. The previous situation was very much like someone had launched a spiritual attack on Song Jian. But soon, Song Jian understood what had happened. In his mind, a huge tree continued to grow, with a thick trunk like a high-rise building. Its roots had spread from a planet to the depths of the void. Countless roots that looked numb continued to extend in the dark void. One planet after another was pierced by its roots, and more roots disappeared in the endless void. In front of it, the planets looked particularly small like glass balls. This tree looks like an illusion. Whether it is the roots that penetrate into the planet, begin to escape into the void, or absorb dark energy, it is silent, and no one can find it. But Song Jian knows that all this is real. And the planet that first happened is the Earth. This tree is the tree of life that he planted on the Earth with his own hands. Is it entering the growth stage? Song Jian's face is full of surprise. At this time, Song Jian's eyes instantly came to the ocean on Earth where the tree of life was planted. In the deep sea, huge sea fish with a length of more than 10 meters are constantly swimming. In the deeper sea, there are even longer and larger fish. Song Jian even saw a huge black shadow with a diameter of more than 50 meters, which looked like an octopus. These terrifying creatures that only exist in movies are actually everywhere in the oceans of the real Earth, which makes Song Jian feel a little frightened. The tree of life has actually changed the form of creatures on Earth. This is too scary. Will it cause any harm to humans? Song Jian thought to himself. At this moment, the scene in his mind shattered like glass. Song Jian can only feel the existence of the tree of life now, and can no longer observe the surrounding situation from the perspective of the tree of life. Just when Song Jian was worried about the humans on Earth, Basford broke into the city lord's mansion directly. Seeing Song Jian sitting on the ground, he didn't care. He sat on the sofa with a depressed look on his face and sighed. What? Still no clues? Song Jian stood up, wiping the blood scab on his cheek, and asked with a smile. It's still the same. Damn. It shouldn't be like this. According to my information, you only need to use divine power to explore, and you can quickly find the entrance to the ruins, Basford said, as if talking to himself, looking at Song Jian, and asked in surprise, how did you get yourself like this? Are you injured? No. It's just a little thing. Song Jian shook his head and said, he found that after the tree of life entered the growth period, his mental power attribute inexplicably increased by more than 30 points. You know, because 2 life trees were planted. One of them is in the gestation stage and has not been fed back. But the life tree planted on the Earth has grown up. Every once in a while, it will give him some feedback on attribute improvement. Usually a little or two. But this time it increased by more than 30 points. Which is a pleasant surprise for Song Jian. Are you still going to continue looking in the City of Hope? Song Jian asked. Of course. This is my only hope to advance to the god level. I can't give up, Basford said, gritting his teeth. Chapter 1551, Breaking the Formation. The search for the land of the fallen gods, or the entrance to the ruins, has reached a deadlock. Although Basford said that he would never give up, it is clear that after a month of useless work, his patience has become less and less. As for the search in the City of Hope, the target has shifted to the area around the City of Hope. You know, the area around the City of Hope is also very wide, and many small and medium-sized copies have been found. But there is not even a large copy in the diameter, which seems a bit strange for a level 5 city. The higher the level of the city, the more copies there will be nearby, and the higher the level will be. For example, the level 5 city of Sin City has 30 or 40 low-level copies, a dozen medium-sized copies, and 5 large 40-person copies. Only a dozen small dungeons were found around the City of Hope, and only 3 medium-sized dungeons were found, which was somewhat inconsistent with the level of the City of Hope. Maybe it's because the City of Hope has only been promoted to a level 5 city for a short time. But there is no large dungeon, which seems a bit weird. Song Jian thought to himself. The development of a city requires not only financial resources, but also many other types of resources. Dungeons are the most important one, which can attract a large number of players and NPC professionals. On this day, Wang Qi suddenly came to the city lord's mansion excitedly. When he saw Song Jian, he immediately said with surprise, City Lord, we found a strange altar in a valley outside the city. There is a strange fluctuation there. As long as you get close, you will fall into an illusion. Let's go and have a look. Song Jian immediately stood up and said. Just as Song Jian and a group of people were leaving the city, someone inexplicably appeared in the team. Basford. Song Jian just glanced at him and didn't say anything. The group quickly ran towards the valley. Soon, the group came to a small valley only a dozen kilometers away from the City of Hope. This is a level 30 level training area. There are many level 30 monsters, and some low-level herbs appear from time to time. Many players who have just entered the game will choose to level up here. But today, there are almost no people in this valley. Even the monsters have disappeared without a trace. The breath of a group of big guys around level 100 has made these level 30 monsters flee far away. Only a group of meat-eaters are watching from the sidelines. Watching Song Jian and his group walk towards the depths of the valley. It's just in front. This altar didn't exist a few days ago. It seems to have suddenly appeared these days. It's very strange, Wang Qi said. Song Jian nodded. He couldn't make any judgment without seeing the altar. Soon, the group came to the depths of the valley. The trees here looked a little wilted, because they had not received sunlight for a long time. The branches were almost drooping. And there was a gloomy feeling in the air. There is the breath of the formation, Song Jian suddenly said. There was a trace of the power of the formation in the air. Song Jian looked around and tried his best to sense the strangeness around him while walking. Soon, the group saw the altar that Wang Qi mentioned. This is not an ordinary altar. This altar is 5 or 6 meters high and is built entirely of bricks and stones. There is no statue on the altar. Only a semicircular thing similar to an arch. There is a protective formation here, but it may have been damaged due to time. Otherwise, you would not be able to find it, Basford suddenly said, with an expression of surprise that could not be suppressed on his face. I thought it was in the City of Hope, but I didn't expect it to be in a valley outside the City of Hope, Basford said to himself. If you go further, you will see an illusion. Wang Qi stopped and said. Basford glanced at him, but didn't care, and didn't stop. He continued to walk forward. It seemed that the broken formation didn't affect him. But not long after, Basford suddenly stood still. After a while, he seemed to see something terrible, and suddenly let out a scream. The whole person flew backwards, crashed into several trees, and fell heavily to the ground. People who break in by force will be like this. But he has walked the farthest among all people, Wang Qi said in a low voice. Song Jian nodded. He could feel that although the formation was broken, the remaining power of the formation was still filled with a trace of the power of the law. Obviously, if the formation was intact, it would target the demigods who had mastered the power of the law, or even the gods. I saw the gods fall. Basford had a look of horror on his face and trembled all over. Although it looked powerful just now, Basford's body was almost unharmed. But he might have suffered some mental shock. The gods fell? Song Jian was stunned, shook his head and said, it should be an illusion. This kind of illusion will induce the thing you fear most in your heart to happen. No. That's the future. I saw the future. Basford shook his head, stared at Song Jian and said, I saw that I had become a god-level strongman. And I also had the priesthood of the god of fire. But in the end, I still fell. Just like other gods. Song Jian frowned slightly and asked quickly, what did you see specifically? Who can make the gods fall? Basford suddenly closed his mouth, shook his head, and stopped talking. But his body was still shaking. It seemed that he believed in the scene he saw before. Wait a moment. I will break this formation, Song Jian said. If it was a complete formation, Song Jian would not have the confidence to find and crack it. But now the formation has been exhausted due to the passage of time. And the formation has been damaged. With obvious traces, Song Jian only needs to spend some time to find the veins of this formation. And then, he can find the center of the formation and break this formation. Song Jian slowly walked forward, sensing the veins of the formation, and finding the location of the center of the formation. Basford watched Song Jian's figure slowly disappear in the formation. And an inexplicable fear appeared in his eyes. After a while, a few cracks suddenly appeared in the surrounding space, like a spider web, appearing in front of everyone, and everyone subconsciously retreated. It's actually cracked. I didn't expect that his attainment in formation is so high, Basford thought to himself. Bang! A crisp sound exploded in the air, just like transparent glass breaking, and the space around the altar was completely shattered. But when everyone looked forward again, there was no change around the altar, as if the scene of the space shattering before was an illusion. At this time, Song Jian held a ball of light golden energy in his hand, and his face was full of surprise. Chapter 1552 Sneak In. This is... Basford's heart tightened, staring at the light golden energy in Song Jian's hand. After a moment, a look of relief appeared on his face. Divine power. This is divine power. But it is too violent and not suitable for swallowing. Basford shook his head and said, this should be the core of the formation, providing the power for the entire formation to operate. Unfortunately, It has been almost consumed, and only this little is left. For every god-level strongman, divine power is an extremely precious thing. It can increase the upper limit of one's divine power storage, and can improve one's cultivation and strength. But violent divine power is not good. Although it is also ownerless divine power, the energy is too messy. Just sorting out this group of divine power will consume a lot of time and energy. For demigod level and god level strongmen, it is not worth it at all. It is better to condense it yourself. In the same time, condensation is definitely more efficient than sorting. This is a good thing for you. You can try to sort out and absorb this group of divine power. It will definitely be good for you to advance to the demigod level. Basford glanced at Song Jian and said, sorting out this group of violent and chaotic divine power is not worth the loss for demigod and god level masters. But for the peak masters of the legendary realm, it is a shortcut to quickly comprehend divine power. While sorting out this group of divine power, Song Jian's understanding of divine power will be deeper. This is an improvement from nothing to something. Moreover, Song Jian can also absorb the divine power after sorting it out to improve his strength. It can be said that he kills two birds with one stone. Song Jian naturally understood what Basford said. He smiled slightly and put the light golden energy in his hand into the package column. He cracked the formation, so the spoils naturally belonged to him. What a lucky guy, Basford thought to himself. This ball of divine power is enough to shorten the time for Song Jian to advance to the demigod level by 1/3. As long as he sorts out this ball of divine power, he will have a deeper understanding of the power of law. Maybe after absorbing it, he can directly comprehend the power of law and become a demigod-level strongman. In fact, what Basford didn't know was that Song Jian had the law of power in his hand. If he wanted to advance to the demigod level, he could become a demigod-level strongman in an instant. However, Song Jian still wanted to advance his time domain to the law of time, so he kept suppressing his cultivation. If he used the law of power to advance to the demigod level, then the difficulty of Song Jian's time domain to advance to the law of time would increase by more than 10 times. Keep going forward and see what's strange about the altar, Song Jian said. Anyone who can arrange a god-level formation around it is naturally not an ordinary person. It is very likely that it was arranged by a god-level strongman. The altar in front of him might be set up for him. If it is the altar of the goddess of harvest, maybe this is really the place Basford is looking for, Song Jian thought to himself. Everyone walked forward, because the formation was cracked. There was nothing to stop them. Soon, the group came to the altar. The altar in front of them looked very dilapidated, as if it had been abandoned for 1,000 years. If it weren't for the fact that the building materials were not ordinary, it would have collapsed long ago. Can you tell which god this is for? Song Jian asked. For players like them, the knowledge reserve is obviously not comparable to that of the demigod-level strongmen in the game world. After carefully exploring the altar, Basford shook his head and said, for some reason, the target of the sacrifice has disappeared. Just based on the architectural style, it is impossible to tell which god is being sacrificed. However, seeing that this altar is so deserted, it seems that the object of the sacrifice has fallen. It is estimated that there are no believers to provide the power of faith now. If the believers can continue to provide the power of faith and perform sacrifices, the god may be resurrected after thousands of years. But unfortunately, the owner of the altar in front of him may never be resurrected again. Could it be that this is just an ordinary altar? Nothing unusual here? Song Jian frowned. You know, if it is just an ordinary altar of fallen gods, it has no value. There are at least 8,000 such altars in the entire game continent. Let me try to connect with my divine power. Basford stepped forward and pressed his hand on the steps of the altar. Soon, a bright golden light flashed from his hand. For a full quarter of an hour, there was silence all around, and nothing happened. Basford stood up and shook his head and said, this is just an abandoned altar. Nothing special. If there is anything unusual, I'm afraid it's only the formation you just cracked. Unfortunately, Basford shook his head, his face full of deep disappointment. Song Jian stared at him for a while, suddenly smiled, nodded and said, in that case, let's continue to explore other places. The group slowly dispersed. Song Jian looked back at the altar, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You are not the only one who has divine power, Song Jian thought to himself. At night, a figure quickly walked through the valley, and soon came to the abandoned altar. Hee. I didn't expect that the real entrance to the ruins was in such a small valley. If I had known this, I would never go to the City of Hope and alarm so many people. However, if I hadn't gone to the City of Hope, I wouldn't have been able to crack the formation. Forget it. The benefits of the formation are just a reward for Song Jian's hard work. After all, without him cracking the formation, I wouldn't have been able to find the real entrance to the ruins here. Basford, dressed in black, stood in front of the altar he had just visited during the day, with an excited smile on his face. He walked up the altar steps step by step and stood at the top of the altar. This is where believers offer sacrifices, and it looks like a platform. Basford put his hand on the surface of the altar and chanted in a low voice. This is a special language that sounds very similar to the language of the abyss. It gives people a very comfortable and tempting feeling. Naturally, people feel friendly and respectful to those who chant this language. The Word of God. Does it mean that to advance to the demigod level, one must know the Word of God? In a big tree in the valley, Song Jian silently watched Basford do all this. You know, although Song Jian is only a peak powerhouse in the legendary realm, because of the existence of the broken kingdom of God, although he cannot create divine power himself, he can absorb and store divine power. With this connection, he had already noticed something strange at the altar during the day. When Basford said that there was nothing strange here, Song Jian already knew what he was thinking. He did not refute it at the time, but came to the valley early, performed the 5 elements escape method, hid aside, and waited patiently. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Basford to be seen. The mantis stalks the cicada, and the oriole is behind. Basford, you probably didn't expect that I would wait for you here. Song Jian looked at Basford, who was chanting continuously, and a smile appeared on his face. Chapter 1553 copy. Basford didn't know that everything he did had been seen through by Song Jian, and he was still constantly testing the altar with divine power. Although the demigod level strongmen were able to convert divine power, both the conversion speed and efficiency were very low. Many demigod level strongmen only use divine power as a trump card in battle, to fight or escape. At this time, the flame divine power continued to flow out of Basford's hands and seep into the altar. Not long after, the semicircular arch on the altar slowly bloomed a little green light. Seeing this scene, Basford seemed to be inspired and worked harder. It's here! It's here! This is the entrance to the ruins. Ha ha ha! I'm going to become a god-level strongman. Basford's face was covered with sweat, and he looked very tired, but his expression was extremely excited. Buzz! With a light sound, a semicircular arch appeared on the altar, and ripples continued to ripple on the light curtain, looking like a door made of water curtain. In Song Jian's eyes, a 60-second countdown appeared above the semicircular arch, which looked almost exactly the same as an ordinary copy. Basford struggled to stand up, shook slightly twice, stabilized his body, took a deep breath, and walked towards the semicircular arch. Soon, his figure disappeared in the arch. After Basford entered the light curtain, a figure rushed up to the altar like an arrow, reached out and touched the semicircular arch. And soon, the information about this copy appeared in front of Song Jian. System, you have discovered the 5th level copy God's Falling Land, which is a copy for 40 people and requires a level of 120. System, you need a divine crystal to enter the God's Falling Land. Killing a divine monster has a certain chance of exploding a divine crystal. System, this copy has been triggered. Please enter the copy within 34/60 seconds. The time is up, and the copy is over. To open it again, you need to consume a divine crystal. 34, 33, 32. Song Jian was slightly disappointed. He originally thought that the place where the goddess of harvest fell should be in the City of Hope. Unexpectedly, it was in a valley more than 10 kilometers away from the City of Hope. With such a long distance, it might be difficult for the City of Hope to control this dungeon. Let's go in and take a look first. Song Jian thought to himself. This was not the first time that Song Jian entered a dungeon with 40 people. With his current strength, he was fully capable of clearing a dungeon with 40 people, even at the real difficulty. Now, the difficulty of the dungeon that Song Jian entered was not simple or normal, but the difficulty of the pioneering level. Sometimes, the difficulty of the pioneering level is even higher than the real difficulty. But the grade of the dropped items will also be higher. The probability of the dropped equipment of unique quality is even higher than the real difficulty. This is why players are very keen to find new dungeons to open up. Song Jian stood quietly on the altar, watching the countdown pass by second, until the last second. Song Jian stepped into the dungeon. After he entered the dungeon, the water curtain light door of the dungeon suddenly disappeared, and it returned to its previous dilapidated appearance. Song Jian's eyes blurred, and when he opened his eyes again, he saw a waterfall more than 10 meters wide, with deafening sound of water flow and continuous splashing of white water. Basford's figure had disappeared. The reason why Song Jian entered the dungeon at the last second was to avoid running into Basford and avoid embarrassment. Song Jian also wanted Basford to explore the way. The monsters in the dungeon of the pioneering level were at least elite level. Even if Basford had the strength of a demigod, he might fall here if he was not careful. Song Jian first explored the area around the waterfall, but found nothing unusual. There was no sign of any monsters in the pool under the waterfall, but the water was clear and faintly cold. Song Jian couldn't help but take a sip, and was surprised to find that a health recovery speed plus 10% buff effect appeared in his status bar. It's better than nothing. Song Jian smiled, stood up, and continued to walk towards the cliff along a path next to the waterfall. After just 2 steps, Song Jian saw the corpses of 2 monsters. These 2 monsters looked a bit like bears, but they had a single horn on their heads and were covered with thick hair. Owl Beast? Elite monsters of level 110. With a HP value of 10 million? Song Jian couldn't help but be amazed. The HP values of these 2 elite monsters were very high. Even a team of 40 people with ordinary equipment would find it difficult to kill them. The bodies of these 2 owl beasts were all covered with traces of burning fire. Their hair was almost burned out, with only a small part remaining. Their bodies looked black, and the smell of burning was also very unpleasant. It was only half a minute late, but Basford killed these 2 monsters. It seems that he is very powerful, Song Jian thought to himself. However, these 2 monsters have not yet reached the legendary level. In the eyes of the demigod level, they are just like ants. Song Jian believes that even he can kill these 2 monsters in less than a minute. Following the path upward, Song Jian saw more and more monster corpses. And finally, Song Jian came to the first boss. This was a tree man over 10 meters tall, and it looked somewhat similar to the bloody ghost poison tree in Song Jian's city lord's mansion. But at this time, most of the body of this tree man had been burned to charcoal. Legendary realm. Song Jian walked up to the tree man, touched the tree man's corpse, and thought to himself, the level of this tree man has reached level 130, which seems to be in the middle stage of the legendary realm. If an ordinary 40-man pioneering team does not have more than 10 legendary realm masters in the team, it is difficult to kill it. Around the tree man's corpse, there were 7 or 8 items of different colors, including a fist-sized emerald green crystal with a faint golden light on its surface. This was a golden quality item, thrown aside like garbage. Obviously, such a quality item was not in Basford's eyes at all. If the items in the copy were not picked up in time, they would disappear when the copy was reset, even if they were items of unique quality. Song Jian smiled slightly and picked up all the items. The golden quality emerald green crystal was actually a tree heart, which could be used to refine life potions, and could also allow pets with wood attributes to devour and improve their attributes. If it was placed in the auction house, it would definitely be a treasure that everyone would fight for. Just as Song Jian picked up all the items and looked towards the tree man's body, he suddenly heard a roar from a distance, followed by an explosion. It seemed that a battle was happening in front of him. Song Jian paused and looked up. A red light appeared in the distance. It seemed that something was burning. Song Jian did not dare to delay, and quickly performed the 5 elements escape technique and fled in the direction of the explosion. Chapter 1554 Vineyard. In the distance, Basford was fighting 2 huge bosses. These 2 bosses looked like apes, with burly bodies, thick black hair all over their bodies, and were 5 or 6 meters tall. Every move was full of explosive power. These 2 bosses were both at the peak of the legendary realm. But in front of Basford, they had no power to fight back, and were beaten back step by step. The gap between the legendary realm and the demigod level is too big. Song Jian shook his head, glanced at the law of power in the package column, and hesitated immediately. Although Song Jian was not afraid of Basford, the power of the domain was still too weak in front of the power of the law. He could save his life, but it was very difficult to gain an advantage in the battle. Boom! Basford raised his right hand, and a fist-sized fireball condensed instantly and smashed towards a giant ape. This skill, which looked like an ordinary fireball, caused a lot of damage to the giant ape, and directly smashed the monster, which was 5 or 6 meters tall and weighed more than 3 tons. Out. As soon as the giant ape landed, a cloud of fire quickly condensed in the sky, like a falling meteorite, and burning meteors fell from the fire cloud, covering the 2 giant apes. Song Jian watched carefully from a distance. All the skills that Basford used looked exactly the same as those of a fire mage, except that all the skills were instantaneous and extremely powerful. Even an ordinary fireball spell was as powerful as the level 5 skill of an ordinary mage. Flame explosion. It looked like a long-range mage profession. But in fact, Song Jian knew that every demigod-level strongman had no obvious weaknesses. Even if Basford's melee ability was not strong, it was enough to protect himself. He would not become a target for slaughter like an ordinary mage once he got close. These 2 giant apes at the peak of the legendary realm did not last long in Basford's hands. In 5 minutes, the 2 giant apes became corpses and dropped a lot of items. Song Jian saw Basford pick up a gem shining with purple gold light, smiled, and continued to walk forward. He let the other items lie on the ground. Obviously, these items were not in his eyes. After Basford left, Song Jian came to the 2 boss corpses and picked up the remaining items. These silver and gold quality items were garbage in the eyes of demigods, but they were rare treasures in the eyes of players. After all, it was a 40-person dungeon, and the value of the items dropped would not be too low. It's a pity that the best things were taken away by Basford, Song Jian thought with some regret. But Song Jian believed that this level 5 dungeon would not be so simple. Just a group of legendary boss. If this is really the place where the goddess of harvest fell, then it is impossible that only some legendary bosses are guarding this place. There must be demigod level or even god level bosses. You know, the goddess of harvest is not a weak god. There must be subordinate gods and subordinate gods, Song Jian thought to himself. Song Jian followed Basford and continued to move forward. The magic of the 5 elements escape technique is concealment. Even a demigod level strongman could not detect Song Jian's trace. After killing 3 more legendary peak bosses, Basford looked a little tired and sat on a stone to rest. After all, it was a 40-man dungeon. Whether it was the monsters inside or the boss, they were much stronger than the monsters outside the dungeon. Even though Basford was a demigod level warrior, he would feel a little tired after fighting all the way up. It's just ahead. I can feel that the hope of advancing to the god level is just ahead. Basford looked up and looked into the distance. He could feel that his opportunity was just ahead. He was only half a step away from becoming a god-level warrior. After a short rest, Basford continued to move forward. Along the way, monsters kept jumping out to block him. Basford was a little impatient and directly launched the power of the Law of Fire. In an instant, the area of dozens of meters around him became a restricted area. Once a monster entered his law domain, it would be damaged by fire. These elite monsters of more than 100 levels were burned to death before they even got close. This way of maintaining the power of the law consumes a lot of energy, but the efficiency is extremely high. Along the way, Basford did not stop at all, and rushed forward along the path, leaving only a pile of monster corpses behind him. Finally, Basford saw a huge temple in front of him. A faint hymn came from the temple in the distance, which made people feel happy. In front of the temple, there is a vast vineyard, half a person's height, with bunches of purple grapes, which look like purple gems, shining. It's here! It's here! The opportunity to become a god is here! Basford was ecstatic and ran towards the temple in the distance. When passing by the vineyard, Basford stopped and looked at the bunches of amethyst grapes with a hesitant look on his face. These grapes are not ordinary. They have a trace of divinity. In the eyes of players, they are priceless treasures. Even for demigod-level strongmen, they are very attractive. But there is an opportunity to become a god in the distance. These treasures are not so attractive in Basford's eyes. After hesitating for a moment, Basford continued to move forward. He decided to come back to collect these amethyst grapes after the opportunity to become a god. Just as he was about to pass through the vineyard and enter the temple, a man in a white robe suddenly appeared in the vineyard and looked at him quietly. This is not the place you should be. Get out. The man stared at Basford and said calmly, You can't stop me. Basford looked at the man in white robe and said carefully. He could feel that the man had a strong power in his body, which was not much worse than him. Get out. The man in white robe shouted, and a mysterious power emerged. Basford actually retreated dozens of steps and left the vineyard. In an instant, a lavender-like curtain enveloped the entire vineyard, and the man in white robe floated in the air, looking at Basford with cold eyes. Basford's face changed drastically. He couldn't resist the mysterious power before. He had never encountered it before. Boom! A cold law of power emanated from the white-robed man. Except for the vineyard protected by the purple-like curtain, a layer of white frost appeared on the surface of all objects around. Frost law. Basford's face suddenly became cold. With a boom sound, a raging flame burned on the surface of his body, and a hot breath filled the air. The heat wave rolled, and the temperature in the area of dozens of meters rose by hundreds of degrees, lower than the erosion of the frost field. There was a very obvious dividing line between the flame and the frost. The two different forces were constantly colliding and consuming. Chapter 1555 Divine Fire. Song Jian looked from afar, and could feel that the man in white robe was also a demigod-level warrior. It seemed that his duty was to guard the vineyard. The vineyard? The place where the goddess of harvest fell. Looking at the vineyard covered by the light curtain, Song Jian's eyes suddenly became complicated. Unexpectedly, the place where the goddess of harvest fell was actually near the City of Hope. The legacy of a powerful god must be rich. It is no wonder that the god of light and other gods are excited. The goddess of harvest is a god before the ancient times. Her position and priesthood have not been fully inherited by anyone so far. Song Jian looked at the temple in the distance. There must be the divine nature and divine fire left by the goddess of harvest. With them, Basford will easily be promoted to a god-level warrior. If Basford had not concealed it from Song Jian before, then Song Jian might really help Basford obtain these key items for becoming a god. But now that Basford is full of confidence in himself and wants to obtain these by his own strength, Song Jian has nothing to say. It all depends on your ability. Song Jian looked at the two demigod-level warriors fighting in the air, smiled slightly, performed the earth escape technique, and fled towards the distant temple. Soon, Song Jian came to the gate of the temple. The soil under the temple was as hard as iron, and it was impossible to perform the earth escape technique. If you want to enter the temple, you must enter through the gate. Song Jian glanced behind him. The two demigod-level warriors were fighting with all their strength. At this time, anyone who dared to be distracted would probably pay the price of his life. With a slight smile, Song Jian floated up from the ground, directly used the soul walking skill, and rushed into the temple. The two demigod-level strongmen seemed to have noticed something, and couldn't help but look at the entrance of the temple at the same time, but found nothing. After a pause of 1/10 of a second, the two resumed the next round of fighting, and the explosions were endless, and it reached a white-hot level in an instant. At this time, Song Jian had already entered the temple. As soon as he entered, 7 or 8 mutant elite monsters rushed towards Song Jian. These monsters looked no different from ordinary beasts, but their eyes were scarlet, full of tyranny and chaos. After sensing the breath of life, they rushed up without caring. These mutant elite monsters are powerful, and each one is equivalent to a legendary powerhouse, even for a team of 40 people. If they enter the temple without sufficient preparation, the chance of being wiped out exceeds 80%. Song Jian did not hesitate and directly performed the first move of the Chaos Sword Cannon. Red Dust Tribulation. Countless gray sword beams appeared in the void, and dozens of gray sword beams surrounded each monster. Swish, swish, swish. After a quick cutting sound, this group of gatekeeper monsters with legendary strength fell down one after another and turned into corpses. A trace of black aura emerged from these corpses, and then the corpses began to burn. After a while, they burned into a pile of ashes. This is obviously different from the monsters outside the temple. The monsters outside the temple, whether ordinary elite monsters or boss, did not burn after death, while the monsters in the temple turned into ashes in just a few seconds after death. Although the loot still dropped, the strange scene in front of him still made Song Jian feel nervous. After hesitating for a moment, Song Jian collected all the loot, even ordinary monsters. The items dropped were still very valuable. There were 6 gold quality items alone, although there was only 1 legendary quality item. It was indeed a pet egg, although it was not known what kind of battle pet could be hatched. A gold quality pet egg alone was worth at least 10 purple crystals. Good luck. Song Jian smiled and continued to walk forward along the corridor. Soon, Song Jian came to a hall. There was a tall statue in the hall. It was obviously a statue of a goddess. The goddess held a rice ear in her left hand and a light golden flame in her right hand. Song Jian's eyes fell on the right hand of the tall statue. The light golden flame gave him a very familiar feeling. Just like the first time he came into contact with the broken kingdom of God. This is the divine fire. A flash of lightning flashed through Song Jian's mind. And he immediately understood. Surprisingly, it was placed in the hands of the statue in broad daylight. Could it be that? Song Jian's heart sank. And he looked around quickly. The vineyard outside the temple is guarded by a demigod-level warrior. The divine fire in front of us is more precious than the vineyard. How could it be that there is no one guarding it? Moreover, it is more likely that the guardian is a god-level warrior. You should know that among the god-level warriors, there are also strong and weak ones. The strong gods can become the main gods, while the weaker gods are attached to the strong gods and become subordinate gods or subordinate gods. According to the records, although the goddess of harvest cannot reach the level of the main god, she is still a powerful god, and at least several subordinate gods are attached to her. However, Song Jian stood for a long time without being attacked, and there was no danger in his perception. He couldn't help but chuckle. I am too sensitive. Even a powerful deity like the goddess of harvest has fallen. How could her subordinates still exist? Moreover, even if they really exist, the divine fire of the goddess of harvest cannot be placed on the statue so openly. It has been swallowed by her subordinates long ago. Song Jian thought to himself. You know, both the divine nature and the divine fire are extremely precious to the god-level strongmen. Even the divine fire of different attributes can be swallowed by the god-level strongmen to nourish the power of the law and improve their own level. Song Jian smiled and walked towards the statue. As long as he put away the divine fire, this dungeon trip would be over. The most precious existence in the entire dungeon is probably this divine fire. And it is also the opportunity for Basford to be promoted to a god-level strongman. After taking a step forward, Song Jian suddenly had a blur in front of his eyes. When he regained his vision, he suddenly found that he had inexplicably come to another place. What is this? Song Jian looked around in amazement. A spectacular scene completely shocked him. At this time, he was no longer in the temple, but came to a vast plain. It seemed to be an ancient battlefield. There were corpses everywhere. Broken limbs, broken corpses, broken chariots, broken battle flags, and all kinds of weapons and corpses mixed together. Like a hill everywhere. The air was filled with a strong smell of rust. Everything in front of him seemed particularly tragic. Boom! There were roars in the sky, like thunder. Looking up, there were statues in the void, emitting endless divine light. Each statue was a god. They were fighting in the sky, and their divine powers were intertwined. The pressure in the void was almost condensed into substance. Anyone who broke into it would be torn into pieces. Is this the battle of the gods? Song Jian was stunned. He didn't understand why he appeared here, and he didn't know whether everything in front of him was real or an illusion. Chapter 1556, Little Tricks. The tall statue wailed in the void, burning with flames, and fell from the sky to the earth. Like a small mountain, smashing a big hole in the earth. The battle between gods is no different from the battle between ordinary mortals. Even more cruel and bloody. Song Jian's legs were like nails, nailed to the ground, unable to move. Countless gods were like mortals, crying and wailing, injured and bleeding, appearing one by one in front of Song Jian. Song Jian trembled all over, under the pressure of the overwhelming divine power. He felt like an ant. He originally had the idea of competing with the god-level strongmen, but at this moment it disappeared. He even began to regret why he broke into the goddess of harvest's place of death so early. I will be qualified to explore this dungeon after I advance to the demigod level. The dungeon requires at least 10 legendary masters, which is just the minimum requirement. If I really enter this dungeon with the minimum configuration, I am afraid I can't even enter the temple. Song Jian thought to himself. At this moment, Song Jian's presence seemed to have attracted the attention of a god, and rumbling thunder sounded from the void. There are mortals who peek at the battle between gods. This is blasphemy. The rumbling thunder sounded in Song Jian's ears, sounding extremely angry. Song Jian felt a little panic in his heart, and the threat of death was coming. But he had no way to deal with it. His legs were still like nails. Damn it. How could this happen? If it's a dream, wake me up quickly. If it's an illusion, break it immediately. Song Jian shouted in his heart. Song Jian knew that the scene in front of him was 100% impossible to be what was happening. The possibility of dreams and illusions accounted for more than 90%. But even such an illusion still gave him a threat of death. Obviously, if he really died here, he would probably become a corpse after leaving the illusion. Buzz. The time domain mark on the chest suddenly burst into light, and a shadow of an infinite symbol appeared above Song Jian's head. The power of the domain was instantly activated. This was passive activation, not actively released by Song Jian. But the power was not reduced at all. Time. No. Impossible. After a cry of surprise, the scene in front of Song Jian's eyes was like a glass screen, with cracks appearing one after another, and then shattered with a bang. Song Jian found that he was still in the temple, and had not gone anywhere, and the time domain mark on his chest was beating like another heart. When leaving the illusion, the time domain mark seemed to absorb something. Song Jian thought to himself, this feeling is almost exactly the same as when the time domain mark absorbs the time sand. As long as the time mark swallows an object containing the law of time, it will have such a reaction. Hey, you can actually break free from the illusion of death. I really underestimated you. A little guy in the legendary realm. There was an exclamation in the void, and then a ball of white light emerged. Soon, the white light condensed into a phantom of a girl, and cast a curious look at Song Jian. Temple Holy Spirit. Demigod level boss. Level 155. Blood value, 36 million. Characteristics, sacred. Another demigod level boss. Is it the final boss guarding the sacred fire of the goddess of harvest? Song Jian tightly grasped the sky-breaking sword and looked at the translucent phantom in front of him with a vigilant face. The Temple Holy Spirit looks a bit like a ghost. Both are translucent figures, but the Holy Spirit in front of him exudes a warm light like the sun, which is completely different from ordinary ghosts. Did you release the illusion just now? Song Jian asked. Yes, that was the scene of the gods falling. Even if you are at the peak of the legendary realm, you will be heartbroken when you see the scene. Gods are something that mortals cannot look directly at. The spirit laughed. Even if you are at the peak of the legendary realm, you are still immortal. Only when you advance to the demigod level can you truly transcend the mundane world and possess divinity. You are the first person to break into the temple in thousands of years. I am willing to talk to you for a few more words. But Pada seems to be unable to beat your companion. I must quickly deal with you, and then go to help him. The girl looked outside the temple and complained. That kid really thinks of himself as a farmer when he is taking care of the vineyard. He is too useless. He was beaten like this by a wild demigod. Boy! You can die now. The Holy Spirit glanced at Song Jian and slapped him. The small palm instantly condensed into a palm-shaped chi force of 10 feet in size, and slapped it towards Song Jian, with chi overflowing and full of oppression. The texture of the chi force palm was clear, just like a real palm. Song Jian was stunned. This move looked a bit similar to his sword chi palm print. For a moment, Song Jian also wanted to compete with him. He directly waved the sky-breaking sword and performed the 10,000 swords art to condense thousands of spirit swords. The spirit swords quickly condensed together, and in just a few seconds, formed a sword chi palm print, which was almost exactly the same as the opponent's chi palm print. Boom! The two palms collided fiercely, and in an instant, the sword energy palm print was defeated by the opponent's energy palm print, just like the collision between mud and stone. Song Jian was stunned. He didn't expect that his sword energy palm print was so vulnerable. But after a defeat, Song Jian was immediately at a disadvantage, and was forced to flee backwards by the energy palm print. How can you fight me without divine skills? Too insignificant. The Holy Spirit of the temple said contemptuously. In his eyes, the peak powerhouse of the legendary realm is just an ant. No matter how Song Jian escaped, the energy palm print followed him like a shadow and slapped him fiercely. Helplessly, Song Jian could only use his sword shadow clone, controlling an identical clone and rushing towards the energy palm print. Boom! With a loud bang, the sword shadow clone, whose strength was almost the same as Song Jian's, was directly blasted into pieces by the energy palm print, while Song Jian's real body used the 5 elements escape technique. A touch of metal powder appeared in the void, floating down from the air, and Song Jian's figure instantly escaped to a remote corner of the temple. At this moment, the sword shadow palm print's lock on him also disappeared instantly. After blasting the sword shadow clone, the energy palm print cast by the temple's Holy Spirit slowly dissipated because it lost its target. You have a lot of tricks. The Holy Spirit of the temple said contemptuously. Such a move is just an ordinary skill. He can release it effortlessly more than a dozen times. But even such an ordinary move, Song Jian's parrying gave people a very difficult feeling. I said, mortals are just ants in front of God. Any resistance is useless. The Holy Spirit of the temple glanced at Song Jian hiding in the corner, and said calmly, go to die quietly. It is also an honor for you to die in the place where the gods fall. Chapter 1557 Demon Spirit. The Holy Spirit of the temple is the last line of defense to protect the sacred fire left by the goddess of harvest. He was originally a true god-level strongman, but he did not escape the fate of falling in the war of gods. His godhood was completely shattered, and he was originally going to fall completely. But the goddess of harvest rescued his soul, and kept his residual soul, and came to this temple. Because his body was completely destroyed, the strength of the Holy Spirit of the temple dropped from the god level to the demigod level. But his god-level combat experience was still retained. After all, he was a god who participated in the war of gods. Song Jian fell into a disadvantage in front of him from the beginning. Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords Art. Song Jian released his ultimate move right away. Ordinary moves were useless in front of a demigod-level warrior. Soon, a huge Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation appeared in the temple. But the temple's Holy Spirit just sneered and watched the formation quietly. Song Jian suddenly felt bad. That's it, the temple's Holy Spirit said contemptuously, and took the initiative to throw himself into the sword formation. Clang, 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 clang. A crisp collision sounded, and Song Jian could clearly feel that the sword energy in the sword formation had no effect on the temple's Holy Spirit. It was like hitting hard star iron when it chopped it, and it did not cause any damage. Ha ha ha. The arrogant laughter of the Holy Spirit of the temple came from the sword formation, and a black aura appeared between the Holy Spirit's eyebrows. But it seemed to be unaware of it. No more playing. It's really boring. I'm not as good as the guy outside who has comprehended the law of fire, the Holy Spirit of the temple whispered, and punched the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation. Boom! With a loud bang, a big hole appeared on the surface of the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation, and radioactive cracks appeared around the big hole. These cracks slowly closed, but there was always a trace of mysterious power that blocked the closing of the sword formation. Boom! 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 The Holy Spirit of the temple used 3 punches and 2 kicks, relying on brute force to smash the entire sword formation into pieces. Countless spirit swords turned into spiritual light and disappeared. The remaining spirit swords could not even continue to evolve, and finally all dissipated in the air. Too weak. Vulnerable. The Holy Spirit of the temple shook his head and said, just go and die. As he spoke, a white flame burned on the surface of the Holy Spirit of the temple. This flame was full of holiness, and was somewhat similar to the power of the God of Light. But in Song Jian's eyes, this flame was an extremely terrifying existence. Even more terrifying than the Red Lotus Karma Fire he controlled, and the Abyss Demon Flame he once controlled. Purified in the divine fire, your soul can become my food for 100 years, the Holy Spirit of the temple whispered, and slashed at Song Jian with a palm. The thick white flame twisted and danced in the air like a long dragon, and pounced on Song Jian. Break! Song Jian roared, and the time domain was instantly exerted to the limit. The Chaos Sword Classic was exerted, and the Chaos Sword Chi in the body was instantly consumed. In an instant, Song Jian's figure disappeared, and only countless Chaos Sword lights shining with gray light remained in the air, constantly approaching the Holy Spirit of the temple. What skill is this? The Holy Spirit of the temple showed a trace of stagnation on his face. It found that it could not lock Song Jian, as if the other party had suddenly disappeared. The inconspicuous, narrow, and short sword beams around him gave him a very dangerous feeling. The alertness in his heart kept telling him not to touch any of the sword beams. The law of chaos. You actually comprehended the law of chaos. Damn it. How could such a law appear? Are all the gods blind? The Holy Spirit of the temple became irritable and roared loudly, facing the increasingly approaching sword beams of chaos. The Holy Spirit of the temple lost his previous elegant and calm attitude and became flustered. The enemy of the gods. Anyone who comprehends the law of chaos is the enemy of the gods, and cannot be integrated into this world. The Holy Spirit of the temple roared and blasted the divine power flames in his hand towards the sword beams. Boom! Energy was quickly offset. Countless sword beams surrounded the divine flame, constantly eroding, and the sword beams disappeared one by one, and the divine flame was slowly weakening. The remaining chaotic sword beams seemed to be nourished and the surface was actually flashing with spiritual brilliance. No. It's impossible. The Holy Spirit of the temple suddenly panicked, lost his fighting spirit, and retreated to the feet of the goddess statue. Looking up at the statue, the face of the Holy Spirit of the temple became ferocious. Just to protect you. Just to revive you. I have endured thousands of years of loneliness here. I have done you a good job. The body of the Holy Spirit of the temple was suddenly stained with a layer of black. Within a few seconds, from a Holy Spirit full of holy brilliance, he fell into the abyss creature. Holy Spirit. Demon Spirit. Hee. Song Jian had a contemptuous smile on his face. He didn't expect that even gods would fall so quickly once they fell. When you look into the abyss is also looking at you. The Holy Spirit of the temple. No. Now it has become the demon spirit of the temple. This is equivalent to the boss triggering the second stage of transformation. And this second stage of transformation is actually the result of falling. You know, once you fall, you can never recover. What he didn't notice was that the tall goddess statue suddenly had 2 lines of tears in her eyes, dripping into the divine fire in her palm. Go to hell. The voice of the temple demon became rough. At this time, it no longer cared about the battle outside the temple. It only wanted to kill Song Jian and steal the sacred fire of the goddess of harvest. God fell. Song Jian roared and swung the sky-breaking sword in his hand forward fiercely. This sword had no fireworks. Just like a novice who just learned swordsmanship, swinging the first sword in his life. It was light and looked powerless. But this sword burst out a dazzling sword light. Layer upon layer. Densely packed sword light. Condensed together. Full of power that shocked the gods. Puff. The sword chopped the body of the temple demon. And a heart-wrenching roar came from the demon's mouth. A mysterious power invaded the demon's body with the sword. This sword is called Shenyun, which means to defeat the strong with the weak. To kill gods and destroy spirits. It is aimed at divine creatures. And it is extremely harmful to creatures with divinity. No! The body of the temple demon was directly split in half by this sword. A critical damage of tens of millions floated from its head. No matter how thick the blood value is, it can't withstand the power of this sword. The temple demon, whose breath was extremely weak. The black breath in the body was directly defeated. The body that had been split into 2 pieces began to slowly gather and merge together again. But at this time, the demon was already in a dying state. It looked at the divine fire in the hands of the statue unwillingly, and turned its head to look at Song Jian. Legendary realm and god level. It seems to be only one step, but it is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Do you really think that the power of law is so easy to comprehend? Don't be delusional. Even if you get the divine fire of the goddess of harvest, you can't devour it. Forcibly devouring it will only turn your body and soul into ashes. The glory of the gods cannot be touched by mortals. The temple demon laughed loudly, as if he wanted Song Jian to devour the divine fire immediately, and then be burned to ashes. Haha. Don't worry about it. Since you have fallen into a demon, you should go back to hell obediently. Song Jian smiled, and raised the sky-breaking sword in his hand high. Chapter 1558 Divinity. Boom. The body of the temple demon spirit, which had already healed, was once again chopped in half by the sky-breaking sword. No blood flowed out, as if a piece of jade was chopped in half. The body of the temple demon spirit seemed to have turned into another material, like jade or gold, emitting a faint glow. At this time, the breath of the temple demon spirit could no longer be felt. When Song Jian knew that the demigod-level strongman had fallen, he was surprised. He didn't expect that he had actually killed a demigod-level strongman, although Song Jian's level was only 5 levels lower than that of the temple demon spirit. The difference in strength between the two was a big realm apart. One was at the peak of the legendary realm, and the other was at the demigod level. Like a world of difference. But the demigod-level temple demon was actually killed by Song Jian. Even Song Jian himself felt unbelievable. God's Fall. The second move of the Chaos Sword Cannon. God's Fall. This move seems to be highly targeted at people at the demigod level. Song Jian had a glimmer of enlightenment in his mind. In Song Jian's view, this move is an extremely powerful single-target attack skill. When dealing with a legendary realm powerhouse, the continuous sword energy makes it impossible for people to resist. Unexpectedly, this move is actually more terrifying than imagined. Facing a demigod-level powerhouse, it actually exploded with a power that is more terrifying than killing a legendary realm powerhouse. The temple demon died just like that. and a large number of treasures fell beside the corpse, shining with various colors of light. The demigod-level strongman fell, and almost all of the equipment dropped was about level 150. Such equipment, even if it was blue-green equipment, had attributes that were much higher than level 100 gold quality equipment. Even if it was decomposed into materials, it could obtain a lot of extremely precious forging materials, which were priceless. Song Jian put all the treasures into the parcel column with a smile on his face. Killing a demigod-level strongman, the gains obtained were almost greater than killing 7 or 8 legendary bosses. Looking at the item emitting 3-color light in the parcel column, Song Jian's eyes showed a touch of excitement. It turns out that there are artifacts above the legendary equipment. However, the equipment I have now is not a real artifact. It can only be regarded as divine equipment, which contains a trace of divinity. Holy Spirit Glory Necklace. Equipment location, neck. Item grade, divine equipment weak. Item attributes, strength plus 92. Agility plus 81. Spirit plus 99. Additional skill 1. Transformation into Saint active. After casting, all attributes are increased by 100%. Status is fully restored. Blood value recovery speed is increased by 200%. Energy value recovery speed is increased by 500%. Duration is 5 seconds. Cooldown time is 12 hours. Additional skill 2. Holy Spirit / passive. When causing damage to the target, there is a 15% chance to trigger Holy Spirit / Triggering the skill does not consume any energy, causing 500% holy damage to the target, and doubling the damage to negative energy creatures. Cooldown time is 5 seconds. Divine attributes, increase attack damage by 5%. Equipment requirements, demigod level. This equipment emitting tricolor light is a necklace. The surface emits tricolor divine light, and its attributes are also extremely strong. The basic attributes alone have been improved by nearly 200 points. In addition, it also comes with an active skill and a passive skill, which can be called a top quality item. At the same time, the equipment also contains a small amount of divinity. Equipment with divinity will provide additional attribute bonuses. The divinity attribute of this equipment is to increase the attack damage by 5%. This is just a piece of equipment containing weak divinity. Among the divine items, it can only be regarded as the bottom roll. The moment Song Jian touched this item, he knew that divine items are divided into 3 grades according to the amount of divinity: weak, medium, and strong. Only divine items with strong divinity are called artifacts. If this equipment is displayed, it will definitely scare everyone. Song Jian smiled. Although it is the lowest among the divine items, its attributes are far more powerful than other non-divine equipment. And Song Jian drools when he sees it. It's just a pity that all divine equipment requires a semi-god level to equip it. Song Jian can't equip it for the time being, so he can only enjoy it with his eyes. Just when Song Jian was coveting this divine equipment, the chaotic sword energy in his body suddenly became restless, and he felt like he was on a whim. Song Jian was stunned, then waved the sky-breaking sword and performed the 10,000 swords technique. Countless spirit swords came out of his body. Song Jian didn't have time to control them. These spirit swords quickly condensed into sword energy millstones in the void. This is... Song Jian looked at the void in surprise. The sword energy millstone slowly turned, making a booming sound of thunder, and a faint dark golden light was revealed in the millstone. The body of the temple demon on the ground had already begun to burn naturally, but the half-god level boss body burned very slowly. The moment the sword energy millstone appeared, the flame on the body of the temple demon was immediately suppressed and gradually extinguished. Then, a golden light bloomed from the millstone, wrapped up the body of the temple demon, and put it into the millstone. Boom! The dark golden light was strong. The millstone slowly turned, and a trace of dark golden substance slowly flowed out. God! Divinity? Song Jian's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that the sword energy grinding wheel had such a function. It could squeeze out the divinity contained in the corpse of the semi-god level boss. Just as Song Jian was hesitating about how to collect the squeezed divinity, he suddenly received a system prompt. System, you have obtained 3 points of divinity, which can be used to upgrade Chaos Sword Classic and Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords Art. Please make a choice within 10 seconds. 3 points of divinity. Upgrade Chaos Sword Classic. 10,000 Swords Art? Song Jian was stunned and chose to upgrade Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords Art. He had never used divinity to enhance skills, and didn't know what the effect would be. After making the choice, the flowing divinity disappeared. And into skill column. The skill of Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords Art shone with dazzling light. And the proficiency was rapidly improved at a speed visible to the naked eye. Level 19. Level 20. Level 21. Level 22. Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords Art was actually directly improved to 45% of level 23. And the number of spirit swords was directly increased to 5,000. And even the attached Karma Fire attack was increased to 3,000 points. There is no need to condense the sword formation. A move of Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords Art, just ordinary attack, can cause tens of millions of fire damage. Not to mention the physical attack of each spirit sword. Like the previous Temple Demon, it only dealt more than 30 million damages. The damage of the 10,000 Swords technique alone could seriously injure it. Unfortunately, the defense of a demigod-level warrior is not comparable to that of an ordinary legendary realm. If the opponent's law power defense is not broken, it is impossible to cause damage to it. A demigod-level corpse has raised the 10,000 Swords technique by 4 levels. It's unbelievable. Song Jian was shocked. At this moment, he even wanted to directly advance to the demigod level, and then kill all the 2 demigod-level warriors outside the temple to obtain the opponent's divinity. Chapter 1559 Fall. The Holy Spirit of the temple died, and even his corpse was squeezed out of 3 points of divinity by Song Jian and completely disappeared. Song Jian's eyes once again fell on the divine fire in the hands of the statue of the goddess of harvest. What is the divine fire? How should the divine fire be used? Can it be swallowed? Song Jian didn't know these. He only knew that this divine fire was a good thing. Perhaps the most precious treasure in the entire dungeon was this ball of divine fire. And it was also the only benefit that could be obtained at the dungeon pioneering level. When the dungeon is fully opened, if you can pass the dungeon of real difficulty, you may still get the divine fire. But at that time, the divine fire may be the only attribute. Even if it is not the only attribute, the probability of exploding is probably a few in 10,000. Or even a few in 100,000. Song Jian can even imagine that at that time. A group of legendary players will brush this dungeon like crazy every day, just to get the divine fire and advance to the semi-god level. Thinking of that scene, Song Jian couldn't help laughing. But now, this ball of divine fire belongs to him. Song Jian jumped onto the statue, ready to get the divine fire. But before he got close, he felt a hot wave of air rushing towards him. In an instant, Song Jian was horrified and hid back subconsciously. When Song Jian looked at the divine fire again, the ball of divine fire actually began to slowly condense and eventually turned into a pale golden crystal half the size of a palm. Song Jian was stunned, and suddenly realized that he might have made a mistake before. This thing is not a divine fire, but just a pale golden divine crystal? At this moment, Song Jian suddenly heard a sigh. Mortal. Song Jian's hair stood up, and an overwhelming divine power enveloped him. In an instant, the time domain expanded and protected Song Jian. But it only lasted less than 3 seconds before the time domain was compressed back into Song Jian's body. This was the first time that Song Jian encountered a situation where the time domain was defeated. In the previous battles, even against the demigod level, the time domain could protect his safety. God level. A true god level. Song Jian immediately understood that only a true god level power could have such a strong law power to offset his time domain. Who are you? Song Jian shouted loudly, looking around, and his perception was like a small boat struggling in the might of the gods in the stormy waves. This is my temple. This is my divine domain. Who do you think I should be? The voice sounded again. Don't you think you broke in here without making any preparations in advance? A chuckle came from his ear, as if a girl was lying next to Song Jian's ear. Goddess of Harvest? Song Jian's heart was about to rise to his throat. Didn't the Goddess of Harvest fall? Why did she appear again? Yes, I have fallen. As if knowing what Song Jian was thinking, the voice sighed again and said, I am too seriously injured and can't hold on for long. I can only fall. All my subordinate gods have also fallen. Many of them have been completely destroyed. Only 2 of the most powerful subordinate gods still retain a trace of divinity, and were saved by me. But unfortunately, thousands of years have made them fall, and were tempted by the abyss. Mortal, I can see that you have the qualifications to embark on the road to becoming a god. You only need to take 1 step forward to embark on this road. However, This step is not so easy to take. How many geniuses have fallen on this step? If this step succeeds, you can become a god. If it fails, both the body and the soul will be destroyed, and there will be no chance to start over. The words of the harvest goddess flowed into Song Jian's heart like a trickle of water. The original fear, vigilance, and hostility all disappeared with the words of the harvest goddess. In Song Jian's heart, he seemed to have the idea of treating the harvest goddess as a companion. But the moment this thought came up, the immortal golden body in the talent skill in the skill column suddenly burst into golden light. A shrill scream sounded in Song Jian's ears, and Song Jian suddenly woke up. What am I doing? Song Jian was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. Everything that happened before was vivid in his mind. He was actually bewitched without a sound. No, this is not bewitching. This is simply 100 times more advanced than the bewitching skill. There is no threat, no vigilance, and he recognized the other party from the bottom of his heart. How could this be? Song Jian looked at the statue of the goddess of harvest with a vigilant face. And then he found that the statue of the goddess of harvest, which was originally kind, had a ferocious look on its face, like an evil god. At the same time, a gap more than 1 foot wide suddenly appeared between the eyebrows of the statue of the goddess of harvest, and a black eyeball with an evil aura slowly emerged from the gap. Who are you? Song Jian clenched the sky-breaking sword and shouted loudly. Who am I? Ha ha ha. I am the goddess of harvest. This is my divine domain. My temple. Who else can I be? The arrogant laughter sounded, and the kind and gentle voice before was no longer there. Fallen. Song Jian suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind. This is the place where the goddess of harvest fell. The name of the dungeon is the place where the goddess of harvest fell. It is impossible for the goddess of harvest to be resurrected, let alone change into an evil god. You are just a trace of the goddess of harvest. You, like the Holy Spirit of the temple, have been tempted by the abyss and fallen. Song Jian shouted loudly. Fallen? No, this is not called fallen. I just got a new life. I am resurrected again. Boom. The whole statue suddenly moved, burning with black flames. The originally holy statue slowly turned into a woman in a black dress. Although her face was exactly the same as before, the expression between her eyebrows was full of temptation. Even the clothes on her body were much more exposed than before. She looked like a succubus in the abyss. Mortal, hand over your soul. Hand over your domain power. I can grant you eternal life. The tall statue made a rumbling sound, and the wheat ear in one hand turned into a long whip full of barbs, and the divine fire in the other hand turned into a black long sword. Godfall. This time, Song Jian did not hesitate to use the Godfall move in the Chaos Sword Cannon. This move can cause extremely terrifying damage to creatures with divinity. Boom. A 10-foot-long sword energy was swung out from the sky-breaking sword, slashing towards the tall statue. The statue seemed to move slowly, but in fact, it was extremely fast. It waved the long whip in its hand and rolled towards the huge sword energy. The pressure alone made Song Jian feel unstable. The person in front of him was a real god. With just a wave of his hand, he had overwhelming power. No, it's not a god at all. It's just a monster transformed from a trace of the goddess of harvest. Song Jian thought to himself. At this moment, he was no match for a real god. But if it was just a trace of the goddess's thoughts, Song Jian would not take it seriously. Break. With a loud shout, the sword energy of the godly meteorite suddenly shone brightly, and the temple was as bright as day. The terrifying aura, like a surging sea wave, swept towards the tall statue, and instantly collided with the long whip full of barbs. Chapter 1560 Black Ice. Boom. With a loud bang, the barbed long whip broke into pieces the moment it came into contact with the divine sword energy. You know, this long whip is the weapon of the harvest goddess after her fall. It contains divinity. Although it cannot reach the level of a real artifact, it is not comparable to ordinary weapons. However, the divine sword energy specifically targets divinity. If it does not contain divinity, this attack can only repel the long whip at most. However, the characteristics of the divine sword energy containing divinity are stimulated at once, directly destroying this divine weapon. No! The residual soul of the goddess in a black dress screamed. This weapon is the artifact of the harvest goddess, transformed from a golden wheat ear. Although it is only a divine weapon, it is possible to become a real artifact as long as it is nurtured for a few hundred years. Moreover, the goddess's remnant soul also planned to use this upgraded divine weapon to upgrade to a higher level. But unexpectedly, it was directly destroyed when it was used for the first time. With the current ability of the goddess's remnant soul, there is no way to create a second such divine weapon, which completely cuts off its path to promotion. Unforgivable. I will pull out your tendons and skin, refine your soul and strengthen your bones. The goddess's remnant soul had a ferocious look on her face, and the black eye between her eyebrows turned into a weird vertical pupil, which burst into dazzling black light and shot towards Song Jian. The goddess statue, which was more than 10 feet tall, burst into black light as thick as a bucket, like a laser, sweeping towards Song Jian. Song Jian suddenly felt a chill rising directly from his tailbone. He didn't dare to step forward to resist, and could only dodge helplessly. The black light was like a lightsaber. As the head of the statue turned, it swept across the entire temple chasing Song Jian. This move is the ultimate move of the goddess's residual soul. It will randomly lock on to any one person in the team. If the opponent does not dodge, he will be killed instantly. If he dodges, it is possible that his companions will be hit. It is a disgusting move that can disrupt the team formation. However, Song Jian is the only one now. In addition to the powerful attack power, this move can't exert other effects. The black light column was not moving fast, and Song Jian could easily escape. In just 5 seconds, the temple was in a mess. Even the hardest materials could not resist the attack of the black light of the statue. This movement had already alarmed the 2 demigod-level strongmen outside the temple. Basford's face changed. He originally thought that he was the only one who came in the entire copy, but he didn't expect that there was someone faster than him. I must speed up. Otherwise, the opportunity will be taken away by others, Basford said in his heart. Go to hell. Basford's face was as gloomy as water, and he directly used the ultimate move at the bottom of the box. The flames on his body boomed and burned violently, turning from red to light blue, and the temperature instantly increased by several hundred degrees. His height also directly increased by 5 meters. Like a god descending to the earth, the man in white robes seemed to feel something, and a strange smile appeared on his lips. Fall. Fall. Even the goddess has fallen. What else can I hold on to? The man in white robe muttered to himself, with a strange look on his face. A painful expression for a while, and a strange smile for a while. The edges of his white robe also became as black as ink, and black shadows, like tentacles, kept climbing up from the edges. In the end, Patu was wrapped in a ball of black ice, and the white frost in the area of dozens of meters also slowly turned into black ice, clusters of which looked like crystals, shining with strange light. Boom, boom, boom. Basford, who turned into a fire giant, kept casting fire spells at Patu. One after another, powerful fire spells hit the black ice, but could not cause any damage. The black ice was immune to Basford's fire damage, which made Basford, who had already used his best skills, a little unacceptable. How is it possible? Even a real god can't be hurt at all. Basford was shocked and stared blankly at the black ice in front of him, with a trace of fear in his heart. Crack. After a while, cracks appeared on the surface of the black ice, and finally the whole thing exploded. At this time, Pata had turned into a melee fighter wearing black ice armor, holding a black ice shield in one hand and a black ice spear in the other. Ice shock. Patu, with red eyes, no longer looked like a white-robed priest, but became a heavily armored warrior, with a spear in his hand shining with dazzling light, and rushed towards Basford. On the spear blade, a black light shone, emitting endless deep cold, and a thick ice trail formed on the ground wherever it passed. Patu was very fast, and instantly crossed an area of dozens of meters, and came to the front of the fire giant Basford. The biting cold made Basford, who had already transformed into a fire giant, feel a little chill, and the light blue flame on his body was instantly suppressed. Puff. The spear pierced Basford's chest with lightning speed, and a burst of blood spurted out. Before it hit the ground, it evaporated completely, and Basford's breath suddenly became weak. This is not the law of ice. Basford was shocked and couldn't help shouting. Yes, this is the law of black ice. Or, you can also call it the law of abyss ice. Pata had a strange smile on his face, turned his head and looked at the temple, and shook the spear in his hand violently. Suddenly, a swirling energy emerged from the spear, and countless tiny black ice shards rushed towards Basford. Basford's face changed drastically. He could feel that this force could tear his body apart. At this moment, he dared not hold back anymore. A burst of blue flames covered his entire body. Then, his figure disappeared. The next second, a burst of blue flames appeared out of thin air more than 10 meters away. Basford used the power of the flames to teleport to a distant place. At this time, a big hole was poked in Basford's chest. The wound was surrounded by fine black icicles, which prevented the wound from healing. Countless blue flames kept licking these black icicles, trying to eliminate them. Although there was some effect, the speed was too slow. I am afraid that the wound will not heal after the battle. You are only one step away from becoming a god. The Son of Fire is worthy of your reputation. But unfortunately, you will perish here today and become food for the abyss. Pat is seen to have become another person, with black magic patterns appearing on his cheeks. He continued to rush towards Basford like a warrior. Chapter 1561 Three Treasures. The power of ice, combined with the power of the abyss, has increased its strength by at least 50%, or even more. Basford's heart sank. Seeing Pat continuing to rush towards him, Basford gritted his teeth, grabbed a badge on his chest, held it in his hand, and chanted loudly, "Pataka!" Boom! Countless golden lights burst out from the badge and leaked out from Basford's fingers. The light was extremely dazzling and full of warm power. The black icicles on the wound melted and dissipated quickly under the irradiation of these golden lights. Basford's wounds also began to heal slowly, but the lost blood value could not be replenished. Holy Sun Emblem? Pat showed a look of surprise on his face. You know, the Holy Sun Emblem is a disposable item. Once used, it will disappear completely. Such a Holy Sun Emblem is worth at least 100 purple crystals, which is a priceless treasure. Basford also showed a look of pain on his face, and threw the already activated Holy Sun Emblem in his hand towards Patu. At this time, Patu was already in a state of charging. He had no time to dodge. He could only raise his shield high in front of himself and rush towards the Holy Sun Emblem. Boom! With a roar, Basford's ears were temporarily deafened. The dazzling light of the Holy Sun Emblem was full in front of his eyes, as if thousands of fine needles were piercing his eyes. Just like a nuclear explosion, a huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and the energy was overflowing, like a huge wave, hitting the surroundings. Basford felt like a small boat in the stormy sea, in danger of being destroyed at any time, being thrown to the top of the wave, and then sinking into the valley. Puff! Basford's body finally hit the outer wall of the palace hard, and his whole body was in severe pain, as if all the bones in his body had been broken, and a mouthful of hot blood spurted out of his mouth. When Basford regained his vision, he suddenly found that the large square beside the vineyard had turned into a huge deep pit, and the surrounding soil had turned into magma, emitting a hot light. It's really worthy of being the Sun Holy Emblem worth 100 purple crystals. It's too powerful, Basford exclaimed, with such power, not to mention the demigod level. I'm afraid even the real gods can't withstand this blow. The Sun Holy Emblem is extremely powerful, and its attributes are special abyss attributes and ice attributes. Basford believes that Patu may have been beaten to death, and his body cannot be found. However, what Basford didn't expect was that at the deepest bottom of the magma pit, there stood an ice crystal more than one person tall. The entire ice crystal was black, like black jade. Inside the ice crystal, a vague human figure was sealed, motionless, without a trace of breath. Basford waited for a long time, but Patu did not show up. He stood in front of the pit and laughed. After a while, a figure suddenly appeared at the door of the temple. Basford looked up, and his face changed drastically. Song Jian, when did you enter here? Basford growled, his eyes full of resentment. In his opinion, Song Jian should have sneaked into the temple while he was fighting with Patu. Now that Song Jian dared to show up, has the opportunity to advance to the god level in the temple been obtained by Song Jian? Song Jian, don't forget, we signed a sacred contract. The opportunity to become a god is mine. It's mine. Basford trembled slightly and roared loudly. The sacred contract cannot be violated. Song Jian laughed and said, how could I be like you, knowing what the punishment for violating it is, and still dare to violate it? The opportunity to become a god is in the temple. You can go in and find it yourself. But don't forget that there is another clause in the sacred contract. In addition to the sacred opportunity, all the remaining items belong to me. Basford's face showed a dull look, and he pointed at Song Jian, wanting to say something, but his lips trembled slightly, and he didn't say anything in the end. The reason why Basford sneaked into the valley alone and came here was, on the one hand, because since he had already noticed the entrance, Song Jian and the City of Hope were of no use, and on the other hand, Basford was reluctant to give the other items in the Land of Gods to Song Jian. After all, in the temple, in addition to the opportunity to become a god, the remaining treasures were also priceless. As long as Basford enters here alone, there is no violation of the contract. But if he enters with Song Jian, then he must strictly abide by the contents of the contract. Now the dungeon has not been completely finished, so the punishment has not been triggered. If Basford does not hand over all the items he has obtained before to Song Jian after the dungeon is finished, then the punishment of the sacred contract will definitely be triggered. Don't say that Basford is just a demigod-level strongman. Even if he becomes a god-level strongman, he can't and dare not violate the contents of the sacred contract. Take it or not. Song Jian had a mocking smile on his face. You know, after Basford entered the dungeon, he killed a lot of boss. Although he didn't touch the ordinary items, the ones he took away were all rare treasures. Here you go. Basford hesitated for a long time, and finally threw the 3 treasures to Song Jian. With a painful look on his face, Song Jian's eyes lit up. These 3 treasures were all legendary treasures emitting purple gold light. Sure enough, they are not ordinary treasures. Song Jian thought to himself. The Thunder Hammer, the Supreme Bone, and a bronze fragment. The Thunder Hammer is a legendary weapon of level 120, which can be used by warriors. But this Thunder Hammer is a 2-handed weapon. After using it, you cannot use a shield. Only those berserkers who pursue high attack will choose it. Superb attributes. Song Jian glanced at the attributes of the Thunder Hammer, his eyes full of admiration. In addition to the super high attack, the Thunder Hammer also has 3 active attack skills, which is definitely a top quality equipment of legendary quality. However, no player can afford such equipment now. And even if they can afford it, they can't use it immediately. Just like the divine necklace Song Jian got. The Supreme Bone is an exogenous equipment that anyone can absorb. But this equipment is best used by newcomers who have just entered the game, because the attribute of the Supreme Bone is that every level up will gain a certain attribute point. If Song Jian uses it himself, the first 100 or so levels will be wasted, and no attribute point compensation will be obtained. What a pity! If I had gotten this equipment when I first entered the game. Song Jian stroked the palm-sized Supreme Bone, feeling regretful. This was probably the highest grade exogenous equipment he had ever seen. As for the bronze fragment, it was the least impressive of the 3 treasures. But after checking its properties, Song Jian felt that it was the most valuable of the 3 items. Chapter 1562, Improvement. This bronze fragment is only the size of a palm, with complex concave and convex patterns on the surface. It is hard to tell what the pattern is. The edge of the fragment clearly shows the fracture. Obviously, it was broken off from a complete object. Just a broken fragment is a treasure of legendary quality, emitting a purple gold light. Moreover, the attribute description of this bronze fragment only says that it is part of a treasure. This treasure, whose name is not even revealed, is composed of 3 fragments in total. Collecting all 3 fragments can reassemble them into a complete treasure. Only then can the true attributes of this treasure be seen. The attributes of the bronze fragments were just a series of question marks. But in the item description, it was clearly written, this item is the most cherished treasure of the Ancient God King. Ancient God King. Song Jian's eyes showed a thoughtful look. You know, gods are also divided into several levels. The lowest level is the weak god. As long as you control the power of the law and reach level 180, you can be promoted to weak divine power. Going up, there are medium gods, high gods, and above high gods are the main gods. The ranks of the main gods are limited. There are only 12. And only when one falls, a new main god may be born. Above the main god is the God King. And it is possible for one to appear every millions of years. The birth of each God King is accompanied by the battle of God Kings. A large number of gods have fallen, stepping on the bones of these gods. They step up to the throne of the God King step by step. Although this bronze fragment looks ordinary, since the complete treasure is cherished by the God King, it is definitely an extremely precious artifact. If Basford noticed this sentence, I'm afraid he would rather bear the punishment of the sacred contract than hand it over to me. Song Jian had a strange smile on his face and glanced at Basford. After handing the 3 treasures to Song Jian, Basford suddenly felt his body lighten, as if he had put down a heavy burden. But he felt a sense of loss in his heart, as if some extremely precious opportunity had left him. Song Jian, I have fulfilled my promise. Can I go find what you promised now? Basford said in a deep voice with a somewhat ugly face. Of course. The opportunity you want should be in the temple. Go in and find it yourself. The guardian inside has been defeated by me, Song Jian said with a smile while playing with the bronze fragments. Basford snorted coldly and flew towards the temple. At this time, he wished that Patu was not dead and came out to give Song Jian a hard time. Song Jian stood there, waiting quietly. Basford's figure had disappeared at the door of the temple. After a while, a shrill scream sounded from the temple, and Basford burst into an angry roar. Song Jian, you dare to deceive me. Basford's voice was as miserable as a cuckoo crying blood. But Song Jian laughed. He had fought with the remnant soul of the goddess of harvest before, and felt very tired. He only fought for more than 10 rounds, and retreated from the temple. A real god, even if he used the skill of Godfall, was not something that a legendary player like him could fight alone. In the end, Song Jian only wiped out 1/3 of the health value of the goddess statue. You know, the difference in rank greatly reduced Song Jian's damage. Even if it was real damage, it would miss a lot when it hit the goddess statue. The suppression of rank was more terrifying than the suppression of level. After Song Jian left the temple, the goddess statue did not chase him out. Leaving the temple was equivalent to leaving the battle range. The goddess statue returned to its original position. The barbed whip that had been broken into pieces turned into wheat ears again. A ball of light golden flame reappeared in the right hand. All this was like a giant web woven by a spider, waiting for its prey to fall into the trap. Basford was the prey. Song Jian chuckled and looked towards the pit. At this time, the magma in the pit had begun to solidify gradually and turned into a dark solid. The black ice crystal at the bottom of the pit also appeared in front of Song Jian. At this time, Patu's blood value in the black ice was less than 1/10, and he was already dying. But the black ice crystals on his body were shining with a faint golden light. Obviously, this black ice was stronger than all the black ice that had appeared before, and it contained a trace of divinity. Such an existence was comparable to the lowest level divine items. This was also the reason why Basford did not continue to kill Patu even though he knew that he was seriously injured and dying. It was not because he didn't want to, but with Basford's strength, it would take too much time and cost to break the black ice defense, and the gain would not outweigh the loss. Moreover, he did not think that Song Jian could break it. When he gets the chance to become a god, he will come back to kill Patu. You know, even if you don't want to expose the spoils of war, there is a certain chance that the killer will understand the opponent's law. 10,000 swords, Song Jian shouted softly, and thousands of spirit swords emerged and gathered into a huge millstone in the air. The sword energy millstone was like a dark cloud, covering Song Jian's head. The desolate and ancient breath came to his face. The area of hundreds of meters was under the pressure of the sword energy millstone. I don't know how long your black ice defense can last in my sword energy millstone, Song Jian said to himself. With a thought, the sword energy millstone slowly turned, and a suction force sucked the black ice crystals more than 1 person tall at the bottom of the pit into the millstone. Rumble. The speed of the millstone suddenly slowed down, and after a slight pause, it slowly recovered to its previous speed. A faint scream came from the millstone, and the huge sword energy millstone slowly disappeared in the void. After a while, Song Jian gained a lot of combat experience. But at this time, he could no longer continue to improve his level, so he could only accumulate all the combat experience. At the same time, he gained 3 more points of divinity, which made Song Jian very excited. Continue to improve the 10,000 swords technique, Song Jian said in his heart. The proficiency of the Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 swords technique began to increase rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. And in a short while, it was upgraded by 3 levels. At this time, the color of the skill of the Fire Lotus 10,000 swords art, which had been upgraded to legendary quality, began to change inexplicably. Under the purple crystal color, a ray of dazzling light was looming. 10,000 swords art. It seems to be breaking through the legendary quality. Song Jian's eyes showed a look of surprise. At this moment, An explosion suddenly sounded in the temple. Boom! The whole temple trembled slightly. Song Jian looked up, stepped hard, and rushed towards the temple like lightning. Chapter 1563 Enlightenment. Basford must not be killed. Otherwise, with Song Jian's strength, it is impossible to clear this dungeon. It is unknown when he will enter the dungeon next time. At least in the next 2 or 3 years. It will be extremely difficult for players to obtain the divine crystal. When Song Jian entered the temple again, he saw the fallen goddess statue stepping on Basford. Basford turned into a ball of flames and fled to a place more than 10 meters away in an instant. Turning his head to see Song Jian, Basford's face showed a look of grief and anger. Song Jian, didn't you just say that you have killed the guardian? Basford shouted loudly. Of course. There was originally a fallen temple holy spirit in the temple. Also at the demigod level. And I have killed it, Song Jian said, taking out the necklace he had obtained, showing it to Basford, and then putting it back into the parcel column. This is not a guardian, but a trace of the remnant of the goddess of harvest that has fallen. It has merged with the goddess statue. If you want to get the opportunity to become a god, you must defeat it. Song Jian shrugged his shoulders and said, I am only a legendary realm, not its opponent. Oh, by the way, if the opponent is too powerful and we cannot defeat him, and in the end, we cannot get your opportunity to become a god, it will not be considered that I have violated the sacred contract. Basford was speechless and trembling with anger. At this time, the fallen goddess statue had locked onto Basford and kept attacking him. Basford dodged the attack and asked helplessly, Tell me, what price do I need to pay for you to help me kill it? Hee. You seem to have said before that you would tell me about your experience of breaking through from the legendary realm to the demigod realm. Song Jian smiled. Basford glanced at Song Jian, who just stood at the door of the temple, unwilling to take a step forward. Taking a deep breath, Basford said word by word, The most important thing for the legendary realm to break through the demigod realm is to comprehend the power of the law. How to comprehend the power of the law? You must rely on the power of the domain. The power of the domain is sand, which is very loose, while the power of the law is glass. Although it is made by killing and burning, it is completely different from sand. Sand? Colored glaze. Song Jian frowned, and began to think quickly. Seeing Song Jian standing at the door thinking about how to upgrade the power of the domain to the power of the law, Basford almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Can this be comprehended in a short time? Basford shouted in his heart, Is it time to comprehend the power of the law now? Do you want me to die? Burn? Forge? Reshape? Song Jian looked like a demon, talking to himself, and the power of the domain on his body was also released to the limit involuntarily. The power of the time domain almost enveloped the entire hall in an instant. Song Jian's time domain has swallowed up a lot of treasures containing the law of time, and has long reached a saturated state. It can be upgraded to the law of time at any time, but it is always like a glass window, separated by a layer. Boom! With a roar, Song Jian's body shook violently, and transparent flames suddenly burned around him. Basford was stunned, and then a look of shock appeared on his face. Madman! Madman! You are simply a madman! Basford screamed loudly, dodging the attack and cursing. You actually burned your own domain power. Are you crazy? Do you really think that you can really comprehend the power of the law with this? Madman! Once the domain power burns, it will disappear completely. Once it burns out, you will fall directly into the legendary realm. Boom! The fallen goddess statue waved the bone whip full of barbs in her hand and whipped Basford fiercely. A series of light blue fireballs instantly condensed in front of Basford and hit the bone whip like a line. A series of explosions sounded, and the whole bone whip was burning with a light blue flame. The flame seemed to be a maggot in the tarsal bone, and it was burning on the surface of the bone whip. A strange smile appeared on Basford's mouth. Haha. I've been fooled. I've finally been fooled. My tarsal magic flame is a divine skill. As long as it is contaminated, it will form a prairie fire. It will not stop until you die. Ha ha ha. It will not stop until you die. Basford had already seen that the bone whip in the hands of the goddess statue seemed to be a weapon. But in fact, it was integrated with the statue. As long as it was contaminated with the tarsal magic flame, the statue would not be able to get rid of it. Squeak! The bone whip was burning and squeaked, and the flames began to spread along the bone whip towards the palm of the goddess statue. But soon, A black breath emanated from the palm of the goddess statue, constantly resisting the light blue flames from spreading upward. It's useless. The more fiercely you resist, the faster the flames will devour, Basford said to himself, and then turned his eyes to Song Jian. At this time, Song Jian's domain power had burned half, but he still had no sign of understanding the law of time. You know, the law of time is the most difficult to understand of all laws, even more difficult than the law of space. The law of time is all-encompassing. Once Song Jian can truly comprehend the law of time, even if he is only a semi-god, he can still fight against real gods. Sandstone is forged into glass. Forged into glass, Song Jian muttered to himself, and through the power of burning, he continuously gathered the power of the domain together and continuously aggregated it. But most of the power of the domain can only become the nutrients for burning and turn into ashes. Even if most of it has been consumed, there is still no trace of the power of the domain gathered. At this moment, the time domain mark on Song Jian's chest suddenly burst into light, and the burning power on the surface of Song Jian's body suddenly became strong. In an instant, the remaining one-third of the power of the domain was burned out. Basford couldn't help but sigh and shook his head. The burning of the power of the domain was originally a high probability event. He never thought that Song Jian could succeed. You are no longer qualified to stand in front of me and talk to me on an equal footing. Basford smiled with disdain. Every year, a large number of geniuses emerge, but then a large number of geniuses fall. There are many geniuses as confident as Song Jian, but it is absolutely impossible for a true genius to appear among them. Basford retracted his gaze and looked at the statue. At this time, the light blue flame had burned along the bone whip to the wrist of the goddess statue, and it was still burning. Crack, crack. The sound of shattering rang out. The bone whip that had been eroded by the law of fire finally couldn't bear the burning and broke into pieces again. Each piece was burning with flames. On the way to the ground, it was directly burned up and turned into black ash. It's only a matter of time before it's burned up. It's a chance to become a god. Ha. Basford's eyes showed excitement. This time, he was only half a step away from becoming a god. No. Now it can be said that it is within his reach. He only needs to wait patiently for a while, and he can get the legacy of the goddess of harvest and become a real god. However, just when Basford put all his mind on the goddess statue, Song Jian at the gate of the temple suddenly burst into a brilliant light from his chest. This light was like colorful glass, revealing a sacred taste. Chapter 1564 Promotion. Song Jian seemed to have figured something out, but his eyes were still full of confusion. He stretched out his right hand involuntarily and stretched forward. Boom! A silent roar sounded in Song Jian's mind. A long river of time suddenly appeared in front of him. Everything was vivid, and all the secrets of time were revealed to him one by one. Basford didn't know all this. He just watched the flames burning around Song Jian slowly disappear, and the power of the domain became vague. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart and focused all his attention on the goddess statue. At this time, the flames had spread to half of the goddess statue's arm. Although the spread was slow, it was very determined. It was only a matter of time before the entire statue was ignited. Blasphemy! The huge statue raised the long sword in its right hand and pointed at Basford. A grand voice suddenly rang out throughout the temple. Basford suddenly felt his body tighten, and his heart became inexplicably upset. The speed of the energy running in his body also became sluggish, and the strength of his whole body began to quickly disappear, as if he had been attacked inexplicably, and the whole person seemed to be shrouded in a shadow. How could this happen? Basford frowned. What he didn't know was that at this time, an adverse effect of blasphemer had appeared in his attribute column. This effect was to comprehensively reduce his attributes, and there was also a continuous blood loss effect. If it was not expelled in time, it would not take long for Basford to die from continuous blood loss. The most terrifying thing is that if Basford dies under the adverse effects of the blasphemer, his soul will not be liberated and will become a slave to the goddess statue. The demigod-level premonition made Basford suddenly nervous. He felt that if he didn't do something, his life would be in danger. Flame! Basford roared, and his whole body turned into a ball of flame. This is not the incarnation of a fire giant, but the incarnation of a fire essence. The fire essence has no attack ability, but it has the magical effect of healing itself and expelling bad conditions. However, this skill also has hidden dangers. That is, it loses all attack capabilities, and the defense power becomes zero. It can only be used in a relatively safe situation. After transforming into the essence of fire, Basford finally felt a little relieved, and the originally depleted blood value began to slowly recover. But the feeling of being shrouded by the shadow never weakened. Blasphemy? Blasphemy? Could it be that I have been defined as a blasphemer by it? So this is the case? Basford's heart sank. Unexpectedly, even the move of transforming into the essence of fire could not eliminate the bad state of blasphemer. Blasphemers are sinners. As long as the gods are immortal, the identity of blasphemers cannot be eliminated. In this case, I have no choice but to kill you. Basford was ruthless in his heart, and immediately lifted the skill of the essence of fire. The whole person turned into a fire giant again and rushed towards the goddess statue. Basford, who had transformed into a fire giant, was only one head shorter than the goddess statue in height, and had become an evenly matched opponent. At this time, the flames on the goddess statue's arm had spread to the shoulder, and its entire arm had turned into charcoal, completely unusable. The two tall giants seemed to be a little slow in their movements, but in fact, they were extremely fast. They had no time to dodge, and could only rely on their bodies to resist. The rumbling sound of the punches hit the flesh. At this time, Basford had completely forgotten Song Jian at the entrance of the temple. In his opinion, Song Jian's crazy behavior was completely seeking death. The power of the domain was burned out, which would definitely damage the foundation. Such an existence was no longer taken seriously by him. Song Jian was completely immersed in his own world at this time. A huge infinite symbol in his mind was emitting golden light. Every ray of light made Song Jian realize something, and immersed him in the perception of time. The time domain that had been burned out seemed to be reborn, and a hint of green appeared from the root. Boom! There was a roar from Song Jian's body, as if there was an iron hammer, constantly hammering something. On the other side, the battle between Basford and the goddess statue had also entered a white-hot stage. At this time, half of the body of the goddess statue was burning with light blue flames, and on the other side, the emerald green divine power was constantly resisting the erosion of the flames. But for some reason, the emerald green divine power had no effect in front of the light blue flames. Basford laughed loudly. It turns out that you are just a god with nothing on the surface. The divinity you possess is not even comparable to that of a demigod like me. How can you be called a god? The fire giant opened his arms and hugged the goddess statue tightly. The whole person turned into a ball of flames and merged with the light blue flames. In an instant, the goddess statue was enveloped by flames and burned violently. Basford's smug laughter resounded throughout the temple, and the goddess statue turned into a pile of ruins while roaring loudly. Although the temple of the goddess of harvest fell, it still had god-level strength. But in fact, it did not have much divinity, and it was not even comparable to a demigod Basford. Next to the ruined goddess statue, a light golden crystal the size of a fingernail slowly emerged. This light golden crystal, with three-colored divine light on its surface, was obviously also a divine item. Basford's eyes lit up, and he laughed loudly, grabbing the item emitting three-colored divine light. This was the key item for him to be promoted to the god level. As long as he could completely fuse this divine crystal, he would definitely be able to be promoted to a true god-level strongman. As for the other items that fell from the goddess statue, Basford simply looked down on them and threw them aside like garbage. Basford looked at the divine crystal in his hand, and a hesitant look appeared on his face. Fusion of divine crystals was a very important matter and could not be disturbed. Now that the fallen divine thoughts of the harvest goddess had been eliminated, it was just a good place to fuse divine crystals. Are you planning to advance to the god level here? I think this is not a good idea. A figure appeared behind Basford. Turning his head, he saw Song Jian standing at the door of the temple, smiling at him. At this time, a round of three-colored divine light appeared behind Song Jian's head, and the aura emanating from his body became stronger and stronger. Looking at the three-colored divine light behind Song Jian's head, condensed into a divine symbol that Basford could not understand at all, Basford's face suddenly became gloomy. I didn't expect that you actually advanced to the demigod level, Basford said softly, but he was shocked in his heart. Chapter 1565 Divine Skills. Burning the power of the domain and comprehending the corresponding power of the law, in Basford's view, is simply a crazy act of seeking death. But he did not expect that the human in front of him actually completed it. This is simply a miracle. But in this way, Basford is even more afraid of Song Jian. Looking at the divine crystal in his hand, Basford showed a confident smile. I have obtained the opportunity to become a god, and the rest belongs to you. After speaking, Basford slowly walked out of the temple. When he approached Song Jian, Basford had adjusted his whole body to the best state, and the divine flame was slowly gathering in his body. You know, divinity is a very precious treasure for a god-level warrior, not to mention a demigod-level warrior. The reason why Basford's divine flame is so powerful is because it has integrated the flame divinity. However, the flame divinity is also very important for Basford to be promoted to a god-level warrior. If Basford uses the divine flame again in a short period of time, he will be greatly hurt. This kind of damage may hurt his roots. At that time, even if he has the divine crystal, Basford may fail to be promoted to the god level. Song Jian watched Basford slowly walk over, smiled slightly, stepped aside, and made an invitation gesture. Basford suddenly felt relieved, smiled at Song Jian, and slowly left the temple. After leaving the temple, Basford finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly fled to the entrance of the dungeon. In his opinion, as long as he obtained the divine crystal, it would not take long for him to become a god-level strongman. By then, a demigod-level Song Jian would not be his opponent at all. Song Jian watched Basford leave and did not step forward to stop him. At this time, he was not Basford's opponent. The horror of the divine flame made Song Jian feel very tricky. Divine skills? It won't be long before I can have them. Song Jian whispered to himself and slowly walked towards the broken statue. Next to the statue, there were 7 or 8 blue and green equipment, one of which was emitting a faint silver glow. These were all level 150 equipment, which was still too high-end for players. Moreover, the grade of these equipment was not high. The best place for them was to be smelted into high-grade materials by the forger. Song Jian picked up all these items, and then set his eyes on the pile of broken statues. It seems that this pile of broken stone statues has no divinity. Song Jian shook his head. You know, originally this last boss was the last remnant soul of the harvest goddess, and it could not contain much divinity at all. Otherwise, it would not be impossible for it to be completely powerless in front of Basford's divine flame. Even if these broken stones were put into the sword energy millstone now, I am afraid that not a trace of divinity could be squeezed out. Just as Song Jian was hesitating, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from the pile of broken stones. A towering mountain appeared in front of Song Jian, and a 5-meter wide staircase stretched from Song Jian's feet to the top of the mountain. At the top of the mountain stood a huge statue of a god that was 50 or 60 meters high. This statue was taller than the goddess statue in the temple. What is this? Illusion? Song Jian narrowed his eyes, and immediately used the eye of perception skill. The scene in front of him, which was originally extremely real, suddenly became illusory. Sure enough, it's just an illusion. Song Jian had a contemptuous smile on his face. Human, are you willing to inherit my legacy, accept my inheritance, and become a true son of God? A grand voice sounded in Song Jian's ears. You just need to step onto the top of the mountain, come to my statue, and pray sincerely, and you will be favored by me. Ha ha ha. You are just a remnant soul, but you are still overestimating yourself and want to deceive me. Song Jian laughed loudly. Unconsciously, everything in front of him was a trap. Once he climbed the stairs and climbed up the mountain, he actually fell into the other party's trap. This remnant soul of the goddess of harvest had been severely injured by Basford. But after all, it was the remnant soul of the god, and it was very resilient and had not completely disappeared. Now it had cast an illusion again, trying to deceive Song Jian. Once Song Jian was fooled, a demigod-level supplement would probably make this remnant soul recover immediately. The sword energy millstone of the Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords technique. With a light shout, countless spirit swords penetrated the body, condensed into a huge millstone in the air, and slowly turned. Waves of invisible waves emanated from the millstone, shaking in all directions. Boom, 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 boom. The roars resonated in the surrounding space. The illusion in front of him shattered like glass in an instant, and a translucent shadow appeared in front of Song Jian. This shadow was the remains of the fallen goddess of harvest. At this time, she was wearing a black cloak that completely covered her face. She didn't look like the goddess of harvest at all, but rather like a spokesperson for the god of death. Humble human, you gave up the glory of your high achievement. So what awaits you is only death and endless punishment. The shadow in front of him raised his head slightly, and a creepy dark red light shot out from his eyes. However, at this moment, a strong suction force suddenly emerged from the sword energy millstone, and the phantom in front of him suddenly became distorted, like mist, and flew towards the millstone. No, it's impossible. The phantom's body was stretched and deformed, and it could no longer maintain its original appearance. The black cloak on its body was torn apart. Only then did Song Jian see that the opponent's body was densely covered with responsible magic patterns, and these magic patterns seemed to grow on its body naturally. Rumble. The millstone began to rotate rapidly. At this time, the residual soul phantom was already in a dying state, with only an empty shell left. Even without the sword energy millstone, it could not hurt Song Jian. In a short while, Song Jian gained 2 points of divinity, and the last bit of the goddess of harvest completely dissipated. Song Jian was a little surprised. He originally thought that he could only gain 1 point of divinity at most, but he didn't expect that he would gain 2 points. Song Jian put these 2 points of divinity into the fire red lotus 10,000 swords without hesitation. In an instant, the 10,000 swords in the skill column burst into dazzling rays of light, and directly upgraded from the legendary realm to a divine skill. All the attributes disappeared, and then slowly recondensed. The 10,000 swords, which became a divine skill, was also nurturing the characteristics that a divine skill should have. In the skill column, the 10,000 swords had disappeared, and instead, there was a group of dazzling rays of light. Song Jian looked at this group of rays of light and waited patiently. The power of the 10,000 swords after the upgrade might be more powerful than he imagined. Chapter 1566 Sword Formation Fusion. Is it finally going to change? Song Jian's eyes showed a hint of excitement. The 10,000 swords art is extremely powerful, but it can only work on legendary bosses. Demigod level strongmen can easily break out of the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation. Moreover, each summoned spirit sword is easily destroyed. Its quality can only be comparable to gold or even silver quality weapons at most. Slightly stronger bosses can easily destroy it, if there are not enough spirit swords. I am afraid that the 10,000 swords art will really become a useless skill. From the beginning to now, the 10,000 swords art has swallowed 8 points of divinity, which can even be a god of weaker power. The level of the 10,000 swords technique finally reached level 30. The 2 points of divinity actually directly increased by 3.5 levels, from level 26 to the full level 30, which also surprised Song Jian. The full level 10,000 swords technique exuded a divine light like 3-color glass, and all the attributes changed. The number of summoned spirit swords broke through to 10,000, and the grade of each spirit sword was comparable to that of an epic quality weapon. Most importantly, the attached red lotus karma fire seemed to have changed. The originally dark red flame also had a hint of light gold on the edge, which looked a bit sacred. A smile appeared on Song Jian's lips. Just as he was about to close the skill bar, 10,000 spirit swords appeared automatically beside him. These spirit swords were all phantoms. He could not feel their existence even if he reached out to touch them. What's going on? Song Jian was very surprised. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. The 10,000 swords art was automatically triggered when he didn't release it. Countless spirit swords surged into the air and evolved into lotus leaves, forming the fire red lotus sword formation. Then, countless sword chi surged from the sword formation, and a dazzling fire red lotus sword appeared above the red lotus sword formation, automatically evolved the subsequent formation. What is this for? Song Jian was puzzled. The 10,000 swords art, which had now been promoted to a divine skill, was completely out of his control. He had no idea about the current changes. In the void, the dazzling red lotus sword of karma fire condensed. Originally, the moment the red lotus sword appeared, it would lock onto the enemy wrapped in the red lotus sword formation and deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. But now it evolved on its own. Without the enemy, Song Jian didn't know what the red lotus sword would do next, so he could only wait patiently. After a while, the red lotus sword actually fell vertically from the air, as if there was an enemy in the red lotus sword formation, and it was inserted straight into the sword formation. Rumble. A roar sounded, and the red lotus sword formation trembled slightly. The red lotus sword sank into the sword formation little by little. After a while, it was directly submerged, and no trace of the red lotus sword could be seen. The red lotus sword formation has not disappeared. Song Jian frowned slightly. You know, as long as the red lotus sword falls, The Red Lotus sword formation will disappear in a very short time, revealing the trapped enemies inside. But this time, after the Red Lotus sword sank into the sword formation, the sword formation did not disappear. Not only did it not disappear, but many golden runes appeared on the surface of the Red Lotus sword formation. These runes seemed to be alive, and kept swimming on the surface of the Red Lotus sword formation. These runes collided with each other. Some devoured each other, and some directly shattered, turned into golden light, and merged into the sword formation. After a while, countless sword chi surged out again, and continued to condense above the Red Lotus sword formation, forming a huge palm. Is this swallowing up the sword formation that has evolved in the future? Song Jian was stunned, looking at everything that happened in front of him. Inexplicably, he felt that he could no longer use the Red Lotus sword of Karma Fire. The shape of the Red Lotus sword formation began to slowly change. And at this time, the sword energy palm print above his head had already formed, pressing down on the Red Lotus sword formation like a mountain. Boom! The palm print and the Red Lotus sword formation collided violently again. And the palm print seemed to want to smash the sword formation with one palm. The entire sword formation shook violently, and the golden runes that appeared on the surface burst one after another. There were even cracks on the surface, like a spider web covering the entire sword formation. The sword energy palm print only had the power of one strike, and it did not destroy the Red Lotus sword formation. It began to collapse and disintegrate, and was completely absorbed by the Red Lotus sword formation. The Red Lotus sword formation began to change in a strange form, and its surface was like a flowing water curtain, constantly shaking, and its appearance changed again and again, as if it had not yet decided on the final form. Swallowed. Swallowed again. The sword energy palm print. Song Jian was a little speechless. The sword energy palm print disappeared like the Red Lotus sword, and could never be evolved again. This was the sword formation evolved by the 10,000 swords art, but it was eventually swallowed by the 10,000 swords art itself. Song Jian didn't know what to say. The huge palm print was completely swallowed by the Red Lotus sword formation. And then, the Sword Chi Stone Tower emerged again. The Sword Chi Stone Tower is considered to be relatively powerful among all the evolved sword formations. It can swallow the souls of the strong and improve the proficiency of the 10,000 swords technique. In Song Jian's view, the Sword Chi Grinding Wheel is just an upgraded version of the Sword Chi Stone Tower, and the initial prototype is still the Sword Chi Stone Tower. The Sword Chi Stone Tower seemed to have sensed the danger, and the moment it condensed, it whistled and pressed down towards the Red Lotus sword formation. With a loud bang, the Sword Chi Stone Tower and the Red Lotus sword formation collided with each other, flattening the Red Lotus sword formation a lot. From a distance, the Red Lotus sword formation at this time was like a tower base, supporting the Sword Chi Stone Tower. The roar continued. The 9-story stone tower shone brightly, and the doors of each floor were all opened. Infinite soul power emerged from the tower, making a roar like ghosts and wolves howling. These soul powers quickly condensed in the void, forming various shapes. Song Jian looked around, and saw that they were all boss images whose soul power was absorbed by the Sword Energy Stone Tower. These soul bodies surrounded the Red Lotus sword formation and continued to attack, and explosions came one after another. However, in the next moment, a large amount of dark red flame suddenly emerged from the surface of the Red Lotus sword formation, burning all these soul bodies to ashes. The Red Lotus fire originally had a purification function, which was completely the nemesis of these soul bodies. In just 30 seconds, all the soul bodies that emerged were purified and swallowed up, and the stone bricks of the first floor of the Sword Energy Stone Tower finally couldn't bear it and began to crack and collapse. Crack. With a crisp sound, the first stone brick collapsed, just like retreating to the first domino. In an instant, the sound of shattering continued. The first layer collapsed, followed by the second layer, the third layer, the fourth layer. In the end, only the 9th layer stone tower emitting a faint golden light was left, still fighting against the Red Lotus sword formation. At this time, the Red Lotus sword formation was also slowly changing. The shape was no longer a huge dark red lotus, but became an oval shape. From a distance, it looked like a giant egg emitting light. Chapter 1567 Collection Technique. The Red Lotus sword formation underwent an inexplicable change, turning into a giant egg emitting dazzling light. At this time, the 9th level Sword Chi Stone Tower could no longer hold on, and finally broke apart and merged into the Red Lotus sword formation. A brilliant divine light bloomed from the oval light egg, as if it was nurturing something. After a while, countless sword chi gushed out again, and a huge sword chi millstone appeared in the void. The sword chi millstone slowly turned, and the endless pressure made the entire temple tremble slightly. This sense of oppression made Song Jian feel as if he was facing a real god. When it was used before, the sword energy grinding wheel did not emit such a powerful force. Could it be that now is the state where the sword energy grinding wheel is fully exerted? Song Jian could not help but take 2 steps back, looking at the battle in the void with surprise. The giant egg transformed by the red lotus sword formation suddenly opened a hole slowly, just like a lotus blooming, and separated 6 petals to the surroundings. It looked like a lotus blooming, but in fact, in Song Jian's eyes, it was a giant beast, slowly opening its big mouth, as if to swallow something. Sure enough, the giant egg flew towards the sword energy grinding wheel, swallowed the sword energy grinding wheel into its stomach, and the 6 cracked petals slowly closed again, turning into a giant egg again. Boom! The huge light egg trembled, and Song Jian could even hear the sound of the sword energy grinding wheel slowly turning. It seemed that the sword energy grinding wheel, although swallowed, was not so easy to digest. The light egg floated in the void, like a heart, beating regularly. Every time it beat, there was a huge roar. Song Jian could vaguely see a black shadow in the light egg. An endless divine light burst out from the edge of the black shadow. It can be seen that the light egg is slowly swallowing the sword energy grinding wheel. But the sword energy grinding wheel seems to be constantly eroding the divinity of the light egg. Once the light egg fails to swallow, the final result is likely that the light egg will be swallowed by the sword energy grinding wheel and finally stay. Then this promotion is likely to fail. Song Jian was a little nervous and watched all this with worry. This was the evolution of the 10,000 swords technique. He couldn't intervene at all. No one knew what the final result would be. The only thing he could do was to wait patiently. About a quarter of an hour later, the original confrontation finally came to a final result. Song Jian saw that the black shadow in the light egg began to crack, and light burst out from the cracks, constantly devouring the black shadow. Soon, the black shadow in the light egg cracked a little bit, and was finally completely swallowed by the light egg. At this time, the size of the light egg also doubled, like a huge heart, beating boom boom boom. I don't know what it will eventually become, Song Jian thought to himself, feeling the sword energy grinding wheel disappearing little by little. The sword energy grinding wheel is the most powerful existence in the evolution of the sword array. Even the corpse of a demigod or the divine defense of a god can be completely wiped out, and the divinity can be squeezed out. However, such a terrifying array was eventually completely swallowed up by the red lotus sword array and turned into nutrients, which shocked Song Jian. The light egg slowly disappeared in the void, and it did not appear what it would evolve into in the end. Moreover, the attributes of the Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 sword skill have completely become divine skills. As for what sword array it will eventually evolve into, it may have to wait until it successfully evolves on its own. If I could get the divine power crystal, this dungeon would be a good place to harvest divinity. But unfortunately, Song Jian glanced at the temple and thought with some regret. The dungeon was completed. The difficulty of the pioneering level made Song Jian gain a lot, although the most important part was taken away by Basford. If it weren't for Basford, Song Jian might not be able to pass this pioneering level dungeon. Stepping out of the temple, Song Jian looked towards the vineyard emitting a light purple. At this time, the entire vineyard was covered by a layer of light curtain. If you want to enter, you may have to break through the protection of this layer of light curtain. After a light touch, Song Jian's fingers suddenly retracted as if they were electrocuted. The surface of the light curtain also produced a few ripples, and a faint golden light flowed on the surface of the light curtain. This light curtain is actually full of divinity. Song Jian didn't expect that the light curtain defense in front of him was actually a divine skill. Only divine skills can break divine skills. Otherwise, it is impossible to break the light curtain in front of him with the energy consumption of ordinary skills. In the vineyard, the grapes shining with purple light are like purple crystals. They are treasures at first glance. It would be a waste if so many treasures were left here to refresh with the copy refresh. Chaos Sword Classic. Song Jian clenched the sky-breaking sword and slashed at the light curtain fiercely. The brilliant chaotic sword energy kept slashing at the surface of the light curtain. The violent fluctuations were like ripples, and the energy fluctuations stimulated by lightning spread outward from the bombardment like tentacles. Godfall. This is a sword move specifically targeting divinity, which easily split the light curtain into a gap. The gap, which could only accommodate one person in and out, began to heal slowly under the flow of energy. It won't be long before the sword mark will be completely healed. Song Jian flashed into the light curtain and was immediately surprised by the spiritual power permeating the light curtain. Why didn't I realize before that this vineyard has so much spiritual power? Song Jian exclaimed, stepping into the vineyard. Song Jian suddenly discovered that there was a faint amethyst light in the dark soil. Looking closely, he found that the soil was actually sprinkled with powdered amethyst. Using amethyst to cultivate these grapes. It's really extravagant. Song Jian shook his head slightly. Perhaps only a true god would have such a big hand to use a large amount of amethyst to cultivate a vineyard. Song Jian came to a grape plant and stretched out his hand to pick the grape that looked like amethyst. The moment he touched the grape, he immediately received a system prompt. System, you are about to pick the Shenyun grapes of the goddess of harvest, which requires the second level master of the gathering technique. Your current gathering technique level is too low, and there is a high probability that the collection will fail and cause losses. Please make your choice carefully. You actually need the master level gathering technique to collect it. Song Jian showed a surprised look on his face. What grade and attributes does this Shenyun grape have? It is really surprising that such a high-level gathering technique is required just to collect it. Gathering technique is a life profession that integrates herbalism, felling, mining, and even dissection. At least all life professions must reach the apprentice level before they can be integrated. After integration, the difficulty of upgrading is more than 10 times more difficult than that of ordinary life professions. Many players have already integrated the gathering technique, but few can practice it to a high level, let alone the master level. Song Jian's gathering technique is now an apprentice level 8, and there is still a long way to go before the master level. Chapter 1568 Divine Plants. Song Jian looked up at the entire vineyard. Looking around, there were countless Shenyun grapes emitting amethyst-like light. After hesitating for a moment, Song Jian used the apprentice-level collection technique and grabbed a bunch of Shenyun grapes. Puff! As soon as the white light of the collection technique touched the Shenyun grapes, the whole bunch of grapes exploded, turning into purple crystal fragments and falling to the ground. System, you used the collection technique to collect Shenyun grapes of the goddess of harvest. The collection failed, and the collection experience increased by 12 points. Sure enough, even if the collection fails, for such a high-quality treasure, you will gain some collection experience. 12 points. This collection experience is enough for me to cut down 120 trees. Song Jian smiled in his heart. If the collection fails, the Shenyun grapes cannot be obtained. But Song Jian's collection skills are not high to begin with, and he cannot obtain these grapes at all. It is a waste, but at least it can improve his collection skills. Song Jian did not even look at the broken Shenyun grapes, and walked towards the next bunch. 1 bunch, 2 bunches, 10 bunches, 100 bunches. Behind Song Jian, there was no complete grape plant anymore. Without the Shenyun grapes, the grapevines immediately turned into ashes. At this time, Song Jian only had less than 10 Shenyun grapes left in front of him. But his collection skills had made great progress, directly from the apprentice level to the master level 9. And he was only 1 step away from the grandmaster level. It's a pity that these remaining divine grapes can no longer help me upgrade my collection skills to the master level, Song Jian thought with some regret. But soon, he became relieved again. It would take 3 or 4 years for the collection skills to be upgraded from the apprentice level to the master level, even for professional players who make a living from this. After all, they can't find treasures like divine grapes. Song Jian's eyes showed a pity, although he didn't know the specific properties of the divine grapes and what they were used for. It was the first time that Song Jian encountered such a high-quality collection. Maybe it was the material for the god-level potion. The last few grapes were all broken in Song Jian's hands. Song Jian didn't succeed in collecting a single one of the thousands of Shenyun grapes. All of them were wasted. In return, he only upgraded his collection skills to the master level. Although it was not a loss, he still felt a little regretful. Song Jian looked at the vineyard that had turned into ashes and couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly found that in the vineyard full of ashes, there was a hint of green, and his heart skipped a beat. Walking forward quickly, Song Jian carefully pushed away the floating ashes, and 2 emerald green leaves appeared in front of Song Jian. Grapevine? Song Jian asked in surprise. In front of him was a small green vine, which seemed to have just emerged from the soil. It was very tender, with only 2 young leaves that had just emerged. It looked like a gust of wind could blow it off. The goddess of harvest. The charm grapevine. A divine plant. Attributes: mature charm grapevine. Can improve ordinary soil into divine soil, and produce divine fruit. Song Jian's hands trembled slightly after the simple introduction. Unexpectedly, he didn't get the charm grapes, but got a charm grapevine. This was a pleasant surprise. Song Jian carefully dug out a large piece of soil around the vine, wrapped the vine, and transplanted it into his kingdom of God. In the kingdom of God, Song Jian specially allocated a large area to plant the newly acquired grapevine. As soon as it was planted, the grapevine grew miraculously, climbing up more than a foot at a speed visible to the naked eye. Song Jian called Mu Ling Nova over, pointed at the grapevine and said, "Take good care of it. Don't let it die." Nova bowed respectfully and said, "Yes, Master." Song Jian nodded and returned to the copy from the kingdom of God. Nova stood alone in front of the divine grapevine, with deep envy and jealousy in her eyes. Divine plant? Actually got a divine plant. Did he kill a real god? Break through the other party's kingdom of God, and plunder the other party's plantation? No, it's impossible. Although his strength has greatly increased and has reached the demigod level, the gap is still too big compared to the real gods. It is impossible to defeat the real gods. Nova looked at the divine charm grapevine and wanted to swallow it in one gulp. The divine plant was priceless. If Nova could really swallow and absorb the whole divine charm grapevine, she could at least recover 1% of her strength. However, the entire kingdom of God belonged to Song Jian. Nova's every move had to follow the rules set by Song Jian. They, the wood spirits, were no different from the puppet beasts in the kingdom of God. Once they were involved in behaviors that endangered the kingdom of God, Song Jian didn't need to punish them at all. The kingdom of God would send down divine thunder to destroy them. What a pity. Nova's eyes were full of deep regret. She sighed and began to build a grape rack, carefully caring for the growth of the grapevine. Song Jian returned to the dungeon and searched carefully again, but found nothing. He could only shake his head and walk towards the entrance of the dungeon. Soon, Song Jian returned to the valley again. Looking back, there was nothing unusual about the altar in front of him. It looked like an ordinary relic. There are countless similar relics in the game world. Maybe each one is a dungeon, but it requires special items to open, so it has not been discovered. Song Jian suddenly had such a thought in his mind. He shook his head and smiled. Song Jian performed the earth escape technique and escaped towards the city of hope. A moment later, a figure appeared in the valley. It was Basford. At this time, Basford's aura was surging, and he seemed to be on the verge of a breakthrough. Looking at Song Jian's back, Basford showed a trace of fear in his eyes. The law of time. I didn't expect that someone could really comprehend the law of time. If he grows up and becomes the god of time, I'm afraid, Basford muttered to himself. After a moment, a burst of flames wrapped Basford up. The flames dissipated, and Basford also disappeared on the spot. Song Jian, who became a demigod, looked almost the same as an ordinary player who had just entered the game. His aura became vague. This was a manifestation of complete control of his own power. In layman's terms, it was a return to nature. However, Song Jian's eyes seemed a little blurred at this time, as if there was a layer of fog. When someone looked at Song Jian, they would feel that Song Jian's eyes, like a vortex, attracted the entire mind of the person looking at him. And at the same time, they could feel that time seemed to have slowed down. This strange state is because Song Jian has just comprehended the law of time and has not yet completely digested it. After a while, when Song Jian has completely digested the laws of the world, this situation will disappear. Back to the city lord's mansion. Song Jian's perception instantly covered the entire city of hope. Even if it was 7 or 8 meters deep underground, it was visible to him. The entire city of hope was completely in his hands. At this moment, Song Jian's mind suddenly shook violently. A huge tree rose from the ground in a forest and grew towards the sky at a very fast speed. The tree of life in the fragmented universe has finally grown up. Song Jian's eyes showed a look of surprise. He stood up, and with a thought, his figure disappeared in the city lord's mansion. Chapter 1569 Pajua Fruit. Song Jian planted 2 trees of life, one on the earth in the real world, and the other in the fragmented universe. The reason for planting in the fragmented universe is mainly because there is a Pajuo fruit tree there, which can produce Pajuo fruit containing the power of law. Although the power of law contained in the fruit produced each time is random. Even so, the value of Pajuo fruit is precious. The reason why Song Jian planted the tree of life here is to obtain a mark. When the tree of life grows up, he will use the tree of life to descend into the fragmented universe again and harvest Pajuo fruit. Song Jian, who was already in the demigod realm at this time, was a dominant existence in the fragmented universe. In such a fragmented universe, it was impossible for a true god-level powerhouse to appear. Demigod level was already the top existence. Song Jian teleported directly from the city lord's mansion to the fragmented universe, floating in the void, with the tree of life next to him, which looked like a small hill. The two trees of life grew up, and the gifts given to Song Jian were also very rich. Song Jian's current attributes had exceeded 300 points, and this growth rate was still increasing at a rate of 1 or 2 points per day. If Song Jian had not become a demigod-level powerhouse, such growth would have burst an ordinary player long ago. Arriving at the fragment universe, Song Jian's eyes had already passed the forest and looked towards the silent stone forest where the Pajuo fruit tree was. Sure enough, at this time, the Pajuo fruit tree had matured again, with 3 Pajuo fruits hanging on the tree, and a large group of giant lizard dragons surrounded the Pajuo fruit tree, as if guarding it. 12 giant lizard dragons at the peak of the legendary realm, and the rest are also giant lizard dragons in the early and middle stages of the legendary realm. Song Jian instantly sensed the strength of these giant lizard dragons surrounding the Pajuo fruit tree. These giant lizard dragons can also drop law fragments. Song Jian smiled, and his figure rushed towards the silent stone forest like lightning. In the forest of life, a huge emerald green python, circling a tree, raised its head and looked in the direction where Song Jian flew. His strength has become even more terrifying. The python sighed. Elflos also appeared beside it, with a worried look on his face. No one in this world can be his opponent. If he hadn't planted the tree of life, he should have been luckier. Los whispered. It's too late to say anything now. Fortunately, his target seems to be the Pajuo fruit tree, which has nothing to do with us. Haha. It looks like the giant lizard dragons in the silent stone forest are going to be in trouble. The destruction of those life destroyers will only benefit this world, not harm it. Soon, there were waves of angry roars and roars of battle in the silent stone forest. The noise was loud, and the wanton energy swept through the entire forest of life like a typhoon. The battle lasted less than 10 minutes and ended quickly. A trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the emerald green python. As enemies, they knew the strength of the giant lizard dragons best. As a result, it took less than 10 minutes for Song Jian to destroy all the giant lizard dragons. Such a terrifying strength completely extinguished the desire of the creatures in the forest of life, who still had a trace of resistance. Song Jian stood under the swaying fruit tree with a look of surprise on his face. The items that fell all over the ground made Song Jian very happy. 21 law fragments actually fell. I'm lucky. But the other items that fell were a bit low grade. Song Jian said to himself. More than 30 legendary giant lizard dragons. Except for the law fragments, the highest grade of the items that fell was only gold grade, which made Song Jian a little disappointed. Do you want to use the law fragments to improve the level of the time law? Yes/no. While harvesting the law fragments, the system also gave a prompt impatiently. Song Jian directly chose to use it. All the 21 law fragments were integrated into the infinite symbol on his chest. The law fragments have the ability to improve the perception of the law. For every demigod and god-level strongman, this ability is more valuable than the purple crystal that can improve the level. One law fragment is worth at least 50, or even more purple crystals. You know, it is easy to improve the level, but it is too difficult to understand the law. All the 21 law fragments were swallowed up, and countless insights into the law of time emerged in Song Jian's mind. These insights are ethereal and elusive, but occasionally there will be a flash of inspiration, and the perception of time becomes more profound. Song Jian seemed to be wandering in the long river of time. Upstream, Song Jian saw himself handing out flyers before entering the game, and couldn't help but smile slightly. Continuing to swim upstream, the long river of time kept hitting him. The further he went, the greater the resistance. When Song Jian saw himself in his teens and high school, he finally had no strength to move forward and rushed downstream quickly along the river. The game world can actually reflect the scenes in the real world. This is incredible. Song Jian digested all his feelings and felt as if he had experienced more than 10 years. But in fact, only a few minutes had passed. Originally, he wanted to follow the long river of time and go to the future. But he didn't expect that going downstream would be more difficult than going upstream. After taking just one step, Song Jian was no longer able to take the second step. If he wanted to continue, he might need to have a deeper understanding of time. After swallowing all the law fragments, Song Jian's eyes fell on the 3 Pajou fruits on the Pajou fruit tree. The law fragment of force, the law fragment of heavy attack, and the law fragment of sharpness. Yes, the law fragments contained in these 3 Pajou fruits are very good. Song Jian smiled and nodded, and collected all the 3 law fragments. Although Song Jian can also swallow these Pajou fruits and comprehend the law fragments contained in them. In fact, these fruits can only play the greatest effect on those peak legend realm masters. Because they cannot comprehend the law, most of the peak legend realm masters will stop moving forward, stay in this realm for decades, or even hundreds of years, and finally do not take the step of becoming a god because of their lifespan. These Pajou fruits are a shortcut that can quickly help those who are stuck at the peak of the legendary realm to comprehend the corresponding laws and advance to the demigod level. 1 Pajou fruit is a demigod level strongman. If it is thrown out, it may cause a shock, Song Jian said with a smile. After thinking for a while, he put all 3 Pajou fruits into the parcel column. After taking a look at the Pajou fruit tree, Song Jian even wanted to put it into the kingdom of God. But after careful investigation, he found that the Pajou fruit must be planted in a special area such as the Silent Stone Forest. Once it leaves this area, it will probably wither quickly. Returning to the Forest of Life, Song Jian saw that several legendary strongmen who guarded the Forest of Life were all surrounded by the Tree of Life, as if waiting for something. Seeing Song Jian coming back, all the legendary realm warriors bowed their heads to him and respectfully saluted. Very good. The giant lizard dragons in the Silent Stone Forest have been completely destroyed. But you cannot invade the Silent Stone Forest. The Pajou fruit tree there is mine, and I need you to take care of it. Song Jian looked at these legendary realm creatures quietly and said calmly, Yes, sir. We will definitely take good care of the Pajou fruit tree. Once the Pajou fruit is ripe, we will hold a sacrificial ceremony under the Tree of Life to notify you. The emerald green python bent over, bowed his head, and said respectfully. Song Jian smiled slightly, and his figure slowly disappeared under the Tree of Life. Chapter 1570 Zhang Hong. Song Jian has a complete law of force. And now, he has obtained a Pajou fruit containing a fragment of the law of force. It can be seen that the fragment of the law of force contained in the Pajou fruit is less than 1/10 of the complete law of force. If you want to master the law of force with it, the chance is not great. It can only be used as a primer. If a peak legendary realm expert knows nothing about the law of force, even if he swallows the Pajou fruit containing a fragment of the law of force, he will not be able to comprehend the law of force. Only those peak legendary realm experts, who already have a sufficient understanding of the law of force, can gain insights and advance to the demigod level after using the Pajou fruit containing a fragment of the law of force. If this Pajou fruit containing the fragment of the law of force is worth 100 purple crystals, then this complete law of force is worth at least 10,000 or even more. Song Jian thought to himself. Song Jian returned to the city lord's mansion. He found that although he could freely shuttle between the fragment universe, the game world and the real world with the 2 trees of life, each shuttle consumed the energy of the Tree of Life. If the legend frequency was too high, it would affect the growth of the Tree of Life. Now, the 2 trees of life are Song Jian's biggest trump card, and the effect has exceeded that of the broken kingdom of God. If the War of the Gods really happens again in the future, the broken kingdom of God alone cannot guarantee Song Jian's own safety. After returning to the city lord's mansion, Song Jian checked the honor list. At this time, many people in the City of Hope were on the list, and the highest one had reached level 108, which was only a dozen levels away from the legendary realm. Those who can reach level 100 or above at this time are probably those who use purple crystals to increase their levels. Song Jian thought to himself. In fact, his guess was correct. Almost all of these players above level 100 relied on purple crystals to reach such a high level. But because of the purchase of purple crystals, many people have lost their fortunes. Some of them even rely on picking up trees to earn some Doomsday coins to survive, which is really tearful. It seems that no one can use these Pajo fruits in the short term. Song Jian thought with some regret. Only level 150 can use these Pajo fruits. Song Jian did not want to put these Pajo fruits on the market and make the NPC professionals in the game cheap. So he could only seal these Pajo fruits temporarily. City Lord, a monk is looking for you. Saying he is your friend. Wang Qi suddenly sent a communication. Song Jian was stunned. Monk friend. When did he have a monk friend? Let him in, Song Jian said. After a while, Wang Qi led a ball player to the city lord's mansion. And the look he gave the ball player seemed a little weird. Players, let alone friends, will exchange communication codes even if they have only met once or have worked together to fight monsters. Since this person claims to be the city lord's friend, how could he not be in the city lord's address book? Song Jian, we meet again. The ball player came to the city lord's mansion. And after seeing Song Jian, he smiled and bowed. You are? Song Jian looked at the man in front of him and felt that he looked very familiar. But for a moment, he couldn't remember where he had seen him. I am Zhang Hong. My Buddhist name is Hongyi. And my profession is a monk. We have hunted ghosts together before. Zhang Hong said, a little depressed. However, it had been more than half a year since they last met. So it was understandable that Song Jian couldn't remember it. But he was also a candidate for the top 10 professions. So he should have some impression of it. Seeing Song Jian still looking confused, Zhang Hong couldn't help but say, War Buddha. Hearing the word War Buddha, Song Jian finally remembered the top 10 professions. His own sword fairy. And the other party's War Buddha. This was the first top 10 profession that Song Jian had met besides himself. It's you. Long time no see. Song Jian smiled and nodded, motioning Zhang Hong to sit down. Wang Qi took a look and slowly retreated. What's the matter with you calling me here this time? Song Jian asked. Then I'll get straight to the point. I wonder if you have obtained the title of Sword Immortal? Zhang Hong asked. No. Song Jian shook his head. Even if he was promoted to the demigod level, Song Jian's profession was still a sword master. He couldn't find a way to continue to advance. Even the sword master sect didn't know how to continue. So he could only explore in the game. But after so long, Song Jian didn't find any clues. I do have some clues that can help me advance to the Battle Buddha profession. But I can't do it alone, Zhang Hong said. Oh! What clues? Song Jian couldn't help asking. The 10 unique professions are all connected. Since Zhang Hong can find clues to the promotion of the War Buddha profession, the promotion of the Sword Immortal profession should be similar. As long as he follows the clues, he should be able to find clues to his own profession's promotion. Professional Temple. Zhang Hong said, I found a level 5 dungeon. There is a professional temple in the dungeon. As long as you enter the professional temple, you can directly upgrade. The professional temple is in the deepest part of the dungeon. I can't reach it alone. I need to find 2 companions. Moreover, these 2 companions must be from the 10 unique professions. Otherwise, I can't even enter the dungeon. Is the dungeon difficult? Song Jian asked. It's quite difficult. I tried it myself and failed. I didn't even see the final boss. Zhang Hong said, a little frustrated. The monsters inside have the strength of a lord-level boss. Not to mention the boss. The first boss I encountered actually had the strength of a legendary level. If I didn't have some trump cards, I would probably have failed at the first boss. Song Jian stared at Zhang Hong, a little surprised. You know, Zhang Hong is only level 115 now, and he hasn't even reached the peak of the 3rd level combat power. Unexpectedly, he can challenge and defeat the legendary boss across levels. What's so strange about this? The top 10 unique professions always have some special features. Don't tell me that you have never fought a legendary boss alone. Zhang Hong looked at Song Jian's strange eyes and couldn't help but said. Song Jian laughed. With his current strength, if he met a legendary boss, he would just lie down and kill it instantly. But there was no need to tell Zhang Hong about this. Professional Temple. Song Jian's eyes showed a hint of spirit. Since he could change his profession to a War Buddha, he would definitely be able to change his profession to a Sword Fairy in the Professional Temple. Okay, let's go together. Maybe I can also change my profession to a Sword Fairy. Song Jian stood up and said, Of course it can be done. Otherwise, the dungeon wouldn't require only the top 10 candidates for the unique profession to enter. Zhang Hong said, Unfortunately, I only know you. Otherwise, if I call another person, this dungeon should be safe. The two of us are enough. Let's go to the dungeon now, Song Jian said. It's quite far. At least more than 300 kilometers. In a mountain range. Zhang Hong said excitedly. Let's set off now. We should be able to arrive before sunset. Chapter 1571. Advancement to the Temple. The Purple Mist Mountains are a huge mountain range that stretches for at least 1,000 miles. It is a level 100 monster area. Only players above level 100 will team up to kill monsters and level up here. The Purple Mist Mountains are filled with a faint purple mist all year round. This mist does not contain any toxins, but it greatly limits the vision of players who enter. Even perception will have a certain impact, so it is very unfriendly to some long-range professional players who are afraid of close combat. The monsters in the Purple Mist Mountains are a special kind of demon monsters. From the demon hounds in the bottom area of the mountain to the Doomsday guards in the top area, almost all demon monsters can be found in the Purple Mist Mountains. Song Jian was flying on a sword, and Zhang Hong, who was riding a giant thunderbird, was next to him. Seeing the huge mountain range that looked like a long purple dragon, Zhang Hong pointed to the front and said, "That's it. The dungeon is deep in the Purple Mist Mountains. I came here on a mission and found it by chance." The two quickly landed and came to the Purple Mist Mountains. As soon as they entered the mountains, they heard waves of demon roars coming from the mountains. It sounded like countless children and women crying, which was a bit creepy. Be careful. The monsters here are not very powerful, but the attack effect is very strange. Remember, don't be surrounded by demon hounds. They will absorb the energy from the enemy and drain their mental power in a few seconds. At that time, you won't even be able to release skills. Zhang Hong introduced the monsters here to Song Jian as he walked. Song Jian smiled slightly. The attack range of the 10,000 swords technique was more than 1,000 meters. He would wait until these monsters could get close to him, although the purple mist shielded his perception. Song Jian, who was already a demigod, had also transformed his perception into divine consciousness. Although the purple mist also affected him, the shielding effect was not great. At least within a range of 500 meters. Song Jian could still rely on divine consciousness to explore clearly. The monsters that spawned here no longer posed any threat to Song Jian. He killed many demon monsters along the way. And soon, the two came to a hot lava area together. In the distance, a huge monster skull was hanging on a tall stone pillar. The monster skull was as big as a room. It had been so long that it had solidified into a hole with the stone pillar. From a distance, it looked like the remains of a huge monster standing tall. This is also an ancient relic, right? Song Jian couldn't help but ask. Forget it. When I came here before, there was an altar for worship below, but it has been destroyed by players now. Zhang Hong pointed to the mess under the stone pillar and said. Song Jian smiled. In any strange place in the game world, players would dig 3 feet into the ground to see if there was anything to gain. If it weren't for the indestructible stone pillar and the skull of the giant beast in front of him, he might not even see the stone pillar. What are the conditions for entering the dungeon? Song Jian asked. A dungeon like the one in front of him usually requires special items to enter. For example, the previous dungeon of the gods Falling Land requires a divine crystal. I need a special incense stick. I got it from the mission. I used 2 sticks and now only 1 stick is left. Zhang Hong said with a sad look on his face. He told Song Jian before that he had only entered the dungeon once. But in fact, he had entered the dungeon twice and failed twice. He had no choice but to seek Song Jian's help. If he really couldn't pass the level by himself, he would never tell others. Zhang Hong inserted the lit incense stick into the soil in front of the stone pillar and waited quietly. The smoke rose to the position of the giant beast's skull like a straight line. The skull, which was originally like a fossil, suddenly lit up with a dark red light in the eye sockets. Boom! The skeleton's mouth opened, and a dark red light gate appeared in it. It's right there. The light gate will only be open for 10 seconds, and it will close when the time is up. We have to be faster, Zhang Hong said, and flew towards the giant skeleton. Zhang Hong, who was only a 3rd-level fighter, could not fly in the air, but it was obvious that he was performing a kind of light skill similar to the lifting technique. His feet kept kicking on the stone pillars, and his whole body opened his arms, rushing to the skeleton's hideous mouth like a big bird, holding a huge fang. Zhang Hong turned his head and saw that Song Jian actually flew directly into the air, as if he had no weight. rising from the ground, and instantly came to the mouth of the giant skeleton. You are? Zhang Hong did not feel any energy fluctuations, and his face was full of surprise. After a moment, he seemed to think of something and said in shock, You have broken through to the legendary realm? Song Jian smiled and said, Legendary realm. I have broken through a long time ago. Yes. You suddenly disappeared from the first place on the level list before, and many people thought you fell. In fact, you broke through to the legendary realm and fell off the list. Zhang Hong's face showed a look of sudden enlightenment. Before, Song Jian fell from the first place on the level honor list. Many people thought he was dead, which caused a sensation at the time. But unexpectedly, Song Jian has become the first player to break through to the legendary realm. It was Song Jian who spread the news that as long as you reach the legendary level, you will be removed from the list among the players. Zhang Hong had never paid attention to him before, but he thought of Song Jian because of his career advancement. At first, he only thought of Song Jian's sword fairy profession, but now he suddenly realized that Song Jian was already a legendary master. Time is running out. Let's enter the dungeon quickly, Song Jian said, and rushed towards the dark red light gate first. Soon, the figure disappeared in the light gate. Zhang Hong's face showed an irrepressible joy, and he also jumped into the light gate. After a while, the two came to the foot of a mountain. A winding path stretched from the feet of the two to the top of the mountain. It can be seen that along the path, there is an ancient palace every few meters. From a distance, a huge temple on the top of the mountain shines with a light golden light, and a phantom of a centaur holding a hammer appears above the temple. That centaur is the legendary god of promotion, also known as the god of miracles. That temple is the temple of promotion. As long as we get there, we can be promoted to the profession we want, Zhang Hong said in a low voice with a fiery look in his eyes. God of promotion? Song Jian narrowed his eyes, and his heart couldn't help but move. If it was really like what Zhang Hong said, this time, in addition to being promoted to Sword Immortal, maybe he could get other benefits. Song Jian couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth, and his heart was suddenly full of expectations. Chapter 1572, One-Shot Kill. Entering the dungeon, Song Jian looked up at the mountain and the golden temple. The huge centaur shadow was above the temple, while Zhang Hong took out a parchment scroll from the parcel column and examined it carefully. After looking for a long time, Zhang Hong looked up and saw Song Jian looking at him. He couldn't help but smile awkwardly and said, The treasure map dropped by the first boss before. Every time I enter the dungeon, the excavation location of the treasure map is different. Treasure map? Song Jian raised his eyebrows and smiled. He didn't care. For such things, what you get depends on your luck. It's not uncommon for legendary treasure maps to get gold quality items. Some treasure maps are even traps, sealing powerful bosses. Once the seal is broken by excavation, the boss will be born and the first to be killed is the digger. This time we spawn near the second boss. Luckily, Zhang Hong said with a long sigh, last time we spawned it next to the promotion temple, and we had to clear almost all the levels before we could dig it, which was simply despairing. Zhang Hong put away the treasure map, and the two climbed up along the mountain road. Along the way, more than 100 level demons continued to appear. Although these demons were small monsters in the dungeon, they had the strength of a 100 level lord boss. Zhang Hong had also lured them out and killed them one by one before. Now with Song Jian, the two rushed forward directly and killed all the monsters blocking the way cleanly. Buzz! A white light suddenly flashed from under Song Jian's feet, and soon disappeared slowly. The endless hunting aura was upgraded to another level. The more monsters were killed, the higher the aura level was. Now Song Jian's aura has been upgraded to level 11, and the damage has increased by 5%. With Song Jian's current basic damage, an increase of 5% is equivalent to increasing the damage of an epic weapon, which is very terrifying. Seeing the flash of white light under Song Jian's feet, Zhang Hong showed a look of surprise in his eyes. He could see that Song Jian should have mastered an aura skill. You know, aura skills are hard to come by. Except for the skill aura of the paladin profession, it is very difficult for players of other professions to obtain aura skills. The first boss guarding the gate is in front. It is a flaming demon bull, with the strength of the early legendary realm. Zhang Hong pointed to the dilapidated palace in front and whispered, This demon bull has a strength attribute of more than 300 points, which can cause crushing damage to me. But its speed is average. As long as you pay attention to its collision skills, you can kite it to death. By the way, its domain power is a high-temperature domain, which has a damage bonus to fire magic. Zhang Hong briefly introduced the attributes of the first boss in the dungeon. In his opinion, with Song Jian and his strength, this first boss cannot pose any threat. You know, he, a monk with a third-level combat power, can kite it to death. In addition, Song Jian, a master who is likely to have broken through to the legendary realm, is not a piece of cake to deal with this demon bull. When the two entered the temple, Song Jian suddenly felt a wave of heat coming towards him. The temperature was just like being in volcanic lava, which instantly reminded Song Jian of the scene when he met the King of Fire in the scorching canyon. Ice purity technique? Zhang Hong whispered softly, and a cool breath emanated from him. Song Jian immediately felt a hint of coolness, and a cool buff effect appeared in the status bar. It can only last for 5 minutes. We'd better make a quick decision. If it drags on for too long, my mana is a little insufficient, Zhang Hong said. If he was the only one to release it, the mana would barely be enough. But now that another person has been added, Zhang Hong's mana is a little stretched. 5 minutes is enough, Song Jian said with a smile, as if sensing the breath of a stranger. A terrifying beast with a height of more than 5 meters and a length of 12 or 13 meters appeared in front of the two. The whole body of this flame demon bull glowed with dark red light, and the two horns on its head were like iron castings, emitting cold light. Its lantern-sized eyes were full of violent and cruel emotions. Seeing Zhang Hong and Song Jian, the demon bull actually raised its head excitedly and roared loudly, tapping, rushing towards the two. Be careful. Once you get within 3 meters of it, the temperature will rise suddenly. Even if you have the Bingqing Ju, it will be useless, Zhang Hong said cautiously. Although Zhang Hong has killed this demon bull twice, each time he was in danger. He killed this demon bull by relying on time. Chaos Sword Classic. God Fall. The 10,000 Swords art was still in the cooling state. In order to save time, Song Jian used his ultimate move right away. The second move of the Chaos Sword Classic, God Fall. Although it was a move specifically designed to restrain divine creatures, the single target damage burst was also extremely strong, which was more than enough to deal with a boss in the early stage of the legendary realm. Zhang Hong only felt a flash of white light in front of his eyes, and his eyes seemed to be pierced by needles. He subconsciously closed his eyes when he realized that something was wrong and forced himself to open his eyes. He suddenly found that the huge corpse of the flame demon bull was lying about 5 meters away from him. Dead? Dead? Zhang Hong rubbed his eyes subconsciously and even pinched himself. He couldn't believe that a powerful boss with a HP value of more than 10 million was killed as soon as it appeared. It's really a fake. Song Jian has started to pick up the items dropped by the boss. A legendary boss actually only dropped some blue and green items. The highest quality one was just a silver ring. This made Song Jian curse. You killed it in one move? Zhang Hong asked with a shocked look on his face. It's just a boss in the early stage of the legendary realm. Besides, my profession is originally strong in attack and weak in defense. Isn't it normal to kill it in 1 second? Song Jian laughed. But Zhang Hong looked tangled. Okay, let's continue. You just said that the location of the treasure map is near the second level? Song Jian asked. Yes, after the first level, close to the entrance of the second level boss, Zhang Hong said. Moving forward, Zhang Hong became silent. Occasionally, he looked at Song Jian with a hint of fear, although he didn't know how strong the players who were promoted to the legendary level were. Song Jian's damage was obviously much more terrifying than he imagined. There is no damage weakness among players. With his damage, who can't be killed by him in one move? Zhang Hong couldn't help but think in his heart, once Song Jian really advances to the sword immortal profession, who else and what profession can restrain him? Zhang Hong took the treasure map and walked and looked at it. Soon, they came to a huge rock. The treasure map in Zhang Hong's hand suddenly burst into a dazzling purple light. This is it, Zhang Hong said excitedly, walked forward quickly, and pressed the treasure map in his hand towards the boulder. Chapter 1573 Dharma Protector Vajra. The treasure map in Zhang Hong's hand was like a painting, stuck to the surface of the huge rock. After a while, the whole rock shook violently, and a huge crack appeared in the center of the rock, revealing a dark and deep cave. A very obvious stone staircase appeared, extending down along the cave entrance and sinking into the darkness. Song Jian looked at the deep cave entrance and couldn't help asking, "Are you sure it's a treasure?" Zhang Hong felt the gusts of cold wind blowing out of the cave entrance, and said uncertainly, "It should be. Almost. At least it is a treasure map of legendary quality. The higher the quality of the treasure map, the lower the chance of traps. However, if such a treasure map is a trap, the danger level is far greater than other ordinary treasure maps. Do you want to go in?" Song Jian asked. As a demigod, he could vaguely feel that there were not only treasures in the cave, but also endless dangers. Zhang Hong might not be able to survive safely alone. "Go in and take a look. You may encounter something strange." Zhang Hong gritted his teeth and said, "Om Mani. Boom Om Mani." Zhang Hong chanted the secret mantra, and a faint golden light emanated from the surface of his body. He walked towards the cracked cave like a golden arhat. Song Jian smiled and followed behind. Going down the stairs, the two came to a dark underground cave, with a faint light from the surrounding rocks and minerals. Song Jian found that this cave had obvious traces of artificial excavation and looked like an underground square. Click, click. Countless white skeletons wandered aimlessly in this underground square, and the surroundings were filled with the breath of death. Is this an underground tomb? Song Jian couldn't help but guess. Haha. Just undead. My profession is just right to restrain them. Zhang Hong couldn't help but show a confident look on his face. The monk profession has many skills to purify undead creatures, and there is also a damage bonus to undead creatures, even though there are many monsters in front of him, and their levels are at least 110. Zhang Hong does not take them seriously at all. Where are the Dharma protectors? Zhang Hong shouted, and suddenly a series of pale golden lights emerged from his body. The light fell to the ground and turned into bald monks with naked upper bodies. Each monk exuded a terrifying aura. Fight! 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 Kill! 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 There are a total of 9 Dharma protectors. The bodies of these Dharma protectors look a little illusory, as if they are translucent. Song Jian narrowed his eyes. These Dharma protectors look a little familiar, and seem to be very similar to the heroes in the Holy Spirit Hall. With a loud shout, Zhang Hong took off the rosary hanging around his neck and rushed towards the undead creatures in the distance. 9 Dharma protectors followed closely behind him, forming a battle formation and following Zhang Hong closely. Song Jian, leave all these undead skeletons to me. You just need to scout the formation on the side. Zhang Hong's voice came from a distance. Song Jian smiled slightly and stopped. Song Jian naturally understood Zhang Hong's little thoughts, and had no intention of competing with him for anything, since he didn't want Song Jian to intervene. Song Jian naturally had nothing to do, and just stood aside and watched. Zhang Hong and his Dharma protectors rushed into the undead, like a tiger into a flock of sheep. When these undead saw them, they seemed to see their natural enemies, and hid around. Those who really couldn't hide would wave the bone knives in their hands, and chop at them. Even if they fought, they looked weak and powerless, with no morale at all. Song Jian discovered that Zhang Hong and the 9 Dharma protectors all had a faint golden halo under their feet, which was very similar to the halo skill. And these halos spread out at least 3 meters away. Those undead skeletons that looked weak and had no morale were all in this situation after entering the golden halo. Sure enough, the monk profession is really very restraining against the undead profession. Song Jian carefully observed Zhang Hong in the battle and thought to himself. There were about 30 undead skeletons in the square. It only took Zhang Hong a quarter of an hour to eliminate them all. After eliminating these skeletons, Zhang Hong sat cross-legged on the ground and began to recite scriptures, looking as if he was going to save these undead souls. After a while, a series of gray figures, twisted, floated up from the skeletons of the undead, and slowly dissipated in the air. These are the souls of the undead skeletons, all of which were transcended by Zhang Hong, and could no longer become undead creatures. However, at this moment, the soul of an undead skeleton floated into the air, but did not dissipate, but looked around in confusion. Zhang Hong was overjoyed when he saw this confused soul. He stretched out his hand towards it, and the soul flew towards Zhang Hong involuntarily, and merged into his body. Good luck. I have transcended another soul. Let me see what the attributes of this soul are, and see if I can cultivate it into a Dharma Protector Vajra. Zhang Hong laughed, stretched out his hand, released the soul he had just collected, and checked its attributes. After a moment, a smile appeared on Zhang Hong's lips. He nodded, and took the soul body into his body again. The first time Song Jian saw Zhang Hong, he saw him saving the dead. Unexpectedly, saving the dead is actually the core skill of the monk. Zhang Hong's skill is somewhat similar to that of the summoner, but the probability of this kind of soul body that can be cultivated is too small. And even if it appears, not all of them have the potential for cultivation. In addition, once the cultivated Dharma Protector King Kong is damaged in battle, it cannot be resurrected. Under various restrictions, Zhang Hong's core skill is not as powerful as imagined. After killing all the undead creatures in the cave, Song Jian and Zhang Hong continued to move forward. Soon, a huge statue over 10 meters tall appeared in the depths of the cave. This statue looks like an enlarged version of an undead skeleton, with a crown on its head and a scepter in its hand, which looks very imposing. Skeleton King Insner. Song Jian looked at the statue, and the attribute introduction of the statue naturally appeared in front of him, which surprised him a little. It appeared, "The treasure is under the statue." "I received a system prompt," Zhang Hong said excitedly. This is indeed a treasure specifically for him. Not only are the monsters guarded by him all undead monsters that he restrains, but also after killing more than 30 undead monsters, a soul body worthy of being cultivated into a guardian Vajra appeared. Zhang Hong felt that this was his lucky place, and the buried treasure must be a treasure suitable for him. Chapter 1574 The Legacy of the Skeleton King. Zhang Hong looked at the bottom of the Skeleton King statue, his eyes full of excitement, and he couldn't help but step forward. "Wait a minute." Song Jian stretched out his hand to stop him, frowning slightly, staring at the statue of the Skeleton King in front of him. From this statue, he actually felt a trace of divinity, which only a demigod-level strongman could feel. Ordinary legendary strongmen didn't know what divinity was, nor did they know what the fluctuations emitted by divinity were like. Zhang Hong's muscles tightened all over his body, and he subconsciously made a move to prepare for resistance. He stretched out his hand to push Song Jian's arm away, but at the last moment, he suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" Zhang Hong was a little nervous. He originally thought that Song Jian was slightly stronger than him, but he didn't expect that Song Jian's strength was beyond his imagination. He regretted it all the way. Once Song Jian saw the treasure, would he just snatch it? Seeing Song Jian reaching out to stop him, he couldn't help but get even more nervous. "There's something wrong with that statue," Song Jian said. "Are you really sure that there's nothing wrong with the treasure map? How could there be a problem? This is a treasure map dropped by the boss, of legendary quality." Zhang Hong frowned, and there was even a hint of doubt in his eyes when he looked at Song Jian. Song Jian shook his head slightly, and said nothing more, watching Zhang Hong walk towards the statue of the Skeleton King step by step. As Zhang Hong approached, he could feel that the Skeleton King statue had a trace of aura fluctuations, which appeared faintly, as if it was slowly waking up with consciousness. Song Jian could not help but hold the sky-breaking sword tightly. The 10,000 swords art could not be used for the time being, but the second style of the Chaos Sword Cannon, the Godfall, was absolutely a complete restraint for such a monster with divinity. It's a pity that without the sword energy grinding wheel, even if the divine monster is killed, it is impossible to squeeze out the divinity contained in the other party. "It's a waste," Song Jian said in his heart. Soon, Zhang Hong arrived at the statue of the Skeleton King. He looked up and saw that the Skeleton King seemed to be carved from a piece of black jade. His empty eyes seemed to be looking at Zhang Hong. This made Zhang Hong a little nervous, and he silently recited Buddhist scriptures in his heart. Buzz! With a slight sound, the top of the scepter in the hands of the Skeleton King actually burst into a dazzling light. Zhang Hong was startled and took a defensive posture. At this moment, Zhang Hong suddenly received a message from the system. "System, you have found the treasure of the Skeleton King Insner with the help of the treasure map. Do you want to open it now and get the treasure?" Zhang Hong showed a hint of joy in his eyes, and quickly chose to open it. Boom! The Skeleton King statue actually moved slowly, and it slowly raised the scepter in its hand and smashed it hard on the ground. Zhang Hong quickly hid behind. The black jade-like scepter fell on the ground, and immediately smashed a big hole in the ground. Then, the Skeleton King slowly took off the crown on his head, bent down and put it into the big hole. The huge crown, which was originally more than 2 meters in diameter, slowly shrank after being put into the big hole. and became a size that ordinary humans can wear. Welcome to the land of the dead. Lucky guy. You have obtained the treasure map of the great Skeleton King Insner. When you come here, you will inherit the will of the Skeleton King Insner and become the real master of the dead. Once you obtain my inheritance, you will become the King of Darkness, overlooking all living beings, commanding hundreds of millions of undead armies, and become the most powerful leader among the undead. The hoarse voice of the Skeleton King resounded throughout the underground cave. The original statue seemed to come alive at this moment, exuding endless majesty. Demigod level, only one step away from God level, mastering the law of death. No, the law of the undead. Song Jian stood in the distance, carefully observing the attributes of the Skeleton King. The moment the statue moved, the original attributes changed. Not only the level and grade appeared, but also the blood value. However, the Skeleton King in front of him seemed to be seriously injured. The upper limit of the blood value of 38 million was now only more than 10 million. And every few seconds, the blood value would drop by a few points. Hearing the words of the Skeleton King, Zhang Hong showed a trace of hesitation on his face. Obviously, accepting the inheritance of the Skeleton King is the so-called treasure. If he is an ordinary player, he will definitely choose to obtain the inheritance of the Skeleton King without hesitation and become the master of the undead. There are professional players like Necromancer, Lich, and Undead Summoner who master the power of death. And there are quite a few of them. However, these professions are terribly strong, but their attributes are single, and they are very easy to be restrained. A bottle of holy water can defeat an undead profession that is many levels higher than oneself, which makes the market of undead professions among players not very large. But the inheritance of the Skeleton King in front of him is obviously not comparable to ordinary undead professions. At least it is a hidden profession of legendary quality. Ordinary players will definitely agree without hesitation. But Zhang Hong is only one step away from the top 10 unique professions. Compared with the inheritance of the Skeleton King, the unique profession of the Battle Buddha is obviously more suitable for Zhang Hong. System, are you willing to accept the inheritance of the Skeleton King? Perhaps it was because he hesitated for too long. The system actually sent a prompt to Zhang Hong again. No! Zhang Hong gritted his teeth and finally made a decision. In the end, he still chose the unique profession of the Battle Buddha. If the Battle Buddha profession is not strong, it would be a shame for my loss. Zhang Hong thought to himself. Foolish human. You gave up the glory of becoming the master of the undead. You gave up the chance to gain eternal life. Then you will only face death. Skeleton King Insner seemed to be enraged, roaring angrily, and the crown in the pit once again turned into a stream of light and flew into the top of the Skeleton King's head. In the name of Skeleton King Insner, I curse you, stupid human. You will suffer forever until death. The Skeleton King's gloomy words resounded throughout the cave, like a gust of gloomy wind circling in the cave. Zhang Hong couldn't help but shudder. He opened the status bar, and his face suddenly changed. Endless Wraith Curse Effect. Perform a physical test every 10 minutes. If you fail the test, you will immediately lose 50% of your health and 1% of your health per second in the next 30 seconds. This curse has domain priority. During the blood loss period, you cannot use healing skills or healing potions to replenish your health. This curse effect is permanent and cannot be dispelled by dispelling spells below the god level. Zhang Hong couldn't help but curse. If he had known earlier, he shouldn't have come to explore for treasure. Now he is trying to steal a chicken, but loses the rice. If this curse really can't be dispelled, his character may be scrapped. The test every 10 minutes is like a death warrant. Zhang Hong may never be able to fight for more than 10 minutes in the future. Chapter 1575 The Power of Law. Just when Zhang Hong was frustrated, Song Jian suddenly drew his sword and slashed at the Skeleton King Insner. Ga fall. With a sharp shout, countless brilliant sword chi turned into white silk and slashed at the huge body of the Skeleton King Insner. For a moment, black jade-like bone fragments flew everywhere. The Skeleton King's huge body retreated repeatedly, and the scepter in his hand smashed hard at the dazzling sword chi. With a loud boom, a thunderous roar sounded in the void, and the dazzling light illuminated the entire underground cave like daylight. The Skeleton King's chi and blood value instantly dropped to more than 3 million. Although this attack consumed most of the power of the divine charm, the remaining chaotic sword chi still caused a lot of damage to the Skeleton King. Unforgivable. The Skeleton King roared, and a deep sword mark appeared on the scepter in his hand. almost splitting the scepter in two. Boom! With another loud noise, the scepter in the Skeleton King's hand slammed hard on the ground, and the energy overflowed. Soon, a group of white bone arms appeared on the ground, struggling hard, as if they were trying to drill out from the ground. Zhang Hong was careless for a moment, and was directly grabbed by several arms by the ankle. After struggling hard, he couldn't break free, and his face changed drastically. Crack, crack. Skeleton warriors wearing metal armor and holding sharp blades drilled out from the ground. Song Jian looked around and found that the entire underground cave was full of skeleton warriors. The armor and weapons in the hands of these skeleton warriors were already rusty, and looked like they would rust away with a slight touch. But the aura emanating from these skeleton warriors was like that of veterans, who had fought hundreds of battles, full of iron and blood. Golden body technique, Zhang Hong roared, and his whole body glowed with dark golden light. For a moment, his strength increased greatly. He lifted his foot violently, broke free from the restraints of the skeleton arms, and then stomped hard on the ground. Boom! With a loud noise, the area within a radius of 5 or 6 meters seemed to be hit hard by a heavy hammer, and all the skeleton arms were shattered. At the same time, Zhang Hong immediately summoned 9 Dharma protectors, surrounded him, and rushed towards the surrounding skeleton warriors. These skeleton warriors were so powerful that they surrounded the 9 Dharma protectors and suppressed them for a while. 3rd level combat power peak. Zhang Hong's face was ugly. If there was no Song Jian, he would probably die here if he encountered so many skeleton warriors alone. For a moment, Zhang Hong even regretted that he had not accepted the inheritance of the Skeleton King before. If he had accepted the inheritance of the Skeleton King at that time, so many skeleton warriors in front of him would probably become his subordinates. At that time, he could defeat these hundreds of 3rd level combat power peak skeleton warriors in an ordinary copy by himself. Seeing the skeleton warriors surrounding him, Song Jian wanted to use the red dust tribulation, but changed his mind and summoned 2 pets. Kamata, who had become a golden dragon, and Gulu, a golden giant, attracted the attention of all enemies as soon as they appeared. These 2 pets were both legendary, and they were completely crushed by the skeleton warriors at the peak of the 3rd level combat power. As soon as Gulu appeared, he launched a large-scale ground spike attack. The more than 3-meter-long ground spikes popped out densely from the ground, and immediately stabbed all the skeleton warriors in the area of dozens of meters into the air. At the same time, an invisible domain power emanated from Gulu, and the skeleton warriors who entered the domain power seemed to be hung with hundreds of kilograms of weight, and both their attack speed and movement speed were greatly reduced. Gravity field. This is the field power that the Golden Giant Guru has mastered, which is extremely restrictive. As soon as the Golden Dragon Kamata appeared, he flew into the void, almost sticking to the rock wall above the underground cave, and spewed hot dragon breath at the skeleton warriors. Countless skeleton warriors turned into ashes in the dragon's breath. In front of the legendary Golden Dragon, these skeleton warriors had no power to fight back. The Golden Dragon Kamata didn't even cast other dragon language magic. The simple dragon breath directly killed more than half of the skeleton warriors. In just a few minutes, hundreds of skeleton warriors were eliminated. The Golden Giant Guru mastered almost all large-scale earth magic, and the speed of killing skeleton warriors was not much slower than that of the Golden Dragon Kamata. Zhang Hong was stunned. His mouth opened so wide that he could almost swallow 2 eggs in one gulp. His jaw almost dropped. How? How is it possible? This is Song Jian's battle pet? Why is there such a powerful battle pet? Legendary level. Actually 2 legendary battle pets. Zhang Hong was shocked. You know, the Guardian Vidra can also be upgraded, and the upgrade efficiency is easier than that of battle pets. But so far, Zhang Hong does not have a legendary Guardian Vidra. He naturally knows how difficult it is to upgrade a battle pet to the legendary level. This not only requires a large number of treasures, but also requires opportunities. Upgrading a battle pet can make a player bankrupt, let alone upgrading 2 battle pets to the legendary level at the same time. Seeing that the skeleton warriors were no longer a threat to him, Song Jian locked his eyes on the Skeleton King again. Godfall. It was the second move of the Chaos Sword Cannon again. This move was highly targeted at monsters with divinity, and the single target damage was also overwhelming. This time, if the Skeleton King dared to use the scepter to resist again, he would definitely split the scepter in 2. Skeleton King Ensner seemed to feel fear as well, and looked towards Song Jian. Aging. Skeleton King Incinerator stretched out a dry palm and grabbed in the direction of Song Jian. While roaring, suddenly, a strange energy began to surge towards Song Jian. For a moment, Song Jian's cheeks became dry, and shallow wrinkles appeared on his face. His original black hair also slowly turned pale, and the strong vitality quickly faded from Song Jian. Law of Aging. Is this a derivative power of the law of the undead? Or is it the second law power mastered by the Skeleton King? Song Jian thought to himself, and he didn't seem to care about the aging power wrapped around him at all. Buzz. The mark of the law of time on Song Jian's chest glowed slightly, and the aging power that had begun to erode Song Jian's body was instantly expelled from his body. The law of aging is nothing compared to the law of time. Song Jian's appearance returned to its original state in an instant. At the same time, Song Jian, with a smile on his face, pointed at the Skeleton King and whispered, "Time!" Instantly, the power of the law of time quickly began to erode Skeleton King Incinerator, as if it had been eroded by thousands of years. The Skeleton King's originally black jade-like body suddenly lost its luster, and cracks appeared on the surface. A smell of decay spread from Skeleton King Incinerator's body, and even the rocks around him began to weather and become brittle. Chapter 1576, The Furnace of Infernal Fire. Song Jian's law of age obviously restrains the Skeleton King's law of aging. The Skeleton King was already seriously injured, and after being slashed by Song Jian's divine meteoric skill, he almost entered a state of near death, and could not resist the erosion of the law of age at all. The Skeleton King's body is actually in a sealed state. Although it is a demigod-level powerhouse, it can only use this kind of seal similar to the petrification technique to protect its body. But today, its body and the seal are all eroded by the law of age and turned into a pile of ruins. A translucent ghost floats on the remains of the Skeleton King's body. Waves of ghostly whimpering sound throughout the underground cave. The wind blows, and the Skeleton King's ghost stares straight at Song Jian. It has already noticed that Song Jian is a demigod-level powerhouse. The original resentment and hatred are now replaced by fear, and it looks fierce but weak. Human, not only did you reject my kindness, you even killed me. I curse you. I curse you. The Skeleton King's ghost roared, releasing his last resort. Song Jian could feel that a trace of curse power was eroding his body. But as soon as these curse powers approached him, they were directly swallowed up by the Chaos Sword Chi on his body and crushed into pieces. Now Song Jian, in addition to the strong immunity of his immortal body, the Chaos Sword Cannon he practiced also has the ability to resist this curse. Zhang Hong, who was watching from the side, was envious. When he looked at the Skeleton King's ghost, a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Such a powerful boss. Once its soul is saved by me, it will definitely be a powerful Dharma Protector Vajra. And maybe it will be qualified to advance to a Dharma Protector Arhat. Zhang Hong thought to himself, and couldn't help but sit cross-legged and began to recite the scriptures for salvation. For a moment, Zhang Hong's body was shining with golden light, and the real Buddha sound filled the underground cave. Unlike the whimpering sound of ghosts and wolves before, the Buddha sound at this time, in people's ears, was a peaceful and comfortable feeling, and even a hint of warmth appeared on the body. Zhang Hong's move was just for ghost monsters. The golden light sprinkled on the Skeleton King's ghost. Just like the sun shining on the snow, the Skeleton King's ghost slowly began to melt, although its strength far exceeded Zhang Hong. Now, in front of the Buddha sound and golden light, it was actually powerless to fight back. Song Jian frowned slightly. Zhang Hong had hardly done anything in this battle, but now he wanted to take advantage, which made Song Jian feel a little uncomfortable. You know, Zhang Hong had been on guard against him before. Since they entered the underground cave, the two of them had been somewhat at odds. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly trembled all over. After careful perception, Song Jian opened the skill bar, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords art finally evolved and became a true divine skill. At the same time, the 10,000 Swords art was also upgraded to the maximum level. The maximum number of spiritual swords that can be summoned by the full level 10,000 Swords art has reached 10,000. And with Song Jian's current strength, he can summon as many as he wants. But the maximum number can only be 10,000. At the same time, the damage of each spiritual sword has also been greatly improved. Although it is completely condensed by sword energy, it can be compared with epic weapons in terms of quality and sharpness. This is equivalent to Song Jian having 10,000 epic items at once. The improvement of skill power is simply an earth-shaking change. However, what Song Jian is most looking forward to now is what kind of changes will occur in the Red Lotus Sword formation after swallowing the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword, Sword Energy Palm Seal, and other sword formations. Seeing that the 10,000 Swords art can be used, Song Jian did not hesitate to perform the 10,000 Swords art. 10,000 spiritual swords appeared out of thin air, under Song Jian's control. According to the method of forming the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword formation before, countless spiritual swords evolved in the air, and Song Jian carefully felt the changes. After a moment, a huge furnace shadow appeared in the void. The Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword formation turned into a Karma Fire Furnace Sword formation, like a huge Bagua furnace shadow, revealing endless vicissitudes and traces of time. Under the Bagua furnace, a blazing dark red flame continued to burn. The terrifying sense of pressure made Zhang Hong feel palpitations. The moment the Karma Fire Furnace appeared, both the remains of the Skeleton King and its ghosts were absorbed into the Karma Fire Furnace. When Zhang Hong saw this scene, a gloomy look suddenly appeared on his face. But he looked at Song Jian and couldn't help but smile bitterly. If the ghost is useless to Song Jian, Zhang Hong is just making use of the waste. However, if Song Jian has a way to use the ghost, then the ghost is not a waste, but a trophy of Song Jian. Unfortunately, this is a semi-god level ghost. Although it is seriously injured, its essence is still good. It definitely has the potential to be promoted to a guardian arhat, Zhang Hong said in his heart. He also saw that the Skeleton King was seriously injured. His chi and blood value was less than 1/10 of his peak state, and his strength was greatly reduced. There were bursts of wails from the furnace of karma. This kind of melting was a complete dissolution, completely erasing the mark of the Skeleton King in this world. From then on, there was no Skeleton King Insner. Even if the Skeleton King appeared again in the future, it would not be Insner, but other undead. The wailing sound gradually became quieter, and finally disappeared completely. The Hellfire Furnace also slowly dissipated in the air, as if it had never appeared. 3 points of divinity. Not bad. Not bad. I didn't expect that a seriously injured skeleton boss would actually gain 3 points of divinity. Seeing the system prompt, Song Jian couldn't help but smile with joy. Song Jian conveniently put these 3 points of divinity on the Chaos Sword Cannon. Now only the Chaos Sword Cannon can absorb divinity, and other skills cannot use divinity to upgrade. The light of the Chaos Sword Cannon flickered slightly, and it was only upgraded by 1 level. You know, before upgrading the 10,000 swords technique, 3 points of divinity can at least increase the proficiency by more than 3 levels. But when it is placed on the Chaos Sword Cannon, it only increases by 1 level. This makes Song Jian not angry but happy. This shows that the potential of the Chaos Sword Cannon is much higher than that of the 10,000 swords technique. Although both sword skills are of legendary quality, it is obvious that the future achievements of the Chaos Sword Cannon will be greater. Another Gold Swallower. The 10,000 swords technique devoured 8 points of divinity, and advanced to a divine skill. I wonder how much divinity the Chaos Sword Classic will devour before it can be promoted. Song Jian thought to himself. Song Jian, this item dropped by the boss seems to be useful to me. Can you sell it to me? Zhang Hong pointed to several items that fell on the ground and whispered. Song Jian took a look and saw that what Zhang Hong pointed to was a legendary bone ring. After checking the properties, there was nothing special about it. He looked at Zhang Hong and seemed very nervous, a little afraid that Song Jian would not sell it to him. Obviously, this bone ring must have a special meaning to Zhang Hong. Okay. 50 purple crystals, Song Jian said with a smile. 50 purple crystals is not expensive for a legendary equipment. It is a friendly price. In addition, it has a special meaning to Zhang Hong. Even if he offers 100 purple crystals, Zhang Hong will probably accept it. However, doing so is obviously taking advantage of the situation and offending others. Chapter 1577 Centaur King. Zhang Hong's eyes were fixed on the bone ring. When he heard Song Jian's price of 50 purple crystals, he was surprised and took out 50 purple crystals and handed them to Song Jian with a grateful look. Thank you, Song Jian. Zhang Hong thanked him and carefully picked up the bone ring. When he took the bone ring, Zhang Hong's palm emitted a golden light, and he touched it carefully. The moment Zhang Hong's palm touched the bone ring, a corrosive white mist suddenly emerged. Obviously, Zhang Hong could not wear this bone ring, and even touching it would cause damage. Zhang Hong instantly put the ring into the parcel column, and then he breathed a sigh of relief and stood up. This ring has special meaning to me. It is related to career advancement. Thank you very much this time, Song Jian, Zhang Hong said with a smile. Related to career advancement? Song Jian's heart moved. Could it be that there are still some requirements for advancement in the 10 unique professions? After the Skeleton King was killed, the entire cave below began to vibrate, and a crack appeared above the head. A stone step slowly extended from the crack. Song Jian and Zhang Hong looked at each other, stepped onto the stone steps at the same time, and walked out. When the two returned to the ground, the crack behind them slowly healed again, as if it had never appeared. Let's go, Song Jian. There are 3 more bosses before we can reach the Ascension Temple on the top of the mountain. Zhang Hong pointed to the top of the mountain and said, although he could not defeat the bosses behind, Zhang Hong had obviously learned a lot about this dungeon. As he walked, he introduced the attributes and skill characteristics of the 3 bosses behind to Song Jian. Song Jian listened carefully, but he didn't really care. The 3 bosses behind were only at the legendary realm, and the last one reached the peak of the legendary realm. However, as long as they didn't take a step to the demigod level and their domain power didn't advance to the law power, they had no resistance in front of Song Jian. It was just a matter of time before they could kill him. Let's fight quickly and make a quick decision. Clear the dungeon as soon as possible. Let me see if I can become the only one in the top 10 professions, Song Jian thought to himself. At this time, the cooling of the 10,000 swords art had ended. 10,000 spirit swords, even if they were not combined into a sword formation, were enough to kill some ordinary legendary masters. Tens of millions of blood points were not worth mentioning in Song Jian's eyes. For the second and third boss, Song Jian only used one move. Countless spirit swords stabbed at the enemy densely. Coupled with the suppression of the law of time, these boss could only scream wildly in the sword rain, making their last struggle. And finally, they were completely submerged in the sword rain. Zhang Hong looked at Song Jian with a look of awe, and even took 2 steps behind, not daring to walk side by side with Song Jian. This is definitely not the strength that a legendary person can have. How can he be so powerful? Zhang Hong's heart was already trembling. He felt like he was walking with a terrifying beast, and his life and death were no longer in his hands. Song Jian didn't care about Zhang Hong's change of attitude. He had long been accustomed to other people's fear of him, whether it was the enemy or his teammates. What is the last boss? Song Jian turned his head and asked as they were approaching the final boss, and could already see the outer wall of the temple. It's a fallen centaur king, Zhang Hong said. It is said that he was once the pioneer of a powerful empire, but because his strength could not break through the peak of the legendary realm and could not become a demigod, the emperor of the Centaur Empire chose to cooperate with the devil. And finally, he completely fell into the devil. However, the devil deceived him in the end. Although he fell into the devil, his strength still did not break through, but led to the decline of the entire empire. It is said that he held more than one fall ceremony, and each time he sacrificed millions of lives. Zhang Hong said expressionlessly. Song Jian smiled slightly. Emperors like this, after reaching the peak of power during their lifetime, began to pursue immortality, even at the cost of destroying the empire they built with their own hands. It is precisely because of this desire that the demons prefer to lure them. Such people are more likely to be deceived and more willing to pay a huge price. Death is not a pity, Song Jian said. Stepping forward, Song Jian could already feel that in front of the promotion temple. It was like a black sun, exuding a terrifying aura. The completely corrupted Centaur Emperor in front of him had reached the limit of the legendary realm, and was almost only a piece of paper away from the demigod level. But he could not break through. Why? Why? The tall Centaur King in front of him, covered with purple-black scales and over 3 meters tall, had a ferocious look on his face. He held a spear in his hand and waved it unconsciously, hitting the outer wall of the Ascension Temple. This boss just blocked the way for the two to enter the temple. Behind it was the gate of the Ascension Temple. If you want to enter the Ascension Temple, you must defeat or kill it. Before the two approached, the fallen Centaur King noticed their presence and rushed towards them with a roar. Humble reptile, face the wrath of an emperor, the centaur roared, waving the spear in his hand, releasing black lightning, bombarding Song Jian and the others. Emperor? Song Jian showed a hint of sarcasm on his face and said, "Your empire has been destroyed for who knows how many years. How many people still remember your empire now?" Boom. Hearing Song Jian's words, the black lightning became stronger. Dozens of black lightning rushed towards the two like long snakes. Zhang Hong's face changed slightly. Such a terrifying power. Even if he used defensive skills, it would be impossible to resist. After all, he was only a third-level combat power. Song Jian waved the sky-breaking sword, releasing a series of spirit swords to fight against the black lightning. Whether in quantity or quality, the spirit swords summoned by the 10,000 swords technique were not inferior to the black lightning. The two of them only stalemate for a moment before the winner was decided. The black lightning was torn into pieces by the sword energy. Countless spirit swords flew towards the Centaur King, drawing white lines in the air. The sharp sound of breaking through the air almost cut through the space. Even if the Centaur King was crazy, he showed an unbelievable look on his face. Emperor's Wrath. The Centaur King roared, and countless centaurs appeared behind him. These centaurs were like souls, with transparent bodies, but a blue-gray light appeared around the wheel frame. They were densely packed, like an army, forming a battle formation and rushing towards Song Jian. Hundreds and thousands of phantom centaurs, summoned by the Centaur King, rushed forward without hesitation, colliding with countless spirit swords, and a thunderous roar broke out. The spirit swords of the 10,000 swords art were actually defeated by the Centaur King's move. Tens of thousands of spirit swords did not cause any damage to the Centaur King, which surprised Song Jian. Chapter 1578 Breakthrough. The 10,000 swords art is extremely powerful, and it has been upgraded to a divine skill every time it is used. Even if the fire furnace sword formation is not condensed, it can cause tens of millions of damage. Even if the Centaur King is a demigod-level strongman, it can still cause serious injuries with one blow. But now it is only at the peak of the legendary realm, and it can resist the 10,000 swords art, which makes Song Jian feel extremely surprised. Awesome. Song Jian couldn't help but admire. Usually it is low level, and weak to defeat the strong. Now, compared with the Centaur King, who is only at the peak of the legendary realm, he is now bullying the weak. Unexpectedly, he returned empty-handed. After the Centaur King released this move, a trace of fatigue appeared on his face. Obviously, this move is a big move, which consumes a lot of energy and is not often used. Tiny reptile. The eyes of the Centaur King cleared for a moment, then were filled with madness and brutality again. He roared and rushed towards Song Jian. The sword in his hand burst into dazzling light, which seemed to be able to poke a hole in the sky. Chaos Sword Classic. God Fall. Song Jian shouted, swung the sky-breaking sword in his hand, and slashed fiercely at the Centaur King's spear. A series of huge gray sword chi fell from the air, merged into one, and collided fiercely with the spear. Bang! A violent collision sounded, and the soil and rocks on the surrounding ground suddenly jumped up, and then all turned into powder. The scattered energy scratched deep marks on the ground, and the whole ground seemed to be fenced. The powerful force made the Centaur King retreat again and again. The hands holding the spear also trembled violently, and a bloody mark appeared at the knuckles. This attack made the Centaur King suffer a great loss. Whether it was skills or attributes, it lost to Song Jian. It could not withstand the damage of the God Meteorite attack and retreated again and again. If it did not have 4 legs and strong stability, this attack would probably have directly cut it away. Human, you are not a legendary. The eyes of the Centaur King once again showed a clear look, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Yes. Song Jian smiled, and did not give it a chance to continue speaking. He jumped forward and fought with it. Zhang Hong, who was standing aside, showed a look of surprise on his face. In his mind, the words of the Centaur King kept echoing. Not the legendary realm. Not the legendary realm. Then what realm is Song Jian's strength at? Could it be? Impossible. How could it be? Zhang Hong was frightened by his own thoughts and subconsciously wanted to deny it. But when he saw that Song Jian was suppressing the gatekeeper boss, the Centaur King at the peak of the legendary realm, with a one-handed sword, Zhang Hong finally showed a look of shock on his face. He didn't even use his full strength. Zhang Hong couldn't help but take 2 steps back. He finally knew the reason for the fear in his heart. It turned out that Song Jian's strength had improved to this level. Boom. Once again, he swung his sword and chopped the Centaur King away. The Centaur King crashed hard into the outer wall of the temple. His strong body was already covered with scars. There were more than a dozen sword wounds alone, and his whole body was stained with blood. Am I going to die here? I am unwilling. Unwilling. The Centaur King's face was full of resentment. He sacrificed the entire empire, and thus degenerated into a half-demon creature. But he never advanced to the demigod level. The resentment in his heart can be imagined. At this moment, a chuckle came from the Centaur King's ear. You haven't made a decision yet? Do you really want to die here? Then, what is the meaning of everything you did before? Devil. Devil. You are a devil. I will never believe you again. I will never believe you again. The face of the Centaur King was full of fear, and he shook his head repeatedly, talking to himself. You are going to die. You are going to die. The opponent is a demigod. As long as you advance, you can defeat him. You can have eternal life. The whispering in his ear was full of temptation, and the Centaur King's mind was finally shaken. The wall of faith that had persisted for a long time collapsed, and a black breath like ink appeared in his eyes. Song Jian rushed towards the Centaur King, less than 3 meters away from him, and suddenly his whole body was cold. His heart seemed to be grasped by a big hand, and squeezed hard, and a huge sense of threat came over him. Song Jian subconsciously stopped and looked at the Centaur King. At this time, a large amount of black aura began to emerge from the Centaur King's body. These black auras continued to emerge and enveloped it. The black aura continued to float, and condensed in the air into a skull laughing wildly, which looked very scary. The Centaur King's aura, which had already been somewhat sluggish, also began to rise rapidly, as if all the damage he had suffered before had been restored. At this time, the black aura enveloped the Centaur King. From a distance, it looked like a huge black egg, and Song Jian was unable to detect the other party's changes. He tried to slash out a few sword energies, but after these sword energies entered the black aura, they seemed to sink into the sea without causing any ripples. All are going to die. A roar erupted from the black aura, and a black beam of light burst out from the black aura, rushing straight into the sky. A moment later, a Centaur King whose body doubled in size, exuding black aura, with rows of hideous bone spurs growing on his back, and whose entire head had turned into the appearance of a hellish demon, rushed out of the black aura, roaring, and rushed towards Song Jian. Breakthrough? Song Jian frowned slightly. The Centaur King in front of him, who had been completely demonized, had actually broken through the peak of the legendary realm and became a demigod-level existence. Go to hell! With a roar, the Centaur King raised his front hooves, raised his body high, and then stomped hard on the ground. Boom! With a loud noise, 2 deep hoof prints appeared on the hard ground, and a wave of air spread in all directions. The ground shook violently like a wave and spread outward. Song Jian was locked on the ground, watching the air wave rushing towards him. In an instant, the ground under his feet shook violently. Song Jian staggered. His center of gravity was unstable, and he was thrown up by the air wave, and then fell heavily to the ground. At this time, in Song Jian's status bar, an adverse effect of slowness appeared. Surprisingly, this adverse effect was also triggered by the divine skill. Song Jian's innate skill, the immortal body, could not be immune or weakened. Although his mobility was impaired, the demonized Centaur King rushed towards Song Jian, waving his spear. Unable to dodge, Song Jian gritted his teeth and directly used the sword energy clone. 2 identical figures appeared in front of the Centaur King. Die! The Centaur King couldn't tell which one was real and which one was fake. He suddenly changed his move from stabbing to sweeping, covering both figures. Chapter 1579, Trophy. Zhang Hong could not intervene in the battle between demigods. After the Centaur King was completely demonized, Zhang Hong immediately retreated until he had retreated more than 10 meters away. Horrible. Unbelievable. Zhang Hong's face turned pale. He now understood that if he had not found Song Jian this time, no one else would be able to defeat this terrifying enemy in front of him. Demigod? Is this a demigod? Zhang Hong whispered. You know, he had only seen legendary masters before, and never knew how terrifying demigod masters were. But today, he finally saw it. Once a demigod master fought with all his strength. The aura exuded from his body alone made him tremble, and he had no courage to fight at all. Boom! 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 The battle in front of the temple is still going on. If Song Jian was suppressing the Centaur King before, Now the completely demonized Centaur King can fight on equal terms with Song Jian. The spear in his hand is heavy and long, and his moves are open and closed. He looks desperate. For a moment, Song Jian actually feels suppressed. 10,000 people slaughter. Although the Centaur King has been demonized, his fighting instinct does not seem to have disappeared. All his skills can be used. With this move, the spear in his hand suddenly turned into a meteor and stabbed towards Song Jian. Red Dust Tribulation. Song Jian did not intend to retreat or resist. He directly attacked, and directly used the Red Dust Tribulation to kill the Centaur King. The Centaur King's sure-hit attack pierced into the air. Song Jian's figure disappeared into the void, leaving only a series of fleeting chaotic sword energy surrounding the Centaur King. Swish, swish, swish. The Chaos Sword Chi is extremely sharp. Even if the Centaur's defense is greatly improved after being demonized, it cannot resist the erosion of the Chaos Sword Chi. What's more, the Chaos Sword Chi has a strong ability to devour vitality. Once injured, no matter its own recovery ability, or the use of recovery skills, or the use of recovery potions, the wound cannot be healed. Song Jian, who used the Red Dust Tribulation, has completely disappeared into the void, making it impossible for the Centaur King to find a target even if he tried desperately, and can only passively endure the endless damage of the Chaos Sword Chi. Although the Centaur King, who has been demonized, feels much less pain, he cannot withstand the damage that is like being tortured. Minus 99,669. Minus 105,996. Minus 114,857. More than 100,000 damage points were constantly floating above the head of the Centaur King. And this damage was actually superimposed at an ever-increasing rate. In just 30 seconds, the damage of each chaotic sword energy had increased to 500,000 or 600,000. Finally, the damage of the Red Dust Tribulation was superimposed to a terrifying degree. A chaotic sword light flashed from the Centaur King's hind legs. With a click, one of the Centaur King's hind legs was chopped off. The Centaur King, who was standing unsteadily, fell forward and fell into a pool of blood. The Centaur King, who was still struggling, suddenly felt a sharp pain behind him. He turned his head and saw countless chaotic sword energies madly cutting his body. No! The Centaur King let out a painful roar, and a look of fear appeared on his face, which had fallen into the devil state. He had already smelled the scent of death, which was getting closer and closer to it. The Centaur King, who had been promoted to the demigod level, could only match Song Jian in terms of strength. In other aspects, whether it was the power of skills or the power of the laws he mastered, he was far inferior to Song Jian. Die! In the void, Song Jian sighed softly, and his voice appeared above the head of the Centaur King. The sky-breaking sword in his hand burst into a dazzling light. Godfall. The second style of the Chaos Sword Codex has a strong killing power against divine creatures. The Centaur King was promoted to the demigod level, and his strength increased greatly. The damage to it from the Godfall skill increased instead of decreasing. The restrained damage burst out, making the already injured Centaur King unable to bear it anymore, and he screamed loudly. Save me! Save me! I have given everything to you. You have to save me. Save me. The crazy roar became weaker and weaker under the attack of the divine sword energy. Finally, the Centaur King fell heavily in a pool of blood. This time, it could not stand up. Waste. A low curse sounded in the void. Song Jian looked around vigilantly, but found nothing. This curse was like an auditory hallucination. But Song Jian knew that this curse was obviously made by the demon who lured the Centaur King to fall. He could feel the strong smell of hell sulfur flames on the other party. Song Jian looked ready for battle. In his opinion, perhaps the demon hidden behind the Centaur King was the final gatekeeper boss here. But after waiting for a long time, the demon did not appear. So Song Jian breathed a sigh of relief. He summoned the Hellfire Furnace and sucked the body of the Centaur King into the furnace. After a while, the furnace squeezed out 2 points of divinity. After all, the boss had just been promoted to a demigod, and there was not much divinity on his body. It was not bad to squeeze out 2 points. Song Jian added these 2 points to the Chaos Sword Classic. These 2 points only increased the proficiency of the Chaos Sword Classic by 68%. Not even by 1 level. However, Song Jian could clearly feel that the Chaos Sword Classic seemed to have begun to breathe something. He could clearly feel that the Chaos Sword Classic was undergoing subtle changes. and these changes could not be detected from the attributes of the skill bar. Among the spoils, there was only a white skeleton that was shining with purple and gold light. Only the size of a fist, rolling on the ground and shining. Only one item? Song Jian was a little surprised. You know, no matter what grade or level of the boss, there will be at least 5 or 6 pieces of spoils every time it explodes. And there may even be more than a dozen pieces of spoils. But this demigod level boss in front of him only dropped 1 legendary quality spoils, which is really surprising. Song Jian, can I see this item? Zhang Hong said a little embarrassedly. After the boss died, he kept receiving system prompts that this white skeleton was a task item related to his career promotion. But in the whole battle, he couldn't intervene at all, didn't make any contribution, and naturally had no right to distribute the spoils. Now, he could only hope that Song Jian didn't need it, and he could buy it from Song Jian. Song Jian took a look at the properties of the white bone skull. It was a rare inlay, similar to a gem. As long as he found a forging master and chiseled an inlay hole on the equipment, he could inlay the white bone skull into it to improve the properties of the equipment. Is it still related to career promotion? Song Jian raised the white bone skull in his hand and asked curiously. Before, it was a white bone ring, and now it is a white bone skull. This made Song Jian feel strange. Could it be that Zhang Hong was not promoted to a war Buddha, but a special undead profession? Chapter 1580 Promotion. 100 purple crystals. Song Jian glanced at Zhang Hong and said. Zhang Hong's face changed, staring at the white skeleton in Song Jian's hand and hesitating for a long time. Finally gritted his teeth and nodded, okay. After the transaction, Zhang Hong took a look at the properties of the white skeleton, and a look of relief appeared on his face. The value of this white skeleton is much better than the previous ring. If it were someone else, even if it was 200 purple crystals, it might not be sold. Thank you. Zhang Hong thanked. Song Jian nodded, not caring. If he wanted to use this white skeleton for inlay, he would need to find a master forger to drill holes for his equipment. The higher the grade of the equipment, the lower the success rate of drilling holes. Song Jian is now wearing a sword fairy suit. If the equipment is damaged because of this white skeleton, it will not be worth the loss. This guy is really rich. 150 purple crystals. He just took them out. Song Jian thought to himself. You know, now players above level 100 have begun to come into contact with purple crystals. And the price of purple crystals in the market is also high. 10 million Doomsday coins are often unsaleable for 1 purple crystal. Moreover, most people use purple crystals directly to improve their combat experience after obtaining them, and rarely save so much. The last boss was also killed, and the two successfully entered the promotion temple. In the empty hall, there was only a statue of a god more than 30 meters high, standing in the center of the hall. The surface of the statue was shining, and it looked like it was alive. The two came to the statue and looked up. This statue was taller than any other statue Song Jian had ever seen. However, the face of the statue seemed to be covered with a layer of gauze, and it was not clear. Even Song Jian's semi-god consciousness could not penetrate it. System, do you want to upgrade your profession? Each person has only one chance to upgrade their profession. A line of system prompts appeared in front of Song Jian and Zhang Hong at the same time. Song Jian looked at Zhang Hong. He knew too little about the information of this copy, but Zhang Hong knew more. He wanted to see how Zhang Hong would choose. The monk's advancement is the fighting Buddha. So what does he need those 2 items full of the breath of the undead for? Could it be that the 10 unique professions are not the top ones? Song Jian thought to himself. Advance? Zhang Hong took a step forward and shouted loudly. Focus on your work and become a Buddha after 100 battles. The statue made a rumbling sound, raised its head, and suddenly pressed down on Zhang Hong's head. Zhang Hong did not move, and seemed not to care that this slap might directly press him into a pool of flesh. The palm of the statue gently touched the top of Zhang Hong's head, and suddenly a golden light appeared. Zhang Hong's whole body was golden, as if he was made of gold from the inside out. Song Jian could feel that Zhang Hong's aura began to rise continuously. At the same time, Zhang Hong took out a large amount of purple crystals and placed them in front of him, constantly improving his combat experience. Level 115. Level 116. Zhang Hong's level kept rising, and the purple crystals in front of him were constantly consumed. It turns out that he saved so many purple crystals because he wanted to break through to the legendary realm. Song Jian thought to himself. But the legendary realm does not have any bottleneck for players. As long as the combat experience is reached, it can be directly upgraded. Why do you have to upgrade it when you advance your profession? After a while, watching Zhang Hong's breath becoming heavier, Song Jian suddenly understood why Zhang Hong did what he did. The power of the law. He wanted to break through the legendary realm when he advanced his profession, just to obtain a higher grade power of the law. Song Jian suddenly realized. You know, if a player breaks through to the legendary realm based on combat experience alone, he will randomly comprehend a law. But this randomness will most likely result in a very weak law. A legendary realm player with such a law is only the weakest among the legendary realms. Zhang Hong glanced at Song Jian with resentment. His level has been raised to about 87% of the 119th level. The purple crystals that were originally calculated to be just right are now a little short, and he cannot be promoted to the legendary realm immediately. Song Jian, I still need 80 purple crystals to advance. After I get out, I will double. No, triple it. Zhang Hong couldn't help but say. Okay. Song Jian nodded, smiling. If he refused at this time, he would really make a deadly enemy. Song Jian also wanted to see what kind of law power he would comprehend when he broke through during the career promotion. After obtaining enough purple crystals, Zhang Hong's level finally broke through to level 120. And at this time, the career promotion also began. The palm of the statue slowly left Zhang Hong's head. After a while, a huge golden Buddha statue appeared in front of Zhang Hong, muttering something. Song Jian couldn't hear a word, but Zhang Hong seemed to hear it very clearly. Finally, this huge golden Buddha statue smiled at Zhang Hong, put his hands together suddenly, and there was a loud boom, like an earthquake, and the whole temple seemed to be shaking. After everything calmed down, Song Jian looked at Zhang Hong. At this time, the golden light on Zhang Hong's body had not yet dissipated, but his face showed a look of surprise. Song Jian could feel that Zhang Hong, who had been promoted to the legendary realm, had at least 3 times more strength than before. If Zhang Hong had such strength before entering the dungeon, he would not have been playing soy sauce all the way. Zhang Hong, who had been promoted to the fighting Buddha, looked at Song Jian with excitement. Originally, he had never been able to see through Song Jian's strength. After being promoted to the 10 only professions, he finally felt a clue. You have been promoted to the semi-god level. How? How is this possible? How can your upgrade speed be so fast? Zhang Hong said in disbelief. Is the promotion completed? It's my turn, Song Jian said with a smile, taking a step forward. After the promotion, Zhang Hong's strength has changed dramatically. Song Jian believes that with his current strength, once his profession is promoted, he may be able to compete with the real gods. Wait a moment. Song Jian, this promotion copy is the first one I found. The items dropped by the boss are naturally the items I need for my professional promotion, Zhang Hong said with a smile, and took out 2 items from the parcel column. They were the bone ring and the bone skull that he exchanged from Song Jian. Promotion! Zhang Hong shouted loudly, holding the 2 items. The 2 items in his hand suddenly emitted a dazzling light, turned into 2 white lights, flew into the hands of the promoted statue, and disappeared. After a while, 2 bald monks appeared in front of Zhang Hong. One was fierce and evil, surrounded by evil spirits, and the other was full of hostility, with a mountain of corpses under his feet, looking fierce. Behind the 2 bald monks, there were some figures, but unfortunately, these figures were all black, with only an outline, and it was impossible to see what profession they were. 2 items can only choose 2 advanced professions. One is Ksiddhagarbha, and the other is Fighting Buddha. Which one should I choose? Zhang Hong hesitated. Chapter 1581 Leaving the Dungeon. Song Jian could not see the choice Zhang Hong faced. He could only see Zhang Hong standing there stupidly, not knowing what he was doing. After a long time, Zhang Hong let out a long breath. The aura on his body seemed to have changed again. But when Song Jian wanted to explore it carefully, he felt a layer of obstruction, blocking his spiritual consciousness from further exploring. Song Jian smiled. Zhang Hong's change at this time was really great. Moreover, it seemed that the top 10 unique professional war Buddhas were not the end of his professional advancement. The 2 treasures related to professional advancement seemed to have made his professional advancement take another big step forward. Okay, Song Jian, I have completed the promotion. It's your turn. Zhang Hong smiled at Song Jian and said. It can be clearly felt that Zhang Hong's strength has changed dramatically compared to before entering the dungeon. The improvement of strength has made his demeanor more magnificent. He was always a little afraid of Song Jian before. But now he can face Song Jian with an equal and peaceful attitude. Song Jian nodded and took a step forward. Soon, the process of Zhang Hong's promotion was repeated on Song Jian. But before Zhang Hong was promoted, a golden Buddha appeared, while Song Jian was promoted to a Taoist in white clothes with a long sword on his back. The Taoist looked at Song Jian with a satisfied look on his face. After nodding slightly, he waved his right hand, and the long sword behind him flew out of the sheath and fell into his palm. This Taoist actually performed a set of sword techniques in front of Song Jian. After the dance, the Taoist laughed and said to Song Jian, I'll leave it all to you. After that, the Taoist's figure slowly dissipated into the air, and Song Jian's profession was successfully upgraded from a sword master to a sword fairy. After being promoted to the sword fairy profession, a surge of power burst out from Song Jian's body, and all attributes such as strength, agility, physique, wisdom, and spirit were all increased by 100 points, and other defense and resistance were also greatly improved. The innate skill Immortal Body was upgraded to Immortal Sword Chi Glazed Body, and the Holy Sword was upgraded to Free and Easy Immortal Sword. All the attributes had undergone earth-shaking changes. Even the sword Immortal suit that Song Jian was wearing resonated. The 8 pieces of level 120 legendary equipment were buzzing, and they had an inexplicable connection with the chaotic sword energy in his body. Song Jian, you have also been promoted to the top 10 professions, right? Zhang Hong said with a smile. Song Jian suddenly found that the sword Immortal suit on his body resonated with him. No, it resonated with his sword Immortal profession. Zhang Hong didn't seem to notice all this. Yes, I have been promoted to Sword Immortal. Song Jian smiled. And at the same time, he was carefully feeling the information conveyed to him by the Sword Immortal set. This set can actually be promoted. Song Jian was shocked, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. You know, although the Sword Immortal set is a set of legendary quality, it is only level 120. For Song Jian, who is already level 150, he can already change to better equipment. Divinity. The Sword Immortal set needs Divinity to be promoted. Could it be that this set of legendary quality equipment can devour Divinity and be promoted to a divine weapon? Song Jian thought helplessly. In his mind, the Divinity required for each Sword Immortal suit to upgrade emerged. The lowest required was the Hand Guard, which only required 12 points of Divinity, while the highest was the Chest Armor, which required 36 points of Divinity. All the suits added together required nearly 200 points of Divinity to upgrade. For Song Jian, this was too much. Moreover, his Chaos Sword Classic was also a big consumer of Divinity, which made Song Jian feel like adding insult to injury. Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. I wonder if there are so many divine monsters for me to kill, Song Jian said with a wry smile. By the way, Song Jian, the Sword Immortal Phantom seemed to have practiced a set of swordsmanship before. Have you learned it? Zhang Hong suddenly asked. Song Jian was stunned, and quickly reviewed it. Sure enough, the system information bar had already given a hint. System, when you were promoted to the Sword Immortal profession, you realized the divine skill Flying Fairy from the sky. The progress of the skill realization is 4%. Using Divinity can accelerate the realization of this skill. Divine skill. Song Jian showed a look of surprise in his eyes. He opened the skill bar, and saw that the divine skill Flying Fairy from the sky appeared in the skill bar. This is a set of swordsmanship. But unfortunately, the current realization progress is only 4%, and it cannot be used. But it can be imagined that this set of swordsmanship must be as powerful as the Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords art that has been promoted to a divine skill. Thinking of this, Song Jian's heart was full of enthusiasm. But when he looked at the system prompt, he suddenly cooled down. He actually needed to devour the Divinity to comprehend it. I did comprehend a set of swordsmanship, but unfortunately, the degree of comprehension is not high. Only 4%. Song Jian shook his head. 4%? Not bad. I comprehended a move of the Buddha Kingdom in the palm, and the degree of comprehension is only 0.3%. My God, how much Divinity do I need to fully comprehend it? Zhang Hong sighed, with an exaggerated expression. At this moment, A 30-second countdown appeared in front of the two. System. This dungeon has been cleared and will be closed in 30 seconds. Please prepare to leave. Song Jian and Zhang Han looked at each other. And before they could say anything, they turned into white light and disappeared in the dungeon. When Song Jian left the dungeon, he found that he was teleported to a forest. This was a level 30 monster area. Looking at the map, he was more than 20 kilometers away from the entrance to the dungeon. When Song Jian returned to the entrance of the dungeon, he found that it had turned into a ruin. Is it just a one-time dungeon? Song Jian was a little disappointed, sighed, and flew towards the direction of the City of Hope. After a while, Zhang Hong also came to the entrance of the dungeon. Looking at the dungeon entrance that had become a pile of ruins, he seemed to be relieved, raised his head, and looked in the direction of the City of Hope, with a strange smile on his lips. Song Jian, thanks to you this time. But you also benefited from my help. So we are even. No. I still owe you 240 purple crystals. Haha. I'm afraid you won't recognize me next time we meet. A hint of black appeared on Zhang Hong's fair face, and a strange symbol slowly appeared between his eyebrows, shining with purple gold light. Looking in the direction of the City of Hope, Zhang Hong said to himself, if I don't go to hell, who will? Song Jian, you have a city on earth, and I will also create a Buddhist country in hell that belongs entirely to me. Amitabha. Chapter 1582 Return to the Sect. Song Jian returned to the City of Hope, feeling a vague sense of uneasiness. Looking into the distance, he could sense a strange aura slowly spreading, but when it spread to its maximum, it suddenly disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Zhang Hong, what profession did you upgrade to? After the only profession, will there really be other job transfers? Song Jian thought to himself. After Zhang Hong was promoted to the Battle Buddha, he used the professional promotion items, and his aura was obviously improved a lot. His strength was at least more than double than before. Song Jian saw all of this clearly. Forget it. All this is a matter of chance. When the chance comes, I may also be able to get in touch with those secrets. Now, I need to digest my gains. Song Jian smiled and turned back to the quiet room of the City Lord's mansion. In the game world, a few months passed in a flash, and the levels of players generally improved a lot. Occasionally, some legendary quality equipment appeared on the market. Some players at the top of the level honor list were also promoted to the legendary realm, and their names disappeared from the level list. Song Jian looked at the Law of Power crystal in the parcel column. After hesitating for a moment, he shook his head and did not use it. Now the most precious thing in Song Jian's parcel column is this Law of Power crystal, and there are several Pajuo fruits containing fragments of the law. As long as this Law of Power crystal is used, Song Jian can immediately obtain a complete law, and his strength will instantly approach that of a god-level powerhouse. But in this way, on the one hand, it takes a lot of time to comprehend and master the law of force, and on the other hand, the worldly laws that have not been fully mastered may be suppressed by the law of force, increasing the difficulty of comprehending. My current strength is already high enough among the players, so there is no need to rush, Song Jian said to himself and closed the package column. For a period of time afterwards, Song Jian would go out to kill monsters for several hours every day. At Song Jian's current level, even if he killed monsters for several days in a row, he could only increase his combat experience by 1% to 2% at most. If he wanted to increase his level by killing monsters, it would take years, and it would take at least 10 years to upgrade to one level. However, during the monster killing process, the endless hunting aura was upgraded by several levels. With Song Jian's current basic damage, even if it was only increased by 1%, it could increase the damage by thousands or even tens of thousands, which was very scary. Moreover, the endless hunting aura had no level cap. As long as you were patient, you could keep upgrading it. It was terrifying to think about it. It was simply a bug-like skill. On this day, Song Jian had just returned to the City Lord's mansion when Wang Qi came to him in a hurry. City Lord, have you heard that the game is going to be updated? It is said that the player's race will be added. Wang Qi said. Race? What do you mean? Song Jian was stunned and asked. Where did you get this gossip from? NPCs have spread the word that the gods that were originally asleep have slowly begun to revive. With the revival of these gods, the game will open a race system. Whether it is a new player or an old player, they will have a chance to choose their own race. Wang Qi frowned and said, The gods are reviving? Song Jian muttered to himself. In his previous gaming experience, Song Jian also discovered some clues. There are too few gods in the game world now. Many gods only exist in legends. And there are no miracles. Even believers are very few. This is obviously abnormal. But if they are all asleep, this can be explained. City Lord, what should we do? Should we prepare? Wang Qi asked. How should we prepare? Do you all want to stop being human? Song Jian asked. No. Each race has some special innate attributes. If you can change your race, your strength will increase faster. Wang Qi said. The gain is not worth the loss. Those revived gods will not give benefits for nothing. But this thing is up to everyone's wishes. If you want to change your race, you can do it by yourself. But you can't change to the race of the enemy camp. Song Jian said. Understood. City Lord. Wang Qi showed a hint of joy on his face, nodded and went down. Song Jian sighed and shook his head slightly. Even now, there are still a lot of players who only regard this game world as a pure game. It can't be just a game. This is a real world. Song Jian whispered to himself. At this moment, the communicator suddenly rang. When he opened it, it turned out to be Xian Ling's call request. Xian Ling. What's wrong? Song Jian asked. Xian Ling usually stays in the Yujian sect to do sect tasks, and rarely contacts Song Jian. Today, she took the initiative to contact him. So there must be something. Brother Song, you should go back to the sect soon. Wild beasts have begun to appear in large numbers again. The sect master said that the demon seal seems to have loosened again. Xian Ling said anxiously. The demon seal is loosening again? Song Jian frowned slightly. It seems that it has not been long since we repaired the seal last time. Why did the seal start to loosen so quickly? I don't know. Several disciples went to investigate and disappeared. They may have encountered danger. Xian Ling said. The large-scale planting of snake vine grass can produce a large amount of demon-controlling potions. As long as the disciples of the sword control sect use the demon-controlling potions, they can freely enter and exit the ancient wilderness abyss. However, there are a large number of powerful wild beasts in the depths of the ancient wilderness abyss, and ordinary disciples dare not go deep. I will leave now, Song Jian said, and flew away. In the game world, there are only 3 entrances to the ancient sword star demiplane, and Song Jian only knows one. Every time he enters the sect, he has to fly for a long time. If I had known it would be so troublesome, I would have planted a life tree directly in this sect. Song Jian thought to himself. Soon, Song Jian returned to the ancient sword star demiplane. In the main peak hall, the sect master Duan Xingliu was already waiting for Song Jian. Seeing Song Jian, Duan Xingliu showed a look of surprise in his eyes, staring at Song Jian for a long time, and never spoke. Master, Song Jian bowed to Duan Xingliu and smiled. Have you broken through the legendary realm? Duan Xingliu asked after a long time. Yes, Master. I was lucky a few days ago and broke through, Song Jian said with a smile. Duan Xingliu showed a complicated look on his face, shook his head and sighed. I really envy you god-loving ones. Master, I heard that the demon seal has started to loosen again. What happened? Song Jian asked hurriedly. Hee. Do you know what the demon seal seals? Duan Xingliu shook his head, put aside some thoughts temporarily, and said to Song Jian, Isn't it the wild beasts? Doesn't the demon seal suppress the endless wild beasts and prevent them from eroding the entire demiplane? Song Jian couldn't help asking. Previously, it was because the demon-suppressing seal was damaged that a large number of wild beasts appeared. If Song Jian and Xian Ling had not completed the repair task, the entire half-plane would have been breached by the wild beasts. No, the demon-suppressing seal actually seals the wild god, Duan Xingliu said in a low voice with a trace of fear in his eyes. Chapter 1583 Demon Seal. The God of Desolation? Song Jian was stunned. It was the first time he knew that a real god was sealed in this half-plane of ancient sword star. You know, the leader of the sword-controlling sect, dozens of peak masters, and hundreds of elders are almost all legendary, and there is not even a demigod. It is really unbelievable that they can seal a real god. Master, can I ask you, how did you seal this god of desolation? Song Jian couldn't help asking. Duan Xingliu glanced at Song Jian and snorted. Do you think that there is really no one in the sword-controlling sect who has broken through the legendary level? What? Is there a demigod in the Yujian sect? Song Jian asked in surprise. You are? Duan Xingliu sneered. Besides, do you really think that the Yujian sect, which has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, will not have a god-level strongman? Will not have its own foundation? Yes, master. Tell me about it. Song Jian smiled, not caring about Duan Xingliu's tone and attitude. This is the inheritance secret of the Yujian sect. Ordinary disciples, even some peak masters and elders, may not know it. Humph. What's the use of telling you? Can you break the curse of the gods? Duan Xingliu's face fell, as if he thought of something, and said unhappily, This time I came back just to let you go in and see what happened to the demon seal. Why there is a breath of the god of wilderness coming out, and to explore whether the god of wilderness is about to wake up. If he really wakes up, we can prepare early. Okay, master. I'll go alone this time. If the brothers are okay, I'll rescue them as well. Song Jian nodded and said, By the way, if the god of wilderness really wakes up, I'll kill him. A god who has just woken up may not have recovered his strength yet. I'll kill him while he's weak. Don't be careless. The god of wilderness is an ancient god that has existed for tens of thousands of years. If it hadn't been for the war of the gods, it would have been seriously injured. The seniors of the sword-controlling sect might not have been able to seal it. Duan Xingliu frowned and looked at Song Jian and said, The god of wilderness is not the divine creatures you've met before, but a real god. Remember? Remember. Song Jian nodded, without saying anything else, and took the demon seal repair scroll handed over by Duan Xingliu. After a goodbye salute, he turned and flew towards the direction of the ancient wilderness abyss. The ancient wilderness abyss was still filled with black fog, which was extremely poisonous. Once a creature other than a wild beast entered, it would continue to absorb its vitality and eventually die slowly. The deeper it went, the more powerful the black fog would be. Unless it had an anti-magic potion, even a legendary warrior would not dare to go deep into the ancient wilderness abyss. Song Jian flew all the way here, and he could clearly feel that the number of wild beasts was much larger than before. And the deeper he went, the more powerful wild beasts there were. He had already noticed the existence of dozens of wild beasts at the peak of the legendary realm. Are these all caused by the leak of the wild god's breath? Song Jian thought to himself. In the abyss hell, ordinary abyss demons can indeed devour the bodies of high-level demons to advance. But he has never heard of a monster's strength being improved by its breath alone. After flying all the way, Song Jian finally flew to the location of the demon seal. Here, the faint golden light blocked the erosion of the surrounding black fog. The complex seal pattern would make people dizzy at a glance. Song Jian originally knew about the demon seal, and even mastered part of it, but it was difficult to transform this part into his own strength. Maybe I can take this opportunity to completely master the demon seal, Song Jian thought to himself. You know, the demon seal is also a legendary formation. Mastering it will greatly improve Song Jian's attainments in formations. At that time, maybe he can use the spirit sword as material to arrange a more powerful formation. Carefully comprehending the demon seal and looking for the missing parts of the demon seal. In Duan Xingliu's opinion, only when the demon seal is broken will the breath of the wild god leak out, and so many wild beasts will appear. It took Song Jian 3 days to check the entire demon seal. At the same time, he also completely comprehended the demon seal remaining that he had originally comprehended. The demon seal in the sword formation atlas can finally be fully displayed. However, it is only a preliminary grasp now. If you want to use the spirit sword of the 10,000 swords art as the material for the formation to perform the demon seal, it may take a long time to comprehend. This demon seal is extremely profound. It is indeed worthy of being a legendary formation. Compared with the 10,000 dragons formation I have seen before, it is probably not much worse. No wonder it can seal the god of wilderness, Song Jian thought to himself. After only 3 days of inspection, Song Jian did not find any damage to the demon seal. The entire demon seal was intact and had been working without any weakening. Song Jian carefully checked it again and did not find any flaws. He was immediately surprised. This formation is intact. How come so many wild beasts came out, and also leaked the aura of the wild god? Could it be that even the demon seal formation can't completely seal the awakened wild god after the wild god awakens? Song Jian guessed in his heart. He had never met a real god before, and now he suddenly found that the demon seal might fail. He couldn't help but worry. Once the wild god really wakes up completely, the demon seal will probably be completely destroyed. At this moment, the entire demon seal suddenly trembled, as if something was impacting the seal. Song Jian's face changed drastically. The one who could cause such a big vibration in the demon seal must be the sealed wild god. The vibration of the demon seal lasted only 10 seconds before it calmed down. But there was a strong and strange aura around it. This was the aura emitted by the god of wilderness. This aura could enhance the strength of ordinary wild beasts, and even turn ordinary creatures into wild beasts in a very short time. It was just like a biochemical virus. The god of wilderness has not yet fully awakened, but it has already caused such a big shock. Once it really wakes up, I'm afraid that it will not be trapped by just a demon seal, Song Jian thought to himself. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly received a system prompt. System, you encounter a special event, triggering a special hidden plot task. Killing the god of wilderness. This task is the only task. Once accepted, it cannot be cancelled. If the task fails or you give up accepting the task, the task will not appear again. Tip: this task is extremely difficult. Please consider carefully before making a decision. Penalty for mission failure: none. Mission reward: Divine Ancient Well. Chapter 1584 Divine Herbs. Mission? Song Jian was stunned. With Song Jian's current strength, he rarely receives such sudden missions. The stronger the strength, the harder it is to accept such sudden missions. Even checking the ancient wilderness abyss and repairing the demon seal can only be regarded as general tasks for Song Jian, not sudden missions. Do you really want me to kill the god of wilderness? Song Jian shook his head, and his eyes fell on the Divine Ancient Well. Divine Ancient Well. Type: Divine Kingdom Building. Attributes: create an ancient well in the Divine Kingdom, which can absorb the subtle free divinity in the Divine Kingdom. Every once in a while, it will produce a certain amount of divinity, which can be upgraded. Song Jian smiled. He could produce divine treasures by himself. In this way, he didn't have to think about hunting divine creatures every day. After all, those divine creatures were very powerful. With Song Jian's strength, hunting them was also dangerous. At this moment, the demon seal suddenly cracked, as if a giant beast opened its mouth. A strong breath of wild gods permeated from the crack. The wild gods around the demon seal seemed to be stimulated and roared loudly. Song Jian narrowed his eyes and rushed towards the crack according to the task prompt. Soon, the whole person sank into the crack and disappeared. After a while, the crack in the demon seal quickly closed again, as if it had never appeared. Instead, the golden light emitted by the demon seal seemed to be dimmed. Song Jian felt as if he had fallen into a bottomless cave. He could hear the whistling wind in his ears. His body was falling downward like a stone. His strength seemed to be sealed, as if there were layers of silk threads wrapped around him, wrapping him into a thick cocoon. Unable to move at all. Will I be killed if I continue like this? Song Jian thought to himself. He could feel that this seemed to be a kind of law suppression. He just didn't know whether this law suppression was caused by the surrounding environment or by the god of wilderness. If it was really caused by the god of wilderness, then the success rate of completing the mission this time would probably drop a few points. Song Jian fell very fast, and he didn't know how many meters he had fallen. After about 10 minutes, his falling speed suddenly increased, and then became slower and slower. Finally, Song Jian landed on the ground like a feather. At this time, there was no light above his head, and Song Jian could only use the eye of perception to explore the surrounding situation. The eye of perception is not vision, but the use of perception to explore the surrounding situation. But it is clearer and more delicate than the pure perception, as if he had gained a new pair of eyes. This seems to be a beast's nest. Song Jian frowned slightly. After landing, he saw a huge cave in front of him. The cave was filled with a fishy smell, and there were even many rotten bones around. In Song Jian's opinion, even if the god of wilderness was born as a wild beast, now that he has become a god, his beastly nature must have been almost wiped out, and his divinity must have occupied a larger proportion. But now it seems that the reality is really different from what he thought. Even if he becomes a real god, the god of wilderness still cannot change his beastly habits. Song Jian carefully explored the cave. It seemed to be an underground passage that spread downwards. There were large pieces of skeletons around, some in human form, and some in the shape of giant beasts. Song Jian even found a lot of dragon skeletons. Unfortunately, the essence of these skeletons has dissipated over the long years. Now these skeletons are no different from rocks. Just useless garbage. But there are still some good things. Song Jian stared at a corner and smiled. Coming to a huge skeleton, he pushed aside the loose soil in a corner, and a gray plant appeared in front of Song Jian. This plant looked very inconspicuous. At first glance, it was no different from the surrounding rock and soil. But upon closer inspection, it was found that the roots of this petite plant were firmly inserted on a skeleton. The surface of the skeleton was covered with dense lines, which looked like blood vessels and nerves. But in fact, these dense lines were all the roots of this plant. White bone wild god grass, divine herb. Attribute, one of the main ingredients of the divine potion rebirth pill. Priceless. Divine potion? Song Jian was stunned. Then a smile appeared on his lips. Such a high-end potion may not be accessible to current players. But as the player level gets higher and higher, such potions will definitely be mastered by players. But this time may be a little longer. Such divine herbs may be unique. Collecting one less plant. I wonder if such divine herbs can be cultivated in my broken kingdom of God. Song Jian thought to himself. Song Jian's collection skills have been upgraded to the master level. Even if it is a divine herb, there is a collection success rate of more than 75%. Coupled with Song Jian's super high luck value, collecting this divine herb should not be a big problem. Taking out the purple bamboo shovel, Song Jian carefully began to collect the white bone god grass. Soon, in 5 minutes, Song Jian finally collected the whole herb. This herb was actually connected to the rooted bones. After the collection was successful, the bones were actually collected as a part of the herb. After taking a look at this strange herb, Song Jian did not put the herb into the package column, but flashed into the broken kingdom and planted the white bone god grass in a remote and dark corner. Looking at the slightly wilted god grass, Song Jian thought to himself, the growth of the god grass probably requires a lot of bones and blood power. It seems that the bodies of the monsters hunted in the future cannot be thrown away. They must be collected to provide nutrients for the god grass. Master, have you collected new herbs? Do you need Nova to take care of them? A well-behaved wood spirit appeared beside Song Jian, looking at the wild grass that Song Jian had just planted with curiosity. Sure, I'll leave it to you to take care of. Song Jian smiled. Wood spirits are the best creatures at cultivating plants. 100 times better than those puppet beasts, who can only mechanically plant snake grass. It will definitely be right to let them cultivate this special herb. It's just a pity that the number of wood spirits that can transform into human form is too small. There are hundreds of wood spirits in Song Jian's country, but only this one can truly transform into a human form. Song Jian disappeared into the kingdom of God. The innocent smile on Nova's face slowly disappeared. Looking at the white bone god grass, a gloomy look flashed across her face. Divine plants? I didn't expect that he could find divine plants. Damn it. If this goes on, this kingdom of God will be more and more involved with him. How can I take back my kingdom of God from him? Nova muttered to herself, her face full of resentment and resentment. Chapter 1585 Arm. Back in the underground cave, Song Jian continued to explore forward. Soon, he came to a vast cave. Deep in the cave, a huge creature was lying in the middle of the cave. From a distance, it looked like a small mountain. The body of this small mountain was rising and falling slightly. With the rise and fall of the body, a strong breath of the god of wilderness spread in the cave. It turned out that the breath of the god of wilderness leaked from the demon seal was just the breath exhaled by the huge creature in front of him. On the cave walls around the god of wilderness, a number of strange runes shone with a faint golden light. With the breathing of the god of wilderness, the golden light of these runes also rose and fell slightly, as if they had merged with the god of wilderness. God of wilderness. Song Jian narrowed his eyes and looked at the huge creature with his eye of perception. Sure enough, this huge creature was the sealed god of wilderness. After detecting some of the properties of god of wilderness, the eye of perception suddenly shattered, causing a shock in Song Jian's mind. God of wilderness seemed to have sensed something, snored in dissatisfaction, turned over, and continued to sleep soundly. At this time, Song Jian saw that there were dozens of chains tied to god of wilderness. These chains were as black as ink, and when they collided with each other, there was no sound, as if there was no real object. Some chains have even been integrated into the body of god of wilderness, and some are firmly embedded in the surrounding rock walls. Song Jian stared at the god of wilderness, who was now in deep sleep. Although the aura emanating from it was very powerful, it was still far behind the real gods. It was at most equivalent to a demigod-level divine creature, and could not be compared with the real gods at all. Could it be that the god of wilderness is only a demigod-level divine creature, and has not been promoted to the real god level? Song Jian thought to himself. At this moment, one of the eyes of the god of wilderness suddenly opened, and a hint of ferocity appeared in his dark golden eyes. Song Jian was shocked, and could not help but take 2 steps back. Just this one glance made Song Jian feel like his heart was broken, and his chi and blood value suddenly dropped a lot. About 1/10. You know, Song Jian's current chi and blood value has exceeded 50,000 points, and his 1/10 is almost equivalent to the total chi and blood value of players below the 3rd level. In other words, if a level 3 player stood here, he would probably be killed by a single look from the god of wilderness. Boom! The god of wilderness suddenly woke up and stood up. His strong breath slapped towards Song Jian like a wave. A series of roars sounded in the cave, and Song Jian's feet also trembled slightly, as if there was an earthquake. At this moment, the mysterious runes on the walls around the god of wilderness suddenly glowed, illuminating the entire cave like daylight, and the iron chains that bound the god of wilderness also gradually glowed with golden light from the original black as ink. Sizzle! A burst of golden electric current surged from the chain, flowing continuously on the surface of the body of the god of wilderness. For a moment, the body of the god of wilderness was torn apart by the golden electric current, and hideous wounds emerged one after another. Roar! The god of wilderness rose up with human power and roared loudly. His eyes, which were originally full of wisdom, also became turbid and violent. Like a real wild beast, he struggled hard to break free from the shackles of the golden chain. But the more the god of wilderness struggled, the closer the golden chain bound him, the more violent the golden current surged, and the more damage the god of wilderness suffered. Boom! With a loud bang, a golden rune on the rock wall suddenly exploded, shattered, and turned into golden debris that dissipated in the air. As the rune disappeared, one of the golden chains that bound the god of wilderness suddenly broke, which weakened the god of wilderness's restraints a little. Song Jian's heart sank. He seemed to be able to feel that the demon seal had a defect after a golden talisman exploded. We can't let it continue to struggle. If it continues, the entire demon seal will be destroyed by it. Song Jian thought to himself. The demon seal was, after all, only a legendary seal formation. It was already very difficult to seal a demigod-level strongman, and it was still a little inadequate to seal a real god. Chaos Sword Classic. God Fall. A brilliant chaotic sword energy flew towards the bound god of wilderness. The huge sword energy turned into layers of afterimages in the air, slashing at the god of wilderness, and actually cut off one of its arms. Song Jian stared at the huge front claw that was several meters long. Suddenly, he used the 10,000 swords technique to summon the infernal fire furnace, and sucked the huge arm in. No! An angry roar came from the mouth of the god of wilderness. Its dark golden eyes seemed to be able to spit out flames. It stared at Song Jian, wishing to cut him into pieces. Looking at the eyes of the god of wilderness, Song Jian felt a little fear for no reason, as if he was really going to be killed by the other party. After a while, a sword aura appeared on the surface of Song Jian's body, and his eyes, which were originally full of fear, also regained clarity in an instant. Even though he was bound, he could still affect me. This god of wilderness really lives up to his name. Song Jian was shocked. Although the god of wilderness, who lost an arm, was seriously injured, he was also freed from the restraints of several golden chains. These chains were originally tied to his left arm, as his left arm was separated from his body. These chains also seemed to have lost their target and fell to the ground, slowly losing their golden color and returning to a pitch-black color. The god of wilderness's struggle became more and more intense, and the surrounding rock walls also made a rumbling sound. The entire underground cave seemed to be collapsing. At this time, the god of wilderness seemed to notice something, and stared at his empty left arm in a daze. After a moment, he looked at the chains hanging down on the left side, then looked at his body. Suddenly, a burst of spirit burst out of his eyes, and he roared to the sky. Broken arm reborn. A low roar sounded, and a black breath suddenly spread from the left arm of the god of wilderness. This breath gushed out from the wound like an arrow. After a while, a brand new arm appeared in the black breath. The god of wilderness, who had restored his left arm, stared at the chains hanging on the left side. For a long time, those chains did not move at all. The god of wilderness could not help but roar to the sky, and his roar was full of excitement and pleasure. Crack! Instantly, The god of wilderness grabbed his right arm with his newly grown left arm, twisted it fiercely, and then tore it violently. After a while, the thick right arm was broken by the god of wilderness himself and thrown aside. As expected, after the right arm was broken from the body, it swung out with the restraints of several chains. Then, the chains that bound the left arm slowly returned to black and loosened the restraints on the arm. Roar! A look of joy appeared on the ferocious face of the god of wilderness. He turned around and stared at Song Jian, his eyes full of teasing. Chapter 1586 Head. Song Jian's accidental discovery allowed the god of wilderness to find a good way to escape from the suppression. The demon seal was only for the god of wilderness's original body. The body that was reborn after dripping blood could not touch the shackles of the seal. This was something that neither Song Jian nor the god of wilderness had expected. Seeing that the god of wilderness had actually broken his right arm, Song Jian's heart sank. At this time, the karma fire furnace was rapidly devouring the god of wilderness's left arm, and a little bit of divinity was being squeezed out. Unfortunately, this was only one arm, and in the end, only a little bit of divinity was squeezed out. Then, the karma fire furnace seemed to sense the existence of the other arm, and a suction force came, swallowing the god of wilderness's own broken right hand. The red lotus karma fire burned fiercely, and the other arm in the furnace was also being refined quickly. But Song Jian's face was not happy at all. We must kill it as soon as possible now. Otherwise it will soon be able to completely break free from the demon-suppressing seal, Song Jian thought to himself. At this moment, the god of wilderness, who had grown two arms again, laughed loudly. Its two arms tightly grasped the golden chains that bound its body, and used all its strength to break free. But what followed was the golden lightning that emerged from the golden chains and bombarded the arms of the god of wilderness. There were waves of beast-like howling sounds, and the god of wilderness showed a painful look on his face. The newly grown arms also broke into pieces, revealing dark golden bones. Seeing that he couldn't break the chains for a while, the god of wilderness looked at his legs. Swish! Two white lights flashed, and the god of wilderness's arms, like a sharp blade, cut across his thighs and cut off both thighs directly. The god of wilderness, who had lost his support, relied on the power of the golden chain to hang in the air, gasping for breath. Obviously, this self-mutilation behavior was also extremely harmful to him. The two legs fell to the ground like huge pillars, and then were rolled into the furnace of karma fire. In just over a minute, the furnace of karma fire melted the two arms and two thighs of the god of wilderness, providing Song Jian with 6 points of divinity. So much divinity is almost equivalent to killing a demigod at the peak state. As expected of a god-level warrior, just the limbs contain so much divinity. But even if the limbs break free, you still have a body and a head. I don't believe that you can be reborn after destroying your body and head. Song Jian stared at the god of wilderness and muttered to himself. The sky-breaking sword in his hand was always tightly grasped. 6 points of divinity were tapped on the chaos sword cannon by Song Jian without hesitation. Soon, the proficiency of the chaos sword cannon increased rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a short while, it was upgraded to level 6. The chaos sword code requires too much divinity to upgrade. Even with 6 points of divinity, there is no obvious improvement, let alone mastering new sword moves. Seeing the god of wilderness grow 2 legs again and struggle frantically, Song Jian waved the sky-breaking sword, performed the chaos sword code, and rushed towards it. Countless sword beams chopped at the body of the god of wilderness. Scars appeared one after another, and hundreds of thousands of injuries floated up from the head of the god of wilderness. But the god of wilderness did not take Song Jian seriously at all. He waved his arms in the air like slapping a fly. The golden chain continuously released lightning and attacked the god of wilderness. The damage was greater than that caused by Song Jian. Song Jian was now equivalent to joining forces with the demon seal to attack the god of wilderness together. The god of wilderness kept struggling, his limbs freed from the restraints, and the chains that bound him were much fewer, leaving only a dozen chains that passed through his body and head. Restraining him, Red Dust Tribulation, the skill of Godfall. As soon as the cooldown was over, Song Jian immediately used it, constantly slashing at the body of the god of wilderness. And the furnace of hellfire above his head also flew to the top of the god of wilderness's head, suppressing him. Boom! The entire body of the god of wilderness exploded, leaving only a head the size of a room, which was pierced and bound by a dozen chains. The huge body collapsed like a mountain, and even the limbs that had just grown back were exploded together. In an instant, a strong suction force came from the furnace of hellfire, sucking all the scattered bodies of the wild god into the furnace, and began to melt. The wild god, with only one head left, laughed loudly, because he lost his target. Almost 4/5 of the chains lost their function. The golden light gradually faded and turned black again, falling down powerlessly. Most of the golden runes on the surrounding rock walls also dimmed and disappeared into the rock walls. The wild god, with only one head left, not only did not look depressed, but was extremely excited and laughed loudly, as if he saw a chance to escape. Rumble. The furnace of hellfire roared, constantly melting the body of the god of desolation. And the god of desolation, with only one head left, was also quickly recondensing his body. But the body it needed to recondense was too large, and could not be completed in a short time. Song Jian had a blank expression on his face. At this time, the blood value of the god of desolation had dropped to about 1/5. But this 1/5 of the blood value was nearly 80 million, which was much higher than the average peak state of the demigod level. Humble reptile. I can smell the stench of the sword control sect from you. The god of desolation, with only one head left, even recovered most of his sanity, and was no longer the beast-like existence that was bound by chains all over his body. I will kill you and all the people of the sword-controlling sect. My army of wild beasts will completely destroy the sword-controlling sect in this plane and cut off your inheritance. The god of wilderness roared. The chaotic sword energy kept slashing at the head of the god of wilderness, and sparks flew everywhere, just like slashing at a piece of hard alloy steel. Only a series of shallow white marks were left on the surface of the head of the god of wilderness, and the damage was only in the 3 digits. This was the first time that Song Jian encountered such a terrifying damage reduction. You all will die, the head roared loudly, and in an instant, the speed of body reconstruction became faster and faster. In a short while, most of the body had been reconstructed, and at the same time, the limbs began to grow again. This level of physical rebirth is definitely beyond the control of even a demigod-level warrior. It can even be said to be immortal. Song Jian's face was gloomy. The damage of the Chaos Sword Codex to the head of the god of wilderness was so low that it was completely beyond his expectations. Seeing that the entire body of the god of wilderness had been reconstructed, Song Jian suddenly had the urge to abandon the task and turn around and leave immediately. Although at this time, the god of wilderness's blood value was less than 1/5. Hula la. The god of wilderness held a dozen golden chains that ran through its head with both hands and began to tear them apart with all its strength. Song Jian saw that these chains began to deform at a speed visible to the naked eye. Several runes on the rock wall that were still emitting golden light also began to make cracking sounds. Cracks appeared on the surface of these runes, as if the next moment, these runes would be completely shattered. Chapter 1587 Mission completed. Crack. A golden chain was directly torn off by the god of wilderness. The broken chain immediately turned into debris and fell from the air. Then, a golden rune on the rock wall suddenly exploded, and even blew a deep pit in the rock wall. The god of wilderness laughed loudly, and then pulled the second chain. Song Jian's heart sank. Now more than 80% of the chains have lost their effect on the god of wilderness. Only the last dozen or so are left. With the strength of the god of wilderness, it won't take long for them to break one by one. By then, I'm afraid I really can't be its opponent. After all, it is a real god. The gap between us is still too big. Song Jian showed a bitter smile on his face. Even the god meteoric skill that specifically targets divine creatures could not cause fatal damage to it. Song Jian was very frustrated. At this moment, the karma fire furnace that was originally suppressing the head of the god of wilderness seemed to sense Song Jian's emotions and actually suppress the god of wilderness. The huge furnace continued to grow larger during the descent, and actually wrapped up the god of wilderness, who was like a mountain. The golden chain that bound the god of wilderness came out of the furnace. It seemed that the entire furnace was illusory, but the god of wilderness was trapped in the karma fire furnace. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not get out of the furnace. Boom, boom, boom. The god of wilderness waved his fist and smashed it hard on the furnace. Every impact made the huge furnace emit a deafening roar, and the entire furnace body trembled violently. But the god of wilderness could not make the furnace crack. Divine skill. Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords Art is a divine skill. Only divine skills can have an effect on it. Song Jian's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something, and he was immediately excited. He casually put the 8 points of divinity that he had smelted on the Chaos Sword Cannon. Finally, the Chaos Sword Cannon, which had been upgraded to level 8 in the skill column, burst into a brilliant 7-color divine light. This means that the Chaos Sword Cannon is already very close to a divine skill. It only needs to invest a little more to transform into a divine skill. It's really not easy. I have invested almost 20 points of divinity. If I put it on the Sword Immortal set, it will be enough to upgrade a piece of Sword Immortal set equipment to the primary artifact quality, Song Jian said in his heart. In the furnace, the blazing fire continued to burn the God of Wilderness. The God of Wilderness roared madly, began to give up attacking the furnace, and continued to tear up the golden chains. It can be seen that the body just constructed could not withstand the smelting of the red lotus fire, and began to show signs of melting. But the head of the God of Wilderness was not damaged at all. Bang, bang, bang. A few more chains were broken. As the binding chains became fewer and fewer, the strength of the God of Wilderness also began to increase significantly. A thin layer of divine light appeared on the surface of the body, resisting the burning of the red lotus fire. A trace of bloody breath bloomed from the body of the God of Wilderness. The reduction of the restraints could no longer suppress the power of the law of the God of Wilderness. A trace of the breath of bloodthirsty law began to spread in the furnace, resisting the red lotus fire. This won't work. Once it breaks free, even if the fire lotus 10,000 swords art is a divine skill, it may not be able to melt it. Song Jian looked at the frantically struggling God of Wilderness and became worried. At this moment, Song Jian seemed to have thought of something, opened the parcel column, and took out a golden scroll. This was the scroll for repairing the demon seal that Duan Xingliu gave Song Jian before the investigation. But after checking, Song Jian did not find that the demon seal was damaged. So the scroll was not used, and was kept in the parcel column. Song Jian glanced at the rock wall around the God of Wilderness. Many golden runes had disappeared, and many were broken. A large amount of the God of Wilderness's aura was spreading upwards. It can be imagined that at this time, more and more wild beasts must have broken free and regained their freedom. At the same time, because of the leakage of the God of Desolation's aura, the strength of these wild beasts will also rise, and they will soon break through to the legendary realm. And even more powerful wild beasts will appear. As long as you are dealt with, everything else will be easy, Song Jian thought to himself. As long as the God of Desolation is dealt with the strength of the Sword Control sect, it is only a matter of time to kill all the wild beasts. Repair. Song Jian tore open the seal repair scroll, and suddenly a golden light bloomed, and soon spread, and the entire underground cave was shrouded in golden light. When the golden light touched the golden runes on the rock wall, the golden runes that had disappeared reappeared, and the golden runes that had been broken once again condensed. Those chains that had lost their target and hung in the air seemed to wake up, and the surface burst into golden light, like a snake, raised its head, and slowly explored the God of Desolation in the furnace. At this time, the God of Wilderness did not find that the seal of demon suppression had been repaired. He only subconsciously felt the coming of danger, but he did not know where the danger came from. He could only guess what would happen to the furnace of karma. The God of Wilderness's face changed, and he gritted his teeth and tore the chain. After tearing for a while, he suddenly found that the chain in his hand, which had been slightly fragile, had become tough again. Impossible. The God of Wilderness suddenly became panicked. At this moment, hundreds of golden chains, like long swords, pierced through the outer wall of the furnace, and pierced into the body of the God of Wilderness. A heart-wrenching pain made the God of Wilderness roar. Especially the chain that had pierced through the entire head before, reappeared, and immediately made the God of Wilderness feel confused and blurred. At this moment, Song Jian's chaotic sword energy also poured into the furnace of karma fire. The originally dark red flames rose up with a boom, and a strange gray color appeared on the edge. The body of the God of Wilderness, which had just revived, could not withstand such burning. In just a few seconds, it turned into ashes. Only a huge head was left in the furnace. The golden chains that originally bound the body, after the body disappeared, unexpectedly did not lose their target and fall down, but flew towards the head of the God of Wilderness. In an instant, the huge head of the God of Wilderness was pierced by hundreds of golden chains. The originally clear eyes became turbid in an instant. The bloodthirsty and cruel eyes made Song Jian feel frightened. Roar. A roar like that of an ancient beast came out from the furnace of karma fire. The head that was originally hard and could not be melted began to melt slowly under the division of hundreds of golden chains. Song Jian saw that the number of divinity kept jumping up from the furnace of karma fire. Almost every few seconds, a little divinity would be gained. The wild god with only one head left contained unexpectedly much divinity, which made Song Jian smile with surprise. I didn't expect that the final achievement was actually the seal repair scroll. If it weren't for it, this mission would probably end in failure. Song Jian thought to himself. At this moment, a roar suddenly came from the furnace, and the head of the god of wilderness was shattered into pieces, turning into a dark golden cloud, which quickly merged into the furnace of karma. In the end, Song Jian gained 58 points of divinity. So much divinity was like pie in the sky. At the same time, a system message appeared in front of Song Jian. System, you have completed a special hidden plot task and obtained a god-level treasure. The Divine Ancient Well. Please build the Divine Ancient Well in a space containing divinity within 24 hours. If you exceed the time limit, the Divine Ancient Well will leave on its own. Chapter 1588. The Forehead Bone of the God of Wilderness. Song Jian looked at the miniature well-like item that occupied a parcel slot in the parcel column, smiled slightly, and slowly disappeared from the underground cave and entered the broken kingdom of God. After entering the kingdom of God, Song Jian saw that Nova stood motionless beside the white-boned god of wilderness grass, as if in a daze. He didn't care. As a wood spirit, Nova's job was to take care of the divine plants. Now the entire broken kingdom of God looks like a plantation. In the vast plain area, a large number of snake vines are planted. This is the main material for the sword control sect to make magic potions. It can be exchanged for a large amount of purple crystals, and is also the plant that Song Jian grows the most. Now that the god of wilderness has been killed, the sword control sect's demand for snake vines will reach a peak. After a period of time, the demand will drop sharply. When the wild beast is completely killed, the snake vines will probably not have much value. At that time, the planting area will have to be reduced. In addition, Song Jian also built a small vineyard in the kingdom of God. Unfortunately, there was only one grape growing in the entire vineyard. It was only about 1 foot long at this time, and looked very tender. It was probably a long time before it could bear fruit. It was unknown when it could be propagated into a real vineyard. The only thing left was the divine plant that Nova saw. This white-bone wild god grass was actually mature, and could be used to refine pills. But Song Jian wanted to rely on this one to propagate more wild god grass. It was unknown how long it would take for it to bear fruit. Song Jian chose a cool place in the kingdom of God, took out the miniature well-like object from the parcel column, and placed it on the ground. Soon, a well appeared on the ground. The well had a round entrance, about half a meter in diameter, and less than 3 meters deep. The well wall seemed to be built entirely of bluish-white rocks, with silver runes floating on the surface. Looming. At this time, there was only a shallow layer of milky white liquid in the well, rippling slightly at the bottom of the well. What pure divinity! Song Jian's eyes showed a touch of joy. Just this shallow layer of divine well water alone. Song Jian estimated that there were 3 to 5 points of divinity. When the whole well was full, there would be at least 100 points of divinity. I'm rich. Song Jian laughed. Song Jian's laughter attracted Nova's attention. Like a ghost, Nova came to Song Jian lightly. After taking a look at the well, Nova was struck by lightning, standing there stupidly, staring at the divine well. How is this possible? Such a strong divine power. Could it be that this is the legendary divine well? Nova turned her head slightly and looked towards Song Jian. The jealousy in her heart was like thousands of hands, constantly scratching her heart. Even when I was a god, I never got such a divine treasure. This is a special treasure that cannot be built in the kingdom of God. Damn! How can his luck be so good? Nova was furious, but there was no expression on her face. Master, if you use the water from this well for irrigation, both the vineyard and the divine herbs just planted will grow faster, Nova said suddenly. Really? Song Jian was stunned. Then said, then this well will also be handed over to you for management. Take good care of the vineyard and the divine herb. Sooner or later, I will create a herb garden full of divine herbs. The vineyard and the divine herb garden are still too high-end for current players. It is estimated that players will not be able to access such things for a long time in the future. But when the player's strength develops, these things will definitely be sought after. Even if I don't sell it, it can become my foundation in the future and cultivate my own power. Song Jian said in his heart. Pajou fruit, divine herb garden and divine grapes. All of these will become Song Jian's personal heritage. After taking a look at the divine ancient well, Song Jian's figure slowly disappeared and returned to the underground cave. The divine ancient well does not need special care. As long as it is placed in the kingdom of God, it can produce divine well water by itself. These well waters can not only provide divinity, but also irrigate the plants in the kingdom of God. It is a very good divine building. Song Jian is very satisfied with this. In fact, Song Jian still ignored the value of the divine ancient well. This kind of divine building that is not on the list of divine kingdom buildings is definitely a treasure pursued by all gods. Even those main gods, and even God Kings hope that there are more such treasures in their own kingdom of God. After returning to the underground cave, Song Jian carefully checked again. The seal of demon suppression was intact, and there were no items worth picking up around. The most important thing was that after killing the god of wilderness, no treasures were dropped. This made Song Jian feel very depressed. You know, this was the first god-level monster Song Jian killed, although it was a suppressed and greatly reduced god-level monster. Sighing, Song Jian turned around and prepared to leave. Once the god of wilderness died, the sword-controlling sect would definitely launch a counterattack and completely eliminate the wild beasts in the half-plane of the ancient sword star. The sect war was a good opportunity to brush up reputation. And once the god of wilderness died, it could be said that the sword-controlling sect was already invincible in this war. It was only a matter of time to win. Just as Song Jian was about to leave the underground cave, there was a sudden bang behind him. He turned his head and saw that the rock walls around the seal of the god of wilderness suddenly burst open. A brilliant colorful divine light appeared in the corner, and a treasure chest more than half a person tall appeared in front of Song Jian. Is this a trophy? Song Jian said in surprise. This treasure chest was buried deep in the rock wall. Even with Song Jian's divine sense, he did not detect its existence. If he had not exposed it himself, he would have missed it. Stepping forward, Song Jian stretched out his hand and pressed on the treasure chest. Sure enough, it was an unlocked treasure chest. 10 minutes later, the treasure chest slowly opened, and a dazzling 7-color divine light bloomed from the treasure chest. This is the light that only treasures that surpass the legendary quality can have. Song Jian took out a white jade bone from the treasure chest. Forehead bone of the god of wilderness, artifact. Exogenous equipment. Effect, increase the head defense by 100%. Increase the whole body attributes by 30 points. Increase the blood value recovery speed by 50%. And have the body regeneration skill. Body regeneration passive. After suffering non-fatal injuries and causing disability, you can consume your own blood value limit to accelerate recovery and restore the incomplete body in a short time. When the blood value drops to 30%, this skill cannot be used. Item description. This item is condensed from the forehead bone of the god of wilderness of the ancient sword star. After integration, it can slowly improve the body and forge a divine body. Usage requirements. Level 150. 350 points of physique. Chapter 1589 Forbidden Land. Artifact. This is probably the first artifact Song Jian has ever obtained. Unexpectedly, it is an exogenous equipment. In fact, the value of exogenous equipment is higher than that of weapons of the same grade. After all, exogenous equipment is integrated with one's body and can be taken out of the game. It has always been sought after by many people. However, the exogenous equipment in front of him has the attribute of an artifact. Ordinary players cannot fuse such equipment at all, and cannot bear the huge energy it contains. It can also be seen from the usage requirements that this is specially used for strong people above the demigod level, especially the physical fitness requirement of more than 350 points. This also means that some players of the magic profession may not be able to fuse this wild god forehead bone even if they reach the demigod level. Song Jian looked at the crescent-shaped, crystal clear frontal bone in his hand, and chose to merge it into his body without hesitation. In an instant, the frontal bone, which looked like white jade, turned into a colorful divine light and penetrated into Song Jian's forehead. When the entire frontal bone touched Song Jian's skin, it suddenly turned into a liquid-like substance. which penetrated through the skin and slowly penetrated into Song Jian's skin. A warmth emerged from the forehead, and there was also a slight tingling sensation. After Song Jian was promoted to a sword master, he changed from a melee profession to a long-range profession with spiritual attributes as the main attribute. But his physical attributes were not much worse than other melee professions. Moreover, after advancing to the sword immortal profession, all of Song Jian's attributes have been greatly improved. Now Song Jian's physical attribute has exceeded 380 points, approaching the 400-point mark. It is not difficult to fuse this wild god forehead bone. Soon, the warmth spread from the forehead to the whole body, and the whole body was warm and comfortable. Although there is no obvious change now, Song Jian believes that this subtle improvement will make his physical fitness reach a height that other players cannot reach. God body. I don't know when I can successfully build a real god body, Song Jian said in his heart. Back in the Yujian sect, Song Jian suddenly discovered that the entire sect had started to operate. The place for exchanging elixirs, talismans, weapons, and equipment was even moved directly to the main hall square. Many disciples were in a hurry, constantly exchanging the items they needed, as if they were ready to arm themselves to the teeth. Master, are you ready to completely wipe out the wild beasts? Song Jian came to the hall and asked Duan Xingliu. You kid. Duan Xingliu saw Song Jian coming in, and a look of joy appeared on his face. He laughed and said, I originally just asked you to repair the demon seal, but I didn't expect that you would kill the wild god directly. Master, you are so well informed, aren't you? Song Jian said in surprise. Haha. Once the god of wilderness is completely destroyed, the demon seal will be able to send feedback. Duan Xingliu laughed. That is a true god-level creature. Although it is suppressed by the demon seal, it is not easy to completely destroy it. You know, a god with a divine body is immortal, even if it is ground into ashes. There is a certain probability of resurrection. You actually completely wiped it out. Divine body? Immortal? Song Jian was happy in his heart, but he didn't show it. He just smiled and said, It is the Wan Jianju skill that I mastered before, which has mutated and has the effect of devouring divinity. Swallowing divinity. Duan Xingliu was stunned, and laughed. You can even swallow divinity. Then you will probably be called a god-level killer in the future. As long as you don't die and grow up, you will definitely be the most terrifying existence among the god-level strongmen. Song Jian is already at demigod level now, and it is only a matter of time before he is promoted to the god level. Master, I will go hunt wild beasts with my fellow apprentices, Song Jian said with a smile. No, this is an annihilation war, and we have recruited many disciples recently. Let them see blood. I am afraid there will be fewer such opportunities in the future. Duan Xingliu waved his hand and said, Go to the back mountain and meet the Supreme Elder. He is your master. Remember to be respectful. Master's master? Song Jian bowed to Duan Xingliu and turned to walk towards the back mountain of the main peak. The back mountain of the main peak is a forbidden area. Usually there are disciples guarding it, but today there are no disciples guarding the road leading to the back mountain. Song Jian stepped up the mountain, and suddenly a huge black python fell from the sky and blocked the mountain road. Song Jian was stunned. His consciousness did not detect this black python. You know, this huge black python with a thickness of 3 feet and a length of more than 10 feet is not a small animal. How could such a huge body escape Song Jian's consciousness? After a closer look, Song Jian suddenly realized that this black python was also a semi-god level divine creature, and judging from the level, it was even higher than him. Already 165 levels. A mountain guard is actually a demigod. I wonder how Master feels every time he sees it in the back mountain. Song Jian couldn't help thinking. You know, the highest in the entire Yujian sect is at the peak of the legendary realm, and has not yet broken through to the demigod level. I wonder what these peak masters and elders will think when they know that they can't even compare to a black python guarding the back mountain. The black python raised the front half of its body, like a tall building, and slowly approached Song Jian. Its searchlight-like eyes stared at Song Jian and said, You are Song Jian? Song Jian was not surprised that the black python could speak human language. Not to mention that the other party was a demigod-level divine creature. Even many legendary creatures could master human language. Yes, I am. Song Jian nodded. Come in. Master Xingyun has been waiting for you for a long time, the black python said, opening its mouth wide. like a dark deep hole. Song Jian was stunned. Could it be that the Supreme Elder has been living in the belly of this black python? It's really a strange taste. Just as Song Jian was about to walk into the mouth of the black python, he suddenly found that a light blue light burst out from the mouth of the black python, which looked like a teleportation-like gate. Walking into the mouth of the giant python and stepping on its soft tongue, Song Jian saw that the blue light in the distance was actually a teleportation-like gate. It seems that the forbidden area in the back mountain is just a cover. If you want to really enter the forbidden area, you must enter from the mouth of the black python. After entering the teleportation-like gate, Song Jian's figure flashed and disappeared. When he regained his vision, he found that he had been teleported to a small valley. There was a thatched house in the valley, and a small piece of farmland was opened up next to it. Next to the farmland was a well, which looked somewhat similar to the divine ancient well he had just obtained. Is this place sealed? Song Jian frowned slightly. When he arrived here, he found that this valley had no connection with the outside world, as if it was confined. Chapter 1590 Grand Elder. Are you Song Jian? A white-haired old man came out of the thatched hut. Although he was leaning on a dragon-headed cane, his back was not hunched, his legs were not bent, and his body stood straight like a sword, exuding a sharp sword intent. Song Jian knew that the old man in front of him should be the Grand Elder Duan Xingyun, and he quickly stepped forward and saluted. I am Song Jian. Meet the Grand Elder. Well, very good. In just a few years, you can advance from an ordinary mortal to the semi-god level. This is an unimaginable miracle for people like us. Duan Xingyun looked Song Jian up and down, nodded slightly and said, you have already started to forge a divine body. This is a very long process, and one divine bone is not enough. If you have the chance, replace all the bones in your body with divine bones. I will also teach you a star bone forging method. At that time, you will be able to completely turn all the divine bones into your own, and you don't have to worry about being affected. After saying that, the old man raised his head and pressed towards Song Jian's brow. Song Jian was startled and subconsciously wanted to dodge, but found that no matter how he dodged, he could not escape the old man's finger, unless he immediately hid in the broken kingdom of God. The old man's finger gently touched Song Jian's brow, and Song Jian only felt a light sound in his ear. Buzz. His mind shook slightly, and a special skill appeared in his mind, and he also received a prompt from the system. System, you get the God-level skill Star Bone Forging Technique. Star Bone Forging Technique. Use sword energy to forge the whole body bones. Develop the potential of the whole body bones, and turn it into your own use. Ordinary bones cannot withstand sword energy forging, and must be transformed into divine bones to use this skill. This Star Bone Tempering Technique is only a fragment. The old man glanced at Song Jian and said, there should have been a Star Bone Conservation Technique before, which can nourish ordinary bones into divine bones. It's a pity that the Yujian sect did not inherit the bone conservation technique of the ancient sword sect, and only obtain the bone tempering technique. Fortunately, you are a divine person who can seize the enemy's divine bones. This bone tempering technique is just right for you. Thank you, Grand Elder. Song Jian saluted. The Star Bone Tempering Technique is extremely complex and profound. It uses sword energy to temper the bones of the whole body and develop all potential. In the end, the strength of the whole body will be taken to a higher level and completely transformed into a divine body. At the same time, it contains sword intent and can withstand stronger sword energy. The whole person is like a long sword, indestructible. It's just a pity that Song Jian can only forge a forehead bone now, and the other bones can't withstand the forging of sword energy. Those who can explode the divine bone are all god-level strongmen. I am a demigod, and it's too early to think about these things now. Song Jian showed a bitter smile on his face. After obtaining the bone forging technique, Song Jian actually began to think about hunting god-level creatures and obtaining divine bones. But soon he realized that with his current strength, wanting to hunt god-level creatures is to seek death, unless he encounters another god-level creature like the God of Wilderness, who is suppressed by the demon seal and cannot fully exert his strength. Song Jian, you are a god-favored one, and it is said that you come from another world. What kind of existence is your world? Duan Xingyun gently stroked the dragon-headed cane and asked. That is a very ordinary world, without any extraordinary abilities. Song Jian briefly introduced the situation on Earth. Duan Xingyun listened carefully and asked a question from time to time. But soon, Duan Xingyun's eyes showed disappointment. The land of gods disgust. Duan Xingyun suddenly whispered, "Grand Elder, what are you talking about?" Song Jian's heart moved, and he asked softly, "Your civilization is a technological civilization, which is a detour." Duan Xingyun said, "The road of technological civilization does not pay attention to the strength of individuals, but develops the strength of the entire society and the entire ethnic group. Such a civilization, when developed to the extreme, is actually a mechanical civilization. But after the mechanical civilization develops to the limit, it will also begin to pursue the strength of individuals and the transcendence of individuals. Only those races without development potential will develop technological civilization. Your land, Earth, has actually exhausted its potential and cannot produce extraordinary people. Such a region is called the land of gods by some people, which means a place hated by gods." Duan Xingyun showed a disdainful smile on his face when talking about gods. Song Jian was silent. He did not say that he had planted a tree of life on Earth. Now, extraordinary creatures have appeared on Earth, and the environment has changed greatly. After a moment of silence, Duan Xingyun said to Song Jian, "You have practiced the Chaos Sword Cannon. How many sword moves have you mastered now?" "2. Song Jian said, "One move is called Red Dust Tribulation, and the other is called God Fall. Red Dust Tribulation is a range attack that can cause regional damage, and God Fall is a single attack that can release multiple sword energies to defeat the enemy, and has the effect of increasing damage to divine creatures. Perform it once." "Let me see," Duan Xingyun said. Song Jian glanced around. This valley was not big. If he performed the Chaos Sword Classic here, the powerful power might forcibly break the seal here. At that time, although I don't know why the Supreme Elder Duan Xingyun wants to live in the sealed valley. If the seal is broken, it may cause some trouble. As if he could see Song Jian's worry, Duan Xingyun smiled and waved his hand, indicating that it was okay, and asked Song Jian to continue to perform his sword skills. Song Jian cupped his hands, summoned the sky-breaking sword, and began to perform the Chaos Sword Cannon. At the moment he saw the sky-breaking sword, Duan Xingyun's eyes seemed to light up. But soon, his attention was focused on the Chaos Sword Cannon performed by Song Jian. The Red Dust Tribulation. One disaster and one kill. The entire valley was almost filled with Chaos Sword light. As Song Jian's strength increased, the number of sword lights in the Red Dust Tribulation also increased. Now the number of sword lights has reached hundreds. Looming, like an illusion. Boom! All the Chaos Sword lights suddenly exploded together, and the whole valley trembled slightly. But the seal of the valley did not even tremble. This valley seal is stronger than I imagined, Song Jian thought to himself. Then, he used the divine meteorite again, and countless sword lights almost split the rock wall on one side of the valley in half. But when the sword light was split halfway, it seemed to touch something hard, and there was a constant roar. But there was no damage at all. Not bad. Not bad. Duan Xingyun nodded and said, "Your Chaos Sword Classic has a high level of cultivation. You can comprehend these two moves, which is also a natural talent." Xingli was right. "You are indeed a promising material." As he spoke, Duan Xingyun took out a token from his bosom, handed it to Song Jian and said, "Do you know why I have to live in this sealed small valley?" Without waiting for Song Jian to answer, Duan Xingyun said to himself, "On the one hand, this valley can shield my breath, so that outsiders cannot detect my semi-god level existence, which can serve as the foundation of the Yujian sect. When the Yujian sect encounters a disaster, I can break the seal at any time. On the other hand, I am guarding a secret realm of the Yujian sect. In the secret realm, you can improve your understanding of the Chaos Sword Classic. This token is the certificate to enter the secret realm." Chapter 1591 Ocean. Song Jian took the token and took a look. It was just an ordinary bronze token. There was a word sword on the front, and a strange symbol on the back. It looked a bit like a rune. However, with Song Jian's knowledge of formations, he couldn't figure out what the rune meant. He immediately felt it was a bit strange. "Go forward. There is a groove in the rock wall in front. Put the token in it, and it will be done." Duan Xingyun pointed behind him, and said. Song Jian nodded, bowed to Duan Xingyun, and came to a rock wall in the valley. This rock wall looked no different from other places, except that there was a token-shaped groove behind a protruding rock, which was the place to put the token. If Song Jian hadn't searched for it, he probably wouldn't have found such a hidden place. After inserting the token into the groove, A white light suddenly lit up, as if something was activated, and a rumbling sound came from the rock wall. After a while, a crack appeared on the rock wall on Song Jian's left, which was only big enough for one person to enter and exit. A dark red light faintly shone through the crack. Go in. How long you can stay in there depends on your luck. Duan Xingyun shouted behind him. Disciples of the Yujian sect can only enter once in their lifetime. Cherish this opportunity, and stay as long as possible. After listening to Elder Duan Xingyun's words, Song Jian stood in front of the rock wall for a moment, then stepped into the rock wall emitting a dark red light. The crack slowly closed after Song Jian entered. At this time, almost all the sect tasks in the Yujian sect became killing wild beasts, and the magic potion was also sold at half price. All the disciples of the Yujian sect began to form teams to enter the ancient wilderness abyss area and hunt the wild beasts inside. Because the demon seal was not damaged, a large number of wild beasts were actually still sealed, and the wild beasts that could escape were not very strong. Moreover, as the wild beasts were killed in groups, the corrosive black fog that permeated the entire ancient wilderness abyss began to slowly dissipate, revealing a large area of black land. Such land cannot grow ordinary crops at all, but it can produce many special products, one of which is the abyss snakevine grass. There are also many treasures similar to snakevine grass, which can be found on this black land that has been permeated with corrosive black fog for many years. When the entire ancient sword star is under control, it will be time for the sword control sect to declare war on the gods. Duan Qingliu stood on the top of the main peak with a firm face and looked towards the sky. In the game world, more and more players began to build their own cities. The City of Hope was jointly blocked by the NPC cities to resist trading with the City of Hope. But among the players, there was no such blockade. On the contrary, because the City of Hope has reached level 5, many cities built by players hope to trade with it and exchange specialties. The specialties in the City of Hope can be said to be the most among all the player cities. After all, it has a Valley of the Dead, and the materials in it are very precious to both NPCs and players. After a short period of suppression, the City of Hope has prospered again. Those who left the City of Hope because of the resistance of other cities are now beginning to regret it. The moment they left the City of Hope, they automatically gave up all their industries in the City of Hope. Now even if they kneel in front of the City Lord's mansion and cry, they will not be forgiven. In the real world, the news of the game world can no longer be concealed. More and more people are dissatisfied with the players who show their abilities in the real world, and at the same time hope to get tickets to enter the game. In some countries, there have even been marches to protest the inaction of the government. At the same time, the game software of Doomsday City has inexplicably begun to appear on the mobile phones of more and more players. This appearance has no signs, just like a virus, spreading rapidly in the real world. Even if the mobile phone is completely disconnected from the internet and isolated from the world, it cannot prevent the appearance of this game software. On the other hand, a large number of extraordinary creatures have appeared in the ocean. These extraordinary creatures are huge and have extremely powerful strength. For other creatures in the ocean, it is simply a disaster. But for the strong players who have walked out of the game world, it is a pleasant surprise. Chen Feng is a player. Level 92. Still a long way from the peak of the 3rd level. But in the real world, he is also a little Superman. On this day, Chen Feng brought a few friends he met in the game world and drove a yacht to the sea for fun. Several dozen swimsuit beauties were playing wantonly on the yacht, and the swimming pool kept splashing water on Chen Feng's chest. Brother Feng, how long will it take to reach the peak of the 3rd level? I heard that after breaking through the 3rd level, you can fly in the air without any tools. Brothers want to see it. A man with a pointed mouth and monkey cheeks opened a bottle of red wine with his teeth, gulped down 2 mouthfuls, and laughed. Country bumpkin, is this how you drink red wine? A somewhat effeminate young man next to him, while applying nail polish, rolled his eyes at the man drinking red wine with disdain. Too far away. The legendary realm. Everyone in the game is a strong man. Facing them, I don't even have the courage to pick up a weapon. Trembling all over, Chen Feng seemed to have thought of something. His expression was a little depressed, and he shook his head and sighed. At this moment, a beautiful woman on the side of the boat suddenly screamed, pointing at the sea with a pale face and shouting, "Monster! Monster! There is a monster in the water!" Chen Feng and his companions were moved, and immediately got up and ran to the side of the boat, looking in the direction pointed by the beautiful woman. Sure enough, a black shadow several times larger than their yacht was slowly floating up from the bottom of the sea. And in its ferocious mouth, it was biting the tail of a whale. Seeing the yacht, the terrifying monster immediately turned around, spit out the whale tail in its mouth, and rushed towards the yacht, with a look of joy in its eyes, just like a child who found a new toy. This is somewhat similar to the demon slayer shark in the game world. The man with a pointed face and monkey cheeks said in surprise. Whatever it is, kill it first. The man with a raised orchid finger had a cold look on his mouth. A steel needle appeared in his palm, looking at the huge body of the demon slayer shark, and then looking at the more than 1 foot long steel needle in his hand. An embarrassed look suddenly appeared on his face. I told you. Men should play with big and thick things. Don't embarrass yourself with your little stuff. The man with a pointed face and monkey cheeks, who was only wearing a pair of swimming trunks, suddenly carried a single soldier anti-tank missile and aimed at the demon-killing shark rushing towards the yacht. Chapter 1592 Rock Wall. Boom! The missile hit the demon shark hard, making a loud noise. The demon shark trembled slightly, let out a low roar, and continued to rush towards the yacht. Pooh! Weapons without grades are just garbage. The damage is not as good as my white quality sword, Guodong said with a sound of pooh, threw the missile launcher on the deck, and took out a long sword with a white surface from somewhere, jumped up, and actually jumped towards the demon shark. Reckless man. Seeing Guodong jump out, Fan Lin curled her lips, blew on her freshly painted nails, and admired them in front of her eyes, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Soon, he took out a patina pistol, clenched his hands, aimed at the demon shark and pulled the trigger. The surface of this patina pistol actually emitted a faint blue light, and even Chen Feng looked at the pistol with a look of envy. Bang! 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 The bullet shot into the demon shark, leaving only a few tiny holes, and even no blood gushed out. But the demon shark seemed to have suffered great damage and roared wildly. At this moment, Guodong had already jumped onto it, and the long knife in his hand, which was glowing with white light, stabbed fiercely on the back of the demon shark until the handle was gone. Go to hell! Guodong roared, holding the hilt with both hands, and actually ran on the back of the demon slayer shark. Chen Feng raised his right hand, aiming his palm at the demon slayer shark. But when he saw Guodong's action, he looked at the demon slayer shark again, smiled slightly, and slowly put down his right hand that had been raised. He picked up a glass of red wine from the side and tasted it slowly. The demon slayer shark looked scary, but it was only equivalent to an elite boss of more than 30 levels in the game world. In the eyes of these players of more than 90 levels, it was not worth fighting. Not long after, with the joint efforts of Guodong and Fan Lin, this terrifying and ferocious beast floated to the sea, and the blood dyed the surrounding area of hundreds of meters red. How can there be such a big monster in the real world? Could it be that the game world is going to invade the real world? Ha ha! Guodong stood on the back of the demon-killing shark, carrying a long knife and laughing. Don't tell me. It's really possible. Chen Feng laughed, raised his hands, and shouted loudly, We players, are the vanguards of the game world invading the real world. Ha ha! Just then, Fan Lin suddenly exclaimed, and jumped off the boat with a plop, not caring whether the nail polish she had just applied would fade. After a while, Fan Lin floated up from the sea, grabbed the rope hanging from the side of the boat, and climbed onto the boat in a few steps. Fake girl. Are you crazy? Guodong had already jumped back from the body of the demon-killing shark, and frowned at Fan Lin, who was soaked like a drowned rat. Look! What is this? Fan Lin spread out his palm and stretched it in front of the two of them. In his palm, a ring flashing with silver light suddenly appeared. How is this possible? Chen Feng, who was still roaring before, opened his eyes wide with an incredible look on his face. Slowly, he seemed to think of something, and his face turned pale. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back and looked at the silver-quality ring in Fan Lin's palm. There was a trace of fear in his eyes, as if he had seen something terrible. In the game world, Song Jian was standing in front of a huge rock wall. The surface of the rock wall was polished like a mirror, and he could see his appearance clearly. Is this secret realm only this rock wall in front of me? Song Jian frowned and thought to himself. The secret realm in front of him was too small. The entire space was less than 100 square meters. There was nothing else except the 3 or 4 meters high rock wall in front of him. Can I improve my understanding of the Chaos Sword Classic here? Song Jian muttered to himself in disbelief. You know, using divinity can improve the level of the Chaos Sword Classic. But the sword moves contained in the Chaos Sword Classic must be understood by yourself. It is not that a high level can have more powerful moves. After searching carefully, Song Jian found nothing. He could only sit cross-legged in front of the rock wall. Looking at himself sitting cross-legged in the rock wall, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. There is nothing here. What should I do? Song Jian thought to himself. At this moment, the image of Song Jian in the rock wall suddenly showed a ghostly smile, and actually climbed up from the ground and stood straight in front of Song Jian. This scene scared Song Jian, and his body involuntarily moved back 7 or 8 meters, staring at the rock wall in front of him with surprise. At this moment, Song Jian in the rock wall raised his hand and summoned the sky-breaking sword, and began to perform sword moves. This is the first sword move I learned. The broken wing dance? Song Jian immediately recognized the move that he was performing in the rock wall. At this moment, Song Jian in the rock wall turned his body, pointed his left hand forward, and a white light burst out from his index finger, like a sharp blade, shooting forward, just in time to connect with the sword move performed by his right hand. Sword finger, Song Jian said softly. Soon, Song Jian found that the influence in the rock wall actually performed all the skills he learned in the game. And watching the other party perform, it seemed that his understanding of these sword moves and sword techniques was a few points deeper than his own, and his mastery was more thorough. Are you asking me to review what I've learned? Song Jian frowned. Although Song Jian had melted away almost all the sword techniques in his skill column because of the upgrade of the 10,000 swords technique, these sword techniques were already deeply engraved in his bones. It was not that he had completely forgotten them just because they were not in his skill column. Now he could also use these sword techniques at will. But without the blessing of skills, these sword techniques could only be used as ordinary attacks, and they no longer had the special effects of the previous sword techniques. At this moment, the self inside the rock wall had already begun to use the 10,000 swords technique. 10,000 spirit swords were densely packed all over the rock wall. Suddenly, the self inside the rock wall swung the sky-breaking sword fiercely, and the spirit swords in the sky began to merge together like swallows returning to their nests. In the end, all 10,000 spirit swords were combined into a long sword. The surface of the long sword burned with dark red flames, exuding a terrifying aura, even though there was a rock wall between them. Song Jian felt creepy, and even had some fear of facing the long sword. Is this really the 10,000 swords technique? Song Jian showed a look of loss on his face. In front of this Karma Fire Red Lotus sword that had merged 10,000 spirit swords, the Karma Fire furnace he controlled was simply useless. When the two collided, there was no doubt that the Karma Fire furnace would be directly split in half by the sharp blade in front of him. Looking at Song Jian in the rock wall, he looked at himself with a look of disdain on his face. And Song Jian suddenly felt ashamed. Such a terrifying sword technique. In my hands, the power was not fully exerted. If I were this sword technique, I would probably cry and shed tears. Song Jian's heart was shaken a little, and he began to doubt whether he was really suitable to use a long sword as his weapon. Chapter 1593 Great Strength Increase. Song Jian in the rock wall threw the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword in his hand into the air. The dazzling Red Lotus sword, as if it had a sword spirit, actually surrounded Song Jian's body and began to automatically rotate, looking like using the sword control technique to control the spirit sword. Is it the sword control technique? Song Jian frowned slightly. He found that it was becoming difficult for him to identify what skills the image was using. Are these really the skills I have mastered? Song Jian now felt more and more unfamiliar with the sword moves practiced in the rock wall. No, this is the Moon Spirit Wheel skill. Song Jian's mind flashed, and he finally understood that the movement trajectory of the Red Lotus sword was exactly the same as the skill he had mastered before. The Moon Spirit Wheel. Except that the crescent-shaped Moon Spirit Wheel blade was replaced with the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword. At the moment when Song Jian understood, a smile appeared on the corner of the image in the rock wall, and he began to perform other sword moves. While he was performing the sword moves, the Karma Fire Red Lotus swords around him were also working, and it seemed that there was no need for image control at all. This was definitely a new discovery for Song Jian. You know, with Song Jian's mental power, and then using the sword control technique to assist, He could indeed control multiple weapons at the same time to perform different skills. But such control requires a lot of mental power. And it also consumes a lot of mental power. And it will also slightly affect the effect of the sword moves. When facing monsters with low strength, this effect is not obvious. But when dealing with those powerful enemies, a little bit of influence may cause flaws in the originally flawless sword moves. For the competition between masters, this is simply a way to death. Song Jian was sweating profusely, and his mind could not help but emerge. When he was fighting with the enemy, he had a slight pause when performing sword moves, because he was controlling multiple spirit swords at the same time. It was this flaw of less than 0.01 seconds that gave the opponent an opportunity to stab his throat with a sword. The fear in his heart became stronger and stronger, which made Song Jian feel like he dared not continue to stare at the rock wall, and even had the urge to turn around and leave here. Hold on. Hold on. All this is an illusion. Keep watching. Only in this way can I improve my understanding of swordsmanship. Song Jian only felt dry-mouthed, but he still stood firmly in place, motionless. You know, up to now, the image in the rock wall has not yet performed the moves in the Chaos Sword Cannon. Soon, the image in the rock wall swung the sword faster and faster. Song Jian couldn't help but put himself in the enemy of the image. After a while, Song Jian was terrified and retreated repeatedly. No, it's impossible. He used the sword techniques I know. But why? Why is it like this? Song Jian was hit and looked unbelievable. Now, Song Jian finally understood why the Supreme Elder Duan Xingyun told him to stay in the secret realm for a longer time. It turned out that this was such a self-confidence destroying thing. If he was not strong in his heart, he would not be able to hold on for long. However, the drills in the rock wall are extremely precious. It can tell you that the skills you have mastered can be used in this way. If Song Jian can persist, after he gets out of here, although his level will not increase, his strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. The Grand Elder Duan Xingyun sat in front of the thatched cottage, quietly looking at a cup of clear tea on the stone table in front of him. The fragrance of tea was overflowing, and the curling water vapor dissipated in the air. Duan Xingyun couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The Yujian sect finally has another demigod-level strongman. The Grand Elder was full of emotion. You know, when the Yujian sect was just established, it inherited the ancient sword sect. At that time, there were so many powerful people. There were a lot of demigod-level and god-level masters. Even the legendary masters had the terrifying power to kill demigod-level and even god-level masters. At that time, the Yujian sect was almost comparable to the might of the ancient sword sect. But unfortunately, the rise was fast, and the fall was even faster. In the War of the Gods, the masters of the Yujian sect were surrounded and killed by the gods. In the end, the Yujian sect could only escape to a remote half-plane to survive, and was cursed by the gods. In the half-plane, there were not only a large number of wild beasts that involved the power of the Yujian sect, but also a god-level master, the god of wilderness. At that time, the Yujian sect also exhausted its last resources, and completely sealed the injured god of wilderness, with a demon-suppressing seal inherited from the ancient sword sect. It's been so many years. Duan Xingyun sighed. As time passed, Duan Xingyun sat cross-legged in front of the thatched cottage. The tea on the stone table had already cooled down. He was like a stone sculpture, motionless, without a trace of breath emanating from his body. On this day, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the rock wall. A crack appeared on the smooth rock wall, and a figure appeared in the crack. Upon closer inspection, it was Song Jian, who had entered the secret realm for a long time. At this time, Song Jian's eyes were full of confusion. Looking carefully, there seemed to be endless stars flashing in his eyes. These stars continued to gather, forming a sharp sword aura, which flashed in his eyes. Come here! Come here! Sit down and have some tea. Duan Xingyun smiled, and secretly calculated the time in his heart. Song Jian had been in the secret realm for 9 days. Song Jian's reaction at this time seemed to be half a beat slower. After hearing Duan Xingyun's words, he sat off for a long time and looked at Duan Xingyun. Duan Xingyun did not speak, but just smiled slightly. He flicked his right hand on the stone table, and the tea that had been cold turned into boiling water again. A cup of tea also appeared opposite the tea table. Song Jian came to the stone table like a zombie, sat down, stared at the tea for a long time, and then slowly picked it up and took a sip. Suddenly, A clear breath emerged from his mouth and rushed straight into his mind. His originally chaotic sea of consciousness suddenly became clearer, and his confused eyes became more energetic. After drinking a cup of tea, Song Jian's eyes became clearer and his aura became more fierce, just like a long sword drawn out of its scabbard, shining with cold light. At this moment, a series of system prompts woke Song Jian up. When he opened it, Song Jian's eyes suddenly showed a look of surprise. System, after some practice, you have deepened your understanding of the Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords art. The Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords art has undergone inexplicable changes, and its power has been improved. You have deepened your understanding of the Chaos Sword Classic, and the Chaos Sword Classic has undergone inexplicable changes. The power has been improved, and the level has been increased by +1. You have deepened your understanding of the Chaos Sword Classic, and the Chaos Sword Classic has undergone inexplicable changes, and its power has been improved. You have comprehended the Chaos Sword Classic's third move. Star Destruction. Chapter 1594. Sword Tempering Ancient City. Song Jian's level did not increase, but his understanding of swordsmanship was many times more profound than before he entered the secret realm. Moreover, he spent 3 full days to comprehend the Chaos Sword Classic, even though he was constantly experiencing the horror of being killed by himself. Song Jian persisted. The Chaos Sword Classic was upgraded to level 9, and its power increased. While the Chaos Sword Chi increased, he also comprehended a sword move. Star Destruction. Song Jian learned this move from the image in the rock wall. In fact, when the image in the rock wall performed the Chaos Sword Classic, it not only performed the Red Dust Tribulation and God Fall that Song Jian had comprehended, but also performed many other sword moves. These sword moves were undoubtedly very powerful, but Song Jian could not comprehend all of them. He could only hide them in his heart and think about them later. Only the Star Destruction move was comprehended by Song Jian himself, and thus turned into his own sword move. Not only the Chaos Sword Cannon, but also the Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords art, which has reached the maximum level, has also been developed into many powerful moves by the rock wall image. And the Red Lotus Sword of 10,000 Swords returning to 1 is just one of them. You can hold on for 9 days. In the history of the Yujian sect, you can also be ranked in the top 10. The Supreme Elder Duan Xingyan smiled. Can only be ranked in the top 10. Song Jian shook his head. It's already amazing. Duan Xingyan smiled and said, you are a God-favored person, not affected by the curse of the gods. Maybe it won't be long before you will be promoted to the God level. Duan Xingyan's expression became serious, and continued, remember, when you are promoted to the God level, don't condense the godhood and ignite the divine fire to advance. Once you do this, you will be trapped in this world like those gods. Duan Xingyan said. Trapped in this world? Song Jian frowned. He had never thought about this before. Only when you are above level 200 can you do the task of upgrading to God level. Song Jian still has a long way to go before he can reach God level, even if he concentrates on killing monsters and completing tasks to upgrade from now on. It will take at least 10 years in the game world to upgrade from level 150 to level 200. However, Song Jian is confident that if it is him, it will only take 2 or 3 years to achieve the task of obtaining the task of upgrading to God level. Okay, you can leave now. Remember, you have little time left to advance to the God level. Duan Xingyan stared at Song Jian for a long time and sighed. Song Jian was about to speak when his eyes suddenly blurred, and he disappeared from the secret realm. When he regained his vision, he was back to the square in front of the main hall of the Yujian sect. Song Jian, enter the hall. Duan Xingliu's voice came from the hall. Yes, master. Song Jian replied quickly and walked towards the hall quickly. Entering the hall, Song Jian found that all the peak masters and elders were in the hall, and seemed to be discussing something. When they saw Song Jian coming in, they stopped talking and everyone's eyes fell on Song Jian. Everyone, do you think this kid can do it? Duan Xingliu smiled. After a moment of silence, the elder who was in charge of the skills transmission stood up and said, Master, as the master's direct disciple, Song Jian is the best candidate for such a task. Moreover, his strength is the strongest among all the disciples. Now he has sword energy condensed outside. Even some elders and peak masters are not as strong as him. Song Jian is the most suitable person to complete this task. The elder who was in charge of the skills transmission spoke, and some elders and peak masters agreed. Duan Xingliu smiled and nodded. stretched out his hand, and waved to Song Jian, signaling him to come forward. Song Jian had just come out of the secret realm, and didn't know what these peak masters and elders were discussing. But it seemed that there should be a difficult task, and they couldn't find a candidate for a while. Just as he came out of the secret realm, Duan Xingliu wanted to give him this task. "Hello, Master," and all the elders. "Peak Master." Song Jian stepped forward and saluted. "Song Jian, have you met the Supreme Elder?" Duan Xingliu asked. "Master, I have already met the Supreme Elder," Song Jian replied respectfully. "How many days did you stay in the secret realm?" 9 days. 9 days. Uh-huh. Good. Good. Duan Xingliu stroked his beard and laughed. Being able to stay in front of Guanwu Rock for 9 days is also considered to be a talent. Song Jian, there is a sect mission now that needs you to complete. I wonder if you are willing. Master, I am willing, Song Jian said without hesitation. Okay. Duan Xingliu showed a satisfied look on his face, took out a dark golden scroll from his arms, threw it to Song Jian and said, "Give this scroll to Master Shifeng of the Divine Sword Sect. Remember, when you arrive at the Divine Sword Sect, there may be disciples of the Divine Sword Sect who will challenge you. When that happens, don't let down the face of my Yujian sect." "Yes, Master." Song Jian took the scroll and replied. The Divine Sword Sect is more than 1,000 kilometers away from the City of Hope. After returning to the City of Hope from the ancient Sword Star, Song Jian used the teleportation array to come to the nearest ancient city to the Divine Sword Sect, the ancient city of sword tempering. More than 80% of the residents of this ancient city are light professional players, and more than 80% of these light professional players are blacksmiths. It is said that the best forging equipment in the game comes from the ancient city of Jianjian. There are 3 forging masters in Jianjian. Song Jian came down from the teleportation array of Jianjian ancient city, and saw a long sword hanging and floating above the ancient city. The long sword was more than 3 feet long. On the wide blade, complex and mysterious runes flashed from time to time. The whole long sword exuded a faint divine light. From a distance, it was as if a small sun was hanging on the ancient city, and the light it exuded covered the entire Jianjian ancient city. Listening to the introduction of the NPC next to him, Song Jian knew the origin of this long sword. This huge long sword is called the City Guard Sword. It is a semi-artifact forged by the 3 forging masters of the Sword City. The moment it was forged successfully, the City Guard Sword automatically possessed a sword spirit. Its function is to protect the Sword City and resist the invasion of foreign enemies. Song Jian vaguely felt that this City Guard Sword did not seem to be completely forged. It was a bit of a stretch to call it a semi-artifact. The divinity contained in it was probably not even enough. It only had a very small amount of divinity. But it can accommodate divinity, and already has some qualities of an artifact. Now it only needs to be infused with some divinity. This City Guard Sword will immediately transform into a real artifact. Song Jian looked at the City Guard Sword in the air, and thought to himself, "You should know that ordinary weapons cannot contain divinity. Even if they are forcibly infused, the weapons will burst. However, divine weapons are different. Even the lowest grade divine weapons can contain divinity. The amount of divinity contained also determines the ultimate strength of this weapon." Song Jian took a look at the sword of the city defense and smiled slightly. Dare to display a divine weapon so openly. This sword city may not have encountered a true god-level strongman. Otherwise, this divine weapon is enough to bring disaster to the entire ancient city. Chapter 1595, Entrance Exam. Leaving the sword ancient city, Song Jian walked straight towards the sword gate. Along the way, Song Jian found that there were actually many players heading in the same direction as him. "Hey, brother, are you also going to become a disciple?" A young man in blue leather armor saw Song Jian walking and looking around, and couldn't help but ask, "Just going to the sword gate to take a look, not to become a disciple?" Song Jian laughed. "Yes, it's too difficult to join the sword gate. Their entrance exam is simply BT. I have failed 3 times. By the way, my name is Zhang Difu. What about you?" "Uh-huh. My name is Song Jian." Song Jian glanced at the chubby Zhang Difu and said with a smile, "Song Jian, this name sounds familiar. It seems that you are also a celebrity." Zhang Difu smiled, and secretly opened the level honor list. He quickly flipped through it. There was no Song Jian's name on it, so he was slightly relieved. "Song Jian, looking at your level, both are skeleton level, And it seems that you are also a master. If you join the Divine Sword sect, it should be easy to pass the entrance examination. Right? Jean Diffuse said. Just a visit. Not planning to join the Divine Sword sect. Song Jian smiled and said, I have already joined other sections. That's a pity. It is said that the Divine Sword sect has a legendary sword technique. Do you know the legendary sword technique? It is more powerful than the Dugan swords and the Six Meridians Divine Sword. As long as you learn it, you can walk sideways in the game world. Jean Diffuse snorted. In his opinion, it seems to be a big mistake not to join the Divine Sword sect. Haha. Let's see. I can also learn the legendary sword technique. Song Jian laughed. What? You know the legendary sword technique? Are you bragging? Jean Diffuse looked at Song Jian in disbelief, as if he was looking at a liar. You know, now having a golden skill is enough for players to brag for half a month, let alone epic and legendary skills. Song Jian laughed. Jean Diffuse was only over level 60. Players of this level were full of curiosity and excitement about the game world. It was very interesting. The two chatted while walking towards the Divine Sword sect. Today was the day when the Divine Sword sect was recruiting disciples. So there were many players along the way. Everyone was discussing the Divine Sword sect. After all, there was only such a high-end sect around the entire Sword Ancient City. Soon, a group of people came to a grassland. In front of the grassland was a rolling mountain peak. There was even a waterfall on the left. The scenery was pleasant. In the game world, it was rare to find such a pleasant environment. Song Jian looked around. There were about 1,000 players alone, not to mention the NPC professionals around, all of whom wanted to join the Divine Sword sect. Song Jian did not wait with these people, but walked towards the gate of the Divine Sword sect. At this time, there were several disciples wearing green robes at the gate of the Divine Sword sect. These disciples were all at the peak of the third-level combat power, and they also faintly revealed a trace of sword intent. It seemed that they should be elite disciples of the Divine Sword sect, not specifically guarding the gate. Walking forward, Song Jian bowed and said, Song Jian, a disciple of the Yujin sect, came to pay homage to Master Shenfeng. Please let the junior brothers know. The sword-controlling sect? Several people looked at each other, shook their heads slightly, and whispered, How come I have never heard of the sword-controlling sect? One of the older disciples returned a salute to Song Jian and asked, Excuse me, do you have a visiting card? Song Jian was stunned. He didn't expect that he would need a visiting card to meet Master Shenfeng. Sorry. When I left the sect, my master didn't tell me to bring a visiting card. Song Jian shook his head. This is difficult to deal with. Today is the disciple-taking ceremony. The headmaster is discussing important matters with the elders in the Heart Sword Hall. If there is no visiting card, it is not easy for us to report. The disciples of the Divine Sword sect showed an embarrassment on their faces. They looked at Song Jian from top to bottom. It seemed that he was not looking for trouble or a liar. After hesitating for a moment, they said, How about this? You wait a little bit. When we select qualified disciples and report back to the sect, you can go back with us and meet the headmaster, Master Shenfeng, and other elders. Song Jian had no choice but to nod and agree. Standing aside, several disciples saw Song Jian standing aside, and they didn't mind. After retracting their gaze, they looked at the noisy crowd on the grass expressionlessly. The qualifications of these people are getting worse year by year. They are so old and have not yet entered the third-level combat power. They still want to join our Divine Sword sect. It's just wishful thinking. A young disciple next to him whispered, Don't talk nonsense. There may be late bloomers. The older disciple said in a low voice. Several disciples looked at each other, with disdain on their faces. But no one refuted. Brother, it's almost time. A disciple looked at the sun above his head and said, Okay, let's get started. The older disciple nodded and walked forward. Brother, are you interested in trying the entrance examination of our Divine Sword sect? At this moment, the older disciple suddenly stopped, turned around, looked at Song Jian with a smile on his face and asked, I am the chief of the outer sect, Fang Dayo, and Brother Song is a senior disciple of the Yujin sect. I believe this small entrance examination will not be difficult for you. Right? Entrance test? Song Jian said with a smile, I wonder if there are any particular requirements for this entrance test. Haha. It's just an examination of the disciple's character. As long as you can walk out of the heart-searching sword formation, you will be qualified. The earlier you walk out, the higher your aptitude. Brother Song can become a top disciple of the Yujian sect. I believe his aptitude must be excellent. He can definitely be the first to walk out of the heart-searching sword formation. Song Jian originally thought that he would challenge Master Shifeng after paying homage to him. Unexpectedly, he was given a show of force as soon as he arrived at the foot of the mountain. Okay, then I'll try it, Song Jian said with a smile. Such a test was just a piece of cake for him. The system was too lazy to even give him a task. Okay, let's go together, Fang Dayo said with a smile. Together. Several disciples of the Divine Sword sect looked at each other and followed Fang Dayo with smiles on their faces. When they arrived in front of the grass, everyone saw several disciples and suddenly became quiet. Fang Dayo stepped forward and said loudly, "Everyone, this is not the first time that the Divine Sword sect has recruited disciples. I believe many people already know about the entrance examination. Without further ado, as long as you can walk out of the heart-searching sword formation with your own ability, you are eligible to join the Divine Sword sect. The earlier you walk out, the higher your qualifications. The first one to walk out will have the opportunity to directly join the inner sect. Okay, without further ado, everyone, get ready to enter the sword formation." After speaking, Fang Dayo took out a polygonal formation plate from his arms, glanced at Song Jian beside him, smiled slightly, fiddled with the formation plate with his fingers, and then threw the formation plate into the air. Chapter 1596, Heart-Searching Sword Formation. You're going to bet big. Song Jian looked at the formation plate in Fang Dayo's hand and couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. This seemingly ordinary Bagua formation plate was actually a legendary item, which meant that the entry test of the Divine Sword sect, the Heart-Searching Sword Formation, was also a legendary formation. For just an entry test, a legendary formation was used to test everyone. It must be said that the Divine Sword sect was really strict. The formation plate was thrown into the air by Fang Dayo, and the light it emitted enveloped everyone on the grass. After a while, a faint white mist rose from the grass, and the people suddenly became shadowy. Soon, the figures were covered by the white mist and could no longer be seen. The people who were taking the test were not panicking at all. Some of them had even participated in the test 3 or 4 times, so they were naturally familiar with the situation. Even those who were taking the test for the first time had obtained information from others and knew what the test content was. When the white fog became thick to a certain extent, the array in the air turned into a golden light and flew into the white fog. Rumble. The white fog suddenly rolled up, like a giant dragon, rising and dancing in the white fog. "The array is done," Fang Dayo shouted loudly. At this time, the area covered by the white fog and the place where Fang Dayo and his companions were standing had been separated into 2 different planes. Song Jian, everyone has already embarked on the road of self-examination. As long as the character and qualifications are qualified, you can walk out of the road of self-examination, Fang Dayo said with a smile. But this road of self-examination is not easy to walk. There are monsters and various temptations along the way. Not many people can persist. The road of self-examination. This name is good? Song Jian laughed, as if he remembered something, with a look of emotion on his face. In that case, I will also walk on the road of self-examination and experience the methods of the Divine Sword sect. Song Jian laughed, and walked towards the white fog without hesitation. After a while, the figure disappeared in the white fog. After Song Jian completely entered the heart-searching sword formation, a disciple behind Fang Dayo said anxiously, "Brother, I saw that you just moved the formation plate, and it seems that the power of the heart-searching sword formation has been completely released. This is not right. What's wrong?" Fang Dayo snorted coldly. "Who do you think today's entrance examination is arranged for? Those who want to enter, right? Even if no one walks out of the heart-searching sword formation today, it doesn't matter, as long as Song Jian can't walk out. You may not have heard of the Yujian sect, but I have heard about it from my master," Fang Dayo said with a gloomy expression on his face. "The head of the Yujian sect, Duan Xingliu, has always been at odds with our head, Master Shifeng. This time, they sent disciples here to compete with us for the quota of the Ascension Secret Realm." "What? A place in the Ascension Secret Realm? That's the secret realm of our Divine Sword sect. Why give it to this guy who has never even been heard of?" a disciple said in surprise. "It is said that this secret realm was discovered by Duan Xingliu and our leader, Master Shifeng. However, the location of the secret realm is close to the Divine Sword Sect, so it is kept by our Divine Sword Sect. However, disciples of the Yujian sect are also qualified to enter. However, the Yujian sect was invaded by a powerful enemy and completely declined. Therefore, few people in the world know the name of the Yujian sect. I didn't expect that they actually sent disciples here. Fang Dayo shook his head and said in a low voice, "Brother, these should also be the concerns of the head elders. We, the outer disciples, are only responsible for recruiting new people. Isn't it not good to do this? Do you want to be outer disciples for life?" Fang Dayo looked at the disciple with disdain and said, "If we can make that kid give up this time, it means that we have secured a place for several brothers and sisters. At that time, the sect will naturally reward us, and maybe directly promote us to the inner sect." Hearing Fang Dayo say this, several disciples immediately became excited. "Brother, I heard that the Heart Self Sword formation can also activate the Four Saints Absolute Killing Heaven formation. Should we activate it directly to completely eliminate the possibility of that kid walking out of the sword formation?" A disciple said eagerly. Fang Dayo looked at the disciple speechlessly, thinking to himself, "How can you be so cruel? Kid? I never saw it before. I'll stay away from you in the future. Although the Four Saints Absolute Killing Heaven Destroying formation is powerful, it is only for ordinary disciples. I think Song Jian is very powerful, and I'm afraid that the Heaven Destroying formation may not be able to deal with him. Brother, I have a treasure here, which I got by chance when I was traveling. Put it in the sword formation. At the critical moment, it can exert the power of a full-strength attack from the peak of the legendary realm." Another disciple suddenly took out a palm-sized silver hammer from his arms and said with a smile. Fang Dayo looked at the silver hammer in his hand. This was a powerful one-time magic weapon that could unleash the full force of a peak legendary realm expert. Even Fang Dayo didn't have the confidence to dodge it. "Not safe. Not safe." A junior brother shook his head and said, "I have a black poisonous python here. It is extremely poisonous. Once bitten, it will die within 3 steps. Even a legendary realm expert cannot resist its toxicity. Why don't we put it in the sword formation? If we meet Song Jian, we can bite him and make him unable to return. Let the sword control sect never underestimate our divine sword sect." For a while, several disciples became excited and discussed enthusiastically how to kill Song Jian in the sword formation. This was a good opportunity to reach the sky in one step. None of them were willing to let it go. "Junior brother, what are you doing?" Fang Dayo looked a little ugly, and felt that his junior brothers, who had been with him day and night, suddenly became a little strange. "So you are such people. Why didn't I find it before?" Fang Dayo suddenly felt a chill on his back. At this time, Song Jian saw a white mist in front of his eyes, which could actually block his spiritual sense. It's just a legendary sword formation, but it can actually block spiritual sense detection. It seems that I really underestimated this sword formation, Song Jian thought to himself. You know, with Song Jian's current formation level, he only needs to look at the general formation twice to find its formation center. But for this sword formation in front of him, even if Song Jian is in it, he can't detect the core of this sword formation at all. What's more terrifying is that there were originally thousands of people on the grass, and the distance between them was not far. However, after Song Jian entered the sword formation, he walked for a long time without encountering a single person. This formation that can isolate thousands of people and test them at the same time is probably only comparable to the 10,000 Dragons formation that Song Jian had seen before. Chapter 1597 Lightning Array. Song Jian walked aimlessly. He had already walked out of the grassland, and even reached the gate of the Divine Sword Sect at the foot of the mountain. However, there was still nothing in front of him. His spiritual consciousness was compressed to the extreme, and could only be 2 or 3 meters away from his body. At this moment, the white mist in front of him suddenly changed and condensed into an animal image like a hound. The white mist hound let out a low roar and pounced towards Song Jian. Song Jian smiled slightly. It was a waste of talent to use a sword on such an ordinary monster, with a strength of only 30 or 40 levels. As soon as he approached Song Jian, a sword aura suddenly emerged from Song Jian's body, splitting the white mist hound in half. With Song Jian's current strength, it was a luxury for low-level monsters to even approach him, not to mention causing him harm. This level of test is only suitable for ordinary people. Since the people of the Divine Sword Sect have invited me to enter the heart-searching sword formation, there must be more powerful ones waiting for me, Song Jian thought to himself. In fact, with Song Jian's current strength, he can completely burst out at once and directly destroy the entire sword formation. But if he really does that, it would be a naked provocation. Song Jian must follow the rules. Either complete the test and walk out of the heart-searching sword formation, or find the core of the formation and directly break the sword formation, instead of raising a sledgehammer and smashing it together. In that case, even if he breaks the sword formation, he will be looked down upon. On the surface, it seems to be just a maze, an illusion, but in fact it is not. This should be a chain array, composed of at least dozens of arrays. Song Jian muttered to himself while observing. Boom! As Song Jian stayed in the heart-searching sword array for a longer time, the power of the sword array became stronger. Suddenly, the sky was filled with wind and clouds. Thunder and lightning flashed across the sky like a long dragon. There is also a lightning array. Not bad. Not bad. If an ordinary player encounters this lightning array, he will probably quit directly. Right? Song Jian said in surprise. At this time, the power of the array is comparable to that of a strong man at the peak of the third-level combat power. None of the people who came to participate in the assessment today can resist such an array. Outside the formation, Fang Dao looked a little unhappy. In order to enter the inner sect, several junior brothers offered suggestions, each one more vicious than the other. This made Fang Dao feel frightened. He originally thought that his strength was the best among the outer sect disciples. But now it seems that if he really fights to the death, he is afraid that he is not a match for these junior brothers in front of him. Once he fights to the death with them, there is a high probability that the other party will be seriously injured and he will die. Brother, what is going on in the sword formation now? Don't let him go. If he really lets him out first, our Divine Sword Sect will lose face. A junior brother said softly. Humph. Do you think I will let you go? Fang Dao snorted coldly, and with a wave of his hand, another identical array appeared in his palm. Except that this array was much smaller. Mother-child array. Hee. I didn't expect that Brother Fang is such a person. A disciple's eyes lit up, and he laughed. The array in Fang Dao's hand did not have many functions, but it could peek into everything in the main array. Some things that people who entered the array did not want to expose would be exposed in this array. Fang Dao muttered something in his mouth, and lightly tapped the small array with his fingers. Suddenly, a ray of light was stimulated and formed a light curtain in the air. The situations of countless examinees who entered the sword formation were all revealed. At this time, some people in the sword formation were kneeling on the ground, crying bitterly. Some were in tattered clothes, with bruises on their faces, as if they had been beaten. Some were lying on the ground, as if there was a mountain pressing on their backs. But in fact there was nothing. In the formation, the examinees had different postures, and even ugly ones, which made everyone laugh. Fang Dao adjusted it, and only Song Jian's image appeared in the whole picture. At this time, Song Jian in the picture had lightning and thunder above his head. But Song Jian was fearless, staring at the sky with his head held high, looking unruly. The lightning array has been activated. Amazing. Amazing. They can remain calm in the face of such divine power. It seems that the disciples of the Yujian sect should not be underestimated. A disciple couldn't help but gasp and said, "Third-level combat power peak. Senior brother, you are so cruel. You triggered such an array right away. Do you want to kill people and silence them?" Another disciple looked at Fang Dao with a strange look and said in a low voice, "He triggered it himself." "Not me," Fang Dao said sullenly. "He triggered it himself?" A disciple who knew a little about the questioning sword array showed a strange look on his face. "So, he is approaching the core of the array. How come it is so fast?" In the formation, Song Jian watched the silver snakes dancing in the sky, with a hint of joy in his eyes. Relying on the weak energy flow of the formation, Song Jian explored the core of the heart-searching sword formation. The more critical the position, the stronger the power of protection. The current power is comparable to the peak of the third-level combat power. It seems that the direction I am looking for is correct. Song Jian smiled, looking at the thunder in the sky, and suddenly stretched out his hand to disperse it directly. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly felt a hint of prying, and immediately realized that several disciples of the Divine Sword Sect were staring at him from the outside. Just right. Let me show you my strength. Thinking in his heart, Song Jian gave up the plan to directly disperse the thunder in the sky and walk towards the core area. Boom. The thunder in the sky seemed to be angered by Song Jian's attitude, and it came down from the sky and struck Song Jian's head. Boom. 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 Lightning struck Song Jian's body one after another, and for a moment, the lightning splashed everywhere, almost covering Song Jian's entire body. Why didn't he hide? Outside the formation, the disciples of the Divine Sword sect were stunned, looking at the lightning that kept striking down on Song Jian's head, with surprised expressions on their faces. However, at this moment, Song Jian continued to walk forward, seemingly not minding the lightning that kept falling from his head. Finally, in the horrified eyes of the Divine Sword sect disciples, Song Jian actually walked out of the area of the lightning array. At this time, Song Jian was not injured at all, and even smiled in the direction of the Divine Sword sect disciples. He found us? A disciple asked in confusion. How is this possible? The heart-searching sword array can block perception. He is about to reach the core area. Once he enters the core area, he will be able to find the eye of the array. At that time, he will not pass the test, but directly break the array. Fang Dao was concerned about another problem at this time, and his brows could not help but frown. Chapter 1598 Rescue. Outside the formation, several outer disciples of the Divine Sword sect looked at each other in bewilderment. They did not expect that the lightning array of the heart-searching sword formation did not put any pressure on Song Jian. The opponent just relied on his body and rushed through. Such a terrifying physical fitness made several outer disciples feel a little scared. They all came out of the assessment of the heart-searching sword formation, so they naturally knew the power of the heart-searching sword formation. If the assessment of the heart-searching sword formation had triggered the lightning array, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to get started. A disciple of the Divine Sword sect said faintly. It's not just the lightning array. He has already walked towards the core area. Guess how long it will take him to crack the eye of the formation? I bet it will take an incense stick of time. One incense stick is a bit exaggerated. It will take at least 1 hour. That is a legendary sword formation. The protection power of the core array is equivalent to that of a legendary master. Even if it is an intersect brother, it will take some effort to crack it. Right? Unless he also has the strength of a legendary master. Otherwise, it is too difficult to crack the array core. It is better to pass the assessment normally. Which is easier? By the way, what do you think is the strength of this Yujian sect disciple? Is he at the peak of the 3rd level of combat power? Impossible. He is definitely much stronger than the peak of the 3rd level of combat power. Look at that peak of the 3rd level of combat power. He dares to stand under the lightning array and let the lightning strike without any damage. I think he is at least a legendary master. If he is really a legendary expert, he may have the ability to crack the core of the heart-searching sword formation. Hey, let me ask you, should we use these methods? If we don't, when he finds the core, these methods will be useless. Several disciples were talking about it, and at the end, they all calmed down and looked at Fang Dao. After all, it was Fang Dao who presided over the entrance examination and controlled the heart-searching sword formation. Even if they wanted to use their methods, they had to agree with Fang Dao. You bastards. Why are you looking at me? Do you want me to take the blame? If it works, you have a share of the credit. But if it doesn't, the blame is all on me. Fang Dao cursed in his heart. At this time, he also knew that his fellow apprentices were not good people, so he naturally did not dare to let them use those cruel methods on Song Jian. Otherwise, if Song Jian was really killed, it would be difficult for the Divine Sword sect to explain. When they find a scapegoat, it must be him. When Fang Dao thought of the methods of his fellow apprentices, he couldn't help sweating on his back. Forget it. Forget it. Your methods are too vicious. If you really cripple him, it will be difficult for the sect to explain. When the Yujian sect asks for punishment, won't it be us who will bear the responsibility? Fang Dao waved his hand and said, TSK. Several junior brothers gestured a middle finger at Fang Dao, with a look of contempt on their faces. Fang Dao wiped his cold sweat. None of these junior brothers were good people. It would be fine if they made trouble in the heart-searching sword formation, even if the master knew about it. But if they really used their vicious means, I'm afraid that the elders of the master sect would be able to destroy him without the need for the Yujian sect to come to the door to ask for punishment. Hey, he really found the core array eye. Hee. If he doesn't understand the formation, I will drink water upside down. A disciple's eyes lit up, pointing at Song Jian in the light curtain, with a look of surprise in his eyes. Even if these people already know the heart-searching sword formation very well, it is not an easy task to find the core array eye in such a short time. You know, every time the heart-searching sword formation is arranged, the core array eye is not fixed. After a period of time, the core array eye will move, which will also cause the formation in the sword formation to change. This is one of the reasons why the heart-searching sword formation is so difficult to pass. Song Jian felt the space of the core array around him, and a smile suddenly appeared on his lips. Countless sharp sword energy was ready to go around, giving him a feeling of being in the original version of the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword array. This is the power that a legendary sword array should have, Song Jian said in his heart. The next moment, the sky was full of stars, and they flew towards Song Jian like falling stars. A closer look revealed that the meteors were actually sharp swords. These swords had no hilts, but only 3-foot blades. Such swords could not be controlled by hand at all, and all needed to be controlled by energy. Song Jian looked at these swords, and his heart moved. Except for the sky-breaking sword, all the spiritual swords condensed by the 10,000 swords art did not need to be controlled by hand, and did not need the existence of hilts at all. Thinking of this, Song Jian suddenly laughed out loud. With a thought, countless spirit swords appeared around his body. Soon, under Song Jian's control, these spirit swords burning with dark red flames began to change slowly. The original hilt was all integrated into the blade, and the whole long sword became a blade with sharp ends, flat in the middle, and slightly curved. System, your god-level skill Inhua Honglian Wan Jianju has changed. The spirit sword's flight speed +3. The spirit sword sharpness +3. And the spirit sword's defense breaking probability increased by 10%. Just a slight change, but it actually increased the power of the spirit sword? It's a pleasant surprise. The system's prompt made Song Jian inexplicably happy. Looking at the shooting stars falling all over the sky, he gently waved his right hand, and suddenly, countless spirit swords that changed their shapes began to go upstream and fly towards the shooting stars in the sky. After a while, a roar like a firecracker came from the void, and the entire core array space was shaking violently. Countless spirit swords and meteors collided with each other, setting off a huge sword energy storm, like a tornado, raging in the core space. Outside the array, Fang Dayo suddenly felt a tremor, and the shadow of the array disc suddenly appeared in the air. At the same time, the array disc was shaking violently, as if it would explode in the next moment. Fang Dayo's face changed drastically, and he ignored everything and immediately pinched his fingers. A series of spirit talismans were injected into the array disc to stabilize the array disc. Fang Dayo's face became even paler. Such spiritual energy consumption was not something he, the chief disciple of the outer sect, could bear. You know, the heart-searching sword formation is a legendary sword formation. If it is just used, Fang Dayo is still able to control it. But once the formation is fully deployed, at least the peak level of the 3rd level combat power is required to be qualified to control it. Quick! Send a signal and ask the inner door elders to come. All of you, help me control the formation plate with all your strength. And you must stabilize the formation plate. Otherwise, if there is any damage, we will all be guilty. Fang Dayo shouted in horror. Chapter 1599 Outer Sect Elders. At this time, in the core area of the eye-questioning sword formation, countless spirit swords collided with the sword energy in the core area, and the power was like two legendary masters fighting at full strength. Such a battle intensity completely exceeded the power of the formation at full power, almost equivalent to twice the power of the formation. And it was not something that Fang Dayo, who was at the peak of the 3rd level combat power, could control. At this time, Fang Dayo could only try his best to maintain stability and send a rescue order to the sect. The faces of several outer sect brothers changed drastically. Although they had been watching the show, they did not prevent them from noticing the instability of the formation. Even the formation plate had emerged. If it continued, it would only be a matter of time before the formation plate broke. Whoosh! A sharp sword symbol shot up into the sky. Several outer disciples assisted Fang Dayo with all their strength to control the stability of the array. Even the people who were taking the test in the sword formation of heart-searching noticed something was wrong. What's going on? The heaven and earth seemed to be shaking. Could it be that some kind of restriction was touched? Such a terrifying power. Once it is affected, I'm afraid I will die. Why is the sword formation unstable? Will it explode? The people taking the test suddenly panicked. Even the mist monster that appeared in the sword formation seemed to have become 3 times stronger. In a short while, hundreds of people failed the test, and were kicked out of the sword formation of heart-searching. The sword formation? The sword formation is about to collapse. Fong Dao's face was pale. Once the sword formation collapsed and the formation disc was damaged, the punishment he would face was definitely something he could not bear. Just when Fong Dao was desperate, a cold snort sounded in his ear. Humph. Waste. Greetings to the outer sect elders. Elders? I can't hold on any longer. Fong Dao's face was covered with cold sweat, and his whole body was trembling, as if he was going to faint in the next moment. An old man in a gray robe with red eyebrows and white hair snorted coldly and pointed at the shadow of the formation disc in the air. Soon, the shadow of the formation disc that was shaking violently slowly stabilized, and then disappeared into the void again. At this time, several outer disciples breathed a sigh of relief, as if they had lost all their strength, and collapsed to the ground, like fish on the shore, wet all over, gasping for air. Fong Dao, this is not the first day you presided over the initiation ceremony. Who told you to turn the power of the array to the maximum? Do you think you can really control the array? It's ridiculous and arrogant. Sun Yun stared at Fong Dao with anger on his face, and his heart was full of disappointment in him. Fong Dao is the chief disciple of the outer sect, and the disciple with the greatest hope of entering the inner sect. If the array is damaged because of Fong Dao, not to mention entering the inner sect, it is a question whether Fong Dao can stay in the Divine Sword sect. Elder, it's like this. Fong Dao struggled to get up from the ground and told the story. I didn't expect that the disciple of the Yujian sect was so powerful. Not only has his formation attainment reached an extremely high level, but he can also compete with the power of the formation in the core formation area, Fong Dao said in a low voice. The anger on Sun Yun's face gradually disappeared. If this is true, it can't be all blamed on Fong Dao. Stupid. He can come here on behalf of the Yujian sect. How can his strength be compared with you outer disciples? It's absurd to judge his strength by your own strength. Sun Yun snorted coldly and said, the heart sword formation can only be fully exerted by the legendary realm. It's still a bit of a stretch to reach the peak of the 3rd level combat power. What you did not only fail to stop him, but made him look down on the Divine Sword sect. It's really more of a hindrance than a help. Elder, since you are here, why don't you control the array disc and let the kid know how powerful our Divine Sword sect is? Fong Dao said. It's too late. Too late. If I had controlled it before he entered the core array eye area, it would not be so easy for him to find the array eye. Now that the array eye has been cracked, even if I control it, there is nothing I can do to him, unless I detonate the entire array disc and die with him. But he is not a real enemy. How can I do that? Elder Sun Yun waved his sleeves and snorted coldly. At this moment, a figure appeared at the edge of the white mist, seemingly exploring something. After a full cup of tea, the figure slowly walked out of the white mist. Awesome. Awesome. I didn't expect that the entrance test of the Divine Sword sect would be so difficult. It seems that the disciples who can join the Divine Sword sect are all elite disciples with excellent qualifications. Each of them should not be underestimated. Song Jian shook his head and sighed. After cracking the sword formation, Song Jian found that such a sword formation, even if it was not cracked by force, in order to pass the test, in addition to meeting the requirements of the mind and will, the strength must at least reach the peak of the 2nd level, or even the 3rd level combat power to pass. What Song Jian didn't know was that this time, Fong Dao secretly opened the power of the formation to the maximum for him. In the usual entrance test, the power of the formation would only be open to 30% at most. Fong Dao blushed and glanced at Elder Sun Yun. Ha! This must be the disciple of the sword-controlling sect. He is really handsome and talented. Elder Sun Yun laughed and said, I am Sun Yun, the outer elder of the Divine Sword sect. I am here to welcome you in. The sect master and the elders are waiting for you in the hall. Please follow me. Song Jian of the sword-controlling sect. I meet Elder Sun. Song Jian bowed respectfully. Elder Sun Yun was smiling and was about to speak, but his face suddenly changed, and he stared at Song Jian from top to bottom. You know, Elder Sun Yun is also a legendary strongman who has realized the power of the domain. But when he checked Song Jian's strength, he suddenly found that he could not detect the other party's strength. Or in other words, the other party's strength was like an abyss in front of him, which was terrifying. How is it possible? He is a disciple of the Yujin sect. But he is stronger than me. An outer sect elder. Could it be that he is already a mid-level or even high-level legendary master? Sun Yun's heart was like a storm. Song Xiaoyu is young but powerful. I have lived for 100 years in vain. I am ashamed of myself. Ha ha. Sun Yun's attitude suddenly became much kinder. He directly treated Song Jian as an equal, holding Song Jian's hand, with an expression of regret for not meeting him earlier. After a few polite words, Sun Yun led Song Jian to the main peak of the Divine Sword Sect, and at the same time sent a message to Fang Dayo, host the entrance examination well. If there is any problem again, I think you will no longer be the chief of the outer sect. Humph. Fang Dayo was so upset that he could not cry. He bowed to Elder Sun Yun's back, took out a bottle of pills, poured the whole thing into his mouth, and continued to maintain the stability of the sword formation. This time, Fang Dayo did not dare to adjust the power of the sword formation to the maximum. As usual, he only activated 30% of the effect and continued to wait patiently to see if anyone could come out of the sword formation. Chapter 1600 Master Shifeng. The Divine Sword Sect is located in the Rolling Mountains. It can be said that the entire mountain range is the private property of the Divine Sword Sect. This entire mountain range is called Luoxia Mountain Range. It is said that the immortal Luoxia once fell here, deep in the mountain range. There is a cave left by the immortal Luoxia. However, this is just a legend, and there is no basis for it. This is Luoxia Slope. In the evening, there are large areas of flaming clouds. This position is the most beautiful. This mountain is an arena. Almost every day, disciples from the sect come here to fight and hone their practical experience. People can be seriously injured or killed on the arena. Only here, the sect will not pursue the fights between disciples. On the way up the mountain, Sun Yun would explain in detail every time he arrived at a place. The two of them chatted and laughed along the way, looking like peers. However, Sun Yun really didn't dare to treat Song Jian as a junior now. Along the way, Sun Yun had discovered that Song Jian's strength was at least around the peak of the legendary realm. And even, he didn't dare to think about it anymore. Soon, the two came to the highest peak, which was the main peak of the Divine Sword Sect. At this time, the leader of the Divine Sword Sect, the god of Fengshang, and several elders were drinking tea and chatting on the main peak. I don't know how many people can pass this entrance examination. I hope there will be more disciples favored by the gods. Their cultivation qualifications are so good that it makes people jealous. An elder laughed. Hee hee. Every year there are some disciples favored by God. Although not many. It is much better than the Yujin sect. The Yujin sect, which is hiding in the half-plane of the ancient sword star, has only accepted 2 disciples favored by God. If it continues like this, it won't be long before the Yujin sect will be completely suppressed by our Divine Sword sect. By then, I'm afraid that old guy Duan Xingliu will be too embarrassed to come to our sect. Ha ha ha. When mentioning the Yujin sect, all the elders of the Divine Sword sect laughed. Like the Yujin sect, the Divine Sword sect also inherited from the ancient sword sect. The relationship with the Yujin sect is very complicated. There are times of cooperation and times of resistance due to interests. It's like 2 brothers in the same sect. There are times of competition and times of cooperation. If they can see some harmless embarrassment of the other party, they can gloat for a long time. By the way, the Ascension Secret Realm is about to open. Why hasn't the Sword Control sect made any moves? Normally at this time, they should have sent disciples to ask for quotas. An elder suddenly said. Hee hee. The Sword Control sect hasn't recruited any decent disciples in recent years. Although there are many opportunities in the Ascension Secret Realm, if you are not strong enough, you will only die if you enter. The Sword Control sect also has to resist the attacks of wild beasts. I'm afraid that this year, just like before, they have given up the qualification to enter. Another elder smiled and guessed. If the Sword Control sect really gives up this time, can we give our outer disciples a chance? This year, the outer sect has produced several good seedlings. We don't have enough places for our own disciples, let alone outer disciples. We can select inner disciples. 1 more quota. 1 more disciple. 1 more chance to get the sword fruit. Several elders were chatting casually, but a middle-aged man sitting in the sect master's seat did not speak, and did not even touch the cup of tea in front of him. This middle-aged man, who looked only 30 or 40 years old, was the sect master of the Divine Sword sect, Master Shifeng. At this time, his mind seemed to be no longer in the hall. Suddenly, Master Shifeng frowned slightly, sighed lightly, opened his eyes, and looked towards the foot of the mountain. Master Shifeng, who had been closing his eyes, looked no different from ordinary people. But when he opened his eyes suddenly exuded endless sword intent, which was almost condensed into substance and overflowed from his eye sockets. Okay. Stop talking. Forget about the quota of the Yujian sect this time, Master Shifeng said. Hearing Master Shifeng's words, the other elders fell silent. They looked at each other and saw a look of doubt in each other's eyes. Master, even if the Yujian sect has disciples coming, they may not be able to defeat our direct disciples. An elder asked tentatively. Let alone direct disciples. Even if you are shameless, you will not get any benefit if you compete with him. If it is a life and death fight, all of you together may not be his opponent. Master Shifeng snorted coldly. What? How is this possible? Several elders screamed in disbelief. We are all descendants of the ancient sword sect, and we all have the curse of the gods in our blood. Our strength has been limited to the peak of the legendary realm. That disciple of the Yujian sect has already broken through to the demigod realm. Do you think that if you are tied together, can you be his opponent? Master Shifeng said unhappily. What? He has broken through to the demigod level? Is he really a disciple of the Yujian sect? The elders were surprised. Nonsense. If he is not a disciple of the Yujian sect, how dare he come to the Divine Sword sect? Moreover, the chaotic sword energy on his body has been filled to the point of condensing sword energy. Apart from the Yujian sect, which sect in the world can have such a rich chaotic sword energy? Master Shifeng said unhappily. Master, it seems that we need to increase the efforts to recruit disciples favored by the gods. Only the disciples favored by the gods can ignore the curses of the gods. This is the hope for our sect to rise, said an elder happily. Hey, you know, our Divine Sword sect recruited disciples favored by the gods much earlier than the Yujian sect. But so far no disciple has been able to break through the legendary realm and reach the semi-god realm. What are you afraid of? These disciples favored by the gods are blessed by nature and have a very fast cultivation speed. Some disciples favored by the gods, who originally had only the second level combat power, have advanced to the third level in just a few months. The cultivation speed is several times, or even dozens of times, that of ordinary disciples. At this rate, within half a year at most, there will be disciples favored by the gods who break through to the legendary realm. And the semi-god realm is only a matter of time. Time. What we lack most now is time, Master Shifeng murmured to himself in a low voice. At this time, the outer sect elder Sun Yun and Song Jian had already arrived outside the main hall. Outer sect elder Sun Yun, with the Yujian sect disciple Song Jian, come to pay respects to the sect master. Sun Yun stood outside the main hall and shouted loudly. Ha! Why is Elder Sun so reserved today? Come in quickly. Master Shifeng laughed. Sun Yun brought Song Jian to the main hall, bowed to Master Shifeng and said, Sect Master, this is Song Jian, a disciple of the Yujian sect, entrusted by the head of the Yujian sect Duan, to pay respects to the sect master. Song Jian stepped forward, took out a golden scroll, and bowed. Song Jian, a disciple of the Yujian sect, pays respects to Master Shifeng. This is a token that my disciple's master asked me to give to Master Shifeng. Please check it.